Is it wrong to employ cute girls in a store? By Fan Haram, Chapter 1. Humble Jackal. What is evil? Is it an item, an article one could wear perhaps, a dish one may consume, or a luxurious concept mulled over by the sages of the past, present, and future? Maybe an application of the go-getters of society. The word is thrown around constantly. The general populace believes that one sees it, one knows it, and eventually, one looks away from it. So, maybe all orphans are evil. Jackal doesn't think like that. He doesn't hold philosophies dear to his heart. He may be fatherless, but he was not maidenless by any means. And evil. He could not help but assume that evil is within no one. He believes that the perception of evil is most definitely different from the concept. If everyone is born Lasamian naked, pure, bright-eyed, covered in filth, and crying, then the only variable through logical deduction is the world. Surroundings, to be precise. An individual is the product of one's surroundings. Sure, there may exist mental defects, but Jackal isn't stupid enough to brush past such disorders. He believes that everything can be easily blamed on society. Or, after a deeper reflection, a person must look at his worth and realize all the wasted potential before lashing out, crying, bitching, and moaning about how this world is the truly evil thing. Nah, the world ain't evil. It, too, began pure yet covered in filth. But talking about the evils of society and the darkness of men is inherently complicated. Jackal isn't the kind to believe that humans like them are inherently meant to delve into such discussions. No, he is a simple man. He believes men and women must live, aspire, create, love, and yes, maybe throw down hands or two occasionally. Eat, of course. Fuck thy neighbor, too. Or was it something else? Truly, finding the right shit to read on the internet is as hard as getting over the memory of one's core embarrassing memory. So, why would a simple man like him consider so much about evil? The answer may not even come as a surprise. As it turns out, having yourself tied to a chair in a dark chamber with only a single bulb dangling over your head, not to mention getting beaten to a bloody pulp, does send your mind to a more philosophical state. After all, the pain subsides. It numbs eventually. But when the cause of your current situation is your family, one has to think where it all went wrong. So, do you have the answer now? What is evil? Why would a notorious criminal family call Jackal evil? Well, he knows one reason that others don't, but it's a more general question. His family has done all sorts of vile shit. Arms contract is one of their more honorable and valuable deals. No, they have dug in personally in the past. Personal acts of crime like ganging one's buddy's ex-girlfriend to, well, share love and then kill her. Why wouldn't you? She can't possibly recover from the trauma of having 8 short stacks with a penchant for few pumps rail through her. Right? It wasn't as if she did not stare back in defiance and laugh at their faces. Maybe spit, too, Jackal imagines. Then there are more heinous crimes. Again, trafficking is normal. But damn it, they could have made him the manager instead of keeping him in his steady supply position. You evil runt. Foul. A spit splatters over Jackal's bloodied, bruised, and cut face. The right side of his face is entirely swollen to the point he can no longer open his right eye. So, why is he the evil one in the world of crimes 100 times worse? The answer is as simple as Jackal's nature. Convenience. Evil is a tool so convenient that it is used everywhere. Yes, evil is the philosophical counterpart to a hoe. It originates and belongs to the streets. You act out and you're evil, plain and simple. That is what it boils down to. Crimes, passion, discipline, love, fear, anger, and serenity. Anything can be evil in the eyes of the beholder, much like art. You gonna create those weapons or not? Or you want some more of this? Fuck. Jonna cusses in disgust as he grips a head full of Jackal's black hair and props his face up to face the light. Well, Jackal responds softly. The softness and tiredness in his voice make the other spectators in the darkness exchange soft murmurs. No, you Jonna, fuck off, you're stupider than Roberta when I'm done with her every night you ain't here. Alright, sleeping with another man's wife. Yes, Jackal knows that is evil, but come on. Is it? Is he evil that he rails Jonna's wife when he's out having his cock sucked by whores when he's got a perfect one waiting for him in his bedroom? Jackal calls it passion. Again, He knows how convenient this is evil. If he's fucking someone's wife, it's passion. If someone fucks his non-existent wife, then it's evil. See, the irony and hypocrisy are not lost on him, but that's the truth of this world. A punch indents Jackal's face as more blood gushes alongside Jonna's rage. You bastard! How dare you! Well, Jackal begins weakly. He doesn't feel pain. He hasn't for some time now, but even his words slur as something warm has started to gush in his mouth. Wonder what that is. It wasn't daring. I just opened the door. It wasn't locked. I whipped my cock out. Roberta liked what I was packing. And I got it sucked. I returned the favor and fucked her. Heard you give a mean lick down there. Hey, Roberta tells me I taste sweet somehow. Bonaparte. Another punch cuts him off. You fucking cunt. We raised you. We gave you everything. We even would have given you a name, you orphan. With as much pride he can muster as he feels blood cutting off the airflow to his lungs, Jackal whispers raspily, I already have a name. Jackal. Darkness overcomes Jackal's vision. His vision shifts. What? This trash my spot. Go scavenge somewhere else, Jackal. Hey, the great Jackal got my trait. Death crystal? What is that? Looks like a jelly. You Jackal? Father is interested in you. Come on, get in the back seat. More guns. You've got all the money. Guns. What is this? Reincarnation technique? Man, internet is funky at times. Looks like a shit form. Oh, okay. Reincarnation technique with tits in comments. Let's dig in. Cow, the revolutionary died and this technique came to light. Who the fuck cares? Boring. Next. Suddenly, all the fleeting memories zoom past his gaze and Jackal finds himself standing in a white space, wearing nothing and looking impeccably clean. He gazes at the front to the only change in color. With Jackal stained in white in this bright space, only one thing retained its own color. Its own meaning. It is a pitch black dog. A coat of fur so dark that even with all the light the coat of fur did not have a reflective or glossy look. Aside from seeing the silhouette of the dog that sat not far from him primly, Jackal could really only make out his golden pupils. The contrast is too great. After all, for what it's worth, Jackal cannot even try and trace the jaws of the dog with his eyes. It happened to be that black, giving the phrase absorbing light a whole new meaning. So, a pair of red eyes and golden eyes continued to stare at each other peacefully until Jackal works his jaws and questions. Am I dead? I read on the internet that when we die, we meet the god of death. Inclining its head, at least, Jackal imagined it did, the dog's lips part slightly, and he comes to observe the prettiest set of pearly white fangs any dog ever had. We do see the Reaper at the time of our death. Okay, Jackal wasn't actually gunning for a response. After all, a dog is a dog. All he wanted was for the dog to crawl up to him and let him pet. But no, the dog just has to be the holder of one of the deepest and smoothest voices ever. Looking past the nervously vibrating Jackal, the dog nods. Or at least, Jackal imagined it did. Again, tracing the dog's body is hard. But the Reaper does not descend for us fakes. You did chant the reincarnation technique. Jackal purses his lips. He did it for the titties. But with how suave the dog's voice sounded, admitting something like this would make Jackal feel quite hollow. No, buddy, keep it classy. It's not tits, it's mammary glands. Right? Breasts, the valley of flush, sweat, and pleasure? Oh, God. It's even worse. We are waiting for our new life. The dog completes and this time Jackal speaks up. Flesh no. Jackal. The deep voice cut him off as the youth stops and he looks up to match the glimmering orbs of the dog, sensing genuine gratitude. You don't have to act like strangers. Thank you for rescuing a part of me that day. Standing on all four, the dog's long and straight ears fold in slightly as he also bows his head in Jackal's direction. My trait is simpler in comparison to yours. There is much I wish to discuss. No. Simply chat. But to honor back your kindness, I should tell you about your second trait. My trait. It may be useful in our new life until we meet again. As wisps of darkness begin to ooze out of the dog's body, Jackal couldn't help but feel an inexplicable sense of loss. My trait is Death Eater. I once was the bane of death and life alike, breaker of the cycle, consumer of souls, and humanity's greatest ally. My trait's trigger is death, not ours, but the targets. Its benefit is consumption, digestion, and excretion of the enigmatic cycle of life and death. Wait, fret not. Friend, an echo as I am, I remain yours to lead. We shall meet again. Just for a moment, Jackal flinches as the darkness begins to devour the white space. Behind one of the most pitiable dogs, Jackal observes a phantom, a behemoth of black, midnight muscle-bound figure with various golden bangles, bands, anklets, and other decorations around his body. The face of a dog with eyes so gold that one may mistake them for offspring of the sun. A deity. The moment the pair of phantom golden pupils glanced back at him, Jackal's vision blurred and his life came to an end. As opposed to evil. What is heroic? Dungeons, goddesses, elves, beastkins, and so much more. The answer is convenient once again. Jackal has always been simple. Damn, I'm gonna score goddesses and be my personal hero. The world is not ready for the divine tapper who shall tap dance away the most tap-worthy cheeks and tap them away. Or Aereo, the labyrinth city. Without a doubt, the city that would put many capitals of other kingdoms to shame is filled with life. It's not particularly early, but men and women of different races and colors dot the streets of this magnificent city. In the center, overlooking the entire, circular city is a lone tower that threatens to pierce the clouds, Babel. From the top of this tower, one may easily see the city's layout divided into various, equal sections like pieces of a pie, with the tower itself being the center of it all. In one such region, attracting more armored men and women, is a spacious building. Aside from the colored windows and a heavy alignment to lighter colors for the wall, the interior is well designed and divided into smaller sections for personal chats, a desk front for said armored passionate adventurers, and a clear partition for the employees of this building to work in their personal spaces. This is the guild. Well, if there is a dungeon, naturally, there will be a guild. Hey! Look. Is that really Jackal? Tilda. When did his cold metallic heart get any warmth? Do you think he got laid last night? Unlikely. He's just like Hina and Rose, rejecting others left and right. Uncaring of others, he continues to hum internally. A wide smile adorns his face. Of course, he tried to emulate his previous host to not come off as suspicious, but for all intents and purposes, his previous host was a robot. Efficient, calm, and uncaring. Not that he didn't know why. Reincarnation technique does not throw one into another body. It uses a piece of one's soul to cultivate a body beforehand in whatever world. So, finding it needlessly hard to emulate a broken man who never meant to live, he returns to his work with a pep in his step. Like others, he wears a black vest and a pair of black trousers that are somewhat form-fitting over his moderately built form. Black hair swept back and his unique set of eyes glance around with renewed curiosity. Underneath his vest is a collared white shirt tied up by a gray tie. Now, his eyes are unique, yes, but not for his surroundings. They all have grown used to it. But for him, Jackal, his eyes are the only thing different from his previous body. Instead of a pair of dark pupils surrounded by red irids, his pupils are golden. So, a combination of golden pupils and red irids attracts quite a bit of attention from strangers. Fortunately, there are no strangers here. Yo, senpai. His loud greeting shocks others around him. Other employees like him, to be exact. The yellow-eyed busty redhead with a pair of twitching and furry red wolf ears stops in her tracks with a blank expression, but only giving her form a cursory glance. Jackal continues. Oh, looking cute as a button. Misha, looking sharp. Roy, hey, chair a bit. Ina, the morning should be blessed with your cute smiles. Although younger than the last half-elf, Ina Tool, Jackal is her senior in the profession, so he does not need to regard her with over-the-top respect like the former red-headed werewolf. Jackal's brown boots practically skid across the floor as everyone, including some of the adventurers, stares at him with their jaws hanging low. The once bustling guild hall has descended to an unnatural silence, and in this silence, they all can hear Jackal humming a soft tune. He is humming. Did my man rail through 10 different Amazonas in a single night? A voice blurts out and encourages others to start making hushes assumptions. He got crazy. Definitely. He's kicked in the head. Knock, knock. Jackal stops across a divided office and knocks on the door twice. A slightly tired voice, despite the sunny morning, answers. come in. And just like that, Jackal smoothly slides into the office of their supervisor. But as if not content just by smiling and greeting others cheerily, Jackal's entrance into the room is followed by a loud ruckus. What? This stops others once again. A few strain their senses. Those with furry, bestial ears have their auditory senses tickled before a strange expression masks their faces. Tilda. Walking out of the door with a pleased expression, Jackal glances at others who are keenly observing him and he smiles broadly. Clasping his hands in front of his waist and bending slightly with a low incline of his head, Jackal does all but chime, I wish to depart from my dreams of opening one of the best stores in Orario. Thank you for taking care of me until now. I have learned a lot from everyone. By now, the spectators should already feel weary. But they cannot. They couldn't hope to. Earning his reputation as one of the most efficient dungeon advisors with a penchant for helping the newcomers without any ill feeling or accepting orders from his seniors, the soft-spoken and cold Jackal had burrowed a spot for himself in the hearts of most employees. Now, he's taking his burrow elsewhere. Abruptly so. What about the farewell party? What about a Jackal-san? What about giving a proper notice? Ina, the slender and naturally curvaceous half-elf with soft brown hair, adjusts her glasses and chews her lips in worry. Nah, don't you worry. Jackal laughs and walks past her while waving energetically. I can't wait to start a store. Better to lose a few provisions left with the guild. Anyway, turning around to meet everyone's gaze and grin, Jackal throws them a bone. They'll need it. Not now, of course. But he doesn't plan to settle in the future. They will thank him for the offer. When my store's made its name, you all can swing by and enjoy a sweet 15% off your first 10 purchase as a bulk or otherwise. Thud. And the door closes behind him, leaving others in a stupor once again. Orario is divided into 8 sections. 8 large slices of a pizza, to be more understanding. Of course, Jackal lives in one such slice, and like many guild employees, Jackal did get some preferential treatment during settling down and getting a house in Orario. In fact, he lives close to a few acquaintances. The previous Jackal paid no attention to romance. A good thing he is here. Jackal's house is similar to a Victorian-built brick house with wooden windows locked from the inside. With an additional floor that's basically used as storage, his house is good enough for a nuclear family in this fantastical world. Entering his house, Jackal doesn't remove his uniform quite yet. Instead, he settles down on his chair and crosses his arm while adopting a ponderous look. He has many things to consider. Well, he knows how he will earn the funds to start his shop. But he needs to think about the location of his store, the type of items he will sell, a schedule to balance his needs and desires to run the best damn store, and also venture into the dungeon. After all, you can't have a dungeon and not make runs into it. And finally, my traits. Aside from humble store, I'm supposed to have Death Eater? Oh, Roberta. Death Eater sounds like such a scary but awesome name. I wish you could be here. Sigh. I must seek many goddesses, both literal and metaphorical, to heal my broken heart. His internal wail is unlike the crooked grin on his face. Alternate title: Evil is personile. I quit. The store owner returns. Sweet. Roberta, the stoic menace, smiles. Next goal: Tinema's Onuses. Aspiration of tapping. Chapter 2: Daedalus Spot. Trait. Jackal originates from a planet dubbed Trait Maker. The reason for such a name should be fairly obvious: the existence of traits. Like magical spells of this world, traits produce wondrous results. In some cases, admittedly, results far beyond what spells like the creation of elements can achieve. But these two aspects of strength are not dissimilar. Spells, as far as Jackal's knowledge of this world gleams, need chance. It needs focus. It needs the thought to trigger the magic within. Traits are similar. Traits need a trigger. But here is the doozy part. A trigger is unique to each individual. It can be a phrase. It can be an action. It can be thought. It can be a state of mind. In essence, in his previous world, only the lucky ones triggered their traits and could hope to work on them. Now, traits are wondrous. Jackal has heard of traits that can glean others' triggers, allowing the users of such traits to earn a lot of money. Then there are traits as simple as the change of a body. For instance, one's spit can become cola. One's fart can be a trigger to breathe fire. In contrast, There are some famous traits. Quest Maker, a trait that allows the user to actively form personal quests that will give rewards in return. These rewards are not stolen from the world but created as a perfect copy. Manipulation of the matter. Jackal's trait is somewhat similar. Humble Store. This trait seems to link with the very concept of the market of the world. It provides an accurate, live exchange rate for any item that may exist, what items are to be searched for, what currencies to be exchanged, and even things like sorting items based on certain filters are dependent on the user's thoughts. In sense, Jackal controls a private market, and this private market will consume currency or an equivalent exchange of items to create the item he wishes to purchase. So, for instance, if he wants to purchase Ina's panties, the ones in her drawers will be safe and Jackal will receive duplicates. In his past life, his family used his trait to form a vast arms enterprise. Until Jackal was bored. He'd had enough. Raise his voice, fuck someone's wife, and die. Sighing softly, Jackal recalls the previous words. Another trait. Death Eater. The trigger is the death of the target which lets me consume, digest and excrete something. I'll have to see if that's true, but let's confirm. Humble Store. Being an orphan and perpetually hungry, Jackal's trait came quickly when he once openly raised his voice. Yeah, I want. He whispers and a red panel that only he can see opens up in his gaze. Humble Store. Jackal grins. To be fair, even if he did not have this trait, he intended to run a store and have some adventures. What's the point of doing another job when he has a similar experience under his belt? Besides, he will be doing his new life a massive disservice if he did not make the best use of the fantastical elements of this world. But, chewing his bottom lip in worry, Jackal frowns. I wonder if I'll get into some shit for signing up to a god or a goddess for fauna. Being a dungeon advisor for years has its uses, and I know a lot more about familiars and how they operate. If possible, I want my last life behind me. He didn't have concerns like what will happen if others know he jumped universes. Who cares? Jackal simply wants to move on, and one thing he knows about the Divines is that they are disgustingly curious and playful. Not that he minds it, but he would rather not experience their manipulation. Understanding about gods and their acts barely fazed Jackal. So what? Gods want to have fun, mortals want to have fun. Everyone wants to live. The strong will live the way they like. Rules exist in every form of civilization and society, but the one constant of strength remains. Leaning back on his chair and moaning comfortably, Jackal chuckles. One thing I have to thank my family for is that they did open my eyes. I wonder if I would have felt bothered about how gods act willfully. Many cause downright mayhem, but whatever. If can talk back to Jana, I can talk back to anyone. Knock 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 knock. Hurried knocks broke Jackal out of his wild fantasies. Jackal-san, Jackal-san, I know you're in there. Please open up. If something is troubling you, please tell me. We will deal with it together. Jackal blinks and registers the voice before sitting up and pursing his lips. Jackal ain't here. I'm his cousin, Coyote. Coyote-san, let me in. The voice urges again. Who are you? Sigh. Jackal-san, it's me, Ina. Please open the door. Unwilling to stew and simmer in her worries since she wouldn't get it anytime soon even if she tries to, Jackal shrugs and opens the door. Greeting him is the sight of a slightly red Ina who most likely ran all the way over. Her neat hairstyle now has a few strands sticking out, and her fair and beautiful face now sports the excited glow of sweat. Her slightly longer and pointed ears twitch when seeing him smile, but not letting her start. Jackal grins. Ah, Ina. Good timing. I was just about to look around a bit. Did you come here after taking the day off? She nods in a stupor. This may as well be the first time she is conversing with a happy Jackal. Very good, Tilda. He chuckles and closes the door behind her. His abrupt step forward almost caused Ina to stumble back on her butt, a sight Jackal wouldn't mind on the right occasion. Once he locks his door, he taps her shoulder and walks past her. Look alive, Ina. We're going shopping and I know you love it. So help me shop. Hey. Shop. Why don't you? Ina mechanically turns around, and seeing Jackal putting quite a bit of distance between them already, she groans and jogs forward to quickly reach his side. It didn't help that all he had to offer was a giggle at her antics, as if I'm some kind of a kid. She puckers her lips sourly. Jackal-san. She begins again, is something wrong? No. Jackal looks at her and tilts his head slightly. But something will be very wrong. What do you mean? Ina asks quickly. Ever the helpful lass with a heart as big as her chest. Jackal sighs. But he is a troll. He just doesn't fuck wives. He also fuck children's mothers in video game lobbies every night. Ina, I don't want you to react too exaggeratedly. Promise me. Jackal inclines his head with a serious expression, gulping and hesitating for a moment. Ina declares her will with a determined gaze and a simple nod. Your flyer's open. I beg your pardon? Ina blinks. Glancing down, Jackal shakes his head and whispers, don't look down. But you're. He drawls. With a heavy dusting of red, Ina quickly looks down while covering her front with her hands. But then she realizes something. Female uniforms don't have zippers in their trousers, girl. Jackal begins to snicker again. Bring your head to the game. Ina's lips part in shock once again. She would be annoyed if not outright angered by such inappropriate behavior. But Jackal san? Are you really my Jackal-san? The one who taught me? Of course, I'm your Jackal. He grins, but his tone leaves a lot to be misinterpreted. Or did you forget flunking your second report that I covered for you and had our supervisor chew my head off? She lowers her head with a shade of crimson on her cheeks as she defends her honor. I was a newbie at that time. You still are, Tilda. Jackal provides in a comforting tone, but she does not feel comforted at all. Jackal-san. Looking at the youth critically, Ina chews her lips with a mildly frustrated expression. Please. Be honest. Nothing is troubling you, right? Well, glancing down at her pants again as she resists the urge to roll her beautiful green eyes, Jackal grins. All seems to be in order. So, number. I'm all good. She sighs in relief before questioning again. So, please tell me, why are you acting like this? I've always been like this. No, you aren't. How would you know? Ina stutters softly before huffing. I just know. Alright. Again, there are 100 different complicated lies and explanations for it, but Jackal can give a rat's ass. Shrugging, he smirks. Well, I am like this, too. What can you do? And again, Ina finds herself speechless. Jackal used to leave her speechless by the quality of his work, and while she did not doubt his skills even now, Ina truly had to wonder if she is dreaming, because if not. Hey, sweetheart, 2 rounds of pasta for us. Jackal stops in front of a stall. The old lady behind the stall smiles. My, how polite. But buttering me up won't lower the price. Who needs to do that? Jackal shrugs. I tell em like I see em. If I were just as old, you'd have trouble breathing. The old lady scoffs at a guffaw while Ina blushes harder and apologizes. Please don't take any offense. None was taken, child. She smiles. And you need to look out. If he's leaving me breathless, then you're the one in trouble. You know, eh? Ina looks up with a blank gaze. See, all grandmas are naughty. Jackal shakes his head with a sage-like expression. This must be a nightmare. It has to be. But as the old woman began to cook their food, when the spicy aroma comforted Ina, she accepts the reality quickly. On the other hand, she is a good cook. And he just ordered food for both of us. Oh. No. This isn't to date. I'm sure. How would I explain this to my family otherwise? No, of course, this is not a date. We're co-workers. Ina stops. No. We're no longer co-workers. It doesn't take long for Ina's mind to become a scrambled mess. The food is prepared in a few minutes, and seeing Jackal pay, Ina had to hold herself from squeaking and making weird noises. Thanks, Tilda. Jackal inclines his head in the direction of the old woman and leaves. Eating her food slowly, Ina continues to glance at Jackal constantly before returning to look at her meal. While she has been a little terrified of her young senior, something about him eating his food with a sincere look of gratitude, which he pointedly lacked before, feels infectious. All the jokes aside, she's never seen him happy. She's never seen him so alive. Want some? Jackal pushes his disposable fork forward with noodles wrapped around it, which snaps Ina out of her thoughts. Ina averts her gaze and nods. One bite wouldn't hurt, right? Oh, how wrong she was. As she gently parted her lips to take a bite, Jackal pulled back his fork and swallowed the food while her teeth bit empty air. She froze. Who said one bite wouldn't hurt? Who, she will fight them. But seeing his infectious, foolish giggles, Ina cannot help but reluctantly feel her anger sizzle away. Just. What is going on? She sulks internally. The first step toward having a store is understanding the market. With years of experience as a guild employee, Jackal has quite a thorough understanding of the market of everything. He can sell anything. The main laws against the products involve illegal channels of procurement and utilization of a part of God to create a product. But should he sell everything and anything? Consumer goods then, maybe, as long as the shelf life is within a reasonable period. But Jackal is the most interested in selling adventure goods, weaponry, armor, spells, potions, and a lot more. These things have a long shelf life and well. This is rario. Should one not enter the strongest category of the competitive market and make a name regardless? The next step is choosing a location, but the market district and the west alongside flea markets are out of his consideration. Not that the land or the desirable shop is too expensive. Nothing a mortgage on his house in any gnome bank won't settle. But Jackal already found the choicest location. Sure, he was enticed to open a store near the witch's secret house to try and gain clout from that premium shop, but, visitors from the guild? Did the guild need something from us? A woman applying ointment to a cheeky little runner playing around the front garden stands and bows toward Jackal and Ina. While Jackal would love to see more of the woman, no doubt, he found himself inexplicably fond of the children playing and tumbling. Jackal-san? Ina nudges his shoulder with hers and whispers. In a minute. Jackal hums. It's the climax of this game of catch. After all, the two boys are sprinting at a quick pace. For them, that is, one reaches out with his hand and the other pushes forward. They could try and catch slower targets, but from the looks of it, this is rivalry. The woman, most likely the mother of the orphanage, adopts an amused expression and waits, too, more than happy to see someone else take an interest in treasures that others consider discarded. Huff. The black-haired youth failed to catch his rival, but don't worry. The loud cheer abruptly shocks the children out of their happy little world as they see Jackal clapping. You'll get him in no time. As if, the other boy sniffs and points his nose high. Well, right. Continue playing, all right? The woman smiles fondly and all the children speak in a chorus. Yes, Mama Maria Tilda. Sorry about that. Reapplying all the professionalism his new life has attained, Jackal extends his hand toward the woman. My name is Jackal and this is my serious but deceptively playful junior Ina tool. Shooting her senior glare and a huff, making Mama Maria smile a little wider. She shakes Jackal's hand and introduces herself. I'm Maria Martel, but as you can see, children here are fond of calling me Mama. For good reason, I hope. He nods. Anyway, we didn't wish to bother you particularly, but I caught the glimpse of your orphanage. May I know what it's named? Maria's orphanage. She smiles. I just wanted to see one good thing before sleeping. Counting Ina here. I've seen two, so it's a day well spent. Jackal laughs and Ina finally loses a bit of composure and grumbles. Please, Jackal-san. Just return to who you were before. But the freckle of red on her cheeks just made her look cuter as she adjusts her glasses. I see, Maria nods. We don't see many guild workers around Daedalus Street. That so? Jackal hums. We have to do something about that. I'll make it my duty to check on this side of the streets to make sure everything is safe. More than surprised, Maria speaks hurriedly. Please, there is no reason to go out of your way. The gesture is kind as is, and I know you enjoyed watching them play. If nothing else, a weekly visit for some stories, or even a monthly one would do. Smirking, Jackal gestures to the area around the orphanage. I will keep that in mind. Meanwhile, Miss Martel, do you know of any properties here for sale or rent? Cocking her head sideways a bit, Maria throws both of them an inquisitive glance, but Tina remains quiet, exhaustingly so, while Jackal maintains a rather winning smirk. After all, he spent the day grilling her with compliments, then spicing her with even more compliments. Oh, and for the finishing touch, us compliments. By now the half-elf did not know what to feel happy about. Her ears, eyes, hair, lips, or her sharp mind, and because of her sharp mind, She knew that he is still holding back on some obvious areas of compliments. Not that she is seeking such compliments, mind you, she is not. Properties, Maria hums ponderously. Well, there are a few. Although the slum regions here are now very attractive, but it's not exactly riddled with crimes as long as we know where to go and what to avoid. On that matter, leaning forward, Maria whispers in a hushed tone, the few buildings opposite the orphanage are held by Fat Licker Gonjo. He used to be a rank 3 adventurer, but he left his familia. Rumors are that his god exiled him and locked his fauna. Any reasons why? Jackal questions. The Fat Licker did ring some bells, but said bells were old and rusted. Maria shakes her head with a thin smile. I don't. But it's mostly rumored. I have met him a few times and he was the quiet type. Thank you. Jackal smiles and bows slightly, indicating that he will be leaving now. Ina does the same while Maria is quick to reciprocate it. Once she believed they were out of Maria's earshot, Ina mutters lowly, Jackal-san, you have to stop saying things about me in front of others. None of them were mean, Jackal retorts. But you are. She, too, gives a snappy retort before sighing. Do you really wish to have a store there? That would be a bad investment. Was it because of Maria? Matching her skeptical gaze, Jackal smirks, maybe. Vibrating in her place with frustration, Ina whispers, you know I can still go to your senpai, right? You always do as she asks. You can try. He shrugs off the well-natured threat. I do hope you visit me once I get my store running, Tilda. You'll liven the place up. The half-elf merely hums and stays silent. Not trying to fill the very comfortable silence with more quips, Jackal starts to plan his next step. Well, usually, the next step would be to meet Fat Licker. But he doesn't only have humble store as a trait. He wants to understand the principle and functions of the Death Eater. As the evening sun begins to set, Jackal finally bids Ina farewell, who seemed oddly in conflict. On one hand, she couldn't wait to leave. On the other hand, she admitted she enjoyed herself. But her conflict was for naught. Jackal could not stop for a moment. Traits call him, and if Ina can't offer hers, then it is his trait's wondrous bosom he shall suckle from. Alternate title, The Shop of Labyrinth. Fat Licker, the orphanage. Ina's top tier. So is Maria. Mommy Maria. Jackal shall love thy neighbor. Chapter 3. Rent, Ollie. You have been in my life for many years, Jackal begins. Seated in a formal position with his legs folded and tucked back to cushion his ass, he adopts a serious demeanor for once. To others, it might be a joke, but if his second trait is anything to go by, then every living being should be considered equally important and every sacrifice must be met with gratitude. With gods around, I cannot risk trying to use the second trait if it truly exists within me. And I am not that Jackal. I'm not a robot. I cannot take care of you forever. You will grow old one day, and even then, we both will be still as distant as ever. Jackal wanted to hear him speak something, anything, just to not let their last conversation be this one-sided. Alas, Ollie, the potted plant, kept his stoicism. Jackal can respect that. Choosing the virtue of silence over meager bonds, that is unbelievably based, but not the one to look back after making a decision. Jackal uproots Ollie and then brings the lush plant to his magical stove powered by magic crystal from the dungeon. Duke, a ring of flames comes to life and Jackal closes his eyes for a moment. So long. Whoosh. The plant, despite being lush, quickly catches on fire as the smoke rises to the chimney's vent built above the stove. As this happens, Jackal curiously tilts his head slightly. I'm feeling nothing. Did Ollie die in vain? He wails internally. But as Jackal switches off the stove, he sees a glimmer of something rise from Ollie's smoldering ashes. It's a wave of gentle glow the size of a palm, and hopefully, only he can see it. As for what happens next, the wave of light blinks and disappears into Jackal's body. He did not catch the light enter him, but he is sure that it is within him. Consumption, digestion, and excretion. This must be what that dog referred to as consumption. What about digestion and excretion? With traits only having one trigger, the trait Death Eater is active inside of me. To move to other processes, there wouldn't be any more triggers, meaning, it is possible that the next steps are automatic. He quietly takes his seat after storing Ollie's remains in a jar. His sacrifice is well met and he shall stay immortalized in Jackal's house. Meanwhile, Within a few seconds, the warmth moves from the location of his heart to his head and then somewhere else. Where? Jackal cannot pinpoint, but he is sure that this new something is important to him. Finally, the warmth settles in his stomach. After waiting for 5 minutes, Jackal feels that the first two processes of the trait are completed. So, excretion, this energy, I hope it's energy, else Ollie's soul went through a great trauma. Anyway, this energy doesn't feel uncomfortable, but I suppose enough of it and I will feel bloated. So, how do I let it out? Womb. At the thought of letting it out, his body and this energy react at the same time, and from the flat of his right palm, a wave of light gathers in front of Jackal and forms into a small green-colored vial with an unknown liquid flowing through it. Catching it before it breaks, Jackal gapes. Another matter manipulation trait. The liquid within the verdant green flask sloshes inside a bit, bringing Jackal back to attention. Now observing the flask, he notices darker green veins around the flask similar to Ollie's leaves. Everything reminds me of you. He sniffs back one manly tear and uncorks the index finger-long flask. Sniffing the slightly sweet and subtle scent before focusing on the red, viscous liquid, Jackal begins to swivel the green tube. After a few minutes, he smiles and closes the potion. I'll have to get one of the mixers to check it out, but I think I have a fair understanding of Death Eater now. Pocketing the green tube, he ponders calmly. Killing someone with life is a trigger, but not all living things fall under this condition, or the many, single-cell organisms we consume during breathing would be a part of this trait. So, to be precise, the trigger revolves around what is killed. Once killed, something important from the target is extracted and consumed. This is the first process. With this consumption, the body needs time to digest this energy. But like the usual digestive system, the body is not able to digest every bit of this energy, and there lies a need to excrete waste. Only this time, the energy is not a waste. It is a spare. I could feel most of the warmth seeping into my body, mind, and something else. So, this digestion is meant to bring me benefits. I'll see by sacrificing more things what these benefits are. But, looking at his clenching and unclenching palm, Jackal smirks. I have a good idea what the benefits are. And finally, the last process is removing the final bits of energy. But the trait converts them into items similar to the living being sacrificed. This time I got a potion with unknown effects similar to Ollie's leaves. What I don't understand is, how is this breaking the circle of life and death? Jackal frowns as he recalls the other deity's words. Well, I'll try and think of a way to communicate with him, but damn. After this, I can't sleep. I'm actually full of energy. Standing up, Jackal adopts a determined expression. Let's buy more of Ollie's cousins and a few small creatures, too. Let's see what the results are. The night is still young, after all. Staring herself in the mirror, Ina flicks back her two long tresses framing her fairly round face, and she looks at her ears. Geez. Just what happened to Jackal-san? Ina had many instances of doubt and worry for her former senior, but those moments subsided fairly quickly whenever she saw him smiling and laughing like a kid, like the children happily playing in Maria's orphanage. But that doesn't give him the right to just comment about my ears. She covers her ears, but this only causes his voice to reverberate within her. Still, none of the things he said sounded bad. But I just feel Jackal-san. He feels more dangerous. Recalling his glances sweeping past many people and resting on beautiful girls during their search for a store, she cannot help but compare Jackal to how he was yesterday. Cold and stoic like a block of ice. There were rumors when I joined that Jackal-san was a genius. He joined the guild after learning how to read and write at the age of 9 and has been helping out ever since. In fact, many say that he takes after his senior who taught him, Rose-san. And indeed, Rose is generally stoic. But that is encouraged within the circle of the guild advisors specifically. After all, bonding with an adventurer only for them to die the next day is quite sad. It affects dungeon advisors who take their jobs seriously, and after many such instances, Rose simply crawled back into her shell of stoicism. I wonder if I am like them. Ina sighs before shaking her head. As her hands lower, she takes in the sight of her entire body. Wearing nothing but her white undergarments, her gaze draws down to her legs. Jackal-san. like legs. A heavy blush introduces itself to her face and neck as she curls her shoulders in. He wasn't staring or anything. And this isn't the first time he looked at me. But it feels that this is the first time he truly looked at me. How? Whining internally, she swiftly turns around and crawls into her bed. I don't care. I'll just try to help him when he asks for it. That's all. I should still make Rose-san try and persuade Jackal-san to do the right thing and stop this madness. He just doesn't listen to me and keeps making fun of me. Curling into a fetal position after setting aside her glasses, Ina narrows her already sleepy eyes. But I had fun when Jackal-san had fun. Oh, my goodness. He licks his lips. Talk about being one of the best traits ever. Like any source of power, a power depends on the user. His trait, the humble store, would feel less than usual if he does not make use of the regular shift of market traits, right? But some powers are just good. Death Eater. Jackal grins and lays back. Welp, no familiars for me. He tried it last night. From Ollie's cousins to butchering a few sedated chickens. The benefits of digestion are clear. Strength. As mortals intake food for nutrition, the trait Death Eater intakes life to provide something to the user's strength. But there are differences. For instance, food can be broken down into its nutritional values. You know, carbs, proteins, fibers, and such. Similarly, different sources of food for Death Eater provide varying benefits. For instance, Ollie and his cousin Sid, the floral specimens, all provide equal nutrition to his mind, body, and something else. Let's call it soul for now. Why? Well, in various sources of fiction, there are three major hotspots for one's growth in mind, body, and soul. Ignoring that tangent, the three chickens provided more physical benefits than to his mind, but that is not to say there were no benefits to his mind. The conclusion stares directly at him. After all, even if he didn't sleep at all last night, he is not feeling the least bit sluggish. He feels bouncy, energetic, the will to do something crazy. Let's call it the will of C that he loved about the popular series in his homeworld. A 2PC courses through his veins. He wants to punch some snobbish rich noble in the noggin, too. He wants to set sail and mark the high seas with his piss. He wants to enter the dungeon. Sitting up from his sofa, Jackal looks at the 7 tubes set on the table. 4 of them have dark green surfaces with even darker green veins printed. Red, viscous liquid settles in each of them. The other 3 tubes are bone white in color and bone-like to touch. Instead of a simple cork, the lid of the tubes is shaped into wooden carvings of a chicken's head. Within each of these tubes is a concentrated yellow liquid. Unlike its appearance, the scent of the liquid is spicy but not the least bit repulsive. I need to get them checked, too, Jackal hums. A part of him wanted to join a familia. The idea sounds so good. Having a goddess for yourself, leading a bunch of cute adventurers, and even making ties with other familias. Familia, a group of familiars, God's familiars. Now, why would selfish mortals ever get along with the divine who descend into a mortal plane as a mortal? If they are mortal, what benefits do other mortals get? Why should they feed another selfish mouth? After all, in some cases, the divine is more fucked up than mortals. The answer is simple. God's blessing of fauna. It unlocks the potential of a mortal and allows them to gather excelia and gain strength. In layman's terms, excelia are the experience points that allow a familiar to boost his stats and level up. But fauna is not a foolproof plan. You see, when a god departs, so does their fauna. It locks mortals back in their mortal shells. So, if I can get stronger without gods, using my own traits, do I get fauna and tie myself to the carriage of a god? Most likely, my traits will be established as unique skills, but that's not the point. What if I get fauna? And somewhere down the line lose all of it, even my traits, if my patron divine departs? Jackal purses his lips for a few moments before smiling. Well, I'll get my answer after my first dungeon dive, but I need to focus on my store first. Damn right, I wanna be my own boss. With that thought, Jackal takes a bath to wipe off the scent of chicken's blood and changes into fresh clothes. Pocketing the 7 tubes, Jackal sets out to complete his day's objectives. Many gods and goddesses are known for their professions. Hephaestus for her skills in smithing, Loki for her sly and trickery, Freya for her charm, Ishtar has her pussy, Soma has his wine, and Mayak. You wanted to see me? With a face cuter than beautiful women and the smile of a teen heartthrob, the dark blue-haired god smiles gently. Wearing simple black robes and a brown stole over it, the man still manages to come across as divine. Yes, gods are identifiable at a glance, but Mayak stands above most gods and goddesses. In Jackal's eyes, at least. With barely any wealth, he remains as kind-hearted as ever. Not that it is a wise choice, but a respectable one, nonetheless. Nodding but not the least bit ashamed to state at the divine man in both looks and heart, Jackal smiles, Mayak-sama, I wanted to see if you can help me understand the effects of some potions. Finding Mayak was easy. He is known to enter the market street early in the morning to purchase products for his potioneering business. There are a lot of things Mayak has to deal with in his mortal life, so Jackal did not want to waste the man's time. Ha, I see. When I saw you, Jackal-kun, I thought my familia is in some financial issues once again. Mayak exhales as his smile turns wider. Don't worry, Jackal chuckles, surprising Mayak quite a bit. I've resigned from my position. Anyway, this is the stuff I am talking about. While Mayak wanted to console the mortal child for the loss of his job, his brows cannot help but perk up slightly as he observes two customized tubes set in front of him. Green and bone white. One of them even has a chicken carving for the lid. Silently fishing up the bone white tube which looked the most interesting, Mayak opens the lid and sniffs the yellow liquid without any apparent disgust. Then, he tilts the tube to let a drop of it fall upon his palm, which he tastes the next second, causing Jackal to straighten his back. He did not want to poison Mayak, but if these Mayak's eyes sparkle, this is a good quality potion. I think it rouses the user? No. A rush in the body, adrenaline. You can consider this potion the fear killer in a way. It causes the body to feel more excited and less mulish. Looking straight into Jackal's eyes with focused curiosity, Mayak questions, did you mix it? Knowing full well that gods can feel blatant deception in one's words at a spiritual level, Jackal does not attempt to deny it but keep his answer vague. You can say so. Nodding with a smile, Mayak sets down the potion and picks up the other one. One sniff and he nods. It's a stamina potion. But this surety doesn't last when his nose twitches for a moment and he stops. Once he lets up a drop of the potion on his hand and tastes it, his eyes widen. He looks at Jackal with a stunned stupor. Although the quality is lacking when compared to other products in the market, including my familias, this potion rejuvenates body and mind. Mayak knowingly keeps his voice low. Oh, cool, Jackal grins back. No, Jackal-kun. Cool doesn't cut it. Mayak, too, grins, you're an amazing mixture. Ah, Ollie. Your sacrifice was not in vain. Jackal sighs internally, feeling closure. Plugging the tube back, Mayak hands the items to Jackal and nods. So, all in all, these are amazing potions. Rare. Definitely. They can be sold for a small fortune at that. Potted saplings cost me 40 valis each. And the chicken cost me 60 valis each. Not bad. He nods internally. Thank you, Mayak-sama. Jackal grins broadly. Please, none of that. You were a good advisor to my children. Mayak sighs softly but perks up regardless. And seeing you, of all people, so cheery makes me want to laugh, too. Collecting his paper bag, Mayak smiles, don't be a stranger child and visit the store from time to time. I'm sure Naza will be happy to see you, too. Jackal nods and pockets the potions. I will, of course. No reason to not meet gods like you, Mayak-sama. Mayak stills for a moment since he notes no sense of deception. Looking back, Mayak smiles at Jackal kindly. I hope you quickly find a new job, and if anything bothers you, feel free to consult me. What a bro. Jackal nods. After confirming the effects of the potions, Jackal decided to find Fat Likraganjo. He wasn't hard to find at all. Like many property dealers in Arario under the service of the guild, He had an office registered under the guild's directory which Jackal knew of. It's surprisingly situated on the lower floors of the Tower of Babel. Babel is the choicest spot for any store. It has all the clout, all the products, and all the highest prices. Naturally, anyone who can maintain an office here must be a competent man, and as expected, unlike his rumors, Fat Liquor is a thin, well-built man with a head full of gray hair and a thick gray mustache covering his top lip. Dressed in a lavish purple suit with a black bow tie, the man regards Jackal calmly. The office itself is very small with space for one desk and Ganyo himself. But his office isn't the only one like this. There are many offices like this for businessmen like Ganyo who only need a small space for paperwork and greeting potential clients. Tilting his body forward slightly in a well-mannered bow, Jackal replies quickly, "I would like to rent a store near Daedalus Street, if possible. I would like to make a purchase." Ganjo raises an eyebrow. "A store, near Daedalus no less, boy, are you sure?" Jackal nods. As a professional in property dealerships, Ganjo not only has his fair share of properties but he has a connection with other such dealers who would like to have their properties shown to prospective buyers. Since all of them work on commissions, too, showing another man's property in the market is perfectly fine for them. Not eager to reveal that he already had a choice lest Ganjo increases the prices, Jackal patiently let himself get dragged away to various properties. They even walked past Maria's orphanage, but they weren't playing on the front lawn this early in the morning. There were a few more stores in the depths of this labyrinth-like slum area. These centers have more discreet dealings. But Jackal had to hand it to Ganjo. He had no trouble skirting through the obvious comments but still managed to get his point across. Finally, a few empty properties down the same, Jackal made a choice to rent the two-storied building with a sturdy basement. But, the building itself needed quite a renovation. The owner of the building has stated that you can rent it as is and pay 7,000 valis per month with an annual increment of 5%. All the renovations will be on your tab. But if you want to rent with renovations in place, the rent needs to be 20,000 valis with an increment of 15% every year and a contract for your stay to last at least 6 months. Tapping his chin and mulling over it, Jackal takes the first option. I'll rent it without renovation, but I need the lease to hold the same terms for the next 50 years. That way, the owners cannot just use his success to force him to pay more or increase his rent and whatnot. Ganjo nods. Anything else? Jackal raises an eyebrow at that, causing Ganjo to smile. A good customer is a paying customer. You don't seem like the kind to skirt around the bushes and think it over after wasting my time. So, you also get premium service. I know I'm going to get paid for my time. Then, Jackal smiles. What do you suggest I ask for? Looking at the store, Ganyo crosses his arms. If you're looking to cover your butt in case your store is a hit, aside from asking the lease to remain the same for 50 years, also demand a no clear-out policy. The owners cannot ask you to leave unless you screwed over their payment for 3 consecutive months or a total of 12 months. And I can pay rent in a lump sum, too, right? Right. But this is only me muttering to myself. I'm not your advisor. Ganyo's face splits in a crooked grin. Well, you should be my advisor then. Jackal shrugs. I saw your card. You act as a mediatory, right? If you know the owners, help me reduce the rent. The commission will increase due to personnel. Investment. 15% then, Jackal grins. Surely, you jest. 40%. I can see your future is almost blinding with the reflection of Valis. 40% won't hurt you. Nope, my future is only blinding if I don't get ripped off now. 15%. Knowing that they both are set on renting this store, now all they had to do is haggle for a good price. Commission. Finally, the commission was set at 20%, meaning, Jackal only lost by 5% while Ganjo lost by 20%. But they both knew that this haggling was only to cut corners in the total price. After all, commissions are pure profit, so technically, Ganjo lost nothing, and his alias of Fat Liquor also starts to make a lot of sense. Alternate title. Common Mayak W. Ollie's sacrifice is not in vain. Mighty Ollie WF in the chat for Ollie narrator voice. Cena did in fact enjoy herself. Fat Liquor Ganjo makes sense. The way of profit is slaughtering chicken and Ollie's cousins. Chapter 4, Level 1. With the contract read, proofread, And signed, Jackal attained a new store to look after. Of course, that was after paying the commission, the security deposit, and the first month's rent. Ganyo managed to get the rent down to 5,500 valis. This means Jackal paid a total of 51,700 valis. The security deposit is 6 months of rent and the commission is based on the entire year's rent. For renovations, he has two options: the Goibniu Familia or the Hephaestos Familia, prominently known for their skilled smiths. The two familia boast a lot of other crafts such as architecture. So, an old man or a hot redhead in tie leather pants? Jackal muses seriously. On one hand, she's a redhead. On the other, the old man is her rival. But those two won't be personally renovating my store, so it's just better to keep an open mind and assess the familia members who will. For a store, I need someone who has experience. Someone who makes use of more of the space but keeps it aesthetically pleasing nonetheless. But for now, a simple repair contract should suffice. I need to first make this work before thinking about lavish customization. He chose Hephaestos Club the moment he thought of the Familia captain. Anyway, they aren't his immediate concerns. He contracted a team of Hephaestos artisans. Since the contract had included the Familia providing materials for construction at 3% less than the market price, Jackal opted for their generosity. But the whole thing, even if basic repair, is quite an expensive ordeal. Over the years, with no dating or any sort of social life, his previous host had quite a large sum of savings. But inflation is a bitch in every economy. Jackal has saved up to 900,000 valis. But including renting the store and the contract of repairs including the listed materials, he is close to splurging 170,000 valis. But what is done. Jackal chose to focus on his next objective while his contract repairs the store in the next 3 days. Dungeon. Sweet dungeon. Although the Jackal of this world had no experience in battle, the new one does. He's always tried to fight back if he isn't tied, so yeah, but he needs some form of a crash course to this world's combat tour. He can be sensible, purchase weapons, and good armor, and just stick to the first floor. The first floor has some of the weakest monsters. Even rookies who just got their fauna can enter the first floor and have an 80% chance of survival. I can have my adventure when I am decently experienced with weapons and monsters. Let's just go easy and have fun. It's likely that I can get stronger from consuming the monsters. In fact, maybe I will be surprised. Monsters are magical in nature. With a gaze full of hope, Jackal toasts more of Ali's cousins to cinders and prepares dinner with his own hands by choking the life out of 2 more chickens. It's nothing personal, he sniffs, as energy pools in his body. In the final step, the energy settles within his stomach and Jackal feels he can still go on. Unlike yesterday when he felt full after 2 plants. So, I am getting stronger with every meal. I just need to look at the right hands, he smiles. The dungeon is not a safe place. Well, that is obvious, right? Jackal has hundreds of stories where the adventurers he advised never returned. Not that it ever mattered to him, both the past and the current him. With 5 adrenaline chicken potions and 10 low-quality stamina mind dual potions, Jackal feels ready. Of course, he purchased a set of combat outfits. From leather gloves, armor, and greaves, he feels packed. A small bag hangs around his waist and 2 axes are strapped on his back. Why no swords? Because Jackal like axes, and then hammers. That's all. But it would be a lie if he said he did not feel the least bit nervous. Nervous is a strong word. He felt a little excited. All around him, demi-humans of various kinds walk in and out of the dungeon. In Rario, being a regular human is rarer, to be honest. This should be enough for his craving for fantasy. Cute elves, sexy but nonetheless short palims, spicy war humans, and even dwarves. Everywhere he looks, he can spot a cute chick once every 5 times. Spirits like gnomes, though rarer than humans, are still quite a bit to be found. A few extreme exceptions even venture into the dungeons with a party. For a moment, he cranes his neck and looks high up. The tower is so long and mighty that it threatens to pierce heaven. Once I score a goddess. Not easy ones like Ishtar. I'm gonna call my little Admiral a Babel. He resolves himself. Much like this divine tower that hopes to pierce heaven, He hopes to pierce goddesses. This is not a grand ambition by any means. But Jackal never was a grand person. He is him, as simple as that. And he intends to live his best life and not fall under anyone else's employment ever again. Yes, the latter portion is important. Taking a deep breath, Jackal mixes with the crowd and enters the Tower of Babel through the explicit entrance to the dungeon that winds down into the ground itself. How deep the dungeon really is, maybe only the gods can assume. Maybe it goes as deep as the core of this planet, realm. Maybe the many adventurers don't stop at all. The entrance of the dungeon is crowded, but as one goes further, the crowd disperses quicker and quicker. Although this is only the first floor, the area is quite large, larger than most cities. As such, everyone can find one silent spot after a moderate amount of search. Pulling out the map for the first and confirming his location, Jackal begins to walk deeper into the floor. The upper floors have a nice bluish tone going for them. Columns of rocks can be seen in a few rooms, but no monsters are seen this early. Usually, assuming caution, however, Jackal holds his axe tightly. He has two axes, yes, but how is he ever gonna dual wield if he doesn't learn it with his dominant hand first? The other axe is a backup in case the first one is lost. Anytime now, he goes deeper. Anytime now, he licks his dry lips. Anytime now, he chews his lips before snarling, "Where the fuck are you, green sacks of balls?" DRK, as if the dungeon itself favored his choice of words. He hears a small noise of cracks spreading on a rock and he looks back to find a deep crack in one of the walls of the room. His expression brightens as he sees the hand of green trying to climb out from the walls, causing more and more cracks. "The hell, you're going to get it easy." He grins. Excitement bubbles in his chest. His red gold eyes glimmer with a bout of fervor and he rushes forward, wielding his axe overhead. Swish! And he brings it down in a ruthless strike. His axe embeds itself into the skull of the goblin, but the difference in strength becomes clear now. Injured, yes, but the goblin is still not dead. Letting out a soft snarl of exertion, Jackal pulls back his axe, and finally, as the shower of monster's black blood spews out, the goblin lets out one dying screech before dispersing into a bout of wind and ashes. THCK. Alone, purple crystal as large as the nail of an infant's pinky finger drops down with a crisp sound. But Jackal cannot focus on it. Whoa! He stammers and steps back. The wave of warmth. The sensation of its thickness, its weight. It's unlike Holly or the chickens. His mind buzzes slightly as if jolted into another wave of refreshing rest, but that's only a tiny part of it. Jackal feels the heat coursing through his veins. He feels his body vibrating ever so slightly. Growing. This time he can feel it. His joints cry out in pleasure, his muscles groan comfortably, and his blood rushes to every single corner of his body with squeamish joy. His bones vibrate in agreement. Yes, there is a small sting, too, but it is so fickle. A side effect of my body growing? He touches his stomach. I can take on 4 more before I feel full. I don't want to know what happens afterward, but no digestive system ever encourages overeating. And Death Eater loosely follows such a process. He lets out a pleased sigh. Goblins are the weakest of rank 1 monsters. Theoretically, I can just stick to the first floor and reap benefits forever. Yes. It feels too good to be true, so there may be depreciating returns, but even then, he cautiously picks up the magic stone and pockets it. I want to test my limits. It would seem that the dungeon is quick to notice what adventurers are in need of some attention, as 2 goblins begin to sprout out of the wall at a noticeably quicker speed. Rushing to the nearest one, Jackal once again cleaves down. He notes the tiny difference instantly. He is stronger, but this little improvement means nothing, and his single strike to the skull still isn't enough to disregard the goblin's bony defense. As he pulls his axe out and lets the goblin spray, he bites back the comfortable feeling to focus on the second goblin. "You gah!" It screams unholy screeches. "Fuck your mother!" too. Jackal empathizes with the sentiment and rushes the motherfucker with his axe and slices the arm, lashing forward through the goblin's knuckle. This meant that his axe cleaved into goblin's arm and sliced it from the center like a ribbon until he reached the elbow. Although feeling quicker and stronger after digesting the second goblin, Jackal lets go of the axe since it felt stuck to something and unbuckles his other axe to bring it down on the red-eyed screeching enemy, pulling back in pain. tchkk. The wet, gory sound of his axe slicing through the goblin's neck echoes into the dungeon room. Voomph. The third goblin, too, disappears in a bout of ash and wind, leaving a lone magic stone. Jackal looks around for a moment, and only after confirming the existence of no other monsters, he decides to pocket the 2 magic stones. If it continues like this, then the only thing I need to worry about is actual combat experience. I should maybe find a trainer to learn how to wield axes, too. Jackal could continue the grind by just excreting the energy into whatever potion would be formed from a goblin's energy, but there is a popular theory that the dungeon is alive. And he doesn't want to get all the dungeon hate cloud for himself only. No, let it be shared. Woo! Jackal sidesteps and his axe slices the goblin apart. Not with ease, mind you. These few days, Jackal is understanding more and more about Death Eater. First thing, as he expected, there is a soft cap on how much he can earn from this trait. This cap is the overall raw potential of the target itself. For instance, Jackal was always stronger than Ollie, his cousins, and the chickens he butchered. As such, he barely gained anything. He did gain something, but the overall improvement is minuscule at best. Not that he minds it. Any improvement is better than no improvement. Goblins' raw capabilities, or maybe their potential itself, is better than the current Jackal. Or was? After 3 days of the hunt, Jackal's appetite is as large as 40 plus goblins. And given that he wasn't too weak when compared to a goblin, he reached the soft cap on goblins yesterday. But again, that did not stop Jackal. Compared to the minuscule growth from Ollie and chickens, the limited growth from goblins is comparatively better. And Jackal can feel his strength eventually edge over a goblin. His technique, of course, leaves quite a lot to be desired, and here lies the second point he learned about Death Eater. He is learning things quickly. Mistakes are noted and naturally worked on. Even if he never trained with an axe before, by now, after cleaving through dozens of goblins, he at least feels like a proper amateur, not a stranger to axe outright. He assumes this is because of the growth of his mind. Shing. His axe claims another goblin. His reach is the slightest bit longer. And there lies the third observation. He wasn't imagining his body vibrating and popping in places. His body's growth is increased. He is the slightest bit taller when compared to himself a few days ago. His muscles are the slightest bit more defined. His reaction time is the slightest bit more refined. He is the slightest bit more enduring and lasting. And all this makes him recall the muscle-bound titan of a deity-like phantom behind the dog right before his death. Death Eater is a digestive system that uses the death of a target to provide for the body and the mind, like food is needed for bodily functions. And the final observation, as long as he feeds on life, he does not need to feed on food. His mind remains fresh, his body doesn't feel sluggish, and there isn't any bodily craving for food. He can still eat meals, but it is no longer a necessity. Case in point, he hasn't eaten for 2 days now. And he is raring to go against more goblins. After finishing the third goblin, Jackal sighs in relief. He feels warmth quickly nurturing his mind and body before letting the remaining portion settle in his stomach. If that's how Falna feels like, then damn, adventurers truly are living well. Jackal resists the urge to groan before he starts collecting the magic crystal. To be honest, this part feels like a waste to him. Why? Jackal cannot just turn to Pantheona, the guild's main building, and sell off these stones. They know him for years and he's never pandered to any god before. So, for now, he's settled to sell the magic stones to one of the gnome bankers in Daedalus Street. Yes, the guild has a monopoly on magic stones by law. But that's why criminals exist, to bring methods beyond the laws. Although, Jackal does suffer a 20% reduction in price, but that's that. He decided not to take on Falna for now and is enjoying himself. Mere 20% isn't gonna bother him. I can't wait to get stronger. He licks his dry lips and remembers the map. He's going to the second floor today, where the chances of meeting a kobold are higher. He already is slightly stronger than a goblin with all his accumulation, but kobolds should be a game changer. I also need to let my yak test the potion from goblins tomorrow. It's my grand opening. After all, I need to go all out in creating more adrenaline potions and recovery potions. The poultry of Aurario is indeed under a serious threat. Glancing at his axes and making sure they won't give up on him, Jackal makes his way toward the second floor. Clang, KSSHHH. In a lone, rocky hallway, Jackal's axe deflects sharp claws before rending down a deep gash into the gray, wolf-like kobold as the attack draws a spray of monstrous blood. Ha! His face splits into an excited smile reflexively. Oh, he enjoys it. He enjoys every moment of it. The red-eyed kobold roars in response, not the least to feel intimidated by Jackal's battle cry as he pounces forward. Undaunted, Jackal holds his axe tightly before throwing it forward. It doesn't matter if his aim sucks and it's the handle of the axe that hits the muzzle of the kobold. Jackal just wanted to distract the beast, and, swish, with his red gold eyes locked against the beast's irrationally hateful eyes, he swings down his axe brutishly. One strike to the neck, one kill. Voomph. The beast disappears with one final roar, and then Jackal feels it. Yep, the beast was physically stronger than Jackal, and with what he was feeling, the margin is quite a bit high. Rank 1 adventurers can usually get down to the 7th floor with D-grade stats. Of course, they are members of a party, but I'd like to keep to myself for now. If I have to make an assumption, my stats are around FG. Newbies start at I grades and work up to A, or rarely, S-rank stats before leveling up. He enjoys the feeling of his body reacting to the newfound strength and size, even after all those goblins. I have space for 7 more kobolds. Cool. He grins, picks up his weapon, pockets his magic stone, and leaves with a pep in his steps. Oh kobolds, where are you at? EM superscript A. DRK. The wall not far from Jackal begins to crack and he notices a hint of gray. There you are, there you are. I choose you at EM superscript A. His rhymes, as usual, are impeccable. Unfortunately, he couldn't claim the same about the broad stroke of his axe. Knock knock. Jackal, still packing his products, stops and looks in the direction of his door. Who is it? He calls out. It's me. Me. Who? Jackal-san, the exasperated, sweet wine is undoubtedly hers as she asserts. Please, not again. Snickering, he simply slots down the last of his potions and zips the backpack shut. Coming Tilda. He calls out and opens the door. The sight of Ina in her guild uniform and a red-headed werewolf in a similar uniform greets him as he chimes. Good morning, Ina, Rose-senpai. How are you two holding up? What do you mean? Ina questions while Rose nods and adds, good morning to you, too. Well, Jackal works his jaw. I don't think it would be easy to cope with the hole I have left you guys with after quitting, right? Ina's lips part in surprise as she struggles to find an answer. As usual, the half-elf delight is just the right, delightful treat for him in the morning. Meanwhile, Rose inclines her head. You always were good at paperwork. The workload has increased, but this has made many take their jobs more seriously. Work? Ina looks at Jackal as if trying to find all the wrong answers. Instead of answering her, he smirks mischievously and questions, would you like to come in? I've been a bit busy these days, so you would have to excuse the mess. Rose nods and walks ahead. As she passes Jackal, her nose twitches for a moment, but the action itself is very subtle. Her yellow pupils gain a somewhat critical look, but she keeps quiet in the end and allows Jackal to close the door after Ina. Senpai, you've been here before. Just make yourself at home. I'm going to bring something to drink. Once the glasses of juice are served, Jackal sits across from the two women. His eyes briefly fall on Rose's floofy tail, taking a better portion than the two of them combined as he resists the urge to smile. Jackal-san, adjusting her glasses after taking a sip of orange juice, Ina speaks maturely. Which, again, is damn cute to look at. We feel you are acting rashly. This is a sentiment shared by all your co-workers. Indeed, Rose nods and questions, but are your actions related to that turn? She looks at Ollie set on top of the cupboard as even Ina looks surprised and then glances at Jackal inquisitively. Ah, that's Ollie. Don't worry about him. He went out without pain and had no regrets. Ollie? Rose leans forward slightly. Someone you were close to? An adventurer? Potted plant. The two stare at him for a while. Well, isn't that the understatement of the day? You're being honest. Rose sighs. So, you will not change your mind? I already rented the shop and had the repairs done, and these are the first of the goods I intend to sell. Jackal pats the backpack with a pleased expression. I want to do this, senpai. But still, thank you for taking care of me all these years. Wait, Jackal-san, you have already done all of it? Where did you rent your shop? Ina questions, something that garners Rose's interest, too. Oh, just a few meters down Maria's lane. Jackal smiles, do visit me, Ina. It'll get boring without you, and if Misha asks, tell her she's welcome if she doesn't chatter on and on about some guy that caught her glance as she walked down the street to buy groceries for her grandma because she fractured her hips while falling on her grandfather. You remember it even now? Ina sighs with a fond smile. I will tell her. Then we should leave. Rose nods and finishes her glass of juice just like Ina. As Jackal gets the door for them, Rose turns around and looks at him. One more thing, with a rather elegant sway of her tail, Rose asserts, you are no longer my co-worker. No need to regard me as senpai. Just call me Rose. Rose it is. Jackal grins. And, looking at him seriously with a gaze all too knowing, she whispers, stay safe. And never lose the caution we advise others to have. Leave it to a werewolf to sniff things out despite being clean. Nodding eagerly, Jackal doesn't try to hide it when he's already caught, of course. Rose hums audibly and leaves while Ina looks back inquisitively. Alternate title, First Dungeon Run Beyond Goblin. The Axe Bringer. Ina Day keeps sadness away, the floof senpai fatal growth, the consumer of dungeon. Chapter 5 Humble Jackals. A soothing chime of bells echoes in the blue pharmacy's storefront as Jackal walks in with a smile. The subtle scent of spices and medicine assaults his nostrils, but he takes an inviting sniff and heaves softly. Looking at the surprised Dianthropia dogman, or better called sons and daughters of Bachessa, Jackal waves his hand, working hard as always, Naza, as he greets the brown-haired girl with droopy purple eyes, equally droopy brown furry ears, and a rather attractive round face. He also glances around at the store. With one counter dividing the store, the Chianthrope presides over all the set tubes of potions behind the counter. A few raw materials and pouches of material can also be seen set on the shelves beside blue and green colored potions. Standing up and inclining her head in greeting, Naza Erjwaz speaks quietly, good morning, Jackal-san. And yes, I usually open and clean the store a little early. Where is my Yaksama? He walks up to the counter and speaks, hopefully I'm right on time before he's gone for his usual walk out to the market area. He's getting ready, Naza replies curtly while taking a seat as the shop falls into silence. Be a dear and call him maybe? Jackal smiles. As you wish. She sighs softly and pulls a thread under the counter connected to a bell within the residential portion of the building of the Mayak Familia. Coming, sounds a muffled reply. So, how is business? Jackal questions while Naza glances at him. Catching the slight twitch of her nose this time, he keeps quiet while she answers, slow. Usual. Oh, Jackal hums. Mayak-sama talked about you a few days ago. You mix potions too? Naza begins after a while as Mayak seems to be taking unnaturally longer. Something like that. Jackal smiles. So, you stopped heeding your own advice and started adventuring. Something like that. He shrugs. Click. Mayak steps into the shop from the front door and lets out a soft hum before chuckling. Jackal-kun, welcome. How can we help you? Well, I wanted to understand the properties of 2 more potions and was hoping to sell some good stuff here before breaking the good news. Jackal grins. Oh, good. Mayak's eyes sparkle. Naza, you should sit with us. This causes Naza's ears to twitch, but she regains her nonchalance as Mayak adds, you are trying to be creative in potioneering. Jackal-kun's new works may just be as creative as the previous 2. She nods plainly while Mayak turns the sign of the store 188 degrees before leading Jackal into the living room behind the shop. As rustic as the shop, the living space of the Familia is spacious and neat. Mayak focuses less on the decorations and more on the necessity so the Familia don't live lavishly. Even if they could not at the moment. Setting his backpack next to him while Mayak and Naza sit opposite him, Jackal unzips the backpack's main portions and takes out a bulbous green flask. The flask isn't made of glass and is round underneath. Alongside the wooden touch of the material, the wooden carving of a green goblin surprises Mayak and Naza quite a bit. Did you make the tubes and flasks yourself? Mayak questions with an interested expression. Something like that. Jackal smiles, and hearing the same answer for the 3rd time, Naz's expression sours for a moment. Please check these for me. Jackal hands the green goblin potion to Mayak, who accepts the item and pulls open the lid. A subtle, sweet fragrance slips out of the flask, which causes a light dusting of red to appear on Naz's cheek while she glares at Jackal for some reason. Meanwhile, maintaining a critical expression, Mayak lets a drop of potion on his palm. Mayak-sama! Naza cries out in shock, unlike her sleepy and laced self, as Mayak tastes the potion. It's alright, Naza. Mayak smiles calmly and then closes the potion. The fragrance of the potion was a great indicator already, but I wanted to be completely sure. This potion is an aphrodisiac. These potions are better known as love potions, but the effects are better than what Ishtar Familia sent me to test. Oh, okay. Jackal nods, still a little surprised. As he accepts the potion, he looks at Mayak calmly. I did not intend to offer such an item irresponsibly. I hope you can forgive me. Not losing his gentle demeanor, Mayak smiles. Please, nothing like that. Although my arcanum is sealed, many gods and goddesses still possess a few divine qualities. Charm possessed by the gods of beauty is well known. Meanwhile, gods like me have a good enough resistance to such potions, much less drops of it. Jackal nods and smiles. Alright. And this is the second potion. He reveals a simple grey glass tube, this time with a glossy glass carving of a kobold's head. You made this, too, I assume. Naza looks at Jackal. Although she is surprised by his changes, she accepts them rather quickly. After all, she hasn't seen her advisor in years. And noticing the impish smirk on his face, she knew the answer already. Something like that. This time, Naza rolls her eyes and lets out a small huff. Good craftsmanship, Jackal-kun, Mayak praises while accepting the tube and once again tasting it. This time, Naza could smell a somewhat bitter scent from the light brown potion. This is a bit difficult. At a glance, it raises the strength of the body entirely, meaning, all the physical attributes are boosted, but consuming another drop, Mayak sighs. I see. This potion increases physical attributes including the reflexes of the body, but consuming a single gulp of this will also send the consumer into a berserk state. There are no potions like that, Naza exclaims in surprise. Until now, Mayak smiles and hands back the potion. Jackal-kun, these are good products. 3 of the potions can even work together. But naturally, the stronger the adventurer is, the weaker the effects of these potions will be. For now, these should work well on level 1 adventurers. As for level 2, the effect and duration may take a hit. Could you? Giving a toothy smile, Jackal requests, tell me exactly how long the effects will last? You didn't calculate while mixing the materials? Naza questions. Something like that. Naza takes in one annoyed, shuddering breath. Meanwhile, Mayak nods. Sure. Give me a few minutes. A few minutes later, Jackal rolls 4 pieces of parchments together and stores them in the backpack before exhaling a relieved sigh. Ignoring Naza's gloomy stare, Jackal smiles. Now, onto the good stuff. Mayak-sama, I opened a store. Well, today is the big opening, and as a business owner, I wish to extend you a good business deal. And that would be? Mayak questions. I wanted to understand the full effects of my products before doing anything. Here, picking the quill on the table, Jackal writes down a few things on another parchment. These are going to be the prices for my 4 potions. As for the love potion, I might just contract it to Ishtar later. For a moment, both Mayak and Naza still. They both are perceptive for a god and an adventurer. Until now, Jackal has spoken to Mayak with utmost respect and sincerity. Naza did not even need the divine's ability to see through the truth to know that. That is why she has kept her silence despite feeling annoyed. But Ishtar's name rolled off Jackal's tongue with a rather indifferent tone. Other gods, they might understand. But Ishtar, she is a popular goddess. Oh. These are very competitive prices, Mayak chuckles. You will put people like us out of business. Jackal-kun. Naza's creamy brown furred ears press further against her skull with a depressed sigh leaving her lips. Not necessarily, Mayak-sama. Jackal smiles. I want my stores to sell many items pertaining to adventurers. Potions are just going to be a part of it and not the main focus. Hopefully. I would like to table my items in your shop, too, for a 5% commission for each item sold. Or, Jackal leans forward, you can take risks with me. Instead of earning side commissions, you may purchase the potions from me at a 15% discount and sell it for that much profit of 15%. Mayak and Naza stare at each other for a long while before Naze offers a well-earned, huh? With the highest price of the potions being 11,000 for the Berserker one, 5% commission means 550 Valis. On the other hand, purchasing it at a 15% discount and selling it at 11,000 if not more means a profit of at least 1,650 Valis. Something like that, Jackal smiles and offers, finally making Naza grumble. You're doing it on purpose. Something like that. Jackal chuckles as Naza vibrate with annoyance in her seat. Jackal-kun. Both these options are too favorable. Why are you doing this? Mayak asks with an earnest expression as he leans forward, tilting a bit forward with an equally earnest look. Jackal smiles widely. Mayak-sama, I like you. Poof! Both the men look at Naza, whose entire face is deep in red while smoke curls out from her furry ears. Looking at each other in confusion, Mayak and Jackal shrug simultaneously. As I was saying, I like you compared to other gods. If possible, I would like to help you too. But I do run a business from today onwards and I don't wish to disrespect you by handing you freebies. I will create more potions later on. Some of them may surpass the potions I have now. And I've seen you hand out free goods to girls who take advantage of your nature. Snickering, Jackal adds, you're really hopeless. Apologize. Naza snaps out of her thoughts with Mayak leading Jackal to his divine slope and waving past Naza. Jackal keeps true to his word and speaks to Mayak as he would speak to another man who he respects, but that nature is not bad, is it? You must know it, too. So, at least, this way you will have the capital to help others. Mayak leans back on his couch and thinks quietly. After a while, Mayak questions, and your divine parent is okay with associating with me? Jackal grins. Don't say it. Naza stares at Jackal unblinkingly. Don't you say it. Something like that. Mayak nods with a smile and looks at Naza. Naza, what do you think we should do? Take the first option until we have enough money for the second option, she replies calmly. Then it is settled. Mayak nods. Let's get it contracted and Naza begins. Nah, no need for that. Jackal waves it off. I don't think Mayak-sama will try to rip me off, and if you guys accidentally destroy any of the potions, it will be cut off from the commissions. No interest in that cost. Naza snaps again. Of course. Jackal smiles. Besides, you're a rank 2, remember? You can easily beat me up if I try to pull something off. Jackal unzips the bag and sets out 5 potions of each kind. Seeing the green flask with Goblin's head, Naza chews her lips in discomfort and voices out, we don't have to sell these. It's no problem for me, but from a business perspective, this potion might as well be the accompanying cute sales girl to attract more customers. When you have enough customers to take option 2 of the deal, you can simply stop selling the goblin potions. What do you think? Naza furrows her brows for a moment and ponders before sighing. Fine. Well, let's hope we're sold out by tonight. Jackal grins. Wait, Naza raises a brow, you didn't even tell us where your shop is. Ah, that was my final grand news. The address of my store. It's in Daedalus Street, right past the Maria's orphanage. Daedalus Street. Naza locks her brows harder while Mayak questions, Maria Martel. Oh, you know her? Jackal questions. Sighing softly, Mayak nods. I tried to help her once, but eventually, I could only stick around here. Anyway, are you sure you can earn well in Daedalus Street? Of course. Jackal smirks and blinks. Ah. Almost forgot. He unclips the front flap of the backpack and takes out 2 boxes before setting them on the table. As Mayak and Naza look at him for an answer, Jackal squirms a bit uncomfortably. For the first time, he blushes a bit in embarrassment and mutters, well, wouldn't you know, I went a little overboard last night. Anyways, I made a lot of chicken. The bentos are rather simple. Rice, side vegetables, chicken, and pickles. I hope you two like it. Mayak pulls the boxes towards their side of the table and inclines his head with a sincere smile. This is a very kind gesture. Thank you, child. Jackal grins. Well, if you like it, do tell me tonight. I think I'll be taking breakfast duties for a while. Naza tilts her head curiously. Do you like cooking? Something like that. I think I will greatly dislike your bento. Naza scoffs bluntly and Jackal chuckles. Just had the love potions then. Naza's lower jaw hangs low in surprise as Jackal wears his backpack and leaves after bowing slightly toward Mayak, who cannot help but smile at Naza's reaction, too. Remember, Naza, the love potion costs 8,000 valis. We'll have to pay for it if you spike your lunch. Blushing, she cries out indignantly, I won't do anything of the kind. Peeking his head in from the door, Jackal questions, paying for the potion or spiking your lunch? Ah! With her face heating up, Naza glares at Jackal, just leave. Happy selling Tilda. What a kind gesture. Maria smiles as she holds a tower of bentos in her hands. The kids are still sleeping? Jackal questions with a smile as he holds another equally tall tower of bento and sets it on the table Maria pointed out before helping her do the same. Thank you. Maria smiles and nods. Yes, they are still sleeping. Maria's house, orphanage, is one of the sturdier buildings around here if that liquor Gonjo is to be trusted. The house from within is quite beautiful, too. Sofas have their covers, and there is a proper fireplace within the living room, too. The kids are in the bedroom on the upper floor. I should warn you, I only cook for myself, so it might not be the most delicious meal. Jackal accepts the glass of water from Maria. No, it's fine. Maria looks at the bentos with a fond smile. It's truly the thought that counts, and if they don't eat it, I will. It would be wrong to waste your hard work. Glancing back at Jackal with her green pupils, Maria adds, and well wishes for your store. The men from Hephaestus Familia raised quite a ruckus while repairing the store, so many neighbors are curious as to what you sell. Then do grace the store with your presence. Jackal chuckles, but the store itself caters to adventurers. This causes Maria's mood to dip as her smile sinks somewhat and her gaze falters. Oh. Still, well wishes. I will try and visit the store. And again, thank you for this gesture. Jackal waves his hand. Not an issue. Do tell me if the kids like these. I'm used to making a lot more than I can eat, so I may have more chicken. Maria nods while lost in her thoughts as Jackal leaves the orphanage and walks up to his store. The once brick structure riddled by wooden patches now stands strong in a new light. And paintwork. Jackal had already confirmed repairs last night, so he happily inserts the key into the reinforced door. The locksmith from Hephaestus Familia seemed convinced that this would be enough to keep the other gremlins of the slums in Daedalus from breaking into the store, but naturally, Jackal has some more plans for fortification. His backpack didn't only have potions and bentos. He brought in something else, too. Before entering the store, Jackal looks at the bright red store name bordered by yellow gold as opposed to the pigments of his irids and pupils. A humble jackalsa. The name of his store. Nodding in satisfaction, he enters the plainly furnished store. He will contract more customizations as his store grows hopefully, but until then, one wooden counter with a cupboard and a layer of wooden shelves on the wall supported by wooden stands nailed in should suffice. With a soft hum, Jackal quickly sets his items on the shelves and then sits on the wooden chair with a cushion placed on top of it. Pushing his backpack into the larger drawer of the counter as soft clinks of coins clicking together echoes, Jackal whispers, I want. And a red screen pops open. His trait. A humble store. The trait is easy enough to browse as it works based on his thoughts. So, Jackal quietly thinks, security goods. Several columns flood in with items upon items. Focusing on each item would let Jackal see the description of said goods. After going through several goods, Jackal stops and considers his original approach. You see, being part of the guild has its perks. The insider circle of the employees shares quite a few interesting things. Most of it is known to them because the guild presides over other familias to some extent, and some gods can't shut up. When a god descends, they agree to seal their arcanum a divine might. Breaking this promise will force them to leave the mortal plane. This sealing of strength also means that they lose their divine abilities. But as Mayak showed today, this sealing of strength is not perfect. Quirks and abilities slip by intentionally or unintentionally. One ability that all gods do possess is Divine Mirror. This allows them to peek at any being they wish. After so many years, many ways are created to counter this ability. And apparently, if a god is not careful enough, They might attract the attention of nearby gods as one uses this skill. Now Jackal is not a god, but the chance of someone spying on him eventually, should he stick out, must be considered. Counter block. Jackal browses for one magical item, a magical item developed by goddess Athena after being incensed by gods peeking at her and many other goddesses. To disrupt this use of divine mirror entirely, the magical item is developed in great numbers and exported all around the world. Even Mayax Familia has the protection of this counter block. Structures like Divine Bathhouse and Guild's Pantheon, which store a lot of information, have a particular need for such an item. Once Jackal selects counter block, he opens the price tab. Now how this works is interesting. Items are sold in every shop. Every shopkeeper endures a certain level of bargains at times. Sometimes, a seller may sell a product in less than the market price. Sometimes he may fool a naive customer and earn big. His trait stores the latest price of an item sold individually at each shop around the world. For instance, the third price tag increased from 78,000 valis to 83,000. And Jackal can browse through these prices and select the bargain he likes. So, he makes a simple format: best quality, lowest price. The prices shift. On the top, the list starts with 52,000 valis. Since the format has the quality of the product stated earlier, his trait will value the best quality products first, meaning, the best of the countermeasure ever created and sold is last priced at 52,000 valis. The second price tag is surprisingly 39,000 valis. But if Jackal can afford it and if it's within the budget, he will choose a top quality product. After all, he selects the 52,000 valis item and makes the demand to buy two of them, one for his shop and the other one for his home. The price amounts to an unsurprising 104,000 valis. Pulling out one of the pouches from his backpack, Jackal starts inserting 10,000 valis coin into the screen that is visible only to him. Again, he isn't going to try and see if the gods can see this or not, but this tab was invisible to others in his previous life. The coins surprisingly get absorbed by his trait. Hey, the economy of this world is already so fucked. Many people lose their life and coins in the dungeon, never to be recovered again. So, I hope, a dent of the valis I'm going to feed my trade does not impact the market too much. Once the necessary amount of currency is fed to the trait, Jackal nods, purchase. The light shimmers in front of him and lo and behold, two dark blue discs with brilliant craftsmanship flickering on their surface appear in front of him. Although his trait cannot copy living beings, his trait is already amazing, so there are no complaints from him. These light blue discs have a slot for a magic stone and would only work to stop divine peeking once they are fed with magic. So, sticking one such disc under the counter, Jackal places a kobold's magic stone into the slot. According to the information, Rank 1 stone will last an hour. Rank 2 stone will last a day. Rank 3 stone will last 7 days. Rank 4 stone will last 55 days. And Rank 5 stone will last 495 days. Try Rank 6 stone and you will destroy the item. Sighing in relief, Jackal continues to browse through the armed defense magical items section. He intends to fortify his store without a flicker of doubt. Thieves, robbers, and shoplifters will cry tears of pain for him. I should buy some candies for the kids if they do swing by. Jackal then snickers fondly. Again, he isn't an asshole. He likes to help others and see others smile, too. It's just that he does all this at his own pace selfishly. So, alternate title, something like that. Naza angry puppy noises. Mayak has dad dog in him. Another common Mayak Mayak Fujishi supremacy. The god and mortal Fujishi baiter. Jackal, I like you, Mayak. Same here, child. Naza, wait, that's illegal. The new love triangle. Mayak, Jackal, and Naza Freya and Naza about to spike Mayak Spendo instead a divine abnormal resist goes brrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr looking at. Bug off, too expensive. Can't you lower the prices? Suck my dick, bitch. I don't believe the effects of the potion. Let me have a free trial. The only trial you'll get is of the sight of your mother sucking me off tonight. Fuck off. I was courteous. I wonder why no customer bought anything from me. Jackal sheds crocodile tears while Maria smiles and sits on the other side of the counter while eating his bento. New stores take time, Jackal-san. Don't worry, be polite to every customer like you said you have. Something will turn up, I'm sure. Jackal looks at Maria's bento and then smiles slightly. Yeah, I guess. I hope my Yak-sama side is doing well. Maria raises an eyebrow. My Yak-sama? Ah, you two know each other, right? Jackal hums curiously. If you don't mind me asking, what happened? He doesn't strike me as a man to stop helping others if possible. Well, looking at her food, Maria mutters, I am touched by my Yak-sama's kindness. But I did not want him to not care for his familia. I may have bluntly asked him to never return. Bluntly? Jackal blinks. All right, rudely, Maria grumbles under her breath with her head hanging low like a child caught doing something already forbidden to her. Don't feel so down, Jackal shrugs. I'm sure my Yak-sama understands your outlook just fine and he may have needed a certain amount of bluntness. Maria nods and looks up before breaking into a smile. By the way, your cooking is delicious. Oh, I'm glad, Jackal grins. What about the kids? Afternoon nap. They're excited to visit you later. I usually teach them in the morning so I couldn't let them raise havoc. Any time is fine. Jackal gestures around the empty store. As you can see, I am busy but I will find time to entertain them. Maria's smile brightens visibly and she looks at the potions on the shelves. Her mood placates but she regathers herself and moves past her embarrassment. By the way, Jackal-san, why do you have love potions on display? For old men, of course, he huffs. They need it and have money to spend. So, they get to disappoint whoever they like that night and I get to buy more chicken to cook for you guys. Hopefully tomorrow? He looks at Maria who rolls her eyes a bit at the obvious shift in conversation and nods. But a little bit spicier for me. If possible. You got it, Jackal laughs. But aside from the love potions, the other potions are surprisingly amazing. I'm no adventurer but my husband was and he never knew of a dual potion or a berserk potion. Tell me about it, Jackal groans. Half of the request I got was to let me have a free trial of the potion and I refused them politely. Do they actually work? Maria questions skeptically. Want a free trial? Jackal gives a toothy smile and gestures toward one particular potion, pursing her lips as the soft red on her cheeks betrays her anger. Maria scoffs. No wonder you don't get customers. You like fooling around. Sometimes I do, he shrugs and sighs. But these potions do work. All of these are tested by my yak. All. Maria glances at the obvious potion once again. Leaning forward, Jackal mouths it all. Settling back after that, Jackal picks away the silence. By the way, Maria-san, isn't it a bit dangerous to open an orphanage here? Do you experience some troubles? No, not here, Maria explains. Daedalus Street is like another labyrinth. If you get lost and find yourself on the wrong side then it may be problematic. You hear about these things all the time. But this is a relatively better part of the street. Jackal nods thoughtfully. Once Maria finishes, she smiles. I will hand you over the bento boxes after washing them by tonight. Good luck. If only good luck brought good customers. Jackal sighs and then smiles. Thanks. Maria nods and leaves with a smile. Before she leaves, she glances at the shelf of potions once more which makes her smile noticeably sad during her exit. Dead husband, huh? Jackal sighs to himself and leans back. Now that I think about it, I should also try not to poison my yak accidentally. Thinking of this, Jackal activates his trait. I want a magic item that allows the user to test the effects of a potion. Nothing came up. It's not surprising. Mixers and potioneers follow recipes taught to them by their gods and goddesses. Even if someone creates a new recipe, they have guinea pigs to test the effects of the potions. Well, if there aren't any magic items then maybe there can be a similar magic itself? Jackal yawns and thinks through the possibility. Strangely, despite the boredom, he does not feel like stopping all this and entering the dungeon. If he just wanted to make money then with Death Eater, he can pursue that lifestyle. But despite the excitement of adventuring, he likes this piece a tiny bit more. He could not have this in his last life. He could not have true friends. He could not help who he liked. He could not do anything. Here, he can tell customers to fuck off. What a life. But Are these the kinds of customers my yak needs to deal with every time? Well, not my yak. The handsome bastard is probably getting hit on by chicks without realizing it. So, Naz is the real one in their familia. I wonder how privileged it must feel to be hit on and consider it so normal that you don't even notice it. Just call me Rose. Rose's wolfish appearance flickers in his mind. Nah, that wasn't flirting. Right? Jackal huffs. You like fooling around. Maria's voice resurfaces to his senses before he shakes his head. Stop thinking about it. How the hell would she get time to romance with so many kids to take care of? Jackal yawns again. I might take a nap, too. Not that my body needs it. But out of the luxury of life, thinking this, he cares not for the magic stones in all his security options. Why, you may ask? Well, he just spent the last bit of his income on better quality of magic stones. If only he could sell things, too. Then he could sell the magic stones at the highest price possible. He ducks his head quietly. Afternoons are usually slow in Orario. Relatively. Those who enter the dungeon in the late morning have yet to come out with any notable haul. Those who will enter the dungeon at night are probably sleeping and regaining their strength. Regular mortals, too, enter a period of laze during this time of the day. Yawn Tilda. Ina's mouth part opens involuntarily as she covers it with her gloved hand. Yes, some people tend to become lazy in the afternoon. From the corner of her eyes, Ina can see Rose's red ears folding upon the white floof coming out of her ears as her tail stiffens slightly, and then Rose yawns, too. See, everyone feels lazy at this time. But Misha is a different breed of humanity. Ina can understand why Jackal allowed Misha to visit with a condition. So, I totally told him off. I don't want to come off as rude, but even if you're handsome with amazing muscles, you don't just touch my butt casually. The moment I showed him my guild identification, his legs began to tremble, and with how thin his legs were, I realized I wanted to return the cucumbers I purchased. I wonder if Jackal-san is selling hoards. I said I would visit him. But I can't blow off my job either. I'll try to make time tomorrow. Probably. I should also bring him a gift. And then I said to the stall owner that I'd take the cucumbers from him. Gosh, with how smug he looked, I wanted to jam one of the cucumbers into him. Although, glancing at Rose, Ina thinks to herself, Rose-san said something to Jackal-san. And before that, she also asked him to call her by her first name. As if sensing her gaze, Rose turns to look at Ina and then nods at her with her usual stoic look before getting through her paperwork. Rose-san is kind of cool. If Jackal-san ever did date, it would be someone like Rose-san, right? A cool and mature beauty who understands herself and her wants. He finally returned the money, so I went out to drinks. Ina, when I tell you I met the one, you wouldn't believe me. Isn't this Misha's 12th the one? Well, she's lucky she runs into guys she likes. All I meet are the adventurers whom I advise. I don't have anyone to like. Looking nice, Ina Tilda. His teasing words resurface in her mind. Feeling a lot less depressed now, Ina closes her eyes while keeping her head on the table. Whatever, I'm napping. But I should start drinking tea or coffee like Rose-san and reading interesting books during my free time. I can't be napping every time. The half-elf closes her eyes and sleeps soundly. How did he do it? Naza toys with the leaf-like tube in her hands. Dual potion. I've been researching it for a year now. Just what familia is he in which allows him to make something as crazy as this? Something like that. His voice still goads her as she lets out an annoyed huff and bites a piece of chicken, and then her anger withers away. TCH. He's a good cook. Om nom. Soft, deliberately chewing noises echo out from Naza's mouth as she stares at the potion fiercely. But then, she glances at something else. Blushing, Naza shakes her head. You must stop thinking of spiking jackals and my expendos with love potion, she admonishes herself. Eventually, she sighs. The bento is finished. She looks at the shelves once again. The berserker potions are really popular. All of them sold out. Only this dual potion is left. Two adrenaline potions, and she looks at the single love potion. In fact, A single adventurer bought all the Berserker potions while 4 different adventurers bought a love potion each. This did put things into perspective for Naza. She then glances at her own products. Our own sale is still low. While regrettable that others don't want to buy my stuff, if it helps reduce my Yaksama's debt, I will do anything. Sigh, I don't want to do anything illegal, however. Let's just hope this works. Ding-a-ling. Yo, I heard your familia got some good stuff. Nee, sell it to me for free tilde. Naza stares at the petite redhead dressed in a small crop top and shorts so short that they barely covered her ass. I got. Typical. Standing up, Naza bows gracefully. Greetings, Loki-sama, but most of the new potions are sold out. Loki deflates while the silent blonde behind her tilts her head curiously. So? Nothing's left? I wanted my Azu to try good stuff. Loki falls to her knees exaggeratedly and gasps. Loki-sama? Naza sets the dual potion, 2 adrenaline potions, and the singular love potion on the counter. Only these 4 potions are left. This is the detailed effects that my Yaksama drew for the potion's effects. Naza says so while extending a parchment forward which the blonde swordswoman takes and reads through it for a moment. But if you want to buy more, I suggest you find the creator's store. Huh? Loki looks up. The mixer of the potion has set up his own store today. Naza replies while sitting back down with her perpetually lazy expression noting no changes whatsoever. His store is in Daedalus Street, near Maria's orphanage. Loki perks up. Say that again. Maria's orphanage. Naza repeats. With her eyes gaining her signature hungry look, Loki bounces back to her feet. Fine, we'll buy whatever you have for now. Naza nods and then watches Loki practically turn into a gust of wind that rushes out of the shop with the blonde swordswoman easily catching up by jogging. So that was Eyes Wallenstein. Naza narrows her purple eyes before shrugging and closing her eyes. Today is a good day. The commissions should total 9,500 valis. A few more days like this alongside Familia's savings should allow us to buy the potions directly. Something like that. The annoying response continues to haunt her. Snore, snoory, snoory, hey, I'm coming in. Pop. Jackal sleepily looks up and watches 2 children, 1 redhead, 1 blonde. Huh? I thought kids from the orphanage would be here, too. Whatever. He shifts down slightly to reveal a large glass jar filled to the brim with candies. The sheer sleepiness, and the sheer casualness strike the duo speechless as he sets 4 candies on the table. 2 for each per day. No more. And with that, Jackal locks away the candy and lets his head thump the counter once more before sleeping. No, napping soundly. Huh? Loki stares at the sleeping boy. A part of her wants to smack the top of his head. Another part wants to concoct a plan that ruins his nap and traumatizes him so much that he never naps again. And finally, a small curious part looks at the candies. Oh my, Loki! She gasps. Leaning forward toward the counter, Loki observes the crystal-like candy once again. No doubt about it. The rare gemlings. Watermelon flavor no less. Loki greedily stretches her hand out to take all 4 candies when a swift hand slaps her greedy palm away. Looking sideways, Loki's red eyes are locked with her sweetest treasure's golden eyes. 2 only. The rest are mine. The corner of Loki's lips twitch. Ah, how much she loves this adorable murderous munchkin. Of course, Loki grins. Her words are loud enough to make the boy grumble. Stop shouting in here or no more candies. Loki looks at Eyes once again, who already has both candies in her mouth. Each one pushes against either of her cheeks from the inside as she babbles adorably, speaks softly. Loki grins. Well, before that, she quickly pockets the candy. Wake up. Her actions are surprising enough that Eyes accidentally swallows one of the candies and looks at Loki with a gloomy expression while the boy heaves loudly and raises his head. For a moment, Loki feels something wrong. Behind the innocent annoyance of the boy, she feels that she sensed something greater, but it was so quick that even she believes that she may be wrong. Instead of raging, however, the boy blinks in surprise once he cleans the sleep out of his eyes. Oh, Loki? Hey, what are you doing here, again? The sheer casualness is concerning, but also refreshing. Still raising an eyebrow, She leans forward on the counter and grins. Is that how you greet your landlord? Jackal observes his customers for a bit and feels the slightest bit regretful at wasting 4 candies. Sure, the girl next to Loki is technically a young teen, but his candies are only for children under the age of 10, even if that came out wrong. Jackal stands his ground. After all, these candies are the choicest ones, the most premium kind. He tried it and it knocked his socks off. The one leaning seductively over his counter with all the charm of an ugly, bony pelican is Loki, the goddess of one of the top 2 familiasa, the Loki Familia. Also, his landlord. Loki wears her short red hair in a ponytail held together by some dark hairband with leaf-like extensions. Her flat, sleek torso is covered by a blue strapless crop top. Around her shoulders is an article of clothing that only covers her arms and has a hood extension. Although Jackal can't check her out fully, if the rumors are to believe, Loki is found in her natural habitat while wearing denim shorts that expose her pure excuse of an ass quite a bit. Her legs should be covered by black stockings and her feet should be encased in blue heels. Seen enough, boy? She purrs huskily. Probably trying to raise a reaction, who knows? Who cares? Like Jackal's the ugly pelican, it would take divine wine to make him feel remotely attracted to Loki. Instead of replying, Jackal looks at the poster girl of the Loki Familia, and words do her no justice. Her golden hair seemingly reflects light ever so slightly, making her silky smooth dresses feel like a waterfall of gold. Her golden pupils are lit in silent curiosity, just like his own. For a moment, his pair of golden red eyes hold her steady with a gaze. Her skin is every bit fair as an elf's. She should be 14 this year, but she's got the body of a 16-year-old teen. Not that Jackal cares. Stuff like age rarely matters here when 10 and 12-year-olds eagerly throw themselves in dungeons to die. Wearing a slightly ridiculous breastplate over her white dress lined by blue fabric, Jackal can see more of her due to her positioning, allowing him to realize that the short skirt dress reveals most of her thighs, too. A rapier hangs around her waist. Hey! Loki's snappy words make Jackal looks at her once again. Well, how should I greet my landlord? By licking my boots, metaphorically. I wouldn't lick anything on you even if you begged. Jackal's reply comes just as quickly. Loki's glare sharpens. Then bow and sing my praises. If I bow, who will sing your praises? Lies can't bounce off you. His gaze lowers a bit as Loki pales slightly and hisses. Just give that jar of candy and you'll be a respected member of my fan community. Babe, cult ain't fan clubs. And you'll never get my candies. Don't tempt me. I'll snatch those candies. You will try. You shall fail. HMPH, your candies ain't all that much. Then bugger off, landlord. You're blocking business. Oh. This conversation was never about candies. Hearing him say so, eyes nods and bows slightly before reaching for the door, startling both Jackal and Loki. Azu-chan, Loki whines. The mean shop owner did not mean what he said. Stay tilde. Just as Loki creeps forward, her hand slowly but gradually reaching for Aiza's shapely peach to give it a firm pat, Ace turns away and calmly dodges her goddess advance. So, what can I do for you? Jackal questions. When Gonjo came to settle the contract, he did not talk about your eyes. Loki further leans over the table in another vain attempt to get her godly charms to get a rise out of him. Okay, Loki is a beautiful bony pelican, but the point still stands. There is something about Loki that Jackal wishes to oppose. So, he barely flinches with her face looming a few inches away from his. But seeing Loki's growing smirk, Jackal narrows his eyes. I swear if you try to kiss me I will break your nose. This makes Ice furrow her brows for a moment. Her hand is already on the handle of her sword. You'll be dead before you touch me, Tilda. Loki cackles. Her impossibly sweet and fresh breath hits him as she pulls back, but point taken. No kissy for Bretts. Nah, I make the point of not kissing Bretts. Now, what can I do for you, dear customers? Candy. Another one. Eyes raises a request. No more than 2 and you're above the age of 10, so none for you from now onwards. Eyes lips hang open in surprise. Huffing, Loki accuses. Way to go making my eyes dance sad. You broke her heart. Compensate. No matter how you waste my time. You're not getting any more freebies. You're here for the potions, right? The price tag is already up. Tell me which one I should pack. Instead of replying, Loki looks around. You've made this place a lot better. But still not good enough. No wonder your familia sent you to catch dust here. Ah, Naza. I love you. Thank you for letting me practice this one you. With an infuriatingly practiced smile, Jackal shrugs, something like that. Loki smirks, but damn it, she's pissed for some reason. I'll take your entire stock and even contract you. Nah, one contract per god or goddess. We have a rental agreement, that's it. Oh, you stupid, knucklehead brat. Why the hell are you doing this to me? Loki snaps. Personal amusement. So does Jackal, and in the same shared wavelength at that. One grit her teeth, the other smirks, and the third is still sad about the candies. The best she's ever tasted. Alternate title, Nobody Flirts with Jackal. Right? Enters Loki. It ain't about candies. Eyes frowns in disagreement. Personal amusement. The pale Lokian. Squawks of a pelican. The Jackal's cackles. Wasted candies. Eyes frowns in disagreement. Artemisia is built different. The silent rose root. The perfect icebreaker. Love potion. Naza sees Jackals and my Xpento. Hey. Chapter 7. The victorious shop. Somehow, deep down, more than selling his goods, Jackal enjoyed taking money from that goddess. Ah, it felt cathartic seeing her so angry. After all, there is simply no way he is going to contract the beta potions to Loki Familia alone. What about market competition? He wants to ruffle things more and more. After making sure that all his security checks are in place, Jackal packs more than an empty backpack and leaves the store. It's already dusk, so magic lamps glitter the street with their glows using magic stones as fuel. With a soft hum, he makes his way to Maria's orphanage, but all he is left facing is an extremely furious Maria lording over the empty bento boxes. Did you drug my children? I beg your loving pardon? A few hours ago. Hey, you really are here. A familiar brown-haired boy filled with tiny, shallow cuts barges into humble jackals alongside a litter of other kids ranging from humans to demi-humans. Grinning from his chair, Jackal greets them. I am, and Maria told you, right? I have a surprise, but it's only for those who tell me honestly how you liked my bento. The black-haired kid who was chasing the brown-haired one sticks his tongue out. That disgusting. Nothing like the food Siran brings us. Sticking his tongue out, too, Jackal grins. But no gift for you then. His lips part open. Hey, Unfate, you said to be honest. Channeling his inner orphan menace, Jackal sniffs and turns his nose up haughtily. I lied. All the children gasp and chorus, liar tilde, liar tilde. Pants on fire, as if they were truly expecting his pants to burst into flames. They look at him hopefully. Are your pants still there? Oh. My God, that sounds severely wrong in so many contexts. Jackal screeches at the unholy energy they have created today before groaning and sitting back. Nah, they're fine. So, how about you introduce yourselves? I'm Jackal. Like the name on the store. A blonde half-elf exclaims. Oh ho, Maria is teaching you all to read and write? Jackal questions and they all nod in sync before the brown-haired kid in the front points out, not to Sin and Dron, the two youngest orphans deflate. But Rue here is the most intelligent. He looks at the blonde, blue-eyed half-elf and then points to himself. I'm right. Rue, fina, says another blonde geanthrope. Ashen, said the black-haired kid who tried to catch Rye a few days ago. See Sin, I'm Ron. After the children completed their introduction, they look at Jackal with hopes bursting through their gazes. Chuckling, Jackal pulls out his candy jar and their gaze brighten. This is what I sell to children who are honest to me. For free, the best candy you will ever taste, the best Inrario in the world. Even gods and goddesses want a taste of it. Doubt it, Ashen crosses his arms dismissively but continues to stare at the jar of candy. But, I will eat one if you're being so insistent. No, you all will eat too. The children gasp in surprise. And then they, after tasting the divine drops of heaven, they were Jackal's shared custody with Maria. Why are your eyes so weird? Oh, your shop is empty. Are you a bad store owner? You should have some games here. So. It really is just a candy? Maria stutters slightly with a lemon-flavored crystal candy in her mouth as she fidgets. Well, they are very delicious. I'm sorry for exploding on you like that, but my kids are my treasures. It's alright. And I'm glad you got to have a free trial at something, At least, these candies really put a dent in my budget. As Jackal spoke, he also began packing the empty bento boxes back into his backpack. For a second, he glances at Maria. Like usual, she is dressed in a slightly worn gray dress that clamps around her torso and flows down into a long skirt. This already makes her prominent bust more noticeable, while a white apron is also tied around her torso. In the morning, the apron was quite clean, but now, oh boy, the apron has seen better days. Ah, let me help you. Maria starts packing the boxes in a similar manner as Jackal while questioning, Jackal-san, if the candies are so expensive. Nah, I like sharing things with children. Sometimes I like snatching things from them, too, if they are being difficult. Jackal smiles. Besides, they should get to try a few good things. Adults are expected to work, not children. They should enjoy a bit. Which they clearly are. The buggers wanted my pants to catch fire. Maria smiles and nods. If that's what you'd like, I won't try and stop you. But don't spoil them too much or I'll have to be the bad parent and discipline them. She huffs at the end slightly, making Jackal shrug. From what I've heard, there's another parent spoiling them with better food than mine. Pouting, he looks at Maria. Seer something. Oh, Maria hums. Yes, Seer-chan helps around sometimes, but her job keeps her busy. As for bringing better food, it's not always the case. Sometimes she uses her own salary to bring food from Mamma Mia's. Oh, now I want to eat what she brings, too. Jackal scoffs a chuckle. Mamma Mia is equivalent to Hephaestus when it comes to smithing and Ishtar when it comes to whores for food and cute serving girls. After the boxes were packed, Jackal sets another wrapped candy on the table and slides it across Maria's side scandalously as if bribing her. PSST, here, another one. Everyone gets two. And if you make sure Ashin likes my chicken or not, I'll keep you hooked on the line. Oh, smirking mischievously, Maria snatches the candy and pockets it into her dress. But I thought adults need to work for it. Everyone gets two, remember? Jackal grins before winking. And next time, if you want more, I may just have you work for it. Tilda. She huffs nasally since the underlying, playful meaning of his words is not lost on her. Go, go. I agree with Ashin. Seer is cuter than you. Jackal waves back with a smile and leaves. As he leaves, Maria falls into silence. Finally, she takes out the candy and looks at it hesitatingly. A motherly part of her wanted to save it for her children like she always does. Whenever Seer brings delicious meals, Maria makes sure that the children eat all of them. It's a blessing, after all. They get to eat delicious food that they wouldn't have ordinarily, and she is blessed by their smiles and happiness. So, for her, the candy brought a great sense of conflict. Why? Because Seer might be cuter. But Jackal just made friends with her so easily. She wanted this present for herself. She believed Jackal when he said the candies are expensive. Regular treats are not even present in usual stores, much less candies of this quality. And she also believed that he meant by what he said. These are free for the children, not the grown-ups. So essentially, this was a sweet, little gift for her. A gift after so long. Smiling sadly, she pockets back the candy. She'll hold on to it for now. Jackal huffs and returns to his house. His backpack is stretched to its limits. Behind him is a burly middle-aged man, the local butcher Warren, who dragged a cart of heavily sedated chickens and pigs. Meanwhile, in his hands, Jackal held a closed bucket of water filled with salmons. Thanks, Warren. Jackal smiles as the buff cat man wearing bloodied apron huffs. Don't know why you wanna butcher them yourself before cooking, but hey, you pay good money. I like ya. Jackal nods and speaks up. I know your son is an adventurer. Have him look through my Axama pharmacy or ask him to run by my store to check out the potions. The prices are great and the effects are amazing. Warren smirks, thinking of snatching a loyal customer for yourself, eh? Sorry, kid, I like you. But my son like that chick in Diane's sex store. Jackal shrugs. That's why he wants cute employees, too. He wasn't looking for a customer but wanted to pay back Warren for his great service. Anyway, Jackal opened the door and brought every single creature to his bathroom. Yes, he does not need to just be him and his two chickens alone. Other creatures must face his just and fair butchering. His backpack is already filled with Ollie's cousin that he needs to burn to cinders, too. As for the fish, Jackal has purchased some different kinds. Although he feels that most aquatic animals will give him the same result since different plants all give him a dual potion, he needs to test it nonetheless. Ha! This is going to be a long, long night. Given how Mayak's pharmacy sold out, he intended to set double the number of potions there and for himself, too. So, after all this, he intended to dive into the dungeon and see how many Gabo and Kabo potions he can get. Before starting with the butchering, Jackal set the counter block and stuck a rank 4 magic crystal into it. Then he installs the rest of the security system he bargained a fortune for. On the lonesome night of Daedalus Street, a mischievous snicker echoes, "Whoa, you think you'll be safe after insulting me? Mongrel, moron. If I want candies, I will have them, and no locksmith of Hephaestus will stop her. She is Loki. The doors she wants open, even if locked, will be picked clean." Muahahahaha. Covering her snickering mouth with her hand, Loki continues to giggle impishly and sticks a lockpick into the lock. She stills. Looking up, Loki finds herself facing a small orb fitted above the door that glints red. And then, bzzzt, a massive jolt of electricity shakes her to her very divine core. Her hair sizzles and sticks out, and her mouth dries quickly. Slowly, she brings her hand back. Bzzzt. Arcs of electricity continue to dance over the strands of her hair sticking out and she dumbly looks at the magical item installed. "Why, you unbelievable freak." She picks a nearby rock and throws it at the window pane of the shop. She just wanted to leave a massive present for Jackal, a smelly one. Why did she need to get electric therapy for that? But, as the stone crashes into the window, it bounces off as a shimmering white light returns to the surface of the store. Loki is shocked again, when the stone hits her in the head soundly. Stumbling back and now sporting a cut, Loki snarls, "Fine, challenge accepted. I shall break into this shop without any divine means but my cunning and trickery alone. You shan't have the last laugh, Jackal." "What are you doing?" A pair of green eyes silently regard her from the darkness as Loki's breath hitches up. I. Are you breaking into our tenant's store?" "No," Loki gasps. "How could I? I'm just too drunk and stumbled here." Tilda. Sitting up and ignoring the blood leaking from her cut, Loki drawls with a grin, "So Tilda, want to join your goddess in Astemia?" "Ha!" That sigh. Loki flinches. Nothing good comes after this sigh. Not after she is tired from dungeons and her shenanigans. On the lonesome night of Daedalus Street, a loud wail echoes. "I promise I won't do it again." The wail is promptly cut off. It is consumed by the darkness of the street. And a lone store stands straight in the victory against the divine. The first step to the legend of the store that even the divines shall fawn over. Knock, knock, knock. "Coming." Ina drawls and yawns as she climbs out of her bed. Stretching a bit, she wipes off the sleep out of her eyes and looks at the time. 7 in the morning? So early. She yawns again. Tossing a loose robe over her body, Ina wears her glasses and looks at from the spyglass before her eyes widen. She gasps and quickly unlocks her door before flinging it open. "Jackal-san?" "Yo." He greets back with a smile. "Good morning, Ina." Yeah," she regathers herself, "good morning." After a moment, her hand swipes across her hair in a belated attempt to sort her morning hair. She then looks down at herself and her toes begin to fidget nervously. "Why are you here?" she questions without meeting his eyes. "Well, I made bento." Jackal smiles and sets down his impossibly large backpack. Seeing him crouch slightly, Ina resists the urge to try and hide her bare legs. Chewing her lips in nervousness, she waits as Jackal takes out a box from his backpack. "Here." "Thanks." Ina smiles, recovering a little bit. "But why?" I made extra." Jackal grins, "And I thought who would I want to share my cooking with?" "The lot of you came to my mind." "The lot?" Ina tilts her head curiously as Jackal takes out 2 more bentos. The 3 boxes are of different colors as Jackal points at the lids. "This one is chicken, this one is pork, and this one is fish." "Share it with Rose and Misha and let me know if you guys want the same menu tomorrow." Tilda. Ina holds onto the stack of 3 bento boxes with a slightly peeved expression. She just doesn't like waking up early, that's why she is annoyed. "Truly, fine," she mutters as Jackal reaches forward after wearing his backpack to flick her head. "Cheer up, Ina. My cooking ain't that bad." And no, I did not mean Toa. Observing Jackal's grin, Ina huffs, Jackal-san, you have gotten mean. Only for the best of girls. Jackal shrugs, sending Ina's lone morning brain cell into an overdrive of emotions that it simply cannot handle alone. Have a good day and don't be too serious all the time. Yeah, I'll see you tonight and don't you eat it all alone, you glutton. Share. Remember, I'm not a glutton. Ina snaps back with a blush only for Jackal to sigh. That's a bummer. I wanted to prepare more for your tomorrow. Ah. It's alright. Ina resists the craving need for her toast to press tightly into her slippers. I will try to eat everything you cook for me. He grins victoriously. He can now add another chicken to the butcher. Goodbye. Jackal turns around and leaves while Ina bows slightly. Thank you for the bento, Jackal-san. And then, Ina watches Jackal drag another impossibly large sack behind him. When did she finally observes something different other than his cheerful self? When did he become so strong? Naza and Mayak gaze at a stack of 6 bento, 3 for each of them. Jackal-kun. This might be a little too much. Mayak works his jaw and smiles naturally as Jackal shrugs. Hey, it's all fine. You didn't hate my cooking, right? Of course not. It was delicious. What about you, Naza? Mayak looks at his only familiar child. It was good. Naza eyes her stack of bento boxes. 3. Well, a regular individual might divide them into 3 portions for the day, but chances are she'd finish all of them at once. See? Jackal chimes. It's all good, but if you don't want to eat it all, you can always share it with others. Naza suddenly looks at Mayak. If Mayak-sama cannot eat it all, please do not share it with strangers. Bring them all to me. Oh, of course. Mayak smiles. With that out of the way, I have new products, Jackal announces, attracting the attention of the god and his familiar. He fishes out a salmon-colored, fist-sized vat from his backpack, instead of another animal head as a lid. This time, there is a pig's face imprinted on the vat itself. Mayak smiles. Another strange bezel for your products, but I can see the charm now. Undoing the lid around the vat, Mayak sniffs the putrid scent of the soft pink-colored potion while Naza cannot help but scowl slightly and scrunch her nose. Not minding the stench, Mayak tastes a drop of it and closes his eyes thoughtfully. This is a strange one, child. He begins with his deductions. This is an ailment potion. Instead of benefiting the user, it harms them. Or you could say, it's better to aim this potion at the target. As for its effects, the consumer of this potion will feel extremely slow, or rather, they will become lethargic. The exact opposite of the adrenaline potion. Jackal nods and then takes out another item. Instead of a vessel for a liquid, this time, it's a pouch with a cover of bluish scales which feel soft to the touch. As Jackal anticipated, the common species of fish all had the same excreted item. Oh! Mayak leans forward with interest and loosens the mouth of the pouch to reveal a fill of ash-white powder. It has no scent. Noting this, Mayak tastes it by pinching some of the powder into his mouth. No effect by consuming. Mayak notes loudly and Naza supplants, it must be applied on the user. Indeed, Mayak rubs the powder on a tiny portion of his hand and closes his eyes for a few seconds. I see. This powder masks the scent of the user for 1 minute. Or rather, it masks the scent of anything for 1 minute as long as a large portion of the target is covered by the powder. Naza gapes slightly while Jackal nods. Thank you. I also have a request. Please feel comfortable speaking them. Mayak nods and sets the pouch on the table while he also starts to write the effects of the lazy potion. I would like to know if it's possible to have a magic item that has the same effect as you. As Mayak raises an eyebrow, Jackal explains further with a smile. An item that can deduce my creations and all the materials used as well as layman's writing to project the effects of my work accurately. I'm sorry, but even I cannot distinguish many ingredients in a potion. Mayak smiles. A single potion can be mixed with different materials. You can compare this to the saying of reaching the same conclusion by adopting different paths. As for the other effect, that could be doable. I'll ask around. Mayak-sama. Naza vibrates uncomfortably and glances at the man with a short tug of her lips. Naza. Mayak sighs softly. We should always return others' goodwill. right? Naza chews her bottom lip and glances at Jackal, who doesn't show any change in her expression. Then she glances at the bento boxes and the large backpack. Truly, Jackal has been gracious to their familia. Last night, a part of her believed that he wouldn't return today after finding out that Loki Familia intends to buy his stock fully. He already has his success. What use are they to him? But not only did he return, she lowers her head and nods. I apologize for my rudeness. It's fine. You aren't someone emotional doll, right? Everybody got their emotions to sort out and whatnot. Jackal shrugs. Sounds like you don't. Mayak chuckles and points out, wagging his brows at Naza. Jackal chimes, something like that. This instantly pulls Naza out of her sadness and gives her a reason to stare quietly and gloomily at Jackal. After noting down the prices for both products, Jackal sets 10 of each and leaves with a broad grin, while dragging another large sack with him. Mayak-sama, are you really going to ask them about the magic item? Naza questions as she feels a warm pat on her head. Naza, I know my actions haven't been easy. What? Naza flinches and looks up while Mayak continues, I am willful. I give things away. And sometimes I don't even know when someone rips me off because humans aren't just that good at things they focus on. You see, Jackal-kun strikes me as a similar person. Willful, doing anything he likes. Selfish. I would like to be selfish and help him, because I know what you are feeling. Naza bites her lower lip while her left hand clutches her right one. It wasn't your fault. Mayak consoles her, but she shakes her head quietly, with tears threatening to spill from her eyes. Naza stands up and shifts Mayak's hand on her head. I would like to set all these potions on the shelves. I have no reason to stop you. Mayak smiles again, but it's a sad one. Nodding, he takes his leave after picking up his stack of bento boxes. Sniff. Naza sniffs loudly, her gaze already getting clouded by tears as she slumps back on the chair. Her left hand covers her eyes as she sets her face against her hand and sobs quietly. After tossing the waterproof sack filled with bones and organs of the butchered animals into cremation, Jackal heaves a loud sigh and makes his way to the opposite side of Arario. His house is closer to Mayak Familia, but his shop is on the eastern side of the city. Along the way, he recalls his dungeon dive this morning. Well, after almost 3 hours of cooking and preparing the bento, Jackal had a fruitful run in the dungeon. He stopped after 30 goblins and 22 kobolds. Unlike goblins whose soft cap Jackal reached fairly quickly, around 2 days, he feels that reaching the full potential of a kobold's raw parameters will take him 3 more days or an intense dungeon dive with many things prepared beforehand. He has expressly avoided other species like dungeon lizard that may appear rarely on the second floor. As for the jackbird on the first floor, he planned to farm them after capping kobolds and dungeon lizards so that goblins are no longer a problem to him. Alternate title, Passing the Good Shit to Kids Co-Parentin. New title achieved. MILF's Santa brings streets Loki's first taste at defeat new rival, Loki. The security measures prevail. The Bento Santa, the half-elf glutton incinerating the evidence. Naza's Bento daddy, her tears, intense dungeon goals. New sources of butchering threatening entire domestic populace of Arario. Chapter 8, Defeat. Reverial Joe's Alf is a prominent figure in the city of Labyrinth, not only because she is one of Loki Familia's top executives but also being born into the line of a prominent High Elven royalty. While walking beside Loki and Ice, Reveria notices a lot of nods sent in her direction. Many elves, mostly adventurers, outright boast to her. She doesn't like that, not one bit. Yes, she admits, she was once infected by the poisonous superiority complex of elves and other higher races who somehow still fall short of humans, as they all fall under the umbrella of dummy humans. Reveria of now is better. She hopes she is. She strives to be better every day. But the reverence for Mother Elf still leaves a bitter taste in her mouth. Or rather, it's no longer bitter. It's a regular taste for her now. As they walk the familiar streets of Daedalus, Reveria speaks up. Loki-sama, she speaks formally with a critical tone, adopting to use the honorifics in public at least. I won't be revealing the uncouth things you were up to yesterday, but we, as a familia, have a reputation to maintain with our partners. TCH, He's just paying 5,500 valis per month and making a killing with his potions. I don't like that. His potions work well with rank 1 and rank 2 adventurers. We tested most of them yesterday. Riveria-chan, we should open the bottle of love potion and try it. It won't affect you that much, right? Loki licks her bottom lip and grins. We also will not be purchasing those potions from now on, Riveria replies calmly. Anyway, we should have an edge over this information, even if the store owner, Jackal, Eyes replies quietly, and both Riveria and the goddess look at the impassive swordswoman. Right, I asked a few members to already stop the news from spreading to other adventurers. For the time being, we can be Jackal's sole beneficiary and cultivate a trusted customer-seller bond that might encourage him to reserve his goods for us. How smart, Tilda. Loki whistles. Riveria gives her goddess a sidelong glance. To be honest, Loki could come up with better strategies in seconds. Compared to this goddess of trickery, even a high elf like Riveria falls a little short when it comes to strategy. But Loki rarely takes on the reins. She used to take charge, at the beginning of their familia, to set a firm foundation. But now, Loki is enjoying everything she can. She takes a crude approach despite knowing their low rate of success. Why? Because she likes it. The goddess of trickery loves the simplest and the most idiotic of plans. Still, Riveria's contacts should help the familia earn some time and trust. They can reserve a large number of such new potions before they are sought by others. After all, just the Berserker potion and the dual potions are extremely valuable. Adrenaline potion has its great uses, too, better than Berserker 1 in Riveria's eyes. So, imagine her surprise when the trio enters the store only to find a napping youth with all the shelves empty. One glance at the tag shows that there were 2 new lines of products. Hey, Loki smacks the counter, wake up. Do you ever not have your panties bunched up, Loki? The word surprise is an understatement of what Riveria is feeling. The youth. No, he may as well be a boy to her gaze, looks up with annoyance before yawning loudly. The scent of the dungeon is all too apparent around him. Giving her group a glance, the boy, Jackal, looks at Loki with a smirk. By the way, I'm sold out, Tilda. Something about early bird snatching the prey. Which familia? Riveria cannot help but question, and he looks at her. A bit longer, too, she notes. Why should I tell you? He shrugs as Loki, for some reason, chooses to lose her nuts. Damn you, you unrepenting jerk. You might insult my honor, but Riveria-chan is the best. I'll curse your soul for 1,000 years if you disrespect her again. She's got a great track and an even better ass. And as a high elf, her skin Isa. Riveria's hand snatches Loki from the back of her neck before tossing the goddess out of the shop. That was pretty good. Jackal smiles and fishes something out from his counter. Here, take this. A wrapped candy. It's cold brown in color, but it is a treat Riveria is all too familiar with. She had these treats when she used to be a princess. Chimling, as Riveria stretches her hand to pick the candy, a wave of intent fills the store. Both he and Riveria look to the side as Eyes continues to stare at the candy with the sole intent of eating it. But she stays in her position. Eyes, would you like to eat it? Riveria questions. I cannot. I'm above the age of 10, Eyes mutters and glances at Jackal, who nods. TCH, just eat it if you like it. Loki barges in and huffs. She smoothly picks up the candy, unwraps it, and tosses it in her mouth. Eyes' already droopy gaze narrows further while Riveria resists the urge to groan out loud at her goddess antics as she cups her cheeks and squeals out a comforting moan. I love brown sugar flavor. You done? Jackal scoffs. I want to nap. Might as well close the shop for the day. Already sold out. Sigh. He did imagine Loki purchasing everything, but he did not expect Gainshaw Familia already waiting for him to purchase everything, including the love potions for their tame monsters. Mr. Jackal, Riveria nods. Could you reveal who bought all the potions? I won't. Jackal waves his hand dismissively. Word gets by, I guess. Anyway, if you want to buy tomorrow, here is the spec sheet for the 2 new products. I added a lazy potion and muskless powder. You can try again tomorrow. Jackal finally turns to look back at Eyes, who has been staring at him for a while now. What is it, Eyes? Blinking innocently, Eyes poses. May I have candies? No, Jackal denies again, unmoved by her cuteness. He is a man of virtue and commitment. Had it been Maria acting like this, then boy, Jackal would share the nut flavor with her. But that's about it. Eyes may be cute, but the short stack murderous ball of lethality has no effects on him. Please. She tilts her head sideways. Correction, her cuteness has some effects on him. Well, if you want freebies, I have something else. Leaning down as Riveria busies herself with reading the detailed descriptions of the potions drawn by Mayak, Jackal takes out a bento box. I made extra so you can eat this. Ha! Like hell she will eat things from strangers. This may be poisonous. Loki hisses and opens the bento box before huffily stuffing her face with rice, pork, and veggies. Eyes frowns and shoots her goddess an annoyed glance. Her hand twitches for a moment. Huh? This is actually not terrible. Loki gasps with grains of rice stuck on the corner of her lips. Here you go, you can eat this. I made extra. Jackal sets another bento box. Before Eyes can nod in gratitude, Loki grins. She flings open the lid and devours the food with amusement. Ho ho, you're a barely adequate cook. Good for you. A pathetic little twerp with no woman to cook for him must be this good to survive, right? Riveria frowns. So does Eyes. But both the high-class adventurers notice the gleam in Jackal's gaze. Instead of speaking, he sets another bento box on the table after Loki is done eating the second one. Thwap! He acts as if the bento boxes are cards that he is slapping on the counter. Loki snorts, accepting the challenge silently, and eats her fill once again. Thwap! A fourth bento box arrives on the counter. For a moment, Loki stills and looks at Jackal. One holds his gaze in a scorning challenge while the underdog goddess scowls. Why is SHE the underdog? Well, underdogs always win. Loki quickly finishes the bento and smirks victoriously. Before she can insult Jackal's 9 lineages, she chokes as the fifth bento box appears on the counter table. Damn you, Jackal. Your mortal existence is what my immortal life strives to snuff out. You are the dungeon to my Tenkai, the evilest to my Orario, the Zeus to my Freya. Loki picks up the fifth bento box and eats at a remarkably slower pace. But playing an obvious psychological trick, Jackal places the sixth box even before she eats the fifth one, as if that wasn't enough to break her treacherous will. Seventh, eighth, and ninth bento boxes layer the counter. Riveria is stunned. Eyes is hungry, and Loki feels defeated. Just say it. Jackal smirks. His eyes light up illicitly. His evil desire reflects on his face as he leans forward. His fingers interlace with each other. Say it. His tongue flicks across his canines. Ugh! In your dreams. Loki snarls with a full mouth. Admit it. Loki tilde. Jackal cackles. You, don't say it. Loki screams. Lost. Nah. Ooh 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 ooh. Damn you, Jackal. Loki falls to her knees as he delivers the final blow. But hey, look at the bright side. Maybe putting on some weight is what you needed all along. As you are now, malnourished children across the world get a bad rep because of you. Cuck. Loki clutches her chest in pain. Smirking, Jackal slides one of the bento boxes toward Eyes. Have fun. Eyes nods and takes the box for herself. Would you like it? I truly made a lot of food. I'll have to eat it all on my own. Jackal looks at Riveria, who questions, why? Would you make so much then? It's Jackal's time to feel hurt, Guck, as he holds his chest. What can he do? He does not like to waste food, so he has to cook what he butchers. Looking thoughtful, Riveria nods, but I shall take one for myself if you're offering. Cool. This one is fish, pork, and chicken. He points at 3 different boxes and Riveria picks one casually. Tomorrow, Eyes begins, I want potato. Listen here, Jackal sighs. I'm no restaurant. I cook what I cook. Eyes nods and states, then cook a potato. The nerve on this chick. Jackal rolls his eyes. Well, ladies, it was nice seeing you. Not you, Loki. Loki sniffs and looks up haughtily. Of course, calling me a lady would be wrong, for I am a goddess. Keep telling yourself that. Jackal shrugs and packs the empty boxes into different regions of his backpack. Mr. Jackal, would you perhaps reserve a stock of potions for Loki Familia tomorrow? Can't do that, he shrugs. My goods are limited. You'll have to come early, I guess. Not too early though. Like 2 in the morning. He glances at Loki, who reveals nothing in her expression. Let's go. The goddess scoffs. Waste of my damn time. Wait. Jackal frowns and looks at Loki. What about the payment for the food, huh? Did I offer you anything for free? I offered it to Eyes and 9 Hells over there. Each bento is worth 5,000 valis. Cough up. Vibrating in outrage, Loki cries out, this right here is extortion, you bastard. There ain't no way I'm letting someone take advantage of me. You'd be lucky if someone did. Jackal scoffs, 5 bento boxes. 25,000 valis. And 1 gemling kancha 25,000 valis. A total of 50,000 valis. Loki's lips gape. No way. You can either work your debt off or pay now. Jacka shrugs. Loki groans and looks back at Riveria. Oh. No. Loki flinches in a moment of true horror as she sees a moment of cathartic mischief flickering in Riveria's green eyes. Loki-sama, you must repay your debt. Riveria chimes. Until then, I will go to the Familia and return with the necessary valis. Eyes, follow me. Don't worry, Loki-sama will be safe here. Riveria waits not a moment longer before abandoning her goddess as Eyes looks back once before nodding and leaving silently, too. For a minute, the store descends into silence before Jackal's mocking tone echoes, she really abandoned you. And then he questions, now what? He never thought he would reach this step. As it turns out, Loki and Jackal are boring unless they find some reason to pick at each other. This is boring. Nobody asked you to stay. You did, dumb fuck. The greatest regret of my fucking life. I hate your face. I hate your boobs. Ah, you've got none. At least I am confident enough. You hide your tiny candies like it's some great shit. Loki scoffs and retorts while climbing on the counter and striking a pose that oozes hubris for her non-existent curves. Tiny? Is that all? You'd be lucky to see my nuts. So, I'll happily keep them tucked in. Jackal is sure by now. The sentiment is a shared one, just at a single glance. There is something about Loki that rubs him wrong and he is sure that she feels the same. That's so? Loki smirks. Why don't just show it to me and prove me wrong? Jackal glances at her before huffing, like hell, I will expose myself to the pervert. You're the pervert. Oh, you runt. Look at your outfit. You're obviously the pervert. Oh, turning around and firmly planting her hands on her butt, Loki grins. These bother you, boy? Never been with a woman, I take it. What? Swaying her hips with a rather acceptable range of motion, she leers. These get you hot? Those? Jackal sneers. I would stick it between 2 stone grinders instead. At least those flat stones serve a purpose. Yours. You're such a brat. Loki rolls her eyes. Just admit it, you like my ass, you freak. Admitting that would make me a freak. Fortunately, I'm not a freak. Loki and Jackal glare at each other before she climbs down silently and sits on the chair beside him. That was fucking boring, she grunts. No need to tell me that. I experienced all of that. Jackal grunts in a similar manner. You're fucking boring. Shut the fuck up. Go be of some use. Attracts some customers. Nah, I've got nothing more to sell. Turning her hips slightly and facing Jackal while setting her elbow on the counter and resting her cheek on her clenched fist, Loki observes Jackal critically. You really aren't afraid of me? Or rather, gods, are you? No reverence whatsoever. Tell that to 9 hells who left your sorry ass here. Jackal smirks. Loki snorts. She's one of my cutest children. She gets to do what she likes. Why don't you join my familia? You'll get everything. Nah, Jackal hums. What? You don't like wealth, fame, chicks? She goats. I love him. Jackal scoffs. Then, he snorts and refuses to elaborate. It may reveal the points where he is lying, which may become clues for Loki to follow. I get it, Tilda. She snickers. You're a fucking coward. Sometimes, the simplest of insults like being called a coward hurts more than being called motherfucker. In this world, the latter might just be a fact. Tossing Loki an amused glance, Jackal lowers his head. I'm going to nap. Loki loses her interest, too, and chooses to set her head on the counter. I hope you choke on your spit and die in your nap. With one last curse, after all. Delicious Tilda. Eyes silently looks at the dark-skinned woman who dares sneak a bite out of her bento. Her brows gently furrow and she scooches a bit away. Her actions catch the 2 dark-skinned women by surprise. Although they are in the dungeon, they can find an appropriate time to rest. Anyway, This wasn't some serious expedition but to keep their bodies moving. Sigh, you guys came from this. I'm in no mood to enjoy a meal. Riveria passes her bento to them while eyes it for a moment and then returns to her meal. She's acting weird, one of the dark-skinned women hums thoughtfully. Both women share similar facial features and despite the different hairstyles, they would be considered twins if not for the sheer difference in their busts. Riveria smiles, for a very eccentric source, too, I assure you. Let's give this for a few more minutes and then return. I'm sure Loki-sama would have learned her lesson. Sigh, who am I kidding? Eyes nods. Both the Amazonas look at each other curiously before opening the bento and eating it. Delicious. It's all gone already, Naze mutters with a sense of loss. The potions, even her handiwork, and the 3 bento boxes. All gone. Well, the former is due to the previous adventurers returning with glowing reviews, and Naze's own recovery and mind potions were sold out of convenience. Of course, Naze did play a part in that. She actively tried to sell the potions she had mixed and it worked well. But after all is said and then she is less than happy. She is hungry. Her stomach curls out a tiny sound and Naze purses her lips. I felt quite content yesterday. She furrows her brows ever so slightly. At a passing glance, one might mistake her expression for her usual drowsiness. So, why am I feeling so excited today? She leans back on her seat and stares at the ceiling. I haven't felt this hungry since a long time ago. Her violet eyes grow hazy in recollection of the past she would have rather not touched. Her right shoulder shudders slightly. I don't like this feeling at all, she concludes stoically. But I've already been taught harsh lessons that the world doesn't revolve around me or my happiness. However, it would be nice if my Yakusama is no longer burdened because of me. I'll have to thank Jackal-san for the potions and the bento. Good news is, we can surprisingly start to purchase potions at a discount from Jackal-san. Naza silently works her jaw a bit. Just what materials did he use to create these potions? Ah, I didn't know you were with Loki-sama? Maria stammers and Loki puffs her flesh-plated chest out. Exactly. It is me, Loki, she exclaims, similar to a certain god known for exactly this antic before the perpetually narrow-eyed goddess leans forward. Oh, is that a bento I see? Perceptive as always, huh? Stating the obvious, Jackal pulls Loki back into her seat before standing up with a smile. Sorry for this rude bugger. Turning to look at Loki, Jackal waves his hand dismissively. Go on, shoo, I'll consider your debt settled. There it is. Until Maria came, the two had been in peace. Their existence did not bother each other. They did not constantly shout at each other for their breathing being too loud. Definitely not. But the moment a third party emerged, Loki's diabolical brain cell, the only active one in her period of unending vacation through which she schemes childishly and lusts after the girls of her familia, fires off another scheme. Grinning, Loki leans back and places her arms behind her head. Nope. Riveria-chan will be mad if I left. I'll wait for her to return with the money. Her narrow eyes slightly widen, but this only makes her look more impish as she observes the slightest bit of twitch in the corner of his lips. Suck on that, you cocksucker. She revels in his annoyance joyfully. Well, Jackal looks at Maria. The flatboard needs no introduction and you shouldn't be introduced to such lesser forms. He glances at Loki's chest before glancing at Maria's. Only Loki notices this not so subtle action since Maria is still reeling from shock. Suddenly bowing, Maria speaks in a louder tone. Greetings, Loki-sama. Loki victoriously glances at Jackal who huffs in annoyance. Yeah. Fuck you. The next hour, Jackal zoned out. He refused to acknowledge Loki one bit as she clearly had quite the upper hand due to her reputation while Jackal and Loki both finished the last 7 bento boxes. But eager to deliver a fatal blow and have one last laugh, Jackal smiles. Maria-san, a moment. Much demur than usual due to a god's presence. And seeing Jackal metaphorically butt his head with one as if they are an old couple, she glances at him while chewing her lips. She never expected the kind youth to be this bold, but Loki-sama doesn't seem to be taking offense. Is he in Loki familia? She questions internally when Jackal hands out 2 gemmling candies to her. Jackal-san. This. Maria hesitates. She is perceptive enough to know that the candies aren't free this time if Loki's gloomy expression is to be considered. Cackling, Jackal reassures her, please, none of that. Consider this a payment for relieving me from the sole presence of this goblin. Maria's lips part slightly. Her cheeks flush for a moment as she bites her cheeks from within to resist the urge to smile. TCH, what about my share of candies? You said you didn't like small candies. None for you. Jackal shrugs and Maria quickly turns away and leaves. As she walks back to the orphanage, Maria looks at the two candies before pouting a bit and huffing. I'm not going to keep these. Who knew Jackal has such a petty side? Her puckered lips, however, soon stretch into a smirk. But it was fun eating lunch with him. I think I will hold on to the candy from yesterday. While Maria finds her evening to be a delightful one after a well-deserved nap, Loki can't say the same. Because the kids entered the shop, everyone knows that the children run the street. They are blunt and insensitive. And goddamn, Jackal loved every one of them today. Who's this kid? So stupid looking. Don't you know how to wear clothes? SSHHH. Siran taught us about women like this. This poor woman must be in debt. Ah, I remember. A whore. The children instantly chorus in sync. A whore, a whore. Meanwhile, Loki's expression crumples further and further. As if that wasn't enough, Jackal laughs and announces, kids, 3 candies for each of you today. Yay! Loki falls to her knees, with all scores tallied. It is her defeat. So many gymlings wasted on these gremlins. She almost coughed out blood. Alternate title, Bullied Goddess Maria doesn't like being in games. Fun lunch stones for Ass the Debt Slayer Reveria's punishment for her goddess Loki's worst enemy the orphans. Chapter 9 Response. Alright, having one trait is great. As long as a person knows how to make the best use of the trait, he'll live well. But having 2 traits is just unfair. Not to the user, oh, no. To the world. After committing the slaughter of the domestic populace like usual and then cooking 3 different bendos for a total of 55 boxes, Jackal came to a sudden realization. Now, don't get him wrong. As obvious as this realization may be, these things take time. I introduced my products to the market of Arario, so they should also reflect in Humble Store, right? The moment he thought of that, Jackal settled on his sofa and checked his first trait. Humble Store. There it is. His gaze glimmers, and then an idea blooms in his mind. Hunger pumps through his veins. After all, he might have discovered a cheat to break the system. He will use Humble Store to move past Death Eater's disadvantages. Looking back, Jackal gazes at the large waterproof sack filled with organs and the ashes of Ali's cousins. My days of being a menace to them may just end this quickly. As usual, after preparing the meals, Jackal checks his weapons. One of his previous axes was too damaged to be used, so he replaced both of them with slightly better ones. His leather armor, too, is of a better quality, being stitched from monster drops and whatnot. A part of him wants to delve deeper into the magical elements of this world, smithing and such, but I have no fauna. What can we do? He sighs. With how great things are going using Death Eater, Jackal does not want to submit to a god or a goddess for immediate gratification of other magical abilities. That's right, magic existed before the age of fauna, too. Yes, those magic might be cumbersome, but who says I can't make a better one? Death Eater has nurtured my mind constantly and it's always feeding an unknown source within me. A magical source. I have a basement, right? I can customize it into a smithy and try to do things myself. Blinking, he opens his Humble Store. Let's check for self-help guides for smithing and magic. That morning, he entered dungeon a bit late, but he was positively ecstatic. Oh, congratulations, my Aksama, Naza. Jackal grins. So, how many potions should I put you up for? 3 of each. Naza responds softly while sleepily blinking. Sure. Jackal grins and starts setting the products. After Naza paid for the products, he chimes, as for finally being my proper customers, let me give you the best deal ever. Jackal takes out 1 more of his potions from each line and grins, all 6 of my products for 1 Valis each. Huh? Mayak and Naza gasp at the same moment. We can't possibly take advantage of you like that. Mayak shakes his head, but Jackal was having none of it. He's here to make a killing, and knowing that Mayak is one of the gods who understands a silent hint and doesn't poke much, Jackal leans forward. His gaze is lit with a sense of avarice, and he locks his strange gold-red eyes with Mayak's dark blue orbs. You should believe me, Mayak-sama, that I'm the one taking advantage here. Consider this mutual benefit. After all, I won't just give out freebies. You two should know that by now. Mayak and Naza glance at their stacks of bento boxes. Well, aside from that, Jackal smirks. So, would you like to earn total profits once a day? This benefit is only open for Blue Pharmacy and Blue Pharmacy alone. Mayak sighs while Naza is already chewing her lips. Unable to contain herself at such a good deal, she nods. We'll take it. That's why you're the cutest Chianthrope around. Naza tilde. Jackal grins. Huh? She chokes a bit and glances at Mayak from the corner of her eyes, who smiles. My, Jackal-kun, you may be the first mortal child who has never lied to me. Heh. Naza lowers her head and bites her lower lip. No. Her heart cannot take it. She already has someone she likes. Naza? She looks at Jackal, who leans forward with an earnest expression. So? A deep blush carpets her fair cheeks. Her violet eyes glint. I cannot. I love the bento boxes. They actually make me want more. But I shouldn't feel like this. I only have Mayak-sama. How can I do this to him? But Jackal is just as kind as Mayak-sama. He's looking out for USA. A hand holds her shoulder firmly, and Naza looks up to find Mayak smiling in encouragement. He nods gently. Mayak-sama is permitting me? How could you? I cannot. My heart wants Mayak-sama, but why does my stomach aches for Jackal? No, that sounds so wrong. But, Mayak-sama is alright. I can at least try. She glances at Jackal hesitatingly and gulps. Alright, sweetheart. Pull your head in the game. 6 phallus, please. Naza's expression blinks out before she assumes her sleepy but significantly gloomier gaze. With her voice laced with iciness, she hums. Of course, your 6 phallus. Mayak and Jackal look at each other cluelessly. Of course. What was I thinking? Anyone who can bond with Mayak-sama has got to be equally clueless and insensitive about what he speaks to. See cute girls. Cute Chianthropes. The moment Jackal got his 6 phallus, he rushed out. No, he ran. Thank you. I'm in a bit of a hurry, and good luck. He does seem to be in a hurry. What gave it away? Naza scoffs and picks up her bento boxes and potions before leaving. Naza is acting oddly energetic. Good for her. He smiles and opens the first box. Breakfast time. Being equally in a hurry while depositing the bento boxes in Maria's orphanage, Jackal quickly opens his door and confirms the counterblock device before setting his backpack aside and opening his humble store. PFFT. It worked. It fucking worked. Jackal laughed loudly. Oh, Naza, you really are the best. After all, the latest price for his potions in humble store is now 1 phallus each. Purchase. Purchase. Jackal smoothly purchased 500 potions. This is what he meant by that he would use humble store to work on Death Eater's disadvantage. He does not need to butcher every animal every time now. He doesn't have to clean blood from his bathroom every day. As for the bento, he can just buy already processed meat from the butcher. Oh, how great. This also means, I only need to butcher a single street dog and cat for their potions. They are hard to find, so I doubted I could make a line of steady items from them, but it should work now. Man, having 2 traits is the best. This is also the reason he rushed here. He wanted to open the store before Naza makes a sale which would reset the price noted in her shop. After all, humble store only keeps a track of the latest prices. But business is business. If giving Mayak Familia such a heavy discount helps them as well as helps me, why not do it? Thud, thud, thud. Oi! Open the door. Loki's shout echoes from the outside. Store opens at 9. Dipshit. Wait like everyone else. Wow, Aiz-chan, you weren't joking about him being funny. Huh, funny that. This means you have a sense of humor, too. Congratulations. A giggle echoes after his voice. This is not funny, a serious, somewhat boyish voice admonishes the speaker, and another woman hisses, right, Shna. Captain Finn is a busy man. Thuck, thuck, thuck. This time the knocking grew severe and Reveria's stern voice echoes, stop it, Bet, Or do you want to get tied up again? TCH. Yeah, listen to her. Jackal drawls lazily, and several heads suddenly plant themselves on the colored window next to his counter to see what he is doing. Ah, damn you, Jack. Who the fuck crunches on gimlings? Those who own loads of it. He cackles while setting potions at his own pace. La 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 tilde. Ah, another voice echoes, Loki familia. Shakti chan tilde. Come, I am Gainshaw. Loki shouts before calling, now give mama some wove tilde. Thud. Jackal doesn't need to know what happened next. After half an hour, Jackal unlocks the door and smiles kindly, welcome, dear customers. And then he stills. Man, there are a lot of people. Wait, Jackal waves his hand, only 3 from each group can enter at once. Many glares fell on him as he shrugs. What can you do? It's a new policy, and I hear that the owner is kind of an ass about it. He skips back to his counter. Before Loki could enter, a pair of smooth hands, Riveria's, Jackal notes, pulls the goddess back. Instead, a short blonde boy walks in. Next, a busty Amazonas decides to step in, but Riveria's hand clinches her by the back of her neck again and pulls her back. Unhand me. I should go with Captain Finn, right? HMPH. Fucking pathetic. A gray-headed werewolf steps in next. Only for Riveria's hand to strike again. The blonde boy, meanwhile, calmly looks at Jackal. A palom. Jackal is well aware, and one of the most famous paloms no less. Sigh, all of them give me a headache. Riveria steps in with eyes. Another Amazonas flatboard decides to step in when the previous Amazonas grapples her and pulls her back. Finally, a familiar blue-haired and blue-eyed woman in orange adventurer outfit steps in with a stoic look. Yo, Shakti, Jackal greets the very famous captain of one of the well-known familiasa Gainshaw. Did you test all of them? Yesterday, the Gainshaw familia purchased everything after coming here to check on the store. With his store listed as adventurer class, it is bound to be investigated once by the police of Auraria Gainshaw familia. But Shakti was also interested in the products and their effects, so she bought them. Indeed, your potions seem to work well with monsters their vessel of the potions share features with. Shakti nods. Kobolds were very aggressive, and goblins. Well. She looks sideways with a dusting of red. I don't think I shall purchase that particular potion. The Loki familia, at least, the portion inside, calmly watches the two converse. Well, that's fine, Jackal smirks. So, how many potions can I hook you up with? Looking at the shelves and then at the Loki familia, Shakti nods, all aside from the love potions. Riveria bristles, but the blonde youth as short as a 13-year-old teen shakes his head. I'm sorry. I realize that getting sold out first thing in the morning is kind of boring, so a single customer can only purchase 5 potions a day. This makes everyone furrow their brows, but Shakti looks more serious than usual. Another policy. Afraid so. Jackal smiles. Very well, I shall keep that in mind. Shakti nods and points to the dual potions. 5, please. You got it, Tilda. Jackal grins and packs the potion in brown bags before handing it to Shakti as she sets a pouch of coins on the counter. Pleasure doing business with you. Do visit again. I shall try. Shakti nods with a relaxed smile. Now, Jackal leans forward and looks at eyes. Did you like the food? She nods but then lowers her head with a conflicted look. I accidentally broke the box. I apologize. And you? Jackal looks at Riveria, who sighs. My teammates fought over it and she shakes her head, bringing news of the demise of one of Jackal's many bento boxes. Shin did it. A shout from the outside breaks the mournful atmosphere in the shop. Huh? You snatched it, Shna, Blake. So? Jackal looks at the boy. I didn't think dipshit's captain would be swinging by. Thendiemni, or braver of Loki familia. How may I assist you? First, I would like to caution you from calling our goddess insults. Finn's brows furrow slightly. Goddess? I thought she is immortal around here. As long as she's got flesh and bones, she doesn't get divine privileges here. Jackal smirks without missing a beat. Beat him up, Finn. Loki's shout echoes from the outside. I will be doing no such thing. Finn closes his eyes for a moment and then looks at Jackal. So, you insult every god and goddess? It sounds like a risky way to live. I'm sorry, but I don't insult anyone. You can ask Loki later. I call M as I see M. So what you think as insults are facts for me. The corner of Finn's lips twitches as Jackal hums. But if you're worried I would physically assault a god, then fortunately, no divine has ever given me a reason to do so. Finn takes a deep breath. It would have been better if Loki-sama was here instead of me. That's why you need to be here, Riveria sighs. Finn hadn't believed her yesterday when she told him all about Jackal's interaction with their goddess. Seeing is believing, and Finn believes that Jackal may be more than just arrogant. He is downright suicidal. So, drawling and sitting back on his chair, Jackal questions, "What would you like to buy?" "I wish to talk about a contract." "No more than a single contract," Jackal cuts him off. In this regard, Jackal gives my ex-familia preferential treatment, but what of it? He's a selfish asshole. "We should just thrash the dipshit's store." A much rougher snarl echoes in irritatingly. "If you do that, I'll throw love potions at you." "It only works on levels 1 and 2, but it should make you guys feel hot and bothered." "No?" He winks. A hungry gasp echoes. "Toss them all on Captain Finn. I'll take responsibility." Electing to ignore that last part, Finn comments, "Our familia will never buy those love potions." Ah, Loki's pitiful whine echoes. Sigh. 5 dual potions for me. The rest of my teammates will make purchases, too. Cool, Jackal shrugs. "I'll take the berserker potions then." Riveria sighs. Jackal then looks at Eyes, who gives a short smile and nods confidently. 5 candies, Bindo. Finn and Riveria deadpan as Jackal chuckles. "You know what? You're a persistent one." Fishing out candy and unwrapping it, Jackal grins. "Look alive, Eyes." He tosses the glimmering red crystal candy with his thumb high in the air, and without missing a beat, Eyes leaps into the air gracefully, opens her mouth, and snatches the candy midair before rolling and landing lightly. Riveria and Finn thin their lips while Eyes' gaze grows spirited and she smiles at Jackal. "And you don't have to pay for that," he laughs heartily. "You're officially a little child in my eyes, too." Her smile freezes as he hums and shakes out a bento box. "Here you go." Kids need all the energy they can get. "I want more," Eyes states seriously. "Eyes, you shouldn't." Finn frowns when Jackal shrugs. "How many?" Eyes thinks for a moment before extending 4 fingers. "K, I'll cook more for you tomorrow." She nods, and she does want to refute that she is not a child, but that would stop the steady flow of candies. So, she picks up the bento and grumbles, "I'll grow." Not waiting for others, she leaves the store. "I will purchase in Eyes' stead, or is that against the policy?" 2. Riveria looks at Jackal critically. "If you abuse this method, then there will be a policy soon enough, Tilda." "You take nothing seriously, do you?" Riveria frowns, letting a bit of her disagreement with Jackal's behavior slip through her expression. "Serious men can smile." 9. Sweetness, Jackal shrugs as Riveria narrows her eyes. "This kind of words to other, more disagreeable adventurers, will result in backlash eventually. You should know it. Rock hard, Jackal." "You used to be known for professionalism." "I got tired of that act." Jackal replies, "Why do I need to act like that just because everyone wants to die in the dungeon?" "You included." Finn interjects as Jackal works his jaw before smiling, "Me included." "After all, we all want to see what's on the other side, don't we?" Finn hums. "There is another reason why we're here," as Shakti Varma deduced. "Your potions are directly linked to a few monsters of the dungeon." "A skill or magic, no doubt." "If the potions are related to the magic stone taken from the monsters, we would like to supply you with magic stones of higher leveled monsters and purchase those potions." Jackal looks toward the door and narrows his eyes. "Well, sure." "The bastard's lying." Loki's shout echoes, making Finn and Riveria release a collective sigh. They could see Jackal is goading their goddess, but Loki didn't know it, did she? Grinning, Jackal shakes his head. "I make potions at my own pace, no point in rushing me." "If you'd like to deep dive the dungeon, that can be arranged, too," Finn hums. Surprising both Riveria and Finn with a rare moment of sincerity, Jackal nods. "I appreciate the gesture, but I'll have fun on my own. And, don't mind my rudeness, it is what I'd like to add. I like to not hold back my opinions." "Calling me 9 Sweetness is not an opinion." Riveria narrows her eyes. Smiling, Jackal looks at her. No, he really looks at her. From her eyes to her nose and lips, her chin, her ears, her hands, her legs, and her body. It's well covered by her outfit that doesn't conform to the more exposed look that other female adventurers assume. You're right. That's no opinion but a humble fact. Riveria heaves deeply before turning to the door. Captain will bring my share of potions. 2. 9 Sweetness tilde. A sweet chime echoes the moment Riveria opens the door, causing her to turn and shoot an annoyed glare in Jackal's direction, which he responds with a joyous wave of his hand. The next expedition will be troublesome. Finn sighs and stares at Jackal. You did that on purpose. Better to be on purpose than to be misunderstood. He shrugs. Finn stares at Jackal for a moment before sighing. Well, I take that there is no other subject left to discuss. I would like. After Finn, 3 girls step in. 1 elf and 2 Amazonesses. The elf has a worried and nervous look in her blue eyes. Her long and pointed elven ears twitch slightly as she catches sight of Jackal while clutching her staff close to her chest. Her golden yellow hair is worn in a long ponytail, and for a moment she cannot help but stare at his significantly odd eyes. Of the well-known twin Amazonesses, the flat-chested one with a white tube top around her chest looks around with curious green eyes. Like any average Amazonian, she wears more than a revealing outfit. Her flat stomach is left bare and a large strip of red fabric is wrapped around her waist that hides most of her legs from behind, but the range of movement is quite great as seen from her large strides. For a moment, Jackal observes the golden clasps around the 2 thick locks of her medium-length dark hair that frame her cute face. These golden clasps give her quite a refreshing charm. Her energetic grin is in a class of its own. Many Amazonas try hard to be seductive, but, well, we, proud and cultured men, fall head over heels for less. Finally, the other twin is well endowed. Her hair is longer, too, and unlike her twin, this woman wears her locks framing the side of her face in thick braids. Instead of a tube top, she wears a red bikini-like top that wraps around her back and neck. Like her sister, she wears a similar battle skirt. Both of them are barefoot as their anklets jingle a soft chime ever so slightly. Morning, Jackal greets them with a smile. Right. The younger twin, Shna, chimes. Candies tilde. No. Jackal grins and replies with the same energy. Charm like this does not affect Hemeshin. The older twin, sighs. Focus. We're here to purchase potions. So, 15 Lavia. I said we won't be buying any of that. Finn's stern command makes Shin pout while Shina giggles. Riveria said that you used to be a guild member. Shina sets her hands on the counter and leans forward with a curious smile. Why are you going into the dungeon now? Personal satisfaction. Oh. You guys heard it, right? Shina drawls and looks at the door. I can now talk what I want to, right? Hearing no reply, Shina looks at Jackal again. Say. Isn't that unfair? You give Eyes-chan all the good treats. So? Jackal inclines his head in agreement, inflating her cheeks into a pout. So? Isn't it just good manners to share? Oi, oi. Amazonas are the last breed I'll take life advices from. Jackal scoffs, making Shina and Shin smirk mischievously. I would like to buy muskless pouches. The elf speaks up, and as Jackal stares at her, she flinches back. Say. Am I that scary? He looks at Shina, who shrugs. But your eyes are super weird. Well, I was still deciding if I should share candies with you. I guess that does it. Jackal shrugs. No, I meant in a good way. Just hurry the fuck up. We all have other things to do. A familiar bark echoes again as Shina and Shin bark back at once, then fuck off. Hey, that was good. Jackal snickers and sets a gimling on the counter, for your good behavior. Yay tilde. Shina unwraps the treat and lets out a loud hum. Oh, I get why Eyes-chan is so stuck up on this. Is it that good? Shin questions and looks at Jackal. Can I have one? He deadpans. Why? I cursed back at Bet. Was my behavior not good enough? Are you kidding me? I can make an exemption for adventurers like Eyes, Finn, Shna, and that one. He points at the young elf. But you look old enough. Shna's expression stills while a hearty laugh rumbles from the other side of the store and a gruff voice booms. So, Finn, want to suckle on a candy? I'm no kid. Shina snarls and thumps the table. He may get beaten, but he shall never be intimidated, so he shrugs. Sure you are. That attitude says is all. Shina clenches her teeth, crushing the candy between her molars. Just give us our bento and we'll leave. She huffs loudly and crosses her arms. Wouldn't hurt you to treat proper women like me better. Say that to every man who lost everything for a girl. Jackal huffs and waves her off dismissively. I don't have bento for the lot of you. What? Shna squawks. What? Jackal rolls his eyes. Don't your familia have top-tier chefs? Those don't feel as warm. Shana groans and gives Jackal a sidelong glance. Whatever, I'll come tomorrow for my share. With another annoyed huff and grumbling something about him being a disrespectful jerk, she leaves the store. Muskless pouches, the elf asks again. Sure, Jackal smiles and packs the order. So, you're her sweetness wanted student, huh? Work hard. Yes. She bobs her head and leaves quickly. No candies and bento. Jackal deadpans action, so be quick about it. But something he does makes her expression bright. Placing a finger on his lips to gesture to her to be quiet, Jackal slides a love potion to her. Looking at the goblin-headed potion, Shin smirks meaningfully and winks before mouthing thanks to him. Hey! If Jackal can annoy the braver of Arario, he will even if it means a freebie. I want 5 dual potions, too. There you go Tilda. Thanks Tilda. Both of them wink at each other as Shin leaves with the soothing jingles of her anklets. Huh? I thought you'd be pushing for candy, too. Shin's surprise echoes in. Well, I'm not a child like you Tilda. Shin hums. Meanwhile, a large and buff brown-haired, thick-bearded dwarf walks in with a tall gray-haired werewolf. A blue tattoo marks the left side of the werewolf's face. Oh, quite the young runt to be speaking like that with our goddess and our sweetness. No, the dwarf's voice rumbles loud enough for Riveria to snap outside. I'm going to kill that foul-mouthed barbarian. Young runts like me look up to older ones like you. Jackal grins as both the dwarf and the werewolf come to a stop before the former breaks into hearty laughter. You've got the mouth, punk, I'll give you that. Be sure to climb the ranks. Might as well match our blows too one of these days. You got Ida, huh? Match blows? Oi! Snarling with a grin that reveals his sharp canines, the werewolf, Bet, leans forward and catches Jackal's collars, and pulls him out of his seat with a jerk of his hand. Weak bitches like you need to stay put and do as ordered. His orange eyes bore into Jackal's quiet, baleful gold-red eyes. Oi! Shna barges in again as Jackal speaks coolly. Unhand me, bitch. Huh? Say that again. Unhand me, bitch. Jackal punctuates each word calmly, but in the depths of his golden pupils, a sense of irrational, chaotic violence begins to bubble. Before it could surge, however, as his intent is caught quickly enough by Bet, who only seems more excited by Jackal's gaze, Shna's hand clenches Bet's wrist. Let him. Oi! Jackal barks and whips his head in Shna's direction. Stay out of it. Ain't that right, furball? Jackal smirks and looks back at Bet. So, don't waste my time. Unhand me, order what you want, and fuck off. Or, if you wanna punch me, do that and fuck off. Well, you said it. Bet grins, cocking his fist back when Jackal's hands move. He doesn't know how his strength translates to other stronger adventurers. After all, he is still on the second floor of the dungeon, but he isn't stupid. He is aware that many are physically violent in this world. He chooses to live true to his desires despite this. As such, before Bet can relish the chance to deliver an absolute unit of a punch, Jackal flips his axe from under the counter he slipped out from the shelf and swings at Bet. Clang! Shna freezes in shock. Not because the axe shattered. Oh, number. That was inevitable, but the sheer recklessness that Jackal displayed now left her stunned. Gareth the dwarf narrows his eyes while Bet, who aimed his punch against the axe, snarls with a grin. You thought I wouldn't notice your sloppy movements, bitch. Jackal shrugs. Well, there goes my plan to headbutt you. TCH, letting go of Jackal's collar and shoving him back. Just by what you want. He looks at Gareth. This little asshole is all bark and no bite. No need to waste our time. Bet's exit is met with silence both inside and outside the store. TCH. Wasted my perfectly good axe. Jackal clicks his tongue. Adequate axe. Gareth corrects the youth. But sloppy movement. You've got a lot to learn, boy. Jackal grunts while Shna shouts. Are you crazy? What the hell is wrong with you? Who picks a fight with above so many levels? Pumpkin. Jackal scoffs. Your familia's furball picked the fight. I just responded as any level-headed man would. That wasn't level-headed at all. Shana slaps her forehead and groans. Well, I'm not knocked unconscious even when I went for his neck. So I did something right. Jackal shrugs and looks at Gareth. What do you want to buy, big guy? Pack anything. Gareth shrugs. Jackal grins and silently packs 5 love potions, making Gareth laugh again while Shana sighs in exasperation and then smiles. Still, she thumps on the counter, remember my bento tomorrow. With how crazy you are, I want as many bento as possible before you pick the wrong fight and die. Hey, he grins and nods. However, his grin fades when an equally gloomy Loki sits beside him. Why? Jackal sighs. Apparently, you got on Riveria's bad side. And this is a punishment for both of us. Loki groans and seethes. Apparently, Bet's actions reflect on Loki poorly and now she must face punishment. Alongside Jackal. Alternate title, using 2 traits as one breaking the system. The butcher retires. Unhand me, Jackal says calmly. Hidden Depths fatal encounter. Jackal is a calm and a reasonable man. Chapter 10. The night. What is going on? Eyes looks at Riveria. This time, in fear that she will have to spend the day with the dullard, Loki did not accompany her familia even if she wanted to and let loose new and creative insults. Aside from a few members of Loki familia, there were also a few Gainshaw familiars outside the store with glum expressions. A new policy: the store will be closed for the last 2 days of the week and the last 4 days of the month. Shna, who had been looking forward to her bento, lets out a defeated groan. Meanwhile, Riveria looked at Shakti. I assume you have already purchased all the potions from Blue Pharmacy. Indeed, Shakti hums. Mayak-sama said that Jackal came to them 1 in the morning before leaving in a hurry. Riveria frowns and nods. Very well. Let's go. Fine. Eyes glances at the store once again. As the group walks toward the exit of the street, a gray-haired woman in a green uniform walks past them and observes their glum expression curiously. Shrugging, she walks past them as Riveria and others nod at her. While holding the large bag filled with food, the gray-haired woman glances at the closed store with curiosity blazing in her light gray pupils. Entering Maria's orphanage, the girl smiles. Good morning, Maria Santilda. Did you miss me? Oh, Seer, welcome. Maria smiles fondly and helps the girl put the food on the table. And of course, when do I and the kids not miss you? Ah, I wish you came yesterday. I wanted you to meet Jackal-san. Tilting her head curiously, Seer blinks. Jackal? The store owner down the road. Maria grins. You wouldn't believe half the things about him, including the fact that he brings bento for all of us every morning, even today. Well, blushing a little, Maria mutters, I wish he didn't just decide to jog here that late in the night. What a thoughtless guy he is. Seer pouts. So, you'll just replace me for any guy that comes along and charms you? What? Of course not. Ah. Not that he charmed me. Maria leans forward and states seriously before looking away. Well, what I mean is that you're irreplaceable to us. So, I wanted you to meet him. I think you two would have hit it off well. Seer smiles. Of course, I would like to meet him, Maria-san. Now, what are the things you said I won't believe? Well, he insults Loki-sama and she comes back for more. Sincerely, I don't believe you. Huff. Another goblin disappears. Stopping in his tracks, Jackal looks at his axe. I can go for 2 more hours. His gaze blazes. Oh, he wants to beat the shit out of Bet. He does. So, the only logical thing to do is to come here. Hence, the weekends are officially for Dungeon Dive alone. But unwilling to leave Mayak and Maria without the usual goods so suddenly, he decided to deliver things earlier than usual. Of course, seeing Ina, Naza, and Maria in their 90s was a well-deserved bonus. Anyway, his estimation of reaching a peak in Kobold's raw parameters was based on the fact he dove into the dungeon for 4 hours only every day. But now, he's already in for 8 hours. Every kill exerts him, but it also rejuvenates him with strength. Resolving to return to the surface only if he is down to his 4th axe or when he gets full so that he can return to his home quickly, create potions, and return here, Jackal continued to slash at monsters mindlessly. His mind worked reflexively to make his actions more effective. His body worked reflexively to be sharper. And during his 6th hour, He reached the soft cap for kobolds. Not because of kobolds but the large number of goblins that finally accumulated and pushed him ahead. KRK. Snapping out of his thoughts, Jackal looks at the large brown lizard crawling along and his face splits into a wide grin. About time. He throws the axe and follows along with a strike that ends the lizard quickly and he feels a flicker of strength growing in him. I see. Others cannot distinguish between the strength of monsters unless they have years of experience. Jackal can innately sense this difference in strength with how much he gains. And even if slightly superior to kobolds, the dungeon lizards are not that stronger. I should try and reach the lizard's soft cap before going up to the first floor and hunting a jackbird. Sporting a thoughtful look, Ina returns alongside Rose and Misha to Pantheon. They wanted to visit Jackal, but the store is closed today and tomorrow. Now that she is over her embarrassment in opening the door for Jackal tonight in nothing but a slightly translucent nightie that covered her undergarments and body, Ina can think a little clearer. Sorry, I won't be able to make bento for tomorrow. There you go, bye Tilda. He gave her no moment to speak. Selfishly so, he took her in with his gaze, spoke his piece, and jogged away. However, about a fluster makes her curl her toes. Why did you pick that nightie? She admonishes herself. Wrapping her blanket around her would have been better, but something is suspicious. She can finally feel it now. And along the way to Pantheon, Ina adjusts her glasses and gulps. She may be reaching out in the darkness, but there is another reason why she feels flustered. She noticed Jackal last night. Nay, she truly saw him. He looks fitter than usual. Taller, too. By a small margin, yes, but undeniably so. Ina has always been observant. And given the fact, Jackal tutored her in the ways of being an advisor, she used to observe him quite a bit. There can only be one reason for such magical changes, including his personality. She doesn't want to believe it, but biting her lower lip, she firms her heart. I can't believe Jackal-san would do that. How rude of him. He used to be such a stoic sweetheart. Cutting Misha off, Ina speaks. Rose-san, Jackal-san must be doing well in the dungeon, right? Stopping to look at Tina, Rose regards the half-elf with her yellowish eyes as the significantly younger half-elf chews her lips in frustration. You must have smelled it, right? Why didn't you tell me? Nodding slowly, the silent werewolf mutters, I did not want to worry you. Wait, what? Jackal-san? In dungeon? Misha exclaims as Ina grits her teeth and clenches her fist. See? You're worried, Rose sighs as Ina snaps. That's not the point. Her expression grows sullen. He should know better. Misha huffs and pats Ina's shoulder comfortingly. Don't worry, Ina. We'll sit him down and give him a good verbal lashing. He truly should know better. Forcing a smile, Ina nods at Misha before frowning and looking at Rose. Why did he not disclose it? Adventurers without fauna exist until they don't. I don't know his reasons, but I trust in his experience as a dungeon advisor. I tutored him as he tutored you. It's true. Many desperate adventurers would plunge themselves into the first floor only and earn a living by farming goblins until they have enough entrance fees as required by many familiars. Ina lowers her head and hesitates before looking up and stating, Rose-san, I would have liked to be in the know. He comes to your house every morning. Rose smiles shortly. I assumed you had some clues already but chose to keep it to yourself. No, I just felt things off last night when he visited me. Ina grumbles and looks up to find Rose and Misha looking at her strangely, adopting a lewd and pompous smirk on her face as she sniffs and turns her nose up. Misha leers. So, he came last night, did he? Did you let him come inside? Blushing furiously, Ina waves her hand. Nothing like that. Rose smiles seeing this and speaks, well, you should let him come inside sometimes and see how he cooks. Misha and Ina are still for a moment and then the two look at each other. Rose-san. What I meant was, Misha explains rather openly as Rose's plump bottom lip wobbles and she shoots a sharp and disapproving glare in Pinkette's direction. With a light dusting of red on her cheeks as the tip of her furry tail vibrates, Rose looks at Tina. Disregard what I said. Don't let him come inside. Safety is important. That's our motto. PFFT. Misha stammers and giggles while Ina feels her face and ears heat up as she cries out, it's really not like that. Okay, so goblins are just significantly weaker than most monsters. After all, when it comes to raw capabilities, after Jackal reached Kobold's soft cap, he quickly accumulated enough to reach the soft cap of dungeon lizards and frog shooters. It's not even funny. He only returned to excrete all the energy, and aside from regular potions, the dungeon lizard's energy turned into an item and frog shooter's energy came out in the form of a toad-shaped pouch. Not willing to waste any time, however, Jackal changes his axes for new ones and dives in again before sticking to the first floor. He will tackle the war shadow after claiming his first jackbird. By now, I should have D-rank stats of rank 1 adventurer. Only monsters like an orc, silverback, and infant dragons should push my physical capabilities further, but all these brawny beasts do not nurture my mind all that much. I hope more slab beasts like jackbirds do the trick. Jackal quietly roams the first floor of the dungeon. Unlike many excited adventurers, he has the map of the first 5 floors completely etched into his memory, so he would note the areas where jackbird isn't sighted. Should I check the pantry? Jackal muses silently. Dungeon pantry is where the monsters eat. And when this source of food is used up, the area crumbles, and another pantry is formed. In essence, the maps of the dungeon are not entirely correct and true to the actual condition of the dungeon. Sometimes an adventurer may cause a collapse, sometimes the dungeon may create another route to the lower floors. Things like this happen constantly. So, even if experienced adventurers draw maps and sell them to the guild, an adventurer must always keep an eye open for such changes. KRK. Goblins begin to climb out from within the walls as Jackal smiles thinly and throws his axe. He's gotten pretty good at it actually. The first time he threw his axe, it was the handle that hit the kobold's muzzle, but now, KHCHHH. His axe stabs and pierces into the goblin's chest before the poor gobbo disappears. Instead of taking the gibbons on, Jackal kites them and adopts to throwing his axe at them to train his aim. He missed 2 times because he read the goblin's actions incorrectly, but the experience overall wasn't bad. Betlaga, level 5 werewolf. He licks his dry lips. Physical strength alone won't cut it. I need more. For a moment, he thinks of his past life. As an avid enjoyer of fiction, since there wasn't much else he was allowed to do, Jackal fell in love with Two Piece. The story follows a young and fat Buffy who aspired to be the greatest villain and fails at this by unintentionally doing good deeds. Anyway, the story had a good power system, as in it was simple. No lengthy chant, no magical backlash in the form of Ignis Fatuus. No, simple buffing of body, mind, and spirit by the sheer use of will. Spirit of armament, spirit of observation, and the rarest of it all, spirit of conquerors. Jackal loved it. After all, no weak-minded individual could earn that power. No Falnet to boost them. No god or goddess to hold their hand. If one wanted to learn hockey, one needed to do so with sheer fucking conviction. Jackal looks at his axe. Willpower, huh? He narrows his eyes. He could feel his mind jerk slightly, but other than that nothing else responds to his will to motivate his mind. Jackal's ears twitch slightly and an ear-piercing shriek echoes through the hallway. Do I hear one damsel in distress? Jackal chortles and skips away with an axe in his hand. Please, Adventurer-sama, she begs, please. Let's go. We must not chase after Jackbird. Shut up. The couple scowls with the scantily dressed woman turning around to deliver a swift slap to her. She gasps and falls back as the woman spits on her head. Did we ask you? Do your damn job and keep your trap shut. Come on, darling. The man scoffs and fawns over her, his hand coiling around her waist. Let's follow Jackbird. With the two of us, dealing with goblins should be easy. HMPH, heard that? My dear is strong. The woman smiles proudly and kicks the short, hooded girl on top of her head. Get moving. Why yes, apologies for my rudeness. The girl, lifting an impossibly large bag on her tiny back, squeaks and stands up while both the adventurers huff and lead ahead. The part of 2 adventurers and 1 supporter silently make their way ahead. The sheer lack of monsters on the way makes the hooded girl chew her lip worriedly, but the 2 adventurers don't share the same worry. Instead, they act lovey-dovey. He continues to grope her as she holds his arms and presses her breasts against him. All of them are the same. Her chestnut eyes gaze at them quietly, arrogant, cruel. mocking. As they continue, the trio notices a significantly brighter source of light emanating from around the corner. But not far, in the hall ahead, they observe a gold-feathered rooster tilting his head sideways constantly as his clucking sound echoes to them. Jackbird! The woman gasps. Let's go! The two rush ahead after Jackbird when dozens of goblins steer out from the corner as both the adventurer laugh. Too easy. Jumping ahead, the man looks back. You're on your own, kid. Her eyes widen in abject horror as 30-something goblins snap their heads in her direction at once. Their pale yellow eyes regard her silently for a moment before they screech monstrously. Her breathing hitches and she turns away without a moment's thought, dashing away at the full speed she can muster. She wishes she could just drop her backpack, but her experience suggests otherwise. Adventurers are hateful beings. If I drop the loot now, they will find me later to beat me and then force me into more dungeon dives. She grits her teeth and continues to run. However, she trips. With her experience, she shouldn't trip. As a supporter who carries a massive weight on her back, she has long understood the benefit of well-placed footing and, more importantly, she is sure that there wasn't any stone where she stepped a few seconds before. Her eyes widen and she panics before looking back. The few goblins near her can already be seen leaping midair with their impish mouth wide open to reveal their sharp fangs. Fear fills her heart, despair courses through her veins, and hatred for adventurers burns in her gaze as she involuntarily shouts in horror. Yeah! She points at the airborne goblins and points her arm at them before launching short arrows from her crossbow strapped around her arm, but her aim needs practice. Her mind needs to calm down before she can make use of all the items present to her. But when was the last time dungeon ever took kindness upon the beings who dare step into its massive structure? Never. Chhhk. She gasps as an axe lodges itself into the goblin skull and splits him to his torso. Voomph. Chhk. Two more axes threaten to split the goblins in half as they disappear into a bout of wind and dash. It's a popular theory that dungeon feels our emotions. So, if you panic, the dungeon will try everything in its power to turn that panic into despair. She looks back at the towering figure whose presence seemed to make the otherwise rowdy goblins cringe and flinch for a second. He looks down at her. A unique pair of red gold eyes meet her chestnut orbs as he smirks. So, my dear damsel in distress, you're awfully young even for a palom. My sincerest condolences for everything you've gone through. Here, ease up. Feeling the slightest bit relieved, she stumbles to catch the magic stone toss in her direction. Huh? This isn't magic stone. The sweetest blueberry candy in the world is the one in your hands, girl. Enjoy that and this. He laughs in excitement as he rushes forward while picking one of the axes and throwing it ahead. Before missing a beat, that man picks up both the axes and follows after the throw and unleashes a massacre upon the goblins by throwing axes more than delivering true strikes. But he is having fun. She gasps and stares at the candy in her hand. Looks expensive. Biting back the urge to taste it, to have her childish wishes fulfilled, she adopts to be mature and pockets the candy. Huff tilde. Name's Jackal. I can't keep on calling you my damsel in distress the entire time, right? Standing up quickly and dusting herself, she bobs her head and speaks softly. My name is Lily, Jackal-sama. I am very grateful for your actions. Come on, I'll escort you out like your knight in shining armor should. He shrugs and doesn't give her a chance to refute as he laughs, more like a brute in dirty leather armor. While narrowing her eyes, Lily gasps sweetly, not at all, Jackal-sama. Lily is very thankful, truly. Of course, how can I be ungrateful to an adventurer who found himself an easy target? I wonder if I would be left any magic stone at all. She ponders. So, elephant in the room, he speaks after a while, or the elephant in the dungeon. Why is a supporter alone? Lilith bites her bottom lip. If I tell him I came with other adventurers, he will rob me now so he doesn't have to deal with other adventurers. Lily comes here once every week to train, Jackal-sama. I want to be strong. Blushing slightly, she musters in a coy tone, like you. He shrugs and Lily sighs. As expected. Easy to deceive, but all of them are equally black-hearted. Lily scoffs in her heart as the two silently make their way up the spiraling stairs of the dungeon to exit out of Babel. There you are, an extremely grating but feminine voice cuts their trip short as a familiar couple can be seen standing near the entrance leading to the dungeon. How careless of you! The brown-haired man presents an oily smile as she steps forward and regards Jackal calmly. She is our supporter, lil bro. Thanks for saving her. She separated from us and we were worried sick. Oh, Jackal nods while Lilith bites her bottom lip, all of them rotten to their very crunch. Pulling the man by his collar, Jackal's skull finds itself smashing and breaking the male adventurer's nose bloody. Yuga ? Kicking the man away, Jackal snarls, you think I was born away, fuck off. He unstraps his axe and throws it at the man as it stabs into the pavement between the man's legs. And, in her daze, Lily is sure she heard her brute in sloppy leather armor muttering under his breath, TCH, I missed. What are you doing? The orange-haired woman screams and glares at Jackal hatefully as her man slowly sits up, suffering from an intense headache and disorientation. What am I doing? Jackal unstraps his second axe as the woman flinches. Without waiting and shocking Lily even more, he swings his axe down and tears the woman's top. Kaya. She crouches and covers her tits and Lily hears another piece of wisdom from her savior. The fuck are you wearing simple clothes for? Always wear armor when dungeon diving, dumbass. Lily looks at her clothes and makes a mental note to herself. Hey, what's going on? A few patrolling adventurers with Gainshaw's emblem on their armor shout from a distance. Ah, shit. We're dipping out, Lily. Jackal holds Lily by her backpack and ruthlessly steps on the woman's face before dashing in the male adventurer's direction and ruthlessly stepping on his balls. Ugh. The man froths and every spectator could feel his pain. Huh? What just happened? She is still in a daze, so much so that she doesn't question being in one of the isolated spots on Daedalus Street. Usually, it's in spots like these where she is robbed and beaten up if she refused to hand her spoils to others, too. Her familia. Huff. That was amazing. Ha 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 ha. And it's his laugh that snaps her out of her thoughts. Jackal-sama? That was reckless. It's actually early in the morning. With Jackal spending hours after midnight in the dungeon, the sun's early rays reflect on his face. From under her hood, Lily's eyes glisten ever so slightly. His short black hair sways with a gentle gust. His golden pupils seem brighter than the sun. It's simply alight with sheer optimism. And his red eyelids glisten gold ever so slightly. His impish smirk makes him all the more warm, comforting. And his words, well, I can't just let others. Please. Do not say it. Adventurers are not supposed to be this kind. This warm. Take advantage of you. No more. You do not get to say all that. No adventurer does. If you do, I'll have to hope again that you are different. Not because you're a girl. I'm beyond such temptations. And when I think everything is fine, that I can trust, you will cruelly crush my heart. I'm already empty. You're too late. I have no emotions. Her lips pucker up. But you being my first damsel in distress certainly do wonder. I will only break your trust. I'm stained, even if you truly are good-hearted. I'm not. I don't deserve your trust. Tears unconsciously begin to spill out of her eyes. And it's just my luck that you're a cutie. You'll grow to break many hearts. Ha ha ha. As her shoulder shudders, he sighs with a soft smile and quietly pats her head. It's alright. Everyone's tough until that one final push. I've cried out a few times, too, so this is a judgment-free zone. Womanizer, she whispers while sobbing. Did you say something? Bouncing on her feet as her hood falls back, the sun's early rays befall her glistening tears, reddened eyes, and chestnut hair. You're a terrible womanizer. Talk about creating a judgment-free zone. Jackal smirks and shoves the already unwrapped candy into her mouth. HMFBGH, she gasps and then her eyes widen. It's sweet, right? Jackal smiles. You can save the blueberry one if you'd like to, but candies exist to be eaten. And looking at you, I'll humbly add that I exist to save your ass every now and then. Gritting her jaws as her nose sours further, she collapses on her knees and throws her head back to bawl loudly. Talk about a side quest being longer than the main one. What kind of damsel did I save? Jackal shrugs with a smile and lets her vent. Eventually, She crawls up to him and starts bawling against his stomach, and then passes out. Now the question is, should I carry her back to the dungeon like this and continue chasing Jack Bird, or sigh? The first and the last time I'm playing knight in shining armor. Consider that box checked. A/N. Nah, you'll be done playing knight when I say so. Alternate title, Knight. Lily looks away in disgust. Brute. Excited Lily noises the dungeon's true enemy, suicidal butcher. The Resventurer. New candy flavor or a sweet Riz, the thought slayer, the nut crusher, the axe misser. Nighty gazing, let Jackal come inside already. Ina. Rose. No, safety first. Maria stands corrected. Seer. In fact, did not believe. A/N. At first, I planned a long, overdrawn arc for Lily, but like her, I decided against it. It should be short, sweet, and simple. So I tore the oldest page in Barney's playbook and slapped it here. The Riz in shining armor. Chapter 11. Abilities. Something about his go-getter attitude and sheer recklessness pisses Bet off. The image of the dark-haired youth resurfaces in the back of his mind and he clenches his jaw. The sheer violence in his eyes is still fresh. That's not the kind of gaze a simpleton has. No. Crazy knows crazy, broken knows broken. As the proud owner of both the titles, Bet knows a similar individual at a glance, and that youth, Jackal, is one such person. Others think that broken individuals are a sobbing mess, traumatized, so full of holes that they seek anything or anyone to patch themselves. What a foolish idea. Those kinds of men and women aren't broken, they are desperate. They think they have lost their hopes, but they cling to them regardless. They want to cling to it. Broken people are the real reckless ones. Gareth was beside him yesterday. Bet is sure that Gareth knew it, too, with the way he swung his axe, aiming for his neck. That got Bet riled up. It wasn't his craziness alone. For the first time, Bet saw someone as crazy and broken as him. So happy. What's there to be happy about? The monster in front of Bet is crushed with a roundhouse kick as he huffs and snarls under his breath, feeling restless. There was something about that youth's mannerisms that got him this restless. Crazy enough to swing an axe despite knowing the difference, reckless enough to stare down the second strongest familia of Arario, and stay out of it. Those words that he snapped at Shina, that was no warning. It was no act of bravado, nothing as impure as trying to look alpha in some woman's eyes. Ain't that right, Furball? It was kindness. He sensed me willing to withdraw then and there. Bet growls and chases after an escaping monster. He is on a lone slaughter trail despite his familia's opposition because he cannot sit still. He can't. Not when someone so weaker is remarkably better than him. When someone understands the rule of the jungle, realizes the importance of strength, accepts his weakness, and still aims at the enemy's weakest spot, the heart, the ideals, the spirit. Bet would have backed off the moment Shna barged in. He is crazy and reckless, yes. But do crazy people really believe they are crazy? For most, their point of view is normal. Bet isn't like that. He knows when he's being an asshole, but when he should have backed off, he fell into someone else's control. That's it. Control. The bastard played me. Without strength, he had me in his palms. How can someone like him do that? But eventually, Bet vents. His thoughts are in chaos. He has many things to work out, but he knows he never will, so he pushes the enigma of Jackal into the back of his head. Covered with enough splashes of monster blood to be considered a disguise, he calmly leaves the dungeon without being bothered, but in the sea of scents, he sniffs a familiar one and stops. As expected, a grimy dark-haired youth steps out with a hooded supporter following behind him. A woman, scared, too. Emotions, especially intense ones, have sense, too. The next second, a bitchy woman raises a ruckus, and noticing the Palams shivering ever so discreetly, he rolls his eyes. There you go. This is the true Orario. Not home of heroes but a swamp of filth and tragedies. He silently stares at Jackal and scoffs under his breath. That's what you get to act mindlessly. Orario is large. More tragedies will befall you and eventually snatch that last bit of kindness. Two adventurers, a crowd is already gathering. Nobody will save that girl, and you can't either. You'll get in trouble. The best way is to snuff out that last embers of hope and live. Grind your life in the dungeon and die. That's all we can aspire to be. Bet's thoughts are cut off midway as he sees Jackal smash the man's nose before throwing an axe his way. If it's for intimidation, then it worked, as the axe stabs into the pavement right between the man's legs and next to his balls. "Tch, I missed," is what Bet's sharp senses caught Jackal whisper even from this distance. Of course, not everyone with sharp senses can do this. A lot of training and focus are needed to single out a voice. Then, Bet watches in slight surprise as he slices the woman's blouse. Alright, this earned Jackal brownie points in Bet's books. Glancing at the guards already stirred, Bet sighs softly, but next, he watches Jackal step over the woman's face and then even stomp on the man's ball before running away with the brightest smile ever. Biting his bottom lip from the underside, Bet quietly enters the dungeon once more. He is feeling restless again. But as he passes the Gainshaw Familia members helping up the two adventurers, Bet shoves the guard away and kicks the duo at once, sending them smashing into the pavement. Now, Bet doesn't know who is in the wrong or right, but acting the way one wishes is the right of the strong. And Jackal is strong, even if not physically. He has a strong spirit. His body will catch up. At least, Bet hopes for it. That bastard. Naza stares at the ceiling quietly. She could be working on her potion. The shop is all sold out again. Except for, her purple eyes glance at the lone love potion sitting on her shelf. Scoffing under her breath, she stares at the ceiling again. Last night, too, and now. He really thinks he can drop by any time he desires. A faint blush adorns her cheeks as she recalls last night. Or, to be precise, this morning. "Oh, my Axom is living good." His comment and lopsided grin already made her want nothing more than to smack the back of his head, but she adopted to not move too much in that delicate article of clothing. It didn't show much, in fact, at all. Aside from her right arm, which she would have liked to tuck away, her beige nightie is rather simple and safe to see. But that did not stop Jackal from laying it in thick. Did he get hit in the head? When did he become so? Sigh. She shakes her head. She is thankful to him. After all, it's only been days, but things are looking up for her Familia, even if it's just her and Mayak. But can I blame them? Naza stares down at her counter now. In fact, most of them adored Mayak-sama. Now, many have returned to their hometowns. They all must hate me instead. The dungeon is a harsh location. It's not a location where one aspired to become a hero. It's a location where dreams are crushed to pieces and the only thing left is pain. That Palom is lucky. Naza grips our gloved right hand. I wish I was lucky, too. It may be wrong to think like that. In fact, it is ungrateful to think like that, but Naza would have wished to come out in one piece or die right then and there. At least, that way, she wouldn't have caused Mayak so much trouble. At least, that way, he wouldn't have been subjected to all that humiliation. All because of me. She sighs deeply, but the nerve on Jackal. Truly, first, he wakes me up so early in the morning. It's embarrassing to meet others in that clothing. It can cause all sorts of misunderstanding. But then again, I did not have to open the door for him. Recalling the sight of his slightly red nose due to the morning chill but hearty smile regardless of the situation, Naza snorts and smiles faintly, too. Today, she felt full just by 3 bento boxes. It must either be magic or he must have put in more share for her, but she feels satisfied. And then, he comes running along an hour after everything is sold out with a palm in his hands, saying take care of her for me until I show up. Thanks. Bye. Damn you, at least give me a chance to say something or thank you for the food. Naza's ear twitches as she senses familiar footsteps. I'm back, Naza. Mayak returns with a wide smile. Wow, everything is sold out? Apparently Jackal-san is not going to open shop for weekends and the last 4 days of the month. Naza sighs. He is in the dungeon. Mayak nods. And he brought one unconscious girl and asked me to take care of her. Exactly. So, I'm not the only one who has this reaction. This means he is the weird one. Naza thins her lips and smiles. Mayak-sama, I'll be going to mix more potions for tomorrow. Of course. Mayak smiles. Practice well. I'll look after the shop. Ding-a-ling. Their beautiful neighbor enters the shop with a fawning smile. Ah, Mayaksama. Naza looks at them before sighing softly and leaving. It's hard to care when I'm feeling this full. I hope Jackal doesn't die. He used to give good advice, but I hope he follows his own advice, too. Naza chews her lips in worry. He looked so dirty and grimy when he brought the girl to her. I hope he doesn't overwork himself. I could ask him to not cook bindo. She thinks while biting her bottom lip. No, let's not be rash. His cooking may not be top class, but I don't know. He seems to put quite a bit of thought into them, I can tell. Glue, swish. Fuck yeah. Jackal's cry of victory echoes in the dark dungeon as the golden rooster disappears and leaves a golden egg. A drop item. Jackbird is a special monster of the first floor that lures the adventurers to monster parties and such. The monster itself never attacks, and the most attractive quality about this rooster is that it has a guaranteed drop item, the golden egg, which is worth up to a 1 million valis. But after his shout of victory, Jackal grows silent. Nothing. The advancement to his mind is even smaller when compared to a goblin. Well, shit. I wasted all that time for nothing. Hopefully, the item made from its energy is better. He picks up the golden egg and pockets it carefully. He did not intend to sell it. Money is not his primary goal, after all. Instead, he will keep the golden egg as a personal reward for himself. Pretty isolated point of the dungeon. Is there going to be a monster party? Jackal muses and looks around cautiously. His clothes and armor are caked with blackened monster blood. He smells a lot and he really wants to bathe, but it is this mentality that accumulates over time and becomes a weakness. Anyone finding glory in the dungeon will fail. Anyone trying to achieve his dreams in the dungeon will fail. No. The dungeon is a source of despair. Glory is achieved when one feels they have achieved something, be it within the dungeon or on the surface. The dungeon itself is not the crucial point, but the sense of satisfaction is. Some feel satisfied when others sing their praises, and others feel satisfied by simpler things like the touch of their woman, the taste of their favorite dish they cooked, and such. Similarly, the dungeon does not build dreams. It breeds pain, and when this pain spreads, others dream to rise above it. So, the truth about grand aspirations is that it stems from a society filled with pain and despair, not the dungeon itself. If there wasn't any dungeon, Jackal is sure that other mortals would have still found a way to breed pain, and thus, dreamers would have been born regardless. Man, I get damn philosophical when I'm bored. Problem is, I don't even know if I'm right or wrong. Then again, personal ideals are built by clashing with other ideals over a lifetime. See, I did it again. Admonishing himself for being sentimental in dungeon of all places, Jackal sighs and kicks a peace pebble. Thunk. Drrrrrr. The pebble bounces against a wall, and as if triggering something, the walls begin to crumble into crushed rocks that open another entrance. Electing to stay in his position, Jackal silently stares at the empty hall. What the hell? An undiscovered location? The adventurer in me rises, and no, it's not the bone arena, Maria and Naza gave me this morning. Checking the supply of his potions, all of them, and then confirming the condition of his weapons, Jackal takes a deep breath and enters the hole. As they say, every hole is a goal, right? Unlike the softly glowing walls, this hall is quite a bit dark. Jackal's senses have grown alongside his body, reflexes, and other all parameters, so this much darkness isn't enough to give Jackal a reason to return. Clenching axes in both of his hands, Jackal looks around cautiously. Again, he believes everything he told to Lily. You show the dungeon an ounce of weakness and it will make sure that you lose your limb for it. Feeling a shiver run down his spine, Jackal turns around and swings his axe, only to find a regular goblin at the receiving end. No, too silent, even its dying screech is silent, and its head is slightly larger. Slash, a claw tears into his back and snatches away the leather of his armor, leaving a shallow scratch on the exposed bit of his back. Jackal turns quickly and slices the neck of the offending goblin, and without missing a beat, he turns around and bifurcates another goblin who had snuck behind him. One trick pony it is. Then, Jackal rolls his eyes and begins to butcher the strange goblins. A new or variant species of goblins, to be exact. After their surprise factor lost its meaning, they could only be as helpless as regular goblins. This is what Jackal was talking about, not showing weakness. Had he panicked just by this, he would have failed to realize that these goblins are not any bit stronger than normal ones. Their tactics, too, are similar to the usual goblins' backstabbing. After everything is said and done, Jackal silently contemplates the situation. Finding a new variation of a species isn't off. It's the fact that he found it on the first floor that is odd, and the energy barely refined my body but my mind. He heaves in excitement. To be fair, it wasn't too great of an enhancement after reaching the soft cap, but compared to regular goblins and even kobolds, it was quite better. They move like owls. It's a magical racial trait, most likely. Jackal leaves the area but marks the spot in his mind. He'll visit again to try and grind the last drops of benefits for the boost of his mind. Now, Jackbird is hunted. It's about time I dive down again for war shadows. He stretches his arm and starts to jog, feeling quite a bit satisfied after dealing with these strange goblins. When Jackal says he is as strong as a beast, he means it. Like other adventurers, he uses a weapon. But this is simply because he's a happy-go-lucky murder hobo who likes waving axes. In the case of an ordinary adventurer, a weapon plays an important role. It allows them to aim higher, meaning a weapon allows a weak adventurer to slay a stronger monster. A kobold's basic abilities may be close to the D rank of a level 1 adventurer, but a relatively fresh adventurer with basic abilities in I or H can slay a kobold using tactics and a sharp enough blade plunged into its weak spots. But Jackal is not like that. He has similar strengths, meaning, when he fights, it's not adventurer versus monsters. It's technically a monster versus monsters, as such. He found something today after getting clawed in the back. He heals. Slowly, yes, but he has a healing factor. Death Eater is broken, man. If I ever decide to let go of all worldly possessions and live in the dungeon, I'd be unstoppable. Probably. He has already noticed how he is growing physically and visibly, but he didn't think maxing out Kobold and Frog Shooter build will have this effect. No, actually, it is similar to adventurers. Aside from basic abilities like strength and dexterity, they are blessed with development abilities during their level up. A few of these development abilities include abnormal resistance. It allows the adventurer to resist harmful substances such as poison. So, my healing factor can be considered a development ability of sorts. Jackal dodges Frog Shooter's tongue. He already feels filthy enough. Having the Cyclops frog spit on him will not help anyone. His axe first slices apart the tongue itself, and as the monster screeches in pain, he zooms forward and cleaves his axe on the large, skull-sized loni on top of the green frog. Squelch! A sickening burst of noise and liquid is followed by the monster's final pain shout. It's not like Jackal doesn't sympathize with the monster. He does. But you know what? If the monster he faces is stronger than him, he would cease to exist after a fight. He cannot afford to take pity. It's as simple as that. With that, he collects the magic stone and sighs. Behind him, silently, a shadow swims within the dusty floor of the dungeon. It's as silent as they come, or so it thought. And so Jackal thought. His head whips back, his ears twitching crazily. What is this sensation? Jackal frowns. This has been his main cause of concern for a while. After culling that group of owlish goblins, the pool of shadow behind him stretches out swiftly with a sharp claw aimed at his face. How did I hear a war shadow when they are supposed to be quiet? Jackal's axe phases through the shadowy limb with a purplish aura around its body. Not surprised, he let go of the axe, which flies and stabs into another frog shooter that squeals in pain. Sidestepping the mysterious war shadow's attack, Jackal stabs his axe into the lone red orb, acting as their eye. That ought to do it, as the war shadow crumbles into ashes. For a second, Jackal pauses and allows the sensation of Death Eater to work within. The energy flows into him and nurtures his mind. It then nurtures the mysterious bit present within him. And finally, as it nurtures his body, Jackal doesn't feel stronger, but he certainly feels lighter. Two monsters are graced with the title of newbie killers. War Shadow is one of them. Why? Physical attacks barely harm them. They can slip into physical surfaces. They can sneak attack. They have small weak points, and they show limited wisdom to protect themselves or find better ways to kill their target. Magic is the best way to defeat them. Oh, and they are silent when they wish to be. All this becomes a beast that can slay many newbies even if they are ready. Yet, I heard this one crawl close to me. How? His vision is sharper than before and his ears are sensitive, too. But he never heard anything silent before. Not until he killed those silent goblins. Huh. So I still don't know all that much about Death Eater. Did I get something else besides the usual from those goblins? Jackal furrows his brows. Pondering over it is useless. War Shadow makes me. He slashes his axe aimlessly, very quick. I think I'll also need to get used to the swiftness I earn from them. War Shadows may not be stronger than him, but their physical potential lay in speed and agility, in which they are vastly superior. So, his body, too, will earn more agility than the overall balanced strength that other monsters possessed. Looking at another War Shadow creeping around, Jackal thinks for a moment. No, he doesn't even think of the implications the moment this particular idea strikes him. He takes out a love potion and tosses it toward the monster. The vessel shatters and a sweet scent spread out. Meanwhile, the liquid is absorbed by the monster and it slows down significantly and moves erratically. It works? Jackal then drops the lazy potion and it almost entirely stills. Jackal cleaves the axe upon the red spot on the ground as the shadow disappears into ash, leaving behind a magic stone. I'll bring more potions from now on to make a few battles exciting. On the other hand, I shouldn't tempt the dungeon to focus on me. The day is still long. In fact, Jackal believes he may gain more than he bargained for. Nngh, her petite body squirms against something soft as she feels the warmth and mumble, "You're so soft." And gentle. Jackal-sama. This is the name she will reluctantly etch in her mind. And her heart. She doesn't need to open her eyes. The warmth speaks for itself. And the boing boing, too. Wait. Boing boing. Lily's eyes snap open and she finds herself snuggling in the arms of a violet-eyed woman. Hey! Squeaking, Lily pulls back alongside the blanket with a heavy blush before confusion kicks in and she looks at herself. She is in a fresh set of pajamas. And, where am I? Who are you? Where is Jackal-sama? Are you My name is Naza, speaks the Chianthrope as she sits up with a yawn. Lily would be focusing on her missing right arm, but one look at the silver prosthesis on the table beside the bed answers that particular query. Instead, Lily's gaze is drawn to two perky peaks that threaten to leave the confines of the woman's beige nightie. Despite yawning, Naza retains her signature sleepy look, and gives a short smile. Do you feel well now? You must have climbed into my bed last night. I climbed into Jackal-sama's bed, wench. He promised to take me forever. Well, not out loud, but it was pretty much implied. Lily raises a cloud of insults internally but finally chooses the grateful route and nods. Yes, Lily feels well. So, where is Jackal-sama? Well, Naza smiles. He left you with me. Impossible. Lily instantly becomes tearful. Her gaze grows dull, but before she can process the full measure of this betrayal and walk down the route of vengeance upon the adventurers as she will become the night itself, Naza blinks and sighs. Sorry, that joke was in bad taste. Jackal left you here until he can complete his dungeon dive. Adopting a furious scowl, the Palom knocks at the level 2 adventurer with everything she can muster. Stop toying with Lily's heart. I will. Naza leans forward and pats the girl gently. You should still rest. Jackal did not tell me much about you, but one thing everyone in the city can relate to is the need for more peace. Groo. Lily's stomach rumbles and she covers herself with the blanket, only letting her face out. That wasn't me. Are you hungry? She flushes. If you're not hungry, does this mean you don't want to eat the bento Jackal cooked for me and my ex-sama? What? Lily bounces out of her blanket. He can even cook? Climbing out of the bed slowly herself, Naza begins reattaching the silver arm to her right shoulder as Lily stills. No need to feel bad or whatever. I'm used to this. The dungeon is pretty unforgiving to the weak, after all. You don't need to tell Lily that. The Palom huffs. By the way, Naza looks back. The bento might not be entirely freshly cooked. My ex-sama doesn't eat all of his stack of bento, so I keep them in the refrigerator and snack on them from time to time. Doesn't matter, Lily gushes with a wide grin. I shall be the judge of Jackal-sama's cooking. Alternate title, The new all-for-one silent gobos hearing silence grind gains. The grim and smelly reaper, harnifying the war shadow Nausea has that boing Lily feels toying with. She wants Jackal's boing. Chapter 12, Judgment Zone. Hum baby don't love me no more tilde. Jackal hums a soft tune as he skips toward his home. He is caked in filth but he couldn't be happier. After going through tons of war shadows patiently, Jackal returned once to excrete all the stored energy, and this time, he found that the silent goblins had filled that spot again. He could hear those goblins this time. By now, he is clear that the silent goblins are not usual and all signs point to magic. Monsters can use magic, but it's not like chance and whatnot. Magic is part of them, a racial trait. But something hints to Jackal that when it comes to silent gibbos, they might be using magic. After all, if he compares the goblins to War Shadow, he did not gain any ability to phase through things, but the silent goblins somehow earned him the reflexive ability to hear silence. Still, even with that apparent magic, those goblins are only slightly better than the usual rank 1 goblins. Anyway, thinking too hard in this situation won't do me good. My only objective is to grind monsters, that's all. Only when I'm the strongest can I run my shop peacefully, beat Bet whenever I want, tease Finn and Riveria, and maybe even pick up fights without caring? Ah, the grand aspirations of a wife-beater run through me true. Anyway, the second trip lasted more than 7 hours and it was already dawn on the second day. I totally did not forget Lily. He flinches for a moment before shrugging. There you are. Oh, Ina. God bless her pure soul. Wait. That's some power walk. Whoa, too quick. With baggy eyes under her glasses, the bespectacled half-elf sitting on his distant doorstep glides across the street's pavement with loud thumps of the heels of her black boots against the surface. Still, in her uniform and more than tired, she snaps, "What give us a question mark?" And then the musk of hard work and pure badassery hits her right in the noggin as she reels back just as quickly and growls, "You're filthy." "Bathe now." "Right here?" Jackal sighs and begins undoing the straps of his armor. "What?" "No." She holds his collar and drags him to the front of his house. Huh. Elves surely react more than humans during their time of the month. Or is it just Tina? I've heard that beast girls are especially dangerous. And somehow, Amazonesses never go through with it and remain ready to be impregnated at all times. Cool world. Jackal brings out a small red marble that he waves across the larger device on top of the door and then unlocks his door. Wait. You didn't get the shock treatment, did you? Jackal points at the orb set on the top of the door. I passed out. Huh? So that's why she's pissed. I just knocked on your door but that item registered me as a threat. Did you try peeking through the window? Jackal looks back and smiles. Only cold silence answers his questions. Come on in. Make yourself at home. Never, especially not yours. She scoffs and takes a seat while Jackal chuckles and enters the bathroom before serving her anything. One hot shower and he is all ready to prowl the dungeon again. Yo, now into a fresh set of shirt and shorts. Jackal grins while drying his hair with a towel. Sorry for making you wait too long. Let me get. Oh. You really made yourself at home. Ina gloomily stares at Jackal while sipping on her juice and then biting on her piece of sandwich. In between, she grumbles, after passing out, I waited the entire time thinking I'd miss out on meeting you but you never returned. Then I thought you died. You could imagine something better, right? Jackal huffs, like me catching Ishtar's eyes and in return her giving me the best night of my life? Although, now that I think about it, as a goddess well known for her laziness, she might as well act as a dead fish in bed. What are you talking about? Ina exclaims with a bright red face as Jackal smiles and sits across her. What did we talk about being calm, Ina? As a dungeon advisor, guild employee, and normal civilian, retaining one's calm is incredibly useful. And thinking of horrible things will make you spiral out of your own control. Ina looks at her sandwich and musters. I just feel hurt. That's all. And I am aware I shouldn't feel like that. But I cannot sit still at the thought of you. In that place. You mean the dungeon? Jackal blinks. Didn't intend to hide it from you. It was more of a planned surprise. Planned surprise? Ina looks up. Yeah. Jackal leans forward and picks the other half of the sandwich from the plate and bites on it with a sigh. You know, lay low for a while. Reach levels 5, 6, And 7. Kick everybody's butt and be all like Iatadi. Ina chokes a little on her sandwich before sipping on her glass of juice. Glaring, she exhales heavily. You know it doesn't work like that. Well, if you trust me, Jackal smiles heartily. It's going great. After a moment of silence, Jackal finishes the sandwich. That was great, thanks. It's the least I can do after raiding your fridge. Ina looks down in guilt. So, which familia did you join? Ina finally inquires. How about I surprise you later? Jackal smiles, making Ina adjust her glasses. Fine. Her cheeks inevitably puff out. Now I feel bad. I ruined your sleep last night, too. And you didn't get much today, too. Jackal sniffs and points out. Then you should make it up to me. Ina rubs her eyes. Not today. Jackal shrugs. In fact, do me a favor. Would you? I'll make up to you at the end of the month, promise. Ina sinks into a thoughtful silence before she questions. Anything I want? I'll even put out Tilda. He winks, causing Ina to sputter. Who would want that? Ah. Well, Jackal shrugs. No worries. I won't put out then. I mean. Grrrr. Scratching her head violently, she exclaims, just tell me what you want. Could you tell my Aksama, or her familiar Naza, that I won't be coming in? So they need to cook their food and tell them to ask Lily to stay. She can leave if she likes, but it would mean a lot to me if she waited another day for me. Ina frowns and nods. Fine. Remember, end of the month. And not putting out. Yes, he nods. Blushing faintly, Ina huffs. Exactly. It won't be anything like that. Goodbye. She chugs down her juice and leaves. See? What a holy soul. God bless her. Jackal smirks. After locking the doors, he confirms that the counter block is still working and he starts to expel items out of his body. Hee. Tomorrow will be a surprise for everyone in the shop. Suck on that, Loki. Jackal keeps himself on the 6th floor. Any further and the risk of encountering killer ants increases, and those beasts are mean motherfuckers to newbies. Instead, Jackal decides to explore the floor and look for monsters otherwise common on deeper floors but rare up here. There are some needle rabbits to be found, but they are an ogo. In terms of strength, they are between a goblin and a kobold and provide next to nothing to Jackal. Even if their number increase, Jackal would rather search for the 2 specific monsters. Cleaving through a small group of needle rabbits who proved slightly annoying due to their small size, Jackal continues on his way calmly. 3 more war shadows snuck up on him around this time, or at least, they tried. The 2 monsters that he is looking for are the purple moths and blue papilio. The dual potion from his side is only effective on level 1 adventurers, most likely because it is from a simple plant. But if he kills a monster like blue papilio whose materials are used in true health potions that are used across the board, he might have a good item in his hands. As for purple moths, they can poison others. Call it genuine curiosity, but after seeing things from Silent Goblin and the War Shadows, Jackal wants to see a good poisonous item in his hand for convenience's sake. He might just spike Loki's candy with it and give her a freebie. Hey Tilda. He looks around, avoids other adventurers to a fault to not attract any attention, and spends his day well. Although he finds purple moths eventually, blue papilio still eludes him. But that's not to say he was unhappy. Far from it. I feel strong. Jackal clenches his fist and notices the increase in his bulk. Well, aside from seeing the muscles of his forearm pump post-cleaving, the fact that he almost bifurcated a frog shooter in a single hit is simply amazing. Usually, due to their fat, it's hard to cause large damage to them by newbies. Jackal had that problem yesterday. Not by the end of this day. It's done. There's no way I am changing my schedule from now on. Weekends belong to the grind. Jackal gushes and returns to his house. He needed to get out of the dungeon quite early to purchase material for a bento tomorrow, so that's that. Maybe I should make it a little spicier for others, too? Jackal muses as he holds large bags filled with groceries. Nah. If the kids ate spicy food, they wouldn't nap well later on. Oh, I also need to buy potatoes for ice. Cooking is fun if you know what you're doing, Tilda. He promptly cleans himself and ties a red apron before getting to work, stretching her limbs and wearing her glasses. Ina looks at the time. It's 8 a.m. Wait. She starts. It's already 8? Tilting her head, She tosses her usual robe on herself to cover her body and frowns. Jackal-san didn't come here. Or did he come and I wasn't awake? And I hate Misha for ruining the word come for me. As she walks up to her door, a small note can be slipped into her house. Curious, she picks it up and reads it. I felt bad, you know, I really did. If someone ruined my sleep directly or indirectly for 2 days, I'd be pretty mad, but you clearly are the better of the two of us. She sniffs in agreement and tilts her chin a little high haughtily while she reads calmly. Anyway, I didn't want to disturb you today. I've taken your bento hostages. Meet me in my store with Rose and Misha if you want them uneaten. Kisses. Bendo Napperjack. Ina puckers her lips. If she wasn't sure before, then she is sure now that Jackal enjoys pulling her leg a lot more. But calmer than most, Ina muses. Maybe it is because of how I let him get away with it constantly, encouraging bad behavior. Flushing slightly, she groans, "It's wrong. If I let him eat our bento, he will become even more demanding." Hey, kisses. She shakes her head. Folding the note, Ina sets it inside the drawer of her nightstand where many other personal letters she has received can be seen. Jackal admits that his thick skin has limits, and these limits were tested this morning when a questionable libate of a Lily decidedly tackled him the moment he entered the blue pharmacy. Unsuccessfully. Instead, the girl had her body plastered on him like some kind of a sloth, her eyes already wet as she began to sniff and sob softly. I feared the worst, Jackal-sama. You did not return last night, and that strange pretty half-elf looked like she'd seen a ghost. I burying her head into his chest. Lily mules, I missed you a lot, too. Of course, I would wait for you. I shall do anything you wish and command. Oi, Naza. What's with that judgment in your look? Jackal winces for a moment. Go back to your resting bitch face. Eyeing him critically with her not-so-bored eyes as Lily continues to motorboat his slightly pronounced pecs, Naza tilts her head sideways. How can I judge you, apparently, staying in the dungeon for hours if not days, and leaving a stranger to our care is well within your reasoning. No matter how outlandish the said reasoning is. Whoa, sarcasm much? How? Jackal muses and pulls Lily back and holds her high in the air by the back of her pajamas collar. Hi, Jackal grins. Why yes, of course, Jackal-sama, Lily stammers with a faint blush. Tilting his head with an odd expression, you're a weird one. Huh? Not that I mind it. Why don't you dress up? I'll bring you to see my store and we'll discuss your future. Our future. Jackal-sama. Lily tries to lean forward, but he sets her down and pats her head with a smile. The store gets really hectic in the morning. Take your time. Yeah, I have a few new goodies to show Naza here. And a few more bento boxes to bribe her with from my ideal no judgment zone. As if that would work. Naza mutters under her breath while Lily nods earnestly. As you say, Jackal-sama. She hurries along inside the building of the Familia while Jackal wags his brows. So, what do you think of Lily? He questions Naza. She can sell a lot of things in my store, right? A salesgirl. Huh. Naza nods before sighing. Your products currently belong only to your shop. You don't even need a salesgirl, as everyone, especially the wealthy Familia, would buy it for their weaker members, since level 1 themselves cannot afford these potions constantly. A regular health potion, the weakest one, can be sold for 100 Valis, while Jackal's weakest duo potion is at thousands. Well, if they get bored from the novelty goods, I'll whip up some serious stuff, hopefully. Anyway, let's get inside. As I said, I have a few new things to show off. Naza nods before eyeing him seriously. Her gaze lingers around his shoulders, then his arms and legs. With her brown brows scrunching ever so slightly in a mulish manner, Jackal grins. Rest easy. I am perfectly fine. I don't remember asking that, Naza mutters. You are free to enter the dungeon. After all, the sourness in her tone becomes evident by the end of it. But like always, Jackal couldn't care less. He shrugs and follows her while Mayak is already waiting for them in Familia's living hall. Good morning, Mayak-sama. Good morning, child. It's great to see you uninjured and in such high spirits. Naza had to sit Lily down many times as the girl was set on finding you. Mayak shakes his head with a chuckle. I hope your trip was fruitful. Slumping on the sofa and smiling at Mayak, he shrugs. I kind of lost count after running through the 7th acts of the day. I think I got monsters up to triple digits, in the higher end, of course. Mayak and Neza blink before the latter's furry ears twitch in an effort to strain themselves, and she musters, "Say that again?" "High monster count, high axe count." Now I only need to work on my goddess count and I'm set on being the guy every adventurer looks up to. Jackal grins as Mayak, finally, for the first time, snorts into a bout of a chuckle. Of course, this earned the duo a judgmental gaze from Neza, but that came to a stop when Jackal began to set a stack of bento boxes on Neza's side, after the third one. He set a fourth one while smiling at her. This got her into a more relaxed state. Hey, Jackal isn't above bribing others. Anyway, as I said, I have new goodies. Jackal exhales and began fishing into his back. First, the violet purple liquid from purple moths. As expected, it is poison. Next, thud. A palm-sized, brown plate carpeted in small, distinct brown scales is observed with interest by the Mayak familia. What is this? I don't know. Jackal exhales. It feels like a magic item. Anyone adventurer can push some mind into it and activate it slightly to test its effects. Neza frowns. You taught me the basics. Jackal's brows sink and he heaves heavily. Sweetheart, you think I don't remember? But my mind is locked. What do you mean? Neza furrows her brows slightly as he shrugs. I don't know what to tell you. Initially, I was excited to test them myself and just show off here for the wow factor, but as I said, my mind is locked. I can feel it. But it won't budge. It's heavy. Stubborn. Neza looks at Mayak for clarification, but the god shakes his head with a small frown himself. So, use it, won't you? I want to see what it does. Jackal smirks and slides the small, scaled plate toward Neza. Sighing, she picks it up and observes it carefully before humming in surprise. Oh, look here. This scale can be lifted and it's hiding a leather ring inside. Wearing it on her middle finger as it covers the back of her left hand completely, Neza stands from the sofa and strays a bit away before willing her mind to the item and igniting the spark of energy held within. Whoosh! With a flicker of light, a brown glow ejects from the fine edges of the scales embedded together and takes on the shape of the same plate but larger, almost 60 centimeters in length, meaning, a little above a third of Neza is covered by the scythe shield. Try hitting it. Neza looks at Jackal and he nods. Walking up to her, he cocks his fist back. I'll think you need your axe. Boom! His fist screeches forward and shears into the glowing brown shield with a small crackling sound as Jackal experienced a moment of resistance. Something his momentum tears through like a hot knife piercing butter. Whoosh! With a soft whine, the glow recedes and the plate in Neza's hand shatters into dust. Huh? Jackal pulls back, felt exactly like a dungeon lizard. Nodding, he quickly goes back and picks another of these shields and hands it to her. Use it again. I want to test something. Neza blinks in surprise, still reeling from the earlier punch. Just how long has he been adventuring for? She needs to know, because all hints suggest a not long. And if his words and suspicions are true and the shield is similar to a dungeon lizard's hide, then it shouldn't be so easily blown away by blunt force. After all, in the upper levels, the dungeon lizard's back is extremely tough and others choose to aim at its fleshy underside. Activating another shield again, Neza watches Jackal punch the glowing surface lightly. Once, twice, thrice, dozen times, and then more. It doesn't look like the item is gonna give in like usual magic items. Jackal frowns and assesses. It's exactly like dungeon lizard's back and shatters only when the shield is completely broken, despite it being energy, so no self-healing properties. Quite good. Dungeon lizard's back would even have war shadows floundering. Jackal grins and returns before starting to scribble a price on the paper. With his knowledge of the prices due to the insider info from Humble's store, he can set it just high enough to make wealthier guilds scramble. Meanwhile, all of it will be pure profit. Jackal-san, have you already encountered war shadows? Neza questions as she takes her seat. Encountered? Grinning impishly, he cackles. I douse them with love potions and then lazy potions. Using one alone doesn't work all that well, but the two of them work like a charm. It was therapeutic to see a war shadow just lying in a pool of its shadow. Of course, it was. Because that's good therapy, right? Naza narrows her eyes and scoffs dryly. Next, Jackal grins. This one I can actually show off. Placing a green, palm-sized pouch on the table with the mouth of the frog acting as the mouth of the wallet, A/N, Naruto's wallet, Jackal unzips it and details. It's got better storage than its size. I tested it last night and calculated that it has 2 cubic meters of space. And get this, no weight constraint on the supporter. It's good. And might I add, cute. Mayak reaches forward and checks the pouch. Smiling almost childishly, can I stuff my hand in? You can stuff a lot more, but not in here. Jackal grins as Naza's lips part in shock before blushing hard. Mayak-sama will not stuff anything anywhere. Oh if. Jackal shakes his head while Mayak continues to rail the poor pouch with his arm. Okay, 2 more items and I'm done. First. Is this? He sets a red marble on the table. I don't know what it does. Naza nods and picks it up before straying farther once again. Pushing her mind into the marble, she waits. But nothing happens. I can sense magic in the item but it's more like a drop material. You'd have better chances of realizing its true effects with the help of a smith, potioneer, or an item maker. She squeezes out the last bit with a glum tone. Jackal nods and sighs. And here you go, the final item. Jackal places a pitch black flask similar to the love potion with a similar goblin's head on its lid. Understanding Jackal's intent, Mayak tastes a drop of potion like usual while Naza sits down once again. Oh, it's a silencing potion, Mayak responds, a nightmare to the mages, but one of the best support items for rookie assassins and hunters as it seems to silence bodily noises as well. Jackal nods. This is pretty much what he thought, but Jackal poses, can I take a broom from you guys? Oh, and let's settle the transaction after Lily comes down. Another thing that I should have said before, but do me a favor. Jackal leans forward, would you be willing to sell the magic items? As usual, Blue Pharmacy will get 1 of each for 1 Valis, and the rest can be placed in your shop for commission. Oh. And please don't sell anything for the next half hour. Naza and Mayak look at each other. By now, they weren't averse to Jackal's generosity, but his list of demands is definitely strange. Naza nods calmly. I don't mind selling a bit late. We have a new wave of customers aside from the regulars because of you. And like your regulars, the new ones will become loyal, too. I mean, you charm others quickly with all that humble look on your face. Naza thins her lips and scurries off as her ears wobble slightly and her soft brown tail sways ever so slightly. Alright. It's rush time now. After a few minutes, a youth could be seen running with a large backpack on his back and a palm stuck on his torso, sharing bento with the kids in Maria's spicier bento done. She did seem like she wanted to say something but held back given how he looked in a rush. With a stranger on his chest. Unlocking the shop and checking all the magic defenses. A check. Lily. Jackal looks at the girls seriously as she jumps down and awaits her orders. Do me a favor and clean the basement. Yes. Lily distracted. A check. He then installs the cover against the window and closes the blinds before opening his humble store. Breaking the market by purchasing good stuff for 1 Valis each. A check. Alternate title. What da dog doing? Bento Daddy strikes again. The Shiro effect. Naza hunger is the enemy. Shiro. Jackal. First cute employee. Get. The shield breaker war shadow therapy. Naza feels a disturbance in the force. The lily koala. Maria be like in Saitama's voice. Who is this lost child? A/N. Don't worry. Lily has more facets I have yet to show. Her arc is far from done. Jackal commits to his employees. After all, Siranin and GHHH. Hey, what? Get out. This is the author section. Seer, number. Yes, my queen. Peas. I realize I forgot to add Jackbird's item in the roster. I'm currently writing chapter 27, so I will try and incorporate it there or just leave it like a plot hole it is. Of course, we won't talk about it. Points gun at you. The reader right? Chapter 13, Hearty Declaration. Forget whatever you know about Shakti and Gainshaw. First, Shakti is actually hot when she's not wearing orange. The color does not suit her at all. Second, Gainshaw has a cultured taste for employing someone like Shakti. Wearing a blue dress with armor on top of it, The woman looked as heroic and as beautiful as they come. Her pillowy lips press themselves in displeasure while she slaps on the poster with Jackal's face on it. "Have you lost your mind?" she demands sternly before slapping her armored hand on the counter once again, causing Lily to wince at the sound as she continues to curl behind Jackal and hold his left thigh slightly. "Ah, Shakti-san." Jackal smiles. "No, don't act coy." She huffs and glares. Why would you attack two adventurers in front of the dungeon's entrance no less? And sigh, their timing couldn't be worse. "Yo, we're breaking your rule and entering with more than 3 people Dalmas," Loki cheerily remarks and steps in with her wanted familia members. "Well, only Shana, Shin, Eyes, Lefia, Reveria. And a scowling vet." "Oh," Loki bounces at the sight of the bounty poster. "Huh? Ooh. Making a name for yourself, huh? And who's that cutie behind the counter, Tilda?" She practically leaps over the counter to pounce on Lily as she squeaks and hides further behind Jackal while his hand covers the flying goddess face and holds her midair. "Your sweetness." Jackal frowns at Reveria and speaks formally as she instantly looks indignant. "Would you keep this best in check?" Shakti-san doesn't like getting disturbed during important things. "Glad you understand that." Shakti nods and glances at Reveria, who nods calmly, slips out a robe from under her cloak which snakes around magically, and ties Loki up in a moment. "Loki, you brought this on yourself." Shana giggles wryly and crouches beside a whining Loki. "This poster's validity is based on your response." Shakti eyes Jackal seriously. "Did you or did you not assault a male adventurer and sexually assault a female adventurer?" Feeling the gazes of every woman sharpen while Loki peeks up with bright eyes. "Yeah, not an ideal situation when almost all the women in the room can tear his head off. PFFT." Surprisingly, Bet snorts a muffled chuckle and looks away. His shoulder still shudders, but he keeps himself in check when he sees Reveria's robe encroaching on him. "Jackal-sama saved me." Lily stammers forward. "Those adventurers are the rotten ones. Why are you here?" "That's why she's here, to confirm what happened." Jackal smiles. "Here, relax, have a gimling." Feeling oddly intimidated by all the girls staring at her now, Lily shuffles behind Jackal and tosses the candy in her mouth. "How do I put it?" Jackal hums. "I was acting in the name of justice." Shakti quietly continues to stare at Jackal. Fine, be that way." "You're too serious. You know, be like Gainshaw a bit more." Jackal huffs and smiles. "I found Lily in the dungeon, 1st floor." "The adventurers, well, what would you expect them to be other than the average bullies? You know, the 70% population of Arario consists of them." "Anyway, I wasn't going to act like a pathetic bitch and not save Lily when I had all the chance to, and then later realize that, oh, no, I should save her and all that drama." Lily lowers her head while the other girls sigh softly. "What about the female adventurer?" "I cut her top." Jackal nods. "Why?" "Why not? She was the opponent and the feeling of shame is her weak point. So, I'll embarrass her by exposing her." "Anyway, if she didn't want to get exposed, she should invest in a better quality of armor." Jackal slows down and looks at Shakti again. "Oi? Is that why you're dressed so much?" "Partially." Shakti huffs bluntly while Loki leers. "Hey, what a pathetic adventurer, cutting women's clothes. Although, it's a good strategy." "It's not." The majority of the girls speak at once. "If you're worried about your clothes, just wear something better." Jackal shrugs. "So, do I pass your morality check?" "For now." Shakti crumples the paper and looks at Lily. "I apologize for what you went through. I understand that our familia cannot be at every place at once or interfere with other familia. But if you happen to know other such victims, do bring them to my attention." Lily scoffs under her breath and looks away. Sighing softly again, Shakti looks at the shelves. "There is already a line of customers outside from both our familia. Your duo potion, for the rookies, is great despite it being costly. And those magical items." Jackal smiles and hands her the spec sheet. Going through it, she nods. "Very well, I won't intrude any further. As for my familia members, they will start making purchases from themselves from today onwards. Do treat them kindly." "Hey, you scratch my back and I scratch yours." Jackal smiles as Shakti sighs and smiles. "Very well." And indeed, Scratching back is satisfactory. That last part was unnecessary. Jackal shrugs as Shakti leaves. Heaving a deep breath, Jackal looks at Loki's familiar eyes. Look alive. Jackal calls out and tosses one gimling. Like the graceful blonde dolphin she is, the girl leaps into the air and eats the candy before landing and looking at Lily smugly. Why you, little. Lily gnashes her teeth reflexively. Here you go, these are the new items. They are pricey, especially the shield, but it is worth it. Sweetness. Jackal hands over the sheet of parchment to Riveria, who frowns. Stop calling me that. If you level up and your alias changes to 9 sweetness. Jackal glances at Loki, whose grin widens impishly. Then it's not a problem, right? Riveria frowns while Bet scoffs. Her alias should be 9 life hag. Really? She looks hotter than most hags. Jackal grins. Oh. A punch from Riveria hurts like hell. Jackal can say this from experience. Now sporting a large bump on his head and a remarkably sincere expression while a squirming bed is tied and set next to Loki, Jackal smiles. So, what can I get you? Love potions tilde. My promised Bindoya. 5. Bindo boxes. Loki-sama asked me to request more gimlings. Stammers Lefia. I'll take 1 lizard shield to test it. As Shakti said, our familia, too, has informed our members about you, and they will make purchases for themselves. Rest assured, they will not trouble you, but if your product turns out to be deceitful, then my words hold no meaning. Jackal nods. Fine, fine. As he starts to shuffle out Bindo boxes, Shina giggles and picks one. Eyes takes a stack of 5. Shin, too, picks one while snatching the love potion, which she had to return under Riveria's glare. With a look in Lefi's direction, Jackal raises an eyebrow. Anything besides the gimling? Twiddling with her fingers, Lefi lowers her head and shakes it sideways. Are we done, Tilda? Can we leave this stinking place and shop in Babel where the real good stuff's at? Loki grins as Lily vibrates in anger. Jackal-sama's shop is better than any other. Hey, nah, it's the worst. It's not. Lola bye-bye. Palom-chan. Loki grins as Shin picks the goddess with the rope while Shin picks up Bet, who continues to struggle. TCH. Lily doesn't like them, especially that blonde in a short skirt. Who does she think she is tempting? Lily scoffs while Jackal smiles. You know they have levels high enough to still hear you, right? Lily's lips part open before she scoffs. Good. She dresses inappropriately. Jackal stills and looks at Lily for a moment. Wearing nothing more than a red, hooded crop top that exposes her stomach and unbuttoned shorts they refuse to fall down her hips. Not to mention her stockings torn in some locations, she really cannot comment on others' clothes. So, ready to work with me? Jackal smiles, and it's at this time Lily falters for a moment. I think I should clean the upper floor, too. She squeaks and runs away after grabbing the broom. Well, Jackal huffs, she's got more problems, huh? Not that I intend to let a cute salesgirl go now. Just the thought of a line of saleswomen, as hot as Shakti behind the corner and selling his goods while he chills, eat food with Maria and whatnot, is a dream grand enough to make him feel motivated. Ha! Could I have been more stupid? What if Jackal-sama misunderstands that I am acting ungratefully? Lily quietly brushes the floor with a downcast look. But the filth won't go away. I should tell Jackal-sama everything. But he's only level 1. Even if he may not give up on me, I don't want him to injure himself for me. And there might be adventurers, his customers, who may know me. A certain memory resurfaces in her mind and she bites her lower lip. Last time I was out in the public. If I stay hidden this time, they cannot know I work here, or they will thrash Jackal-sama's place like that kind uncle's flower shop. She continues to broom the region. She continues to remove the filth. But the more she tried, the more she reasoned, the more she felt the ugly filth inside. I should leave, right? I mean, these 2 days were good enough. I should strive to quickly collect all the money and leave the familia before returning. She feels incredibly conflicted. She did think of going to Shakti, but who is she kidding? Familia matters are personal. A familia is similar to a domain for their corresponding gods. No other god will unnecessarily enter into conflict with others. That's just how it is. The justice of this world is merely whims and subtle understanding between the number of gods. Mortals, they just follow. For the entire time, Lily continued to guiltily clean the floor of the upper section of the store. How everything got sold out in less than 3 hours is not something she could understand, but when she hears him calling for her, Lily firms her heart. I cannot come clean. Never. Jackal-sama is reckless, shameless, and willful. He is a womanizer who even teases that 9 hell he shouldn't have to suffer for the bad hand life dealt me. Lily climbs down the stair with Jackal promptly waving her over. Jackal-sama, she takes a deep breath. None of that. He stares at her calmly. I just got you and I don't let go. Lily comes to a stop and looks down as she mutters, Jackal-sama, you have been very kind to Lily. Truly, you have no idea. Orphan, abused, and most likely thinking you're doing me a favor because your life's a mess. His words make her stop. Her lips press together and her nose sours ever so slightly. Looking up, Lily finds his usually energetic eyes revealing a sense of empathy. A stroke of warmth that wells her heart with emotions once again and her eyes with tears. As you can see, he speaks, I have a good idea what you may have gone through. And as I say, this is a no judgment zone. May I ask one thing? She nods. Did you at least try to change your life? I mean, Lily's lips wobble and she whispers, every day. But they won't let go. Lily is certain. We just met and I get how you may think this is too heavy stuff to unload. Jackal pats the chair next to him as Lily takes a seat next to him, and I'm not really going to force you to open up, but I get a good vibe from you. Smiling, he asserts, so don't give up on me. And I won't give up on you either. Lily nods quietly and then speaks up. Lily is just worried. They are not good people. They will hurt you to get to me. Nobody is good. Jackal barks a chuckle. They're only strong and weak. So, I'm gonna keep on growing. As expected from Jackal-sama, Leaky smiles. You definitely will grow to be the strongest, and tame the strongest monster, and tame the strongest monster. Lily grins and chorus cheerily, and have the sexiest harem of goddesses. Jackal grins and Lily chokes before shrieking, no way, that won't happen. Not as long as Lily fights off all those hussies. He cackles and continues, oh, think Aphrodite, Freya, and Ishtar. All 3. I'll be so damn good that I'm the only one they'd need. Loki will cry tears of blood. Muahahahaha. Nah. Ooh 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 ooh. Lily covers her ears and shouts in denial. Jackal huffs and smiles at the girl. At least she is feeling good. Then he glances back at the empty shelves. He won't ever add more than 30 items to each category, and eventually, the shop will stabilize. His goods are pricey, but the level 1 adventurer of Loki and Gainshaw familia are better off compared to other familia. Most items like potions and such are not used every day in the dungeon, especially not on the upper floors, so most of the adventurers will save these treasures. Besides, after hearing some praise from Reveria and Shakti, naturally, the rest of the members will come running along, so today is a special case. He estimates that within 3 days the situation will stabilize. This burst of popularity would have increased a rise in window shopping. But Jackal's store is in a discreet corner of the city. He will instead gain actual customers and a load of troublemakers. Nothing a little bit of violence and blood won't solve. Speaking of violence, Bet looked rather calm. Did he get laid or something? Jackal muses as Lily questions. Jackal-sama, what are you thinking? I'm thinking that Finn is a lucky man having an Amazon-like Shin chase after him. I'd like a big-breasted Amazon chasing after me, too. He huffs and lies on the counter. TCH. They weren't that great. Lily refutes. In fact, I have heard that many people favor a Palam's soft butt. Say, Jackal looks at the Palam. How old are you? 15. Lily grins but Jackal whines. Just my luck. Inflating her cheeks, Lily begins to knock her hand against his arm, womanizing idiot Jackal-sama. I'm not a kid. Yeah, Whatever you say. Jackal huffs. Jackal-sama. Lily groans once she notes the lack of enthusiasm in his voice. After a while, both of them grow dull. Lily, now that you're officially my employee, let's discuss your pay. Lily shakes his head. I don't wish to act ungratefully, Jackal-sama. I cannot expect any payments since I only have troubles to offer. Where do you live now? Actually, not far from here. I rented a room from a gnome grandpa. I don't stay with my familia. And wouldn't you tell me the name of your familia? Jackal presents a harmless smile. Why? Lily pouts. Well, I need to be as strong as the familia's captain before beating them up. See? That is why Lily will not tell you anything. I don't wish you to get hurt. She huffs. Let's leave tonight a little earlier. We'll get your measurements and then have a uniform sewn for you. Jackal smiles. If Loki can strut around with Leffia and Eyes, you'll be my mascot. Yes. Hey, take that blonde short stuff. Anyway, looking at her, Jackal questions, do you have any other place to stay? If what you have implied is true, then your familia probably knows where you live. I don't want to trouble my Aksama. So, want to live with me? You can bunk on this sofa. Living together with you? Isn't this too fast? Lily gasps, her cheeks turning ruddy as he yawns. Well, you called me womanizer, right? We make our moves quickly, Tilda. Oh, and if you'd like, join me on dungeon trips. Although I like going solo, I, at least, want to give a supporter a chance. Lily nods with a sincere, happy smile. Thank you, Jackal-sama. I will gladly follow you. But man, I wish I had an Amazon following me. Grrrr. Say, was I the only one who noticed it? Shina balances the bento box on the tip of her nose while walking with her hands on the back of her head. There are days when many members of Loki Familia, said goddess, has run off somewhere with a grumbling Bet and Riveria escorting her while the rest of the team makes their way to the main house of the Familia. Notice what? Leffia, the young elven apprentice to Nine Hell, cocks her head curiously. Hey, I thought I was the only one with how you and Eyes were so excited about the bento. Shin smirks. Then give me yours, too. Shina scoffs. You wish, Chibi. Grrrr. Eyes-san, what are the two of them talking about? Leffia questions with a stutter as Eyes walks with 5 bento boxes wrapped in her clothes and held in her hand. She stares off into the distance as if unconcerned by what others are doing, yet she replies nonetheless, showing that her mind hadn't wandered off. He grew. He is stronger. Exactly. Shina exhales from her nostrils and catches her bento. Didn't you see his arms? The result was right there, but how the hell did he do it? She looks down at her chest covered in a white tube top. Fauna makes us stronger and all that, but our body's growth isn't affected by it. Still looking confused, Leffia sends a pleading look toward Shin, who sighs fondly. Alright, what Shina is trying to say, is when we get a status update, we get stronger, right? Leffia nods. But do our muscles grow? Or does our height increase? No, right? We don't experience physical change. Our fauna strengthens us. But that Jackal, God bless his heart for sliding me that love potion, is physically growing at a visible pace. You may not notice now, but fighters like Shina and Eyes can easily sense the difference because we train ourselves to be observant of opponents. But Jackal-san isn't an opponent, right? He does tease the master and others, but he always remains kind. Even that Palom girl. Eyes' lips twitch while Shin licks her lower lip. Oh, he's an opponent. We are also trained to see who is and isn't an opponent. Shin pouts as Shin glances at her younger twin, and he'll get his fair share of troubles. I hope he does, Tilda. Life isn't interesting without causing trouble, after all, says Yu, who wags her tail the moment Captain asks something. Huh? Flames burn in Shin's eyes. Captain Finn is the most perfect man. If he says something, of course, I will follow it. Shin sticks at her tongue. If he's so perfect, go ask him to make a bento. And she leaps forward to snatch Shin's bento as the elder twin scoffs and tosses the box up before it lands on her bountiful chest with a soft jiggle. Lording over her younger twin, Shin turns her nose up haughtily while setting her hands akimbo. Oh, what? I can't see anyone beneath my chest. Huh, oh, damn you. Shina whines with tearful eyes. Shin clicks her tongue and crouches to pat her younger sister's head. You know, you're pretty unfair when you act like a geanthrope. Hey, Shina grins impishly and wipes away her fake tears. Besides them, 3 guild employees pass through. Eyes notes one bespectacled half-elf looking at their bento. Eyes holds the stack of bento close to her protectively and walks forward. She likes this bento. She feels warm eating this. And she smells potato from one of the boxes, so she shan't lose any of the bento. Recruit that petulant asshole, huh? When he was born, I bet his mom gave up on living after one look at him. When he tried to fuck his first girlfriend, I'm sure he never even got hard. He's that asshole look on his face when he looks at my Azu. 9 Sweetness, Shna, and Shin, not Lefia. TCH, how dare he not look at Lefia the wrong way? Sweet, innocent girls like Lefia make this realm more tolerable. Oi, Loki. Are you praising that weak pussy or bashing him? Bet scoffs. What about you? Reveria glances at Bet. You seem oddly calm near him. Shut up. 9 Hag. Bet barks her off as her emerald pupils narrow. I will hold a grudge for this, Jackal, Reveria swears, as my name is Alf. TCH, who will praise him? Loki scoffs. That does not matter. Reveria looks at Loki. All the hints you gathered from your divine tell points to the fact that his items and potions are a product of his hard work. And he must have other unique skills. His body is proof of that. We should recruit him into the Familia. Nope. Loki shuts her down while walking ahead casually. Why? Reveria, you're one of my eldest children in terms of recruitment. Loki huffs. Did we always employ the cream of the crop? Did we always go for the uniques? You see, a balance between the cream and the normies is needed. Just cause one of my children is normal doesn't mean I love him or her less. Else, why would I have them? Looking back with a grin, but it's a parent's job to know which child has too big of an appetite and that child is a monster. Even I feel the tingles when I see him, she scoffs under her breath and eyes Reveria luridly. And what else? I don't want him to devour my 9 sweetness just yet, Tilda. Please. Reveria stares at Loki gloomily. Nothing of the kind will ever happen. However, Loki's next words. Her expression almost sent Reveria and Bet over their edge, as if matching a terrifying serpent. Loki's red eyes stare at them. See, that's what is so cute about children. They always underestimate a caring god's intuition. Our bastard of a tenant is never going to settle. And if he does, hey. Well, whatever. I don't even want to think of the cost he would carve out to settle down. The duo behind her remains silent the entire journey through the streets of Aurario before Loki sniffs. I smell it. As reported, so Miss Wine Tilda. She leaps in joy, attracting attention from everywhere. Loki is damn weird. Bet scoffs. Better than most gods. Reveria sighs. TCH. When are we going to the next expedition? Bet tosses Reveria a glance. Soon. Reveria smiles. Ah. Ina-san, right? Nice to meet you again. Maria smiles as the 3 guild employees enter Jackal's shop to find Maria, Jackal, and Lily feasting on their bento. Hey! Jackal grins and greets them. Come on in. I thought you wouldn't be coming. Rose nods while Misha greets back cheerfully. Yahoo Tilda. Jackal-san, it's been a while. But don't worry, Ina keeps us updated with the things you two are doing Tilda. The Pinkhead's words leave a lot to be desired, but Jackal has some of the best works in such situations as he grins back. She does? Well, that's great. Say, Ina, did you even tell them when you stayed till the morning? Ina takes a deep breath and simply massages her forehead. Whatever. Truly, I knew this would happen the moment you and Misha meet again. Jackal grins and helps with the introduction before everyone looks at Lily. How sad. Maria can understand what's left unsaid and pulls Lily into a motherly hug as the Palam's face is strained against Maria's breasts. Ina sighs softly while Misha and Rose look at Lily gently. You know, Jackal eyes Maria, I'm an orphan, too. Maria sends him a huff and smiles. It's the same rule with your candies. Jackal-san, no freebies for adults. I see. So I will have to work my way up, huh? Jackal laughs as Lily pulls back and stares at him angrily. Well, I'm sorry that Palams cannot grow. HMPH. Jackal, Rose speaks up stoically. Are you well? I am. Jackal cracks a grin and points at Lily. And as you can see, I'm living the adventurer life well. I've already got a palom. Let's see, next will be an elf, half-elf, gianthrope, catgirl, Amazonas, werewolf, boaz, bulls, weretiger, hume bunny, dwarf, half-dwarf, sheep, spirit, renard raccoon, and goddess. Looking at others awkwardly as if he was going to apologize, Jackal punctuates, did I leave a race out? Looking at the bleak Maria, Jackal grins, humans, too, of course. What? Ina squeaks with a red face as Rose, too, has a dusting of red on her cheeks with a rather stormy look in her eyes. Lily huffs but Misha sighs, guys, come on, he is obviously talking about having store employees. Gosh, it's so easy with you all Tilda. Huh? Jackal looks at Misha strangely. No, before an adventurer can build a harem, they must be bold enough to announce it at least. Sticking his nose high in the air, Jackal proclaims, if you can't even be that bold, how can you ever take care of that many women? Besides, crossing his arm, I'm actually honorable amongst other professionals. Others lie, sweet talk, beg, and whatnot. Grinning at Misha, Jackal smirks, I declare, we are not the same. So, Rose-san, Ina-san, would you like to continue your lunch in my orphanage? Maria smiles pleasantly without looking at Jackal. Ina, too, decidedly ignores Jackal and smiles pleasantly, of course, Maria-san. That would be well. Rose nods with a surprisingly pleasant smile, too, but Jackal-sama is an idiot. Lily quickly follows them after pulling her hood. Well, all the best. Misha grins gingerly. Thanks for the food. I'll try to sway the public opinion Tilda. God bless your soul. Jackal chuckles. Okay, so declaring having a harem, check. At least, now I won't feel bad or conflicted. Fuck, just thinking about all sorts of misunderstanding not clearing this out would have created. BRR. A shiver runs down his spine. Alternate title, Declaration before harem the manly way pleasant smiles. Cold eyes Misha being the good PR rep Shakti fears Jackal's skills. Make Bet laugh again the golden smug dolphin intuition of God's Riveria's promise monster girls exist Jackal, it's free real estate. A/N, the story is set 2 years before the canon but many characters are the same age as canon for coughs reasons. Except eyes probably. Chapter 14 Hostess. The bustling Aurario naturally has one of the best nightlife in the entire realm. Streets are filled with beautiful girls, most of them scantily dressed to pursue more customers into their establishment. Even some men attracted women this way. Street lamps powered by magic stones illuminate the city. Jackal-sama, are you sure that store Ina-san talked about is near here? Lily questions as Jackal cannot help but look around a bit more. From his house to Blue Pharmacy and then to his store, used to taking shortcuts, he isn't really well acquainted with the main streets that divide Aurario into shapes similar to slices of pizza. Well, it's supposed to be new, right? Jackal traces his chin. They have indeed closed the shop early and Jackal made sure to caution Lily against the defense mechanism. After that, he returned to his home to settle the items and now they are out buying some stuff for her. Although Lily decided against any pay, Jackal intended to give her a salary, and all they will be purchasing today, except for the uniform for the store, would be docked from her salary. Ariana's strings. Jackal mutters under his breath, not minding the hollers and laughter. After all, the main street is lined with multiple bars and taverns that attract loads of adventurers after a day of risking their lives. Lily, you can do it. Lily licks her dry lips as she eyes Jackal's hand. Jackal-sama is a man set on being a womanizer. I have to carve out a path before any hussy realizes how great he is. I need to be on top so that Jackal-sama focuses on me more. Thud. Not paying attention ahead, Lily runs into a nearby adventurer before stumbling back on her butt. The adventurer looks at her and laughs. Ah, sorry about that dear bastard. Wait for me. He quickly enters the boisterous pub in front of which Lily fell. Crouching near her, Jackal helps her up with a smile. Are you alright? Ah, yeah. Lily flushes. I just wasn't paying attention. Well, you should. Jackal cocks his head sideways, making Lily heave and pout. Jackal-sama is amazing. Lily didn't even think of it. Cheeky palom. He smirks and flicks her forehead. Come on, Let's get you into a cute uniform, Tilda. If it would please you, Lily gulps. I would have. And then it happens. The color suddenly drains from Jackal's face. His golden pupils dilate and he feels it. Someone's gaze. It's on him. It's mind-numbingly predatory and ruthless. Even Bet came nothing close to this. Irrationality. For once in his new life, Jackal loses his bearings and snatches Lily from the ground, causing her to squeak, as he turns around to run the fuck away from Harry. Kaya. Jackal feels his face burying into something soft. He fell on someone, didn't he? It's a woman. Isn't she? Or a queer who shouted Kaya. Jackal sighs. At least, he cannot feel that presence any longer. With Lily stuck between them, Jackal lets go of her body and pull up to find his gaze caught by a pair of bluish-gray eyes. A heavy blush adorns her fair face. A beauty, no doubt. Her hair, just like her eyes, is bluish-gray. For a moment, the woman gently bites her bottom lip, and she whispers, "Sir. Adventurer. There is something big. Touching me." Grrr. That would be me. Lily crawls up with the back of her head decidedly resting on the woman's bosom as she stares at Jackal with concern. "Jackal-sama, are you alright? You looked scared." "Oh." Jackal sits back so that the other two can move. "Yeah. Well, don't worry. Sorry about bumping into you." Lily and the gray-haired girl separate, too, as the woman clears her throat. "Oh, it's alright, sir. I just saw one of our customers bumping into your companion, so I thought of helping her." Smiling sweetly, her gray locks sway gently as she tilts her head. "But I suppose standing behind you was wrong on my part." The woman wears a green dress with frills in the center of her neckline while a white headdress frames the top of her head. Her gray hair is tied into a bun on the back of her head with a ponytail sticking down from the center of the bun. The way she is sitting, her green skirt dress rides up her legs a little bit, exposing more of her black pantyhose, but Jackal averts his gaze eventually. Helping Lily up, Jackal extends her hand toward the girl who is slightly dusting her apron and helps her up. "Well, no harm no foul, as they say." "Come on, Lily, let's go." "Yes, Jackal-sama." She grins and follows when the waitress from before calls out, Jackal-san, is it?" Both Jackal and Lily look back curiously as the woman bows slightly. "I'm Sir Flova. Would you like to patronize our establishment?" she asks with a genuine smile that has a soft T in the end. Jackal looks sideways and gazes at the pub. The entrance is marked with a prominent board, "A hostess of Fertilitia." "Could you repeat your name?" Jackal frowns. "Seer, Jackal-san." "My name is Seer." She smiles and looks up. "Seer who brings Maria's orphanage damn good meals." "That's Seer?" "Ah. You know Maria-san?" The woman blinks and then nods. "I sometimes volunteer there." Her words slow down as Jackal gains a fierce pout. "God damn it, Lily. This is the place those kids yapping about. Let's see what's special about this place's food." Jackal catches Lily's hand and drags her in while Palom goes numb. Jackal-sama. My hand. Tilda. She giggles foolishly and lets herself get dragged away. "Welcome." Seer tilts her head curiously before entering the pub. Hostess of Fertility is one of the more popular local watering holes for various reasons. The owner of the pub has a bit of a reputation. Well, that would be another understatement of the century. The food is great and the waitresses are damn cute. Heck, even a mighty elf can be seen serving the food elegantly. And finally, this is one of the rare locations where adventurers fear making a scene. Despite this being popular, the name never really meant a lot to Jackal. In fact, he is ashamed that it never mattered. This is his second chance at life, but he never went out to get drunk and have fun. How the fuck did he become so workaholic? Oh, yeah, it's the Death Eater's fault. He realizes that trait keeps his body at the peak condition most of the time, so Jackal always finds himself wanting to get more work done. Heck! Only now does it hit him that he just created 2 holidays from his shop. For more work. Not that he minds that particular, but anything to make bed his bitch. Still, the cozy pub is amazing. Sitting beside him, Lily stuffs her face with a plate of saucy pasta while a jug of half ale is set next to her. On the other hand, Jackal sighs and sips on his own jug. The pub isn't overly large and the seats Seer found him and Lily are actually on the L-shaped counter right next to the owner of the pub. And for a dwarf, Mia Grand sure is tall. With her medium-length brown hair tied into a ponytail, the large woman is covered in a navy dress and an apron. And when Jackal says large, he means that in every aspect. Despite a muscle tank build and being called old, the woman barely has any wrinkles on her face and got softness in all the right spots. Call Jackal whatever you want, but he would happily let Mama Mia handle him without hesitation. Hora, what's with that stale look, kid? Mia chuckles and fills his jug with more ale, something she would charge good valise for, no doubt. As Jackal exhales heavily, you've got good food, that's what got me my stale lul. Tashin hot true. Lily instantly comes to support, but her stuffed face speaks a whole different story as Jackal cackles. Oh, just eat without choking on it. There's a lot more for you. Yeah, Mia barks merry laughter. For Palom, you've sure got a dwarf's stomach, but I like that, kid. What about you? Want more servings of patties? If you insist, Tilda. Jackal leans forward with a happy grin while chugging down his jug. Pooh, this place sure is nice. Mia's smile turns more fond as she watches the Palom hurriedly picking her own jug in an effort to get it clinked with the youth's jug before drinking heavily, too. Her smile, however, falters for just a moment and she gets to her work. Enjoying yourself, Jackal-san? Seer tiptoes toward Jackal with a smile as he grins back. Damn right, I am. Good thing I bumped into you. Ah. She blushes as her hand slightly covers her breast, which makes Jackal laugh out loud. Who cares about breasts? Mama-chan, hit me up. Jackal turns to Mia and raises his glass. Yeah, Mama-san, me, too. Lily parrots in a drunken slur. For a moment, Mia blinks, and then she begins to laugh out loud. Mama-chan? She fills their jugs. Only my daughters call me Mama, boy. Okay. Mia-chan then. Jackal giggles while Seer drags a stool next to Jackal and sits down after hanging her apron away. So, Jackal-san, what were you doing here? Going to another pub? No. Lily clings to Jackal and wraps her arms around his, with a ruddy face. Lily mules, Jackal-sama is a big perv. He wanted Lily to dress up for him. For the store. Jackal huffs. Ah, Mia-chan, you should visit my store sometimes. 2. Looking at Seer, Jackal grins. It's that one, right beside Maria's orphanage. You're the one who butts head with Loki? Seer gasps while Mia grows more interested in the conversation. Butts head? Jackal scoffs. Tell him, Lily. Yes, Jackal-sama. He kicks Loki's ass. She hums in a sing-songy tone. By the way, Jackal-sama? Lily leans forward, her breath buzzing with the scent of alcohol as she whispers. Lily feels that she should reward you for your kindness. Puckering her lips and trying her very best to calm herself despite the willingness of her first chaste kiss given to her savior, Lily never saw Jackal laughing out of a sudden. Are you kidding me? He grins and wraps his arm around her before planting a firm kiss on top of her head. I get a cutie like you. That's an awesome reward already, right? Look at her, Mia-chan. Ain't she fucking cute? Lily pouts while Mia snickers at their antics and Seer hums. Indeed, her eyes squint. She is very cute. Oh, yeah, about my shop. Be sure to visit any free time. These couple of days I've been sold out, but eventually, I will be left with a few kids, right? Right. Lily nods seriously, enjoying the comfort of Jackal's arm around her waist. Her face flushes even deeper. So, Seer, what you wanna talk about? Jackal grins. Ah, I was just curious about you. Seer leans against the table and smiles. Are you from Arario? Born and raised. Jackal raises his jug as Mia fills his jug without missing a beat. He and I never even saw you once until today. Seer drawls with a playful smile. What can we do? It's a big world when odds are against us and a small one when fate favors us. Jackal sighs with a smile in a moment of drunken reflection. What an interesting saying. Seer smiles gently, but I can understand the sentiment. Ah, look at that. Your plates are already empty. Won't you buy more food? Jackal stares at Seer dumbly before snickering. Hey, Lily. Take note. That's how you sell something. Seer here is one hell of a waitress. He tilde. She sticks her tongue out. Busted. Leaning forward, Lily stares at Seer seriously before huffing. HMPH. Just because she has bigger boobs. They're not all that great. Ass is something that can be trained. A woman should be measured based on her ass and legs, she declares while slipping out of Jackal's hold and climbing on the counter. Well said, a middle-aged Palom woman shouts and other laughs before drowning themselves in alcohol. Lily giggles foolishly after being given such a warm reception and looks at Jackal impishly before bouncing on him. Catch me. No jumping around, girl. Mamma Mia grabs Lily easily with a single hand and sets her on Jackal like some stray cat. Grrrr. Lily glares at Mia with her cheeks inflating. Anyway, I should bring you 2 more servings, Tilda. Sear chortles with a laugh and ends her break. Thank you. Jackal and Lily chorus at once, making Sear's smile wider. Jackal-sama? Yes, Lily-sama? I don't think we can get our uniform today. Hick. Well observed, Lily-sama. Tilda. Jackal-sama, my head hurts. Welcome to adulthood, Lily. That's called a hangover. A consequence of every great night. Jackal wanted to complain, too. But he's the leader. It wouldn't do to complain, especially when he also had to cook after chugging down 2 duo potions. A secret he will reveal to Lily at the right moment. Translation: he won't. He's a mean boy. The next night, Jackal and Lily did find Ariana's thread. Well, they also might have stopped at Hostess of Fertility for a quick break since the walk can be tiring, but they did reach their destination. Thank you for showing us the way, Sear-san. Lily bows her head slightly as Jackal, too, nods. Thanks. Smiling playfully, Sear winks. Since I'm so good to the both of you, how about visiting us in the morning, too? There isn't all that rush in the morning, so we can eat in peace. Ah. The store and dungeon diving doesn't leave me all that time. I'll try and visit during the weekends. Jackal shrugs. Or the end of the month. Sear crosses her hand back and bends forward a bit at her waist. Looking at Jackal with upturned eyes, she musters, I would like to know you better, Jackal-san. You seem really interesting. And I would like to think that the world has become a small place for us. Well, he does have a date with Ina at the same time. But he has 4 days of holiday, right? 1 for Sear, 1 for Ina. Easy peasy. Sure thing, but I'll try not to keep you waiting. It's a deal. She vibrates a bit in place happily while Lily stares from Jackal to Sear and then back before crossing her arms and pouting, but she couldn't say much since Sear has been kind to them until now. Well, I hope you choose a cute outfit for Lily-chan. Sear smiles at Lily and nods at Jackal before turning around and walking away. Heaving deeply, Jackal turns to look at the store, whose front consists of more glass than bricks, which showcases several mannequins covered in all sorts of outfits. Let's go, Lily. We'll have our first uniform. You and me both. Yes, Jackal-sama. Lily heaves deeply. I think we shouldn't have let Mama-san talk us into drinks. I think we should avoid drinks altogether. Jackal sighs. Let's not be rash, Jackal-sama. A good thing you're here. You've got a good head on your shoulder. Just a good head? Sigh. She deflates. To be honest, there is no winning with Lily. As it turns out, Ariana's thread is a proper tailor store. Meaning, aside from workshopping ideas and having their dimensions measured, Lily and Jackal couldn't just try on outfits for the fun of it. There is a whole line of clothing stores that allows such service, but not this store. So, after the matron took their size, understood their general idea, provided good feedback, and locked on a design for both of them, they could only leave. A good thing Hostess of Fertility is in their way, right? The next day, Lily resists the urge to sigh even softly. That would be very wrong of her to do. Knowing the value of strength full well, how can she just think that Jackal's dedication to the dungeon is a bad thing? Yes, he offered her to come with him, but after spending the entire day in the store, she rarely ever wakes up in time, and by then, Jackal is gone. Still, it is undeniable that he never forgot about her. She can feel his warmth in the bed. After the first 2 days, Jackal simply gave up on trying to make Lily sleep on the sofa. After all, he rarely ever sleeps himself. What Lily does feel, however, is worry. I wish Jackal-sama would rest more. She curls within the faint indentation of his body left on the bed. Her nose twitches ever so slightly and the familiar warmth turns her frown upside down really quickly. He really is an odd one. Nobody even forced him to cook aside from the ties. TCH, who does she think she is demanding 5 bento boxes every morning? Lily pouts. 2 more days and the store will be closed for 2 days. I can accompany Jackal-sama then. With those frog pouches, I can hold a lot more items, too, but how can I ever get stronger for him? She bites her lower lip. For a moment, hate seeps into her gaze. How will I leave my familia? Clang, clang, clang. Be it day or night, loud sounds of hammer beating and abusing the material echo in this section of Arario. Aside from Daedalus Street, properties are the cheapest in 2 more regions. The area near Goibniu Familia and Hephaestos Familia's Homia Etna Volcano acts like a small village of smiths on its own within Arario. Many blacksmiths with the corresponding development abilities have personal workshops. Granted, some workshops look stellar, buildings in their own right, and some look like mud houses. With the central region restricted to visitors since it holds the residential quarters for the familia, many customers can walk along the outer area and meet with various smiths and raise personal requests. But for a familia well known for their grit, Jackal does push the buttons of level 1 smiths. Yo, stepping alongside the grass ground, Jackal grins. Yeah, fuck off. The middle-aged blacksmith curses at the sight of Jackal as he snickers. Come on, don't be like that. I said, fuck off. The man huffs impatiently. You came to me 2 days ago. Since then, you've destroyed 19 of my axes. Kid, you've got talent but I don't, so let's not waste each other's time. Yeah? Jackal purses his lips and nods. Sometimes swordsmen have it easier. They have the option to stab. The addition of this one variation alone opens them to saving a lot of time and effort, as stabs are often precise and quick, ending the monster quickly. And due to the high pressures ejected from the pointed stab, the blade itself is in a better condition. Axe doesn't have that option. It chops. Plain and simple. All the effort and strain are placed on the edge of the blade end. Given how monsters like dungeon lizards and frog shooters have thick hides, the axe breaks. This will only get worse once Jackal steps down another floor and faces a group of killer ants. Their carapace is tough, they are great in number, and given their tendency to attack in groups, a solo adventurer cannot focus too much on where he is chopping. As such, Jackal finally wanted an in with a blacksmith, someone who could craft him better and better axe as he enters deeper and deeper into the dungeon. Sighing, he walks out of the shed as the sound of a hammer hitting metal echoes. He tries a few more sheds nearby, but somehow, he has a bad rep. Sigh. A bunch of fuckers, the lot of them, sugarcoating it like I'm all that great when they don't want to step their games. It's rather easy to notice. Anyone with their age and experience should be level 2 by now and working their way up in skills, but apparently, Hephaestos Familia is not free from an unmotivated workforce. Oh. Isn't that? Jackal catches sight of a familiar figure. Oi, Gareth, he calls out with a wide grin, attracting the attention of the passerby adventurers as he jogs up to the bushy bearded dwarf of the Loki familia. Slightly shorter in height at a glance but significantly wider, Gareth stops and glances at Jackal before giving him an appraising glance. His experienced brown eyes notice the scratches, caked blood, and other marks on Jackal. Oh, brat, what are you doing here? Gareth gets to the point without mincing words as Jackal shrugs. Looking for a smith, but nobody here wants to take me on, and other level 2 smiths still be a level 2 before coming to USA. Sheesh, the nerve of some people. There is another reason why he's here, of course. So, why'd you hit me up? My blacksmith may be even blunter, you know. Gareth scratches her beard and chuckles. Oh, I don't want weapons. The ones in store should suffice for now. Shoving his hand into the frog wallet, Jackal takes out a small red marble. I created this but I got no idea what it does. Must be a failed product then. Gareth shrugs. I make no failed products. Jackal snickers, just unknown ones. Would you show it to your smith and see if they can find what this material does? It's not a magic item, that's for sure. It's more like a magic stone, a drop item, even. Gareth takes the marble and lets his mind seep into it. Yeah. Not a magic item, but it has a source of magic. Sure, I'll take it to my smith, but again, don't hold out hope. Sure, I'll see you in the shop. This makes the stocky dwarf laugh out loud. No, Punk, you'll stay here and wait. I ain't running to your shop like some underling. Gareth shakes his head and laughs again while going deeper into the territory of Etna Volcano where an impressive building stands tall. Sigh. Jackal exhales and finds a good spot to sit. Guess I'll wait. Tomorrow, I'll enter the 7th floor. Killer ants. Alongside the War Shadow, it's another one of the newbie killers. While War Shadow slips past the adventurer's defenses, the killer ants simply overpower the enemies with sheer number and strength. But unlike the ants of my previous world, they can't just tussle with things 100 times their size. Or whatever that multiplier was. The killer ants' true lethality is in their numbers and their carapace. Adventurers either need to be strong enough to split the monster's defenses in half with ease or aim for the limbs and other non-armored spots. Ting, ting, ting. The sound continues to echo. Smoke rises from the chimneys as Jackal could see a few civilians bringing in domestic animals. I have yet to see what I get from cows, dogs, and cats. I should make time for that. Thinking for a moment, Jackal also concludes, I should make time for Lily more. No, in reality, we already spend enough time as is. We should make better use of our shared time instead. Too bad. I don't know anything of value. My axe skills are barely up to the task. Narrowing his eyes, he thinks, she uses a crossbow. Can arrows translate to crossbows? Jackal could empathize with what Lily may be feeling. If he got saved by a total 10 and then she started risking her life in the dungeon with 2 massive cheats, he would feel useless, too. That's not what he wants to convey to Lily, however. Jackal lies on the hay with a huge smile on his face. I'll just stay another hour in bed. I get my rest and a bit of Lily. Though. Man, I wish I had an Amazonian berserker at my beck and call. He closes his enjoys the air and noise polluted piece of Hephaestus familia. Oh, that's a good look for a brat? Gareth's gruff voice echoes after some time as Jackal opens his eyes and wags his brows. Why not lie beside me? You'll get the same look in no time. Gareth scoffs a chuckle. No wonder Ben likes you. Come on, let's get going. Wait, what? Ben likes me? Jackal follows after Gareth. Big time. Why? Well, I had this plan on beating the shit out of him eventually. Should scrap it now. Oh, nah, beat him. He'll love that even more. The furball picks a fight with everyone for a reason. Gareth chuckles. So, where are we going? Ain't that obvious? To my smith. Gareth barks before turning and looking at him. You don't mind halfsies, do ya? Understanding that Gareth was talking about half-bloods between superior races like half-elf and half-dwarf, Jackal shrugs. Even if I did, something tells me you'd be ready to smack the back of my head, and anyone who can make your weapons is already strong enough to knock me out with a flick. Gareth grins and gestures with a tilt of his head. Let's go. She'll like that glibness. Alternate title. The Hidden Boss Awakens Era Goddess God. Jackal acting the 2 fans of Hostess of Fertility. A drunk Lily is a parrot. A drunk jackal belongs to the dwarven streets when the big world turns small. Lingering warmth. Bane of lazy blacksmith. Gareth to the rescue. Chapter 15. Disappointing news. We're coming in. Gareth's voice booms as he opens the door to one of the best workshops in the region, at least, when it comes to the interior, as a wave of intense heat hits Jackal in the face like an unstoppable train. Whoa! With such a sudden change in temperature comes a disorientation that leaves Jackal stumbling and grabbing onto the nearest desk while a snicker echoes, Sorry. I wanted to try working on that and forgot we got a newbie coming in. Didn't I just tell you we got a level 1 coming in? Gareth's sigh echoes. Didn't I just tell ya I forgot? The sweet voice instantly transitions to a confronting tone as Jackal catches his breath and stands up once again. That was one hell of an experience. It's crazy how leveling up can let you withstand all that. He picks up the nearest cloth and wipes his face before heaving loudly again. Jackal looks at Gareth, who had a weird grin, and then turns to the other party. A woman he, and almost Oliverario is well aware of. With an eye patch covering her left eye, and long black hair tied loosely, Jackal observes her brown skin being layered in sweat. A wrap of serashi is all that covers her voluminous breasts that leaves her shoulders and stomach exposed, while a red hakama flows down her waist. Tsubaki Gilbrand, captain of Hephaestus Familia. And with her lone red eye peeking out, she too looks at him weirdly. What? Jackal calls out defensively, I'll get used to the heat in no time. K, stop with the looks. PFTTT. Gareth snickers and then smacks his head while breaking out into a burst of full-blown laughter while the half-dwarf better known as Cyclops smirks in amusement and crosses her arms under her breasts. Oh, will you now? Well, kid, you then at least you wouldn't rub all that filth into my top. Jackal looks down. Well, the side of the cloth facing him is plain white with incoherent threads jumbled in, but the moment he turns it over, it's an embroidered piece of work. Oh, sorry, I just reached for the nearest one. Jackal sets it aside and looks around. So, was that it? Yeah? Gareth sighs. Now he feels like cringing being the only one who laughed. You gotta admit that it was odd. Tsubaki shrugs. Nah, the odd thing would be if snatched out from your body to wipe my face. What happened just now wasn't all that much, Jackal hums, or maybe we aren't reacting right? Gareth traces his chin. Well, if it were Riveria or Loki in my place they'd cook something out of this situation. Adopting a pose similar to Gareth, Tsubaki hums, so if I were Shin or Shna, I'd be going grrrr, I'm saving myself for Boss or Kaya Tilda and cover my flat board. So what does that make me? Jackal, too, strikes the same pose, then won't bother with it. I think. Lefia? So I'm Lefia or Eyes in this situation. HMGH, Gareth grunts. Well, that was a waste of time. Jackal shrugs, causing Tsubaki to laugh. Nah, it wasn't. I got to know you. Now I know you ain't similar to other high-strung or slimy mystery users, too. Your name? Jackal, he informs. So, Jackal, my name is Tsubaki Gilbrand. Whoa, you're that Tsubaki? The captain? Jackal gasps while Tsubaki narrows her lone red eye and grins. Wanna bet that I'd smack your smart top for being foolish enough to make fun of me? Nah. Not that I care, I just want to know what that marble does. I'll be on my way then. Gareth takes a seat and merely observes from a distance while Tsubaki grows excited at once and points at the black-red cube on the anvil. That new stuff is good, you know? It's like a drop item but has a more concentrated effect. It wouldn't work just like that. Materials have needs and dreams. They are willful. So, you gotta bend 'em, mix 'em, crush 'em, and make 'em. Picking the cube, Tsubaki hums, you find the right materials and this happens. The cube suddenly phases out through Tsubaki's hand and then impacts the ground. Oh, Gareth raises an eyebrow. War shadow, right? Tsubaki looks at Jackal as he nods with interest, too. Well, there you go. I think I can make a small dagger out of this. Can't say the limits of the magic weapon, but if I do complete it then like every other magic weapon, it'll be a one-pump chump, or at most, 2 pumps. Tsubaki bends to pick the material but looks up and stays in the position. Or do you think we can manage 3 pumps? Rolling his eyes, Jackal muses, so that's it? Magic items can work for long, right? Most can, Tsubaki shrugs, but that's why mystery ability is mysterious. Think of it like miracle. But I'm a blacksmith. My weapons don't break the laws of smithing, you know. Jackal sighs. First was the disappointing level 1 smith and now this, another disappointing news. You got something else interesting? Tsubaki questions eagerly before frowning. Wait, if you're level 1, how come you have mystery? Didn't say I did. Jackal shrugs and hangs his shoulder low. Well, whatever. Thanks for taking some time out for me. About time. I'm on my way. He nods gratefully at Gareth and Tsubaki. Before he could leave, she whistles slightly and questions, didn't you want a weapon? I think I can whip something for a level 1 without spending a lot of time. Jackal looks at her before huffing, I'll stick to regular store versions. If I get used to a better weapon and found you don't have any time, that'd just be disappointing. He hums a soft tune and leaves the workshop with his hands on the back of his head. See? Gareth grins. What did I tell you? Tsubaki smirks and sets the black-red alloy on the shelf. Anyway, tell him his piece is right here and I'll be cool with crafting a good axe for him. Gareth scoffs, tell him yourself. Do you think I'm free? Finn has me running around for the next expedition already. Fine. Tsubaki huffs and stokes the flames of the furnace once again. Jackal-sama, what are you reading? Lily leans forward and gazes at the content of the book in his hands. Oh, blacksmithing. Jackal smiles and questions, Lily, do you know how to read and write? This question catches her by surprise, but she nods regardless. Lily practiced on her own a lot and got efficient in simpler terms, but Lily still sometimes struggles to understand bigger words. She looks down with a disappointed expression as her gaze is suddenly filled by the open book Jackal had been reading. She looks at Jackal with surprise as he grins. Let's read it together. I know the Saint Some Heroes storybook, but this should help you a lot more. Smithing is more technical than just hammer hitting metal hard. After all, I'll help you with bigger words, so start reciting from here. Lily looks at the pointed word. For a moment she is stunned, but then she looks at Jackal with a wide smirk. Yes, Jackal-sama. She begins to read aloud while Jackal listens to her intently. He admits he could have asked Maria to tutor Lily, but he also wanted to be the one who shared moments with his employees. Sure, he cannot teach Lily about marksmanship, but he can help her with reading and writing. Right? He has already fulfilled his morning duties, such as sharing bento and making eyes leap for a candy. It's almost a ritual now. Jackal tried to give eyes kind normally today, but the flicker of disappointment in her gaze made him chuckle and toss the candy in the air. But, as expected, he looks back. His shelves are no longer empty. The situation is stabilizing once the cost falls on the low-leveled Familia members. Blue Pharmacy's sale has slowed down too. But since they only buy a little of each potion and item, they still sell out by the end of the day. So, I can guess that 25 potions of each kind should be adequate. No. Potions like adrenaline, berserker, silence, and poison can be lowered in number. The price is better when compared to the rest of the market, but still expensive. Meanwhile, the lizard shield can be kept at a count of 10. The frog wallets are way more popular. And a blacksmith of a higher level can employ their mind into their art to meld magical materials with higher quality ores to bring unique effects. One alloy of the same materials may be different when compared to the other alloy with similar materials based on the ratio of said materials, and thus, provide different results. Lily continues to read, but then stops and looks at Jackal. Jackal-sama, what is this word? Oh, it's slag. It's the stuff left out of the materials that are considered a waste. For instance, slags for fruits are their peels. We can use the peels to fertilize crops but not eat them unless you're a freak. Lily nods and continues to read. This book is a simple know-how guide to smithing for adventurers so that they aren't tripped off by other smiths. This book, however, doesn't detail the intricate knowledge of the art that the patron deity of Hephaestus and Goibniu Familia share with their children. Not that he minds. He is busy as is. Why would he want to stretch himself then by partaking in blacksmithing? But if I had magic like that flatboard exhibitionist villain of my villain university, that would be cool. He recalls another piece of fiction from his previous world. There, an exhibitionist villain could create items out of the fat of her body. A manipulation of matter in its classic sense. However, she needed to know every single detail about the item she is making down to its atomic structure. So, it was quite a technical but pleasant skill nonetheless. Lily, put on your hood, Jackal hums as she does that quickly. Instead of her usual cream robe, Jackal got her a better brown robe to conceal her identity. It's baggier, too, hiding her frame quite well. The bells Jackal installed jingles as an adventurer comes in. A middle-aged man. Nodding at Jackal, he questions a few of the goods before purchasing the berserker potion. Phew. Lily sighs in relief. You can't live your life in fear, Lily. Jackal snorts a chuckle. Caution is all good and dandy, but not fear. I understand, Jackal-sama, but don't worry. She plasters a sweet smile that doesn't quite reach her eyes. Lily will be fine. He nods quietly and lets her recite the book again. As she eventually finishes the book with Jackal's help, he cannot help but ask, Lily, do you hate them, your familia? Briefly surprised, she quickly lowers her head to hide the venom in her gaze, but Jackal catches her chin and makes her stare at him with a smile. I ain't asking you for some ridiculous notion of letting go of hatred and whatnot and being the symbol of purity. I just wanted to know. Of course, Lily hates them. Lily hates her god, too. She averts her gaze. But It's not like Lily wants to make them feel pain. She just wants to leave it all behind and move on. Huh? Jackal hums in surprise. What is it, Jackal-sama? She questions. No. Personally, I'd want to kill my abusers. Jackal shrugs. But I get that. Vengeance is not catharsis. I personally wouldn't want them to live a happy life either way or live all together. Lily narrows her eyes in suspicion. You're just saying this to make me feel better. You think? Jackal lets go of her chin and smiles. Besides that, are you excited? We'll be getting our uniforms soon. Her gaze brightens in a second as she nods eagerly. Hee hee. Jackal-sama, I also have a surprise for you. But that will have to wait until we get our uniforms. Tilda. It isn't another ill attempt at cooking for me, is it? I don't want to go out buying skillets again. Lily blushes heavily and shoots him an indignant glare. That happened once. And why don't you just let me help? Lily can learn things quickly. Surprising her, Jackal nods with a grin. I just might. Tilda. And his smile turns wolfish ever so slightly. Hee hee. I'm gonna put you in a cute apron. Then he winks at her as her face heats up and she looks down, sneaking chaste glances in his direction while vibrating in excitement within her seat. We'll cook all night. With you, we can double the number of bento. Hee hee hee. Tilda. Cuck. Lily blanches. Lily is never going to cook bento for other girls. Ha. Jackal gasps in surprise. Other guys then, Lily? She squirms and whines before bouncing up to Jackal's lap and raising a ruckus of tiny fists. Jackal-sama. How can you question Lily's purity? That's perverted. Yeah, like that's the most perverted thing I did, right? It isn't as if I leer at every passing goddess or Mamma Mia. His tone singes with sarcasm as Lily's pout inflates. Mama is older. Lily, your hood. Jackal blinks and gestures to her to settle, which he does with a huff. Oi? Look, it's the Loki familia. They're going out on another expedition. Adventurers are heroes in their own right. At least, those who push and survive. There are many adventurers who stay on the upper floors and keep on grinding and earning. Their patron deities don't mind this usually. Everyone lives their life their own way. But people and deities alike adore the adventurers who push and push, who challenge the limits set in front of them. They adore those who prevail. Loki Familia's upper ranks are filled with such people. Braver Fendiemni walks ahead. The level 6 captain of the Loki Familia walks in the direction of Babel with his party following him. The deeper one goes into the dungeon, the larger it becomes. For adventurers like Finn, Gareth, and Riveria, upper and middle floors hold no meaning and improvement, but going deeper takes time and resources such as food, shelter, and a variety of supporters that they must protect. If they are lucky, they will reach floor 50 in a matter of 5 days. If not, then maybe a week. The expedition that the executives of Loki Familia charge of are often a matter of great interest. Behind the braver, Gareth, Riveria, Shin, Eyes, Bet, Lefia, and many more Loki familiars can be seen. A few of them push and pull carts filled with various resources. Eyes. Tilda. Shana tiptoes around the wanted sword princess and grins. Aren't we lucky we snatched a few frog wallets in time? Although you really did go all out demanding 10 bento boxes this time. Eyes looks at the green pouch tied around Shana's slim waist and then nods. It cannot be helped. I will eat 1 bento a day. Prolong it. Are you sure? Do you want to wear that on your waist? What if it gets damaged? Oh, no worries. Shana snickers and strikes a pose by holding her arms behind her head. I'll pass it to the supporters later, but it looks cute, so I wanted to wear it. Tilda. It does look good on you. Shin walks up with a smile, her own frog wallet clipped onto the red string of her panties covered by a wrap of cloth that bundles up around the upper portion of her thighs. Right? Shana grins and whirls around barefoot. Eyes nods and walks back to an adventurer before picking up her item and clipping it to her waist, making Shana and Shin share a grin. All you fools look stupid, Bet scoffs as he walks past them. Who wears a frog with pride? Especially a frog from a weak bitch like him? Don't come running to us when you're hungry and we're sharing food with Eyes. Shana sticks her tongue out. Like hell I would do that, Bet shouts, openly fighting, but others don't pay them too much attention. It's a regular ride for the public. Really, I'm not sharing. Eyes, too, furrows her brows and looks at the twins in disapproval, making them wince. Leffia, meanwhile, Riveria walks beside young Leffia, who walks a bit stiffly and glances at other members constantly. Why yes, she squeaks. Worry and caution are admirable emotions. One must have them. But when facing the dungeon, you must do it with courage in your heart. Relax a little. Regulate your breathing. The green-haired elf's stoic look breaks into a short smile. You will do just fine. Always believe in yourself. Leffia flushes and nods before squeaking, Why do you think Jackal-san gave me a bendo, too? She looks down while muttering, although I wanted an extra gemling to give to Eyes-san. Don't worry about it. Accepting others' kindness with grace and no ill intent of taking their advantage is just as important as being kind. Ho ho, our mother sweetness is opening up to the brat? Gareth laughs. Staring at the dwarf, Riveria makes a note to lower her voice as much as possible before hissing, keep your savage mouth shut. If others hear that mockery, I will surely hex you at the cost of my lifespan. Leffia shudders while Gareth barks into another wave of laughter. Sure, you're already an old hag. Might as well get the looks for one. Gareth, Riveria, at least enter the dungeon before getting into each other's faces. Finn sighs and shakes his head. Exactly, Tilda. Shin jogs forward, attracting quite the public attention as many men squeeze their thighs together. Captain, we should quickly enter the dungeon and do many things. Tilda. Standing near the entrance of Babel with clipboards in their hands, Rose and Ina watch the group enter the dungeon's entrance with cheers from the surrounding masked Gainshaw Familia's members can be seen keeping order all around. Inclining her head slightly as her ears twitch, Rose states softly, I didn't think this before, but I am worried. If he wants to get into the deeper floors, he will need a party. Ina sighs softly. Rose, after some experience, stopped caring for her adventurers. It was to save herself from the pain. But what if her junior became said adventurer? Can she look away? Can she cut him off just as easily? The answer, for both Ina and Rose, is number. So they can only worry, and experience carved in them makes them inherently dislike such notions. Who wants to live a life filled with worry? We don't even know which familia he has joined. Ina muses. Maybe I'll ask him later. At home? Rose questions, to which Ina shakes her head. He isn't really in his home most of the time. I've run into Lily more than Jackal. I would ask him at the end of the month. He promised me. Well, she averts her eyes. I promise it's not like a date or anything. I didn't say that. Rose's furry ears twitch once more as Ina thins her lips. May I join? The werewolf questions, making Ina stunned before the half-elf groans internally but otherwise nods with a hint of reluctance. Thank you. Rose smiles shortly, her mood visibly brightening. I wanted to ask him a few things, too. It's all right. Ina exhales a defeated sigh. She can't even feel angry at herself when seeing Rose depict such a sincere smile. Let's just audit the shops and enjoy our break. There they go. Tilda. Loki's room is at the top of her castle Twilight Manor, which allows her to look over the city easily. She doesn't like using the divine mirror. Well, first, others would peek into what she's enjoying, and second, she loves working for her goals. It's exciting. There may have been a dark and lewd age where almost all the gods peeped on each other's familias when the children were doing you know what, but since then, stricter rules are set in the mortal realm, and even Athena went ahead and created a mortal counter that distorts the divine skill. But, Loki tumbles back into her bed. What should I do now? Rolling around and moaning in apparent boredom for some time, she sits up. Nah, that's bad. I'm becoming bored again. I need to touch some boobies, give him a good squeeze. She grins and jogs out of her door. There is a reason why her familia has more women than men. Men are good for a night, but women, gotcha. Loki grins, sneaking up on one gullible child and latching onto her from behind as her hands squeeze her breasts through her clothes while she blows a hot breath into her familiar's ear. El Loki-sama. The woman whines. Others glance at her for a moment before shrugging and going about their work. This is just a regular morning for them. Why? Loki chews her lips in frustration as she lets go of the woman. And this makes others stop and look back with surprised expressions. Where is the usual high? Loki looks at her hands, Where is the joy of groping soft skin, the excitement of hearing their rushed pants, the warmth of their heated body against me? She may be a pervert, but she isn't used to sleeping around. She just likes to excite her children. She used to try it with male children, too. But they hit their climax rather anticlimactically, and she was just bored of seeing boners. As it turns out, excited women work harder and excited men tend to grow sluggish until their release, so Loki simply focused more on her female children in this regard. But it also used to make me happy. She frowns and walks past every other familiar of hers, tch. So boring. How the hell titties became so boring for me? She rages and then stills. No. Imagine Reveria in silky green lingerie, her facade of calm broken, her soft, pale pink nipples are erect as she abuses her clit tilde. Oh, yeah, I got my mojo back. Muahahahaha. Loki begins to laugh out loud. Add Lafia with Reveria. Oh divine. Add the Ruffershin and Shin playing with them, too. Woo. Let Eyes hold Iniquity's hand and lead her in. Oh, Emma Cream. Oh, yeah, my sweetness. A deep voice rumbles and Loki pales. Oh, fuck. What? Jackal? The bastard. What are you doing to my Reveria? No, don't moan for her sweetness. Don't kiss him. Action, you slut. Weren't you all hots for Finn? Why the hell are you wagging your ass for Jackal? Her familia members watch her seriously as Loki begins to scratch her head. Nah, not easy. How dare you? How dare you stretch Eyes out like that? How dare you make Lafia sit on your face and make them kiss each other? I want Lafia to sit on my face. Damn your 9 generations, you sex-crazed freak. Oh? Jackal looks up to her with his hand around Reveria's head now as she leans down on a certain place with a sultry sucking noise. Hello kettle, I'm pot. You're no pot, you fiend. You're dead is what you are. Loki gnashes her teeth before sighing and falling to her knees. I failed you, my children. I let that man cuck my men. I let him fuck my daughters when that glory should have been mine. Loki-sama? An adventurer questions hesitatingly. Are you alright? No. Loki slumps down on the floor. I'm not alright, child. I need my vengeance. She sits up and rushes out as the already dedicated team of guards waiting for one such burst of her antics near the gates sigh and follows her out. Alternate title: Imagination is a powerful foe. You're what you imagine. Failing her familia. Loki's a cuck. Pot calling kettle black. Jackal's the man of everyone's imagination. Eyes has no extra bender to share. Chapter 16, hate. So, Jackal leads with a casual expression as Lily grins mischievously and raises her spoon to Jackal's face. Jackal-sama tilde. Say ah. Jackal ate from her spoon without missing a beat and then looked at Maria, who held her head low while sighing constantly as she ate quietly. Oh. That was an indirect kiss. Lily squirms and grins while staring at her spoon. A naughtier, mature part of her wanted to rub the spoon in special places. It would be the same as Jackal kissing her in all those places, but she digresses. No, those moments should be special. Instead, Lily smiles sweetly and eats her bento, feeling that the food tasted even more delicious. Of course, it's delicious tilde. Lily mews softly. Jackal-sama kissed me tilde. I just couldn't let him search for a familia willy-nilly. Maria sighs softly. Well, Rai and Ashin hate me for sure. I think, until dinner time. She exhales a faint sigh and shakes her head. Maria-sama, if you want, I can talk with them. I've been dungeon diving since I was 8. Lily can scare them really well. Lily stuffs her face with rice as Maria smiles at the girl. Lily is the kind of girl whose past and nature, her true nature, to be exact, makes others want to spoon her and to sleep and protect her every day. Thank you, Lily-chan, Maria smiles. But it's just a phase. Wright tries to search for a familia every month or so and Ashin would follow him quickly. And I don't think the rejection from other familia is bad for them. Huh? Well, why not have other kids of yours talk to them? The ones who did get into familia. Jackal questions. Maria has been caring for many orphans and many, after they grow, leave the place. A few of them that do return once in a while mostly consist of adventurers who stayed in Orario for the dungeon itself. Maria's brows sink a bit and sadness develops on her motherly face. They would be useless. All those kids want to pay me back. I keep telling them that dungeon isn't the answer, but they don't listen, and sometimes they don't live long enough to understand. Lily should really talk to them. Lily sets her bento and frowns. They don't know how lucky they are to have you caring for them. I wish I had a mother like you, Maria-sama. Her chestnut earheads flicker with envy. Maria smiles and sets her bento on the counter before waving her over. Quick to her feet, Lily jumps on the counter and leaps into Maria's embrace, much to Jackal's fondness and envy, a look that Maria catches on. Or to be precise, she had been watching him the entire time, and she pouts a little with her cheeks heating ever so slightly, burying her face into Maria's chest and enjoying her loving embrace. Lily smiles. Lily likes your hugs just a little less than Jackal-sama. It is very comfortable. Maria's gaze sinks a bit while Jackal puffs his chest out. Sweet Lily, you can motorboat me whenever you'd like. Jackal grins before stating, how about you keep the kids busy? Busy how? Maria questions. Orario isn't built on adventuring alone. There are many professions that involve diving into the dungeon, but that's only out of necessity, and other adventurers can form a party like smithing or apprenticing under a mage. Granted, the latter is harder to apply, so a smithing apprenticeship under Goibni or Hephaestus Familius should do the trick, right? He muses. The kids get to glimpse at other adventurers and their losses firsthand. They might not listen to you because that's just how children are, but they are smart. They tend to be so. And a wailing adventurer is quite the sight, a sight that is common in the outer rings of the Hephaestus Familia because they lose people almost daily. Maria chews her lips in frustration and questions, why don't you teach them? That way, you get to be busy with the children and not enter the dungeon. Lily pulls away slightly and looks back at Jackal, who smiles gratefully. Thanks for the gesture, Maria-san. But I can't. Her shoulders slumped ever so slightly. Everyone has a story in this city, and that story might not be a happy one. Her viridian orbs glisten slightly as she nods in understanding. Quiet fills the air within the shop as Lily returns to her seat and picks her bento up to eat without interfering. Why should she? If Maria-sama wants Jackal-sama safe, that's a good thing. She wants the same thing. Every morning he's not in bed, a small part of her sparks in fear that it's the last time she will be feeling his warmth. It's nerve-wracking. And Maria-sama must have faced this exact feeling. Lily looks down. Isn't just being a store owner better? Maria smiles softly and breaks the silence. Having a store is cool. My own business, my own connections. It is distinct from adventuring, but just as explorative. Jackal smiles. This is just another thing he should get over with while he can. What use is it to walk on eggshells around each other? But dungeon exists. Jackal heaves with a hearty grin, and I'm drawn to it. So, all I can do is get stronger and return safely every time I enter its depths. Maria nods but doesn't speak much. Here, cheer up. Jackal passes her a gimling and winks at her. It's on the house. Brightening the slightest bit, Maria pockets the candy and sighs softly. Just candies? Jackal-san, you can't keep on treating me like a kid. Huh? Weird. Lily says the same thing. Jackal shrugs as Lily groans. That's because you do. I won't let a kid drink ale. Jackal shoots back. Ale? Maria questions. Oh, yeah, we met that girl, Seer, who volunteers here every now and then. Turns out, Mia-chan has great ale. Mia-chan? You called her Mia-chan? Maria pales visibly. Yeah? Jackal nods. And she let you live? Maria gasps. What can I say? It's my charm. He points his nose to the sky. She'll be the vanguard of my harem. Both women choke on their chicken as Jackal giggles. She's got thick hands, too. Oh, and her shoulders. I think she uses her charm to keep most of the customers hooked. Maria sends a is he serious look to Lily, who chews her lips in anger and nods. Jackal-san, how can you talk about suicide after just saying that you want to come alive from the dungeon? Maria shakes her head. Who says I want to come out of Mia's dungeon? Jackal smirks internally. What man doesn't desire being spooned and handled? Anyway, Jackal places his bento on the counter. I won't be dying. I've got too much to live for. Exactly. Your store is finally earning traction. A few more high-quality products and then you can even think of exports to other cities and kingdoms that tackle the monsters on the surface. Maria nods. Huh? Not the store? Jackal shrugs. I meant Mia. Lily takes a deep breath. You mustn't feel angry. Jackal-sama saved you, Lily. You must support his choice. Sessa that dwarven, ale-filling mother of a skank. Lily rages internally as Jackal winks at Maria, and some more. This stills Lily's thoughts while Maria merely smiles a bit fondly. Do think of anything that keeps your motivation to live. Surviving is the most important thing. Jackal nods as his heart do warm up for a rare moment. It's hard to find such sincere affection and worry in any world. With the mood lightening up, all thanks to Mama Mia's thick hips, the trio ate heartily. Talking always helps, and Maria is quite glad she didn't hold back from stating her worries at least once. Ching-a-ling. The bell on the door chimes as a loud and rash redhead with denim panties barges in alongside a warlike cry. Jackal, you damn bastard! How dare you impede on the privacy of my imagination? How dare you sully Riveria and others? You bastard! Oh! It's the no-boob goddess. Lily scoffs and eats calmly, not having any good impression of the goddess while adopting Jackal's mannerisms of taunting her. Good evening, Loki-sama. Maria smiles wryly, but she does shift to a farther seat. Meanwhile, with his eyes locked with Loki's, Jackal picks a piece of the chicken wing and begins to slowly chew on it. It's great that I live rent-free in your head. I may be your best tenant yet, dipshit. Jackal huffs and smiles. So, I did Riveria good. Huh? I should give her the good news once she returns from the expedition. Snarling and clenching her fist, Loki snatches Jackal's bendo and stuffs her face with it. It's all this damn bendo's fault. You manipulative freak. I know you're sinking your teeth into my girls with your food, and it's crap at best. Just your girl's taste then. Jackal shrugs with a mocking grin. NNNGHHHH. The goddess growls as Jackal cocks his head sideways. For once, he drops the hateful act that feels so right and questions, Oi, you alright? I mean, compared to the usual. You're acting like a true bitch. That's not how you calm anyone. Maria and Lily sigh collectively. Huh? Oh, dandy, Loki replies calmly with a bit of pep in her tone. Just thought I'd snatch a few of your bendo to heal my burns. She is calm. Lily and Maria take a deep breath. Orario is filled with eccentric individuals. Anything can set them off, anything can calm them. The problem is that most individuals with mental problems are adventurers who have seen too much, adventurers who have felt too much. This makes them dangerous to the ordinary population. Now think of some gods and goddesses like that. But a dozen times worse. Your escort out there want anything? Jackal questions. I'm almost sold out. A level 2 adventurer of the Familia dips his head in at the call and smiles wryly at Jackal. No, it's fine, Jackal. We didn't even get to use our potions from before. Even the love potion? Jackal questions as he sets another bendo on the table, which is promptly snatched. Yet, he is the bendo daddy. Bendo is one thing he keeps in stock. His question makes the adventurer laugh awkwardly as he walks out of the store without replying. So, if you're done, you can leave. Jackal looks at Loki while pointing at the door. We were conversing about life before you interrupted us. No, we weren't. Sniffing, Loki smirks. Way of life? What the hell is that? If you want some experience of life, all you gotta do is ask, kid. I've lived way more than you can imagine. Didn't the gods scamper here for fun? Why do I need your experience when the lot of you are here? He smirks. Goldie-chan, Loki calls out, I'll be here for a while. You guys can have fun down the bar. Tilda. Yes, as you say, Loki-sama. The groups shuffle out while Loki grins at Maria. Speaking of life. Her smirks turn every bit illicit as Maria's smile cramps up. We have some tools that nurture life. I wouldn't be bold to ignore them. Tilda. She leaps forward and Maria gives out a rather girlish squeak before bouncing away. She anticipated such a thing and now shared a seat with Lily behind the counter. Huff, be that way. But mind you, when it comes to massages, Jackal's got nothing on me. She puffs at her chest. Cause her breasts are on an indefinite vacation while Maria rolls her eyes and explains hastily, it's nothing like that. Grinning victoriously, Loki leers at Jackal. Hey, your dumbass got rejected. Maria shoots Jackal a slightly awkward look filled with guilt and helplessness as he smirks equally impishly and shrugs. Just my luck then. But I'm the kind of guy who persists and takes a hint only after the 10th rejection. Maria stills before smiling slightly while Lily shooketh with rage. Oh, your chibi's getting the flames. Loki pulls a chair across Jackal through the counter and sits down with the cross of her legs. Her undeniably soft and plush thighs squish together as she eyes Jackal with a witch-like cackle. Flames? Oh, number. Lily is just fine, the Palom hisses. At least, I am growing, and will grow. You're just set in your flat stone. My, that's fucking awesome. Jackal laughs, his hand patting the top of the adorable girl. Great job. I expected nothing less. Yes, Jackal-sama. Lily squints her eyes and leans a bit more into his touch while nuzzling her head against his hand ever so slightly as if intoxicated. HMPH, is she from your familia? Loki questions while picking a drumstick and biting on it. Nope. Oh, say, Palom-chan want to join my familia. I'll make you the second strongest Palom, right after my fin. Huh? Wow. Maria enjoys the show and lets the conversation unfolds. In fact, the offer may be sudden but a god's offer into their familia is as serious as it comes. Instantly put into a spot, Lily has no idea what to say. But she thinks about it nonetheless. Loki may be doing this to get a rise out of Jackal, but the goddess is completely serious. If it's the Loki familia. Lily hesitates. They can solve my issue. Jackal-sama wouldn't have to get hurt in the process. Of course, when you join my prestigious familia, you won't be working for this piss-poor store. As for whoever you've got the Valna from, I'm sure I can make things work. Loki grins wider. Her face almost splits in half, but she's got a perfect face. Even such tomboyish acts hardly feel out of place. This new condition makes Lily squirm a bit. She looks down while biting her bottom lip. I don't want to leave, but Jackal-sama will be safe. I know he's strong. I know he will get stronger, but would they wait for him to get stronger? I can't even get my status update before being pulled into that hell again. An arm coils around her shoulders and pulls her in. The familiar warmth grazes her cheek. The familiar scent soothes her mind and emotions. But the distinctly cold voice jolts her out. Oi, Loki. Jackal smiles kindly, but the murder in his eyes is anything but warm. Maria stiffens up while Loki opens her eyes slightly to match his gaze without an ounce of fear. What? You'll deny the girl a brighter future because you got kinks for her? You've only known her for a few days, right? What gives? I can recruit anyone I want. She waves her index finger condescendingly as Lily feels Jackal's arm squeeze a little tighter. Brighter future? Sure. That's all cool. Jackal musters with a look of conflict. The murder in his fades ever so slightly, and so does the firmness in his embrace. Loki nods at this. This really got her respect. Being selfish at the expense of others is the peak of bitchiness. However, Lily hates every second of the gradually loosening embrace. Just think about it. Jackal looks down and sighs softly. Although I will kick Loki's familia out of the park. It will take time, a lot. You need to focus on yourself, too. After all, I'm not always there, am I? Lily glares at Loki but still keeps quiet. And enjoying their struggle, their emotional turmoil, Loki leans forward. She doesn't push them, however. That's no fun. Letting their minds do all the work is. I'm thankful. Lily begins after a while before practically smashing herself into Jackal and hugging her waist tightly, but I will stay with Jackal-sama and do my best. TCH. Loki leans back with a huff. Don't be mistaken, Palom-chan. I really wanted you. Finn is always on about getting a Palom harem, so I thought I'd ready you for him. As she speaks, the vermilion-haired goddess slips her middle finger into the hole created by connecting the thumb and index finger of her right hand. Kekik. That would have gotten Shin her punishment, too. Lily flushes fiercely and she hisses, I'll never do that with anyone. Phew. Loki whistles and glances at Jackal. Rejected again. You're going 2 for 2. Let's see. Yeah, I won't fuck you either. There's your hat-trick. Lily didn't mean that. She looks up at Jackal, who shrugs. Don't worry. 9 more times and I'll take the hint. He then looks at Loki. What do you mean by Palom harem? And isn't Shin one of your best? Why punish her? Because she wagged her ass for you. Loki screeches. Cough, cough. Maria breaks out into a coughing fit while Jackal offers her a bottle and then looks at Loki. When, in my imagination, she remarks indignantly. Huh. So I have a harem in your imagination. Hey, if you think so highly of me, maybe I can pull it off. No, Jackal-sama, you must resist the temptation. Even Maria offers. You hear a lot of young adventurers trying it. In fact, a few familiars cultivate young girls just for this so that they can suck other adventurers dry. Hey, that's bullshit, Loki scoffs. Why shouldn't children dream big? Don't get me wrong. This bastard can grill in hellfire for all I care, but that's the children's best attribute, the ability to make dreams come true. The goddess kicks back and relaxes. And what else? Those harem familiars you're talking about is merely a test. Tame those girls and you leave and get the goddess or god that raised them. That kind of deal. Maria's lips part open while Lily is shocked. Any names? Jackal, ever the pragmatic, questions Artemis. Loki grins, her vermilion eyes twinkling with mischief. Oh, I'll remember that. Jackal nods. Jackal-sama, you idiotic womanizer. Lily tussles again. Hey. What do you know? This is fun. Loki grins and glances at the silent Maria, her gaze practically stripping the matron, but it could be more fun. Maria leans back and puts her hand up defensively. Now, Loki gives a harmless smile. I was just staring, nothing wrong, right? When Maria met Loki for the first time, fear and awe were evident in her being, but now there is plenty wrong in staring. I teach my children to display good manners and I won't tolerate bad behavior. Whoa. Rejected again. Loki laughs and looks at Jackal. Cause you're built on filthy habits. I can see it at a glance. Please stop doing that time and again, Maria sighs and Jackal points out. So it's alright if only I stare? What? I never said that. Maria seethes and huffs. Maybe I should punish you, too, Jackal-san. MMMGH, now I wanna be punished, too. Loki flicks her tongue across her lips, a bad habit she picked from one of the many Amazonas in her familia. And I am leaving now. Maria closes the bento box that was already empty for a while and she grumbles. You two are impossible. As Maria passes Loki, she swats away the goddess hand before her ass could be groped. What a feisty one, huh? Makes me think of Riveria. Loki puffs her cheek. A touch doesn't hurt, does it, you asshole? She looks at Jackal before observing him. But you must have quite a unique skill. Your body really is feeling nicely. Why don't you tell me about it? Promise. I'll keep it a secret. Jackal scoffs and looks down at himself. I really am growing. Huh. I'm kind of worried that I would grow too big. Like some giant or something. Oh, your deity didn't describe your skill to you completely? Loki questions with an odd twinkle in her eyes. Knowing that pulling a fast one on the goddess is harder said than done, Jackal merely smirks and stays silent. That reminds me, Jackal-sama, Lily looks over curiously. When do you get the time to have your status updated, Lily? Dairy. Now's really not the time. He can feel Loki's gaze sharpen like a predator who caught onto a prey's weakness. Fauna provides basic abilities and at times, development abilities during level ups. But it also provides skills and magic. Skills, as the name suggests, are the crystallization of powers within oneself that is built by circumstances. There are many well-known skills and the process of acquiring them is, at times, bread and butter for some familia, but at times, there exists adventurers with rare skills. Skills that make them stand out compared to the masses. Skills define an adventurer's talent. Even though it is left unsaid, all the executives of grand familias like Loki, Freya, and Gainshaw have rare skills. And users of rare skills are similar to gymlings. The scent of one can have other gods acting up like they've entered a store with free candies. Seeing Jackal retain his silence, Lily cocks her head in confusion while Loki wags her brows in a challenge. How about I just keep this to myself? Jackal laughs. Why, your deity's particularly secretive. Loki smirks. I'm afraid I have no deity. He sighs internally. You're really planning to stay here the entire evening? He huffs. I experienced doubt when Maria left, but yeah, grilling you and seeing you stew in your discomfort is more fun. I can throw you out. Jackal narrows his eyes. Now, we both know Ada that's no fun. I hate her. Jackal grins. I hate your shit-eating grin. Loki grins, too. Lily shudders at the sight of their predatory smiles. Feeling small and weak, her little heart can take no more. And so started the evening of silent interrogation. Loki had questions upon questions with some inventive insults. And bored by all this, Lily quietly made herself comfortable by leaning against Jackal and napping. Alternate title: The Hate Boner Rises. Blooming affection shins got the short stick of the deal. Offer Maria's milkers nurture life. Period. Lost reverence of matron. Chapter 17 Challenge. Babel overlooks the city. It covers the dungeon. Every brick of this tower, every grain of concrete has a rich history supporting its structure. At night, the top of the tower almost fades into the night sky. Even if the lights of magic lamps adorn the tower like the Milky Way rising into heaven, the all-consuming darkness manages to dampen its glow. Surround it, devour it. This is Rario, the city of crushed dreams and shattered bones. In this darkness, in a room glowing carnal crimson, a pair of silver eyes that may as well reflect some lilac hues under certain lights glimmer with embers of weak hope. Weak, because she has first-hand felt dreams of her fancied ones get crushed. It changes their very soul. It corrupts them. Nobody is born corrupted. Nobody is born to hurt others. But the soul is often weak despite its many colors. Even the brightest soul may turn the darkest the next day. Her gloved hand extends her lithe index finger that presses upon her plump lower lip. Her eyes focus on the city through one of the top floors in Babel. Yes, the city is carpeted in lights as if stars descend to grace the city every night. But to her eyes, it is not the light of magic lamps that illuminates the city. Yellow, pale green, deep red, ocean blue, and many different colors, not one similar to another, flood the streets of Arario. Some of these spots of light radiate joy, some reveal a chain of complicated emotions. There are even a great number of souls steeped in malice. And within each soul is a flicker of warmth, an ember of flames, you might say. Each of these embers burns a different song. Each of these embers radiates a different light. Some are dim, some glow the brightest. And there he is. Her breath is cut short. Her silver ears sparkle with intimate interest. Her full lips stretch into a curious smile. From within, it burns defiantly. A flame that has never burnt before. A flame so individual that cares not for gods, men, or beasts alike. It sings for itself. It whispers a tale of might, a tale of pain, a tale of divine. With each syllable, her breathing turns quicker. Her words are soon laced with dripping heat. A soul that reflects the world. It does not conform to this world. A kaleidoscopic spiral of light fills him and him alone. A color I have never seen before. A resolve that has never been vowed before. A song that has never been sung before. Her thin fingers travel down from her pale neck to her flushed cleavage before dropping further to fill the pool of warmth brewing within her. She whispers, a glow that makes me ache for its very sight. Her brows then sink, her smile fades ever so slightly, and the curious joy in her voice now transitions to silent coldness. A glow that is barred from my senses because of a magic item wrought upon this realm by that insufferable hoodlum. A deep voice speaks reverently from behind her. If you'd like, I can dismantle his security system. No, that would be petty of us now, wouldn't it? This is a soul of a defiant one. Her gaze glimmers, a flicker of unchained madness contained within. Now, we wouldn't want to bring his attention on us out of spite, would we? After all, one of the reasons we step down from Tenkai is indeed to have fun. Truly. Our world looks so small now. BRR. Jackal stops in his tracks and looks around. What is it, Jackal-sama? Lily questions as he huffs and shakes his head. Nothing. Just felt a chill run down my spine. Must be that dipshit thinking stupid things behind my back. Jackal-sama. When Loki gave me that offer, Lily begins as they walk out of Daedalus and make their way to their home. Blushing a bit, Lily smiles and tries her best to be honest. I was happy when you did not want to let go of me. Yeah, sorry, I shouldn't have been selfish. Jackal sighs softly before grinning. But can you blame me? You're cute as a button. And you try hard. Couldn't let Loki win you over even when she was right. Lily is sorry. She deflates and lowers her head. Relax, I'm not stupid. I understand that the only reason you'd even worry about something like this is my lack of strength. Jackal chuckles. That's what got me all fired up to dungeon dive harder. Lily stops and lowers her head further. Just earlier morning she'd been complaining about Jackal being gone and focusing on the dungeon. I'm Just so useless. Her eyes dampen ever so slightly, but Jackal turns back and looks at her. Know this, I am going to pick a fight with your familia whether you are with me or not. Huh? She looks up. Why? If Lily isn't here, you'd have no reason to fight. I already made up my mind. Jackal shrugs. What can you do? Lily huffs under her breath. Be it Loki or him. They are just so selfish, but she likes a selfish Jackal a lot more than a selfish Loki. Picking her pace, Lily links her arm with his and sticks close to him silently. If Jackal-sama adsa I wish there was an Amazonas on the other side. Lily will punch you in the crotch. Jackal grows silent before he laughs. He, Jackal, is not afraid of no taps. I wish 3 yugha. It was no tap. It was a fucking right hook. The next day, like usual, Lily decides to crawl into the spot next to her and slump over the warm indent of his body left on the mattress. But what hits her back as she scooches into the position is a firm body. The soft snores finally register in her ears. Slowly, she shuffles around and now faces the sleeping Jackal, whose lips hung open slightly with a bit of drool escaping the corner of said lips. He stayed? Lily blinks in surprise. She had gotten into bed after helping him pack the bento. With the Loki familia going for an expedition, Jackal's workload had reduced just a bit. Jackal had wanted to do something before, so she slept away. Did he stay because of me? Instead of happiness, Lily feels guilt first thing in the morning. Curling beside him, she cannot help but think, come on, Lily. There must be something you can do. When Jackal-sama asked if I tried to change my life for the better, I said I did, but why do I feel like I'm not? Her chestnut eyes flicker in sadness and venom. What can I do? I'm a weak level 1 supporter with barely any strength. That place is crawling with danger. And all of them are vicious. They always have been. Always crazy, lusting for money, money, and money. She clenches her fist. There is something only I can do. Her gaze travels into the narrow gap of the blanket as Jackal's soft snore continues to echo. Blushing, Lily admonishes herself. No, not that. Stupid Lily. I can do something. I must do something. I hate feeling this restless and helpless. If I can reach that being, I can leave that place. The thought scares her for a moment. She fears losing whatever she got graced with after getting saved by Jackal. He never even gave her a choice. Well, he did, but she is glad he did it in a way that sounds more selfish. The feeling of being wanted is intoxicating, more so than Mamma Mia's ale. She crawls into Jackal, her head gently resting on his chest. Ahai! That Lily never wants to leave. Her touch stirs him as a heavy exhale escapes his lips. Opening his eyes barely, he mumbles, "Oh. You're up. What's the time?" Lily gulps and climbs atop him from under the blanket to look at the clock on his side of the nightstand, and then she replies while laying on his body now. She could feel something firm and long caught between his clothes and forcefully pressed down through her legs as she whispers, "It's 7:08 Jackal-sama. Fuck, I missed the dungeon." She hears him huff in annoyance, but before she could apologize, he hums, "But it's not bad to kick back every now and then." Can't face killer ants while being all tense. Lily, tomorrow's our break. Be ready for the dungeon, yeah? She grins, of course, Jackal-sama. Her hug barely encases him as she blushes at the faint sensation of throbbing. Sighing softly, Jackal mutters bluntly, "Girl, do me a favor and don't push your knee further into my morning wood. My nuts already fear you. Don't traumatize the wood. Too." She rolls away with a beetroot face and wraps up the entirety of the blanket around her. Lily did no such thing. Yeah. Jackal turns to face her sleepily. "I'll start getting ready in half an hour." HMPH, fine. Lily shall shower before you then. Do not peek. He slept peacefully, making her stomp her foot in frustration and leave the room while muttering idiot under her breath. Jackal spoons the blanket. "Tsubaki-chan, not their naughty girl. What else did you learn from Mia?" He hums under his breath with a foolish smile. This day went the same. Despite the existence of magic, the discipline of routine prevails over the city. Sharing bento, some vulgar jokes here and there, making Mayak laugh because that's important, sharing some love with the orphans because he may not be their dad but he surely is bento daddy, and finally, settling into the store to sell products. Lily, surprisingly, stayed during the customer rush, the only notable change of the day. This certainly made things easier. She would retrieve the items and pack them in the paper bags while Jackal would accept money and return the change from under the counter. Naturally, Lily kept her hood up the entire time and did not speak a word in front of others. Though, I hope they don't think I keep her slave, Jackal hums thoughtfully. Slave trade isn't a touchy subject in Orario. It exists. Gods make use of it, some gods hate it. That's that. It's not as if gods aren't opinionated about everything else, right? Wait. Can I employ slaves? Would certainly allow me to expand the goods to the upper floor and basement. I should also commission a magic item from a mystery adventurer to have some detection that can stop sly shoplifters. Jackal nods at the thanking customer with an idle expression. A dark-haired Geanthrope pushes her fingers against each other and smiles in embarrassment while whispering, Jackal-san. Do you think you can loan me the lizard shield? I can pay interest in some other way. She leans forward suggestively while Lily flinches. Oh, she wanted to tear the bitch a new one. But she doesn't want her identity to slip out. Huh? Jackal scoffs, my dick's worth in millions, honey. Bugger off. I ain't cheap. The woman clicks her tongue and tosses an annoyed glare in his direction before leaving. Truly. Some customers have no shame. Jackal grumbles, one doesn't ask such things. They do it. Of course, I would reject to uphold my honor. He feels Lily's glare, but what of it? He simply likes staying true to himself. Fuck, he died for it. That's a privilege he does not want to give up. Anyway, this day it destined to be uneventful. Kids eventually swung by during the late evening to claim their tax on the gymlings, and then they burst out into the streets while giggling loudly. Some of them even went as far as sharing their gymlings with Lily because Maria taught them to share things with other children. Well, that didn't pan out well. And later, the duo bid farewell to Maria before purchasing some ammo for Lily's crossbow. The fact that she possessed one magic sword, well, knife, did surprise Jackal, but it was better this way. She has enough means to protect herself for tomorrow. The deeper one goes into the dungeon, the greater the number of monsters spawn. It's an effect noted after the 5th floor. On earlier levels, it is manageable, meaning, the monsters of the upper floors are something that adventurers can defeat despite the number because the monsters are programmed simply. Silent goblins will always aim for the back. Regular goblins will try to surround you at the expense of tactics. War shadows will always sneak first to catch the adventurer by surprise. Dungeon lizards normally crawl on the ceilings to get a jump on adventurers. Frog shooters always spear their tongues out first, and so on. This changes in the middle level. Monsters start to become tactical. They can think enough to run away from greater threats and even form the most basic of plans, like using the numbers advantageously instead of just piling on. But that isn't the point Jackal is trying to make. Simply put, monsters are dangerous. And at rare moments, they can be dangerous in the upper floor, too. Lily is going to die young at the hands of her savior. Lily gasps and huffs, but she clearly has enough energy to pass that snide remark in between her pants while the growling chitters of mandibles snapping together fill the halls of the dungeon. The 7th floor. Hey, don't blame this on me. Jackal huffs while he jogs to match Lily's pace. How would I have known that a monster party would burst out of the walls? Regular adventurers are lucky enough just see one or two born out of the walls. It's a rare phenomenon, you know, an event that he has seen many times on the upper floors. Why? Because he simply butchers that much. So he has come across monsters birthing out of dungeon walls many times. However, he admits, this one is the largest stinking pile of shit dungeon left him. The plan for this very short and simple expedition was simple. Jackal started from the silent goblins. He wanted Lily to see them, not face them, mind you, but observe them from a distance and understand the greater threats on the upper floor. Then, he warmed up by cleaving through other monsters, including the war shadows. Yes, they can sneak up on others, but when the racial trait is on respite, their bodies reassemble into flesh and blood, 2. It had been moderately easy until the 6th floor. Lily continued to collect magic stones while Jackal continued to cleave. They acted like a piece of a well-oiled machine. That changed now. Jackal throws a look behind him and sighs softly as dozens of dog-sized red-brown ants with crimson eyes chased after him and Lily. Their mandibles clack threateningly, and as if auditioning for some horror flick, the giant ants growl in a speedy yet creepy fashion. Jackal can face 4 or 5 at once given their hard carapaces, but that many? With an axe alone? It'll be hard, and yes, that's a classic understatement. He suspected he wouldn't come out uninjured despite his laughable healing factor. Lily, it was nice knowing you. Just run away without me. Jackal heaves a deep sigh as Lily glances at him oddly before scoffing. Lily won't fall for that again. You already did the same thing with War Shadows. I did. Jackal grins. Again, the trick to a calm mentality is some genuine optimism. And strength, of course. Still running, Lily can feel the horde of killer ants getting closer to them. The horde's chitter feels almost beside them. The sound of their spiky, spear-like limbs stabbing into dungeon walls in a flurry sends a chill down her spine. She truly hopes Jackal has a plan, or some miracle caught in his palm, or else they will die. Stuffing his hand into his toad wallet, Jackal takes out a green flask with a goblin's head. Lily, don't try to breathe in too much, Jackal cautions as she nods seriously. And just like that, Jackal starts his Operation Horny. The vials of pink liquids fly back in great numbers. Many crash and spill over the ants. Others drench the ground as the faint but undeniable aroma of heat starts to spread in the rocky folds of the dungeon. So much money wasted. Lily's tiny heart aches at the expense, but given the fact that these items will save their lives, each Jackal's expression shifts a bit as none of the ants are visibly affected. Their eyes are still red, not from lust but carnal rage, and it's directed toward him. You shall stay. A flicker of a faint whisper grazes him, too soft to be heard by others, but Jackal's ears are like a dog's after killing silent goblins. He can register the faintest of whispers, and the sheer coldness in that particular whisper creeped the hell out of him. It feels like that very gaze that sent him face first into Seer's bosom, a source out of his reach, out of a mortal's reach. Lily, Jackal begins to slow down. I think we truly might be in trouble. Wada, don't speak anymore. Make sure to preserve as much of your strength as you can manage, Jackal hisses under his breath as his hold on the handle of his axe tightens. His other hand shuffles into the toad's wallet and fishes out a small brown scaled plate with a ring around his fingers. Looking at Lily, Jackal still manages a grin. Take care of your back more than mine. The dungeon loves to send monsters from up and behind at the most critical moments. Assist me only when you have time, and don't feel shy to use your magic sword. He lays out a series of words before stopping in his tracks and turning around. As he said, nowhere in the dungeon is safe. In fact, cornering oneself to a wall might give dungeon a chance to birth a new monster. Of course, if the wall is somewhat damaged, it wouldn't birth monsters. That, however, is a general understanding. If his lust potion isn't working, he cannot conform to the general pieces of knowledge either. Gritting her teeth, Lily forces her to stop as she extends her hand forward and slips the sleeves of her right hand back to reveal a small crossbow strapped on her forearm. Meanwhile, facing the horde of ants intent on rending him to shreds, Jackal adopts an incomparably serious expression. All right, just like the plan. Use the shield as a bracer. Since my mind, somehow, is not moving, magic items are nothing to me, but the item itself is sturdy. Jackal steps forward and smacks the spear-like limb of the ant with enough force to make it cry out in pain. But it can be used as a blunt weapon and defense. Jackal's gaze radiates ferocity and utter violence as 4 more ants quickly crawl forward, and before they can attack, 3 more attack him from the side. Wang, with the sharp sound of a string set loose, a tiny arrow slashes against the section of meat under the ant's head, causing it to flinch and shriek furiously. Lily could only do this much, but that is already enough. As she reloads her crossbow, Jackal's axe swings with the full force of a dungeon monster stronger than a lone killer ant. I was hoping to try and attack the carapaces to see how strong I have gotten, but this screwed with all my dreams. The edge beheads one killer ant as Jackal bounces forward instead of stepping back. With a roll, He avoids 2 more ants and then he quickly smashes his plated fist against another ant. The force behind his punch sends the ant crashing against the other small tide of ants, but he knows that this wasn't a lasting injury. Jackal's eyes brighten as he looks at the limbs of killer ants. That's it, he grunts with one of the said limbs stabbing into his foot. But this isn't the first time he's been caught by surprise while his lips stretch into a brutal grin roused from the pain and his axe swings again to separate the ant from its limbs. In another motion, he downs his dual potion and continues ahead in the sea of chitters, already sporting 3 more unassuming stab wounds. Jackal-sama. Lily's eyes widen and she unwraps the small dagger carried in a sheath of a strip of cloth. The red blade glints magic, but she hears a monstrous growl. Not from the monsters, but the monster. Is that all you have? Jackal tears out of the surrounding by jumping toward the ceiling of the dungeon and then springing down with a devilish boost as he lets go of his original plan and wields 2 axes, 1 for each hand. Lily gapes for a second, but her ear catches something and she turns to look back at the winded hall with a serious expression. From its depths, several pairs of red eyes can be seen dotting the darkness. She clenches her magic blade close to her chest and grows quiet. Clang! The jarring sound of an axe cutting against the tough and hard carapace of the monster continues to echo. I hope my magic blade lasts long enough. Lily worries internally when an axe flies past her body and spirals into the darkness. KHCCH. A wet tear echoes, followed by the sound of a monster's pain roar as Lily glimpses back in surprise to see Jackal wielding 2 long, red-brown pikes. Get them! Jackal rushes out. Cuts litter his body. In a few seconds, his leather armor build is shredded into strips of material that can barely contain his flowing blood as a thin layer of steam surrounds him. As Jackal rushes past her with what she considers an almost manic look, she still cannot help but stare at the number of limbless ants stumbling into each other. Jackal did not go for removing all the limbs of the monster. He chose to aim at the forelimbs, which severely affected the monsters. But they are alive, and killer ants can call more of their brethren if left alive for long. Lily's eyes harden and it gets a more severe glint when she hears the laugh behind herself. Kakakakaka. I have axes and your legs. Now it's fucking fair, you coy sons of bitches. Lily snarls softly. All that talk about caution and he still becomes the greatest risk to himself. She shall talk with him thusly. She should have actually known that something like this would happen. But Jackal has been so kind to her that she mistook it for his sensibility. Whoosh! An arc of flames glitters the wide section of the hall of the dungeon as Lily watches her magic sword lay claim to a dozen of ants in that very second, while the remaining croons painfully. Their eyes and exposed flesh burned into mangled flesh while their carapaces boil their insides without any kindness. She gets to work on quickly delivering the killing blows to the monsters lest they call more monsters to this party. Go on, shout, you dumb fucks. The more you can send, the better. I'll lay claim to the title of a butcher in the dungeon, too. His rambunctious claims only make Lily scowl harder. Lily will squeeze his balls. Ah, no, that came out wrong. She blushes furiously and crouches to violently send another ant to death, unknowingly descending into the same quality of violence that her brute in bloody leather possesses. Alternate title, The Song of Defiance, The Soul of Reflection. Her eyes longs for him unsung song, the violent party. The more violent adventurers, the answer is always violence. More violence, let the violence continue. Chapter 18. Uniform. Man, that sure got my blood pumping. In a new outfit, wielding new axes, 30 of them this time packed into his frog wallet, Jackal laughs as he and his trusted sidekick, Palom Girl, dives into the dungeon again. It's only been 3 hours since they defeated the monster party and returned to the surface to regain their bearings. He'd been injured. His flesh was torn in various locations, but he killed a lot, and as a result, a stream of warm energy continued to fuel his veins with power, resulting in each strike of his being more powerful than the last one. And of course, as Lily showered while raising a ruckus, she more than outright bawled when seeing Jackal ready for the trip again. Fuck my life. She curses crudely in a rare moment of her life. She always had a potential of a mouth that would make sailors blush, but she chooses to be better. Watching his broad gait and happy hums, Lily wondered, if she should have taken Loki's offer or not. But then again, why would I be in another Palam's harem if I can be Ina? No way. Lily is all Jackal-sama needs. He can prowl my dungeon. And get down again, and then again, and then again. Wait. Does he even tire? Lily pales slightly. Is he also that crazy and rough? She chews her lips in genuine worry. Lily? Jackal looks back with a grin. Wanna try the 8th floor today, too? Absolutely not. Lily hisses at once. She shall stay by his side from now on, hopefully on the weekends and then some more. The sight of him posting the bike leg glimpse of the ants through their eyes with a gleeful expression as if he wasn't experiencing a near-death situation truly shook her. Jackal-sama, we almost died. She admonishes softly. Her respect for him stems from many other qualities besides his strength. So, naturally, she does not want him to throw his life away. Almost died. Huh? Jackal muses. Death lost its wow factor to Jackal after he experienced it once. I think we lived that situation well. We used everything to be used and gave it all. You didn't think the dungeon is a kind uncle to us, right? Well, given how set it is on backstabbing us with monsters coming out in surprise. The dungeon may be our creepy uncle. Lily doesn't understand. You're lucky then, Jackal snickers. Let's pick our pace. Even if we stay above the 7th floor, I want to try and find a blue papilio. She sighs and nods. If only I had a god that updated my status regularly, I could have been the slightest bit more useful. Meanwhile, Jackal silently reflects on the event. His cheery demeanor aside, that shit was dangerous. A part of him admits that he was being reckless, but the other part of him is clear. Had he tucked his tail in even the slightest bit, their chances of survival may have fallen deeply, and adrenaline potions came in a clutch. Jackal sighs. That potion was the source of his wildness. Yes, he is naturally riled, but even he would have fallen after the first hour of the battle with wounds crisscrossing his body, and he couldn't risk a berserk potion with Lily around, so Adrenaline 1 was simply perfect for him. All that aside, just one monster party of equally tough monsters also made it clear that while going solo is possible, he'd be doing himself no favors. His strength accumulates from killing, not by being foolhardy. With valuable allies around, he can train better. He can focus on different parts of his techniques and challenge different aspects of himself against monsters. But who is a valuable ally? Someone he can trust, not someone strong, like Lily. So, how do I make my trusted ones stronger relative to others? They need to be able to protect themselves in the direst circumstance just enough to escape. I should be able to deal with the rest. Nay, I want to deal with the rest on my own. Even famous adventurers far stronger than me like Finn and Gareth have supporters and a team. My trait alone doesn't make me better because they have fauna, too. My trait only removes the need for a goddess from the equation, not the process itself. New teammates, I could employ them in my shop and hey, chat with Maria and stuff. Tilda. Adorning a sly grin, Jackal continues to walk ahead while Lily feels a shiver run down her spine. Lily. Aside from that crossbow, are you interested in other professions or weapons? Jackal queries as she lets out a thoughtful hum. The braver uses his spear to cover the lack of Palam's reach. Lily once thought of that, too. But, scratching her cheek awkwardly, that was dangerous. So, Lily switched to the crossbow and practiced aiming. Yeah, you really have a nice aim when you don't panic, Jackal nods, but I mean more physically exerting interests. Even though you cannot get your fauna updated, nobody can stop you from growing, right? As far as I know, weaker men and women gain more exelia by challenging those stronger than them, even if you don't update, by accumulating for months, if not years, you can have a massive jump in your basic abilities. Lily listens silently and soaks this knowledge in. Unlike Jackal, who used to advise other adventurers on the same things he often ignores, Lily has more grounded experience in all this, which did not leave her much to focus on lofty ideals. But wouldn't that be a waste of time if Lily never got her status updated? She poses. If Jackal-sama thinks I'm useless, Lily can learn to cook better and help you with your bendos. I didn't say you were useless, Jackal smiles, I'm saying you can diversify your skill set and improve. You just can't get a status update, That's all. Your other technical skills shouldn't be affected by this. For instance, you could try using 2 crossbows on both your arms. Well, you don't have to do that exactly, but you get the point. Lily nods seriously. Jackal-sama is implying, Lily can make use of wasted time to train more. Among various other things, he nods without looking back, but as always, improvement doesn't come easy. I barely feel adequate with the axe not too long ago, and that, too, by spending hours in the dungeon and just learning from mistakes I make from my swings, which results in the monsters attacking me. Lily witnessed it firsthand today, so she really doesn't know what she should say. Crossbows. Crossbows. That should work, right? Jackal ponders quietly, and it should help Lily with supporting me more. Increasing the quality of one's arsenal is, after all, a proper method, too, but fuck man. Higher ranked blacksmith really wouldn't give me a time of their day. Dwarven wenches bless Gareth's soul for letting me meet Tsubaki even if for a short while. Lily, whenever you practice your marksmanship from now on, if I'm available, do call for me. I want to get better at throwing axes, too. Jackal smiles at the girl while briefly looking back as she sports a huge smile and nods. It seems that surviving one disaster would often lead to another opportunity. This morning had been shitty. Well, for Lily. Honestly, Jackal would feel like shit, too, if he put in all that work and got nothing in return but after feeding on many killer ants that, individually, weaker than him save for their carapace. Jackal also encountered their fated monster by the end of the day. Supporting 7 war shadows as they are promptly cut down, Jackal lays his gaze claim upon the prize in the form of a 4-winged blue butterfly monster. Like Jackbird, this monster is well known for its chemical healing. In return, the monster does not attack any adventurer. One swift cleave and the monster was his to claim. And finally, a good potion that can be marketed at a lower price that should affect most. After all, the potioneers of Arario did not just use the drop item of blue papilio alone. They have their own recipe to draw such might and heal the mind and the body separately. But it matters not. Jackal has completed his roster for newbie monsters. This day couldn't be more successful. So, fully satisfied and not the least bit eager to unnecessarily push his luck, Jackal takes Lily out. They plan to clean up briefly and then visit Ariana's strings. Since Lily did not want to risk getting identified, the duo did not stop to cash in her share of magic stones. As for Jackal, he may have strongly implied that his products are sourced from said magic stones, so there is no need to sell them to the guild. Honestly, he is just trying to avoid the guild. Sure, there is the golden rule of registering oneself with the guild and gaining the benefit of a dungeon advisor early on, which can save one's life. Rarely, but to Jackal, it is more of a hassle. He has only registered himself as a level 1 adventurer and in the name of Familia, and he plainly wrote Tag Familia secret. If anyone has a problem with that, they can find him in his store. He is already riding the no Familia life. He would love to see it through. After getting out of their grimy outfits, the duo quickly change into something much more comfortable and set out once again. The night is still young, after all. 8 main streets divide the city into 8 slices of pizza. Jackal's house is closer to the northwest main. The duo chooses to walk and sightsee the various stores along the main street, with the western side of Arario having the guild's pantheon where the adventurers can exchange their magic stones. The northwest, west, and southwest main streets are often filled with adventurers. Thus, there are many stores aside from pubs that attract adventurers. Standing in front of a crimson store that set itself above the masses, Jackal quietly observes a pitch black axe with a razor green edge as large as Lily being displayed through the window pane. An axe that is worth millions. 30 million, to be exact. An amount Jackal could not squander just yet. Jackal-sama, why don't you also buy a better axe? Lily questions. I will, later, Jackal sighs while standing in front of Hephaestus Emilius' main store. For now, my axes can handle the monsters we're facing, and a cheaper axe encourages me to make my combat experience rich. Better equipment looks cool, but I gotta have the practice and technique first. He smiles and wonders aloud, But I want to try and get the kids to have a crash course to adventuring from this Orgoibniu Familia. He meant every word he said to Maria. While it would be a sad day if any of the kids died in the dungeon, at the very least, they should know the true dangers beforehand. Heck, Jackal himself would help them dungeon dive earlier levels and let them accumulate some experience. After all, to him, helping others is a simple matter, and if something simple from him can save the lives of those who he cares for, even remotely so, he will take the task happily. Recalling Maria's dilemma, Lily puffs at her cheeks. Lily still can't believe those kids are so ungrateful. HMPH. They're kids, you know. Jackal chuckles as they begin to move again. Just like Jackal, many adventurers like to admire the handicraft of the blacksmiths and daydream in front of their stores. Lily would never act so ungrateful even if I were a kid. She speaks with a disapproving glare, only for Jackal's larger hand to fall on top of her head as her frown instantly turns upside down. Believe me, Maria wishes you acted a bit bratty. She just won't believe me how much of a brat you are when it's just the two of us. He snickers. Jackal-sama. You're only 2 years older than Lily. Aren't you a brat, too? A brat who feeds a dozen mouths is no brat. He's a prophesized hero of Bindo. Lily smirks and scoffs under her breath before hugging his arm and leaning a bit of her weight upon him as they walked. Her hood makes it harder for others to see her face since she kept her head a bit lowered, but Jackal would like to imagine that Lily is smiling right now. Hopefully, a wide smile. The duo eventually makes a turn to the west main and locates Ariana's strings. The proprietress, Ariana, raises an eyebrow at their arrival. She is a woman well beyond her prime, with her long blonde hair tied into an elaborate bun and her plump physique proudly displayed through her form-fitting green dress with golden frills that match her golden bangles and earrings. Hey, Ariana. Good evening, Ariana-sama, Lily greets, too. Smiling at the duo as the scent of processed fabric and scented incense lick their senses, Ariana greets them with a professional smile. Good evening, dearies. I am glad you made it before I close the store for the day. She walks out from behind her sewing table. The store is mainly comprised of Ariana and her apprentices, with their sewing tables acting as personal work fronts. The material chosen for the outfit is further along the back. As she leads them, Ariana supplants what she has been doing for their order. After the initial design, I had a burst of enlightenment. I dreamt of a pure black cat with strands of dark pink fur and a fluff of inner ear fur in a dark pink shade, too. I'd say the cute kitty's sweetest features were her silver eyes. Ah, enchanted with just a dream and remembering how your design shifted to darker tones, I took the liberty of tweaking your initial design. Well aware of what might be brewing in their minds, Ariana looks back with an impish smirk. Fret not, dearies, if you don't like it. I'll have your initial design prepared by tomorrow, but the artist in me could not help but present what I imagined to you too. And, as you wanted, Jackal, I folded more cloth into your outfit and stitched them off to be later opened up once you hit your. She looks at him observantly. Growth spurt. Thanks, Jackal grins. As one might expect, trying to find an excellent uniform is hard, be it the craft needed or the material required. So, unwilling to waste more and more money as Death Eater raises his growth, Jackal demanded more cloth be folded in so that the uniform may last a bit longer. Meanwhile, Ariana gives Lily a disapproving stare. Customer demands are my motto, so even if I tweaked the design, I did your request for a cutout for a tail-like appendage. But I do hope you don't ruin this masterpiece with a prop. Lily nods quietly. Like Jackal, she had made a request, too. Still, Ariana stops in front of two covered mannequins, and with a hearty smile, she pulls the drape away. Jackal's eyes cannot help but sparkle. Sure. The color palette has shifted from his intended dark navy outfit, but the base of the design remains true. Jackal-sama, Lily whispers hesitatingly, that's a little embarrassing, no? Well, you'd look very cute in it. Jackal speaks and focuses on her uniform. He doesn't look at her, but his words pull a heavy blush on her face as her toes curl within her boots. Thank you. Jackal looks at Ariana. I should thank your dream, too. The dark pink would look slightly awkward, but nonsense. Ariana grins. I think it's a palette made for you. The colors would look great and your design by itself wasn't bad at all. Ah, And if you need some more adjustment after trying these outfits at home, don't feel shy. I give my customers 7 days for free adjustments. Jackal nods and then Ariana gives a toothy grin. Right, let's talk payment. And the need for another set of outfits. You two can't wear the same thing every day now, can you? Jackal groans under his breath. This is going to be fucking expensive. After a while, sporting blank looks, Jackal and Lily walk out of the store with a much more radiant Ariana bidding them farewell. Well, dearies, thank you for the contract. I'll make every one of your employees look stunning, Tilda. Jackal waves at her quietly. The woman sucked him for all he could afford. Contract, material deals, and whatnot. I need to learn from her. In fact, Jackal sighs and regains his smile as he looks at Lily. At least we got matching uniforms now. Our store's popularity is gonna shoot through the sky. But, Jackal-sama, Lily still cannot show her face. She lowers her head guiltily. Jackal laughs at this. I was talking about myself. Huh? No, Lily forbids you tempting harlots with our matching uniform. Lily hisses and grabs onto his arm. You, of all, must be careful. Men desiring harem are too easily manipulated. Working his jaws as he holds the cloth bag containing their uniform, Jackal scoffs. No way. That's how you attract customers. Jackal-sama. Lily groans and presses her body closer. There are other ways to sell. You just disappointed Ishtar. Lily doesn't care. Huff. Exhaling lightly, Jackal stops in front of the hostess of fertility. Should we stop by? I'm kind of interested in the surprise you have planned for me. Lily gulps and then smiles. Let's enter. Alcohol would help. Oh, now I'm even more interested. Jackal snickers and enters the boisterous pub. The sight of him makes a very energetic brown-haired cat girl call out loudly, "Table for two." Nyan. Her brown, feline tail with cream-furred rings at the end swishes behind her in her perpetual bubbly nature. Ah, you're Circe Astomers, Daddy Kyan and Moshiri Kyan. Come, Nye. Lily deadpans slightly while Jackal's grin brightens. From the corner of his eyes, he could see Mia scoffing. Ever since Jackal proclaimed his love for Mia in a drunken stupor, mischievous waitresses like the cat girl in front of him, Anya, take every chance to tease Mia at the risk of getting a beating. On the other hand, Lily's passionate speech about Tondas immortalized her in the pub as Oshiri. Oh, what's in your hands, Nyan? A gift for Mama? Anya grins with her serving tray pressed against her body as she leans forward to peer into the cloth bag curiously. Well, I'll be dressing up, so yeah, a good gift to Mia-chan's eyes. Jackal sniffs and points at haughtily when Asir walks up to them with a calm smile. Anya-chan, you shouldn't make Mama more annoyed than she already is. And of course, with a hint of mischief, Seer, too, smirks as she holds Jackal's hand that is around the cloth bag and drags him away. I have a special seat for special guests, Tilda. Soon, Lily and Jackal face a towering and annoyed Mia who practically slams down the 2 mugs of ale from behind the counter. You've caused me a dam of mental distress, kid. Mia starts with an annoyed huff as she shoots Seer, Anya, and the other 2 waitresses except for the elven one a glare. This causes them to shiver ever so slightly and get back to their work, but the odd joy in their gazes is hard to recede. Well. Musing while touching his chin, Jackal comments, a father likes to make ya. A shiver runs down his spine, too, as he looks up and finds Mia grinning at him. And boy, Lily recalls the same grin on Jackal's when he was butchering ants this morning. I was saying, Jackal grins, too, not really intimidated. One has to be strict and the other one has to be the fun one, right? Mia's grin widens. You don't scare easy, do ya? An admirable quality, but. She picks up Jackal from the back of his neck as the pup quietens down. Lily gulps. A mouthful of ale with interest. Jackal really brought this upon himself. You wanna be a parent, dearie? Mia smiles and leans down at Jackal, then do your duties. With that, Jackal is tossed back into the kitchen. You'll be doing the dishes tonight. PFFT, ha 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 ha. Everyone laughs and cheers the next instant while Mia calmly dusts her hand and shoots Lily a look. Any problem, Chibi? None, Mama-san. Lily shrugs. Good, now eat up. You need more food for a fat ass. Yugik. Lily, too, is not safe from Mia. May wishes to cry. Nay. She might just cry. Should she cry? Will she cry? Probably. That stare is intense, scorching even. His glare notes every bit of her movement. Every time she adds spices to the food, he would sniff heavily. Every time she stir-fries something, he would click his tongue in annoyance. Am I doing something wrong? Wait, does he not like my food? I thought Daddy liked eating here? She gulps. Her light brown feline tail drops her bit and her furry ears under her red hat fold into themselves. Don't scare me, you idiot. A tough knock on the forehead snaps Jackal's face down as he continues to wash the dishes and scowls. Scare her? She's the best damn cook. I'm just seeing what she's doing right and what I'm not. Brawny hands. May's tears evaporate before they can pour as she blinks. Oh, so he's just jealous. Huff, almost had me scared. Oh, well, Lola Tilda. And just like that, the fabled cook of the pub, Catgirl May, puts this behind her cheerily and continues to cook. But unlike the majority of catgirls who possess such a nature, Lunoi Faust is a human. And now, she is annoyed. Her brown eyes snap wide open as she hisses. Who are you calling brawny hands, you moron? My hands are normal. Jackal gives the brown-haired girl a look. A beauty she may be, but Jackal is the one with a mouth that sings praise only for Mia. Sneering, Jackal points out, they're brawny as fuck, Lunoi as she raises her fist, which is well within her rights as she is significantly stronger than him, just like every other waitress, Jackal points out. But don't worry, I like brawny. You think I'd let any woman touch me as Mia does? The medium-length lemon-haired elf who just entered the kitchen freezes while Lunoir bites her lips and laughs under her breath. You want your punishment extended? May call out fearfully. My dear rival, if it's Mia, why not? Jackal grins. Rival? May squeaks in shock while Lunoir picks up the prepared food and on the passing rubs the spot on Jackal's head where she hit him. I hope it doesn't hurt much. Jackal grins at her and shakes his head before looking at May. Of course, you're my rival. I'm going to surpass your cooking one day. But until then, I'll learn from you and copy your techniques. I don't mind it. May smiles broadly before revealing a depressed look. At least, that would relieve some burden. Ah, classic. Overworked catgirls. Jackal shrugs while the elf glances at the duo and speaks up. Please don't think Mama is trying to hurt you. The seriousness in the elf's gaze, makes Jackal chuckle. Even if she did, who cares? I take my shots and bear with whatever comes from my actions. It's only fair. Rhea considers this thoughtfully. Her sky blue eyes regard him with a silent smile in her gaze. Sierra was right. You have a deep knowledge of life and its wonders, huh? I wouldn't consider sex education all-encompassing, but whatever you say. He shrugs and continues to wash the dishes with a soft hum. Meanwhile, Rhea's gaze fixes on him in shock and her lips part open slightly. Table 11's order still not ready? Mia's loud voice booms, pulling Rue out of her thoughts as she lowers her head quietly and brings the food out. May, why do you lower the heat of the stove right before adding valley oil? Oh, that's because valley oil is very hotty. It needs to be soothed into cooking. And those bell pepper clumps, why not chop them instead of smashing them in first? That's because they need their juices to lace their peels. They love a bath before getting cooked. As Jackal continues to question May, a dark-haired cat girl with a significantly different demeanor than Anya and May walks in. Her looks are sharper and more refined. Her black furry ears look straighter and more pointed. Her black hair swings behind her in slight excitement. Oh, Chloe has so much she wants to tease Jackal and Mia with. Such opportunities are rare. And Chloe knows that no opportunity should be squandered for the killing. Yet, her green eyes dim ever so slightly. No. When you cook a chicken wing in blood almond sauce, you need to add cream first and chicken later. It's the only way to make the chicken like blood. May. And her description of cooking. He's never gonna return, is he? Chloe sighs. If only learning from May was that easy, they would help her with her workload. But Chloe gets even more depressed. Oh, I get it. Cream of cows makes the chicken recall their time on the poultry farm with other animals. Jackal nods with a look of sheer understanding as he wipes the wet plates with a clean towel. He understands her. Of course, He does. Why shouldn't the world empathize with the discussion of chicken being cooked while thinking of cows? She chooses to remain silent. Her emerald orbs were now laced with fear of what two people of such distinct and godly understanding may cook. Or at least, think while cooking. After a while, Seer enters the kitchen and relays the orders of the customers to May, who nods eagerly and gets to work. Meanwhile, setting her apron aside, Seer sits up on the counter next to Jackal and smiles. "So, Daddy, enjoying your chores?" "Well," Jackal muses, "I was hoping to have a better alias like Father." "Daddy sounds only right from Mia's mouth." Seer scoffs a giggle. "I knew you might be visiting the dungeon all day again, so I swung by Maria-san's place." "Maybe. I will take the duty on the weekends while you soldier through the weekdays." "Thanks," Jackal grins. "Oh, and sorry I couldn't make time for you today. I'll be taking it slowly tomorrow, so." "Tomorrow morning? Are you free then?" Adopting a ponderous look, Seer looks up and hums loudly, "I don't know. Tomorrow morning. After a visit to Maria-san? But, I also wanted to help Maria-san with you. I'm sure you are good with children." "Oh, you're sure?" Jackal smiles, almost finishing the dishes when Lunoi Iyer bursts in and brings a serving of dirty dishes. "Here you go, keep at it, keep at it. You're helping Rue a lot by doing this many dishes." She giggles and dumps them in front of her before walking out with a skip of her brown boots. "Any reason why you're taking slow tomorrow, Jackal?" Seer smiles knowingly. "Did you have something better to do?" "Well," Jackal smiles in contentment, "we just got our own uniform. I wanted to show it off to my yak, Ina, and others." "Not Mama?" Seer hums, "or us?" "How should I put it? Mia is very strong, you know. One look at me in my uniform and she'll fall over for me." "That's too dangerous." "What if she bursts into my house the same night and tries to ravage me by doing unspeakable things to my You two damn brats better stop yapping and start working." Mia's loud berate resounds as Jackal and Seer grin at each other mischievously. "I'm sure you'd look good." Seer bounces down the counters and waves at him. "I look forward to tomorrow." "If you would, 11 a.m., right here tilde." Alternate title, "Gonna kill 'em all." Dungeon Mons. An artistic dream daddy's homo Shirich and Lily's path to a fat ass starts here. Ariana's gonna suck it all the chore daddy. The language of gods only Mia touches Jackal in a special way. Chapter 19, The Woman Breaker. No, no. This isn't how it would work. Lily slurs cheekily as she and Jackal stumble into their home. While clinging to a terribly irate Tina whom they visited to have an audience for their dress-up show. It's 1:30 in the morning. "How could you, Lily?" Jackal coughs out blood. "At least, he pretends that he did," as she falls to his knee before turning to Ina. "Ina tilde. You'll decide who is hotter in our uniform, me or Lily." "Hey!" In her drunken pride, Lily is less Jackal-sama and more, Jackal, I'm gonna tilde kind of girl, so, she puffs at her well-developed breasts. For Palom and grins, "Naturally, the winner shall be Lily. With my secret, you don't stand a chance." "We'll see." Jackal climbs up on Ina and tosses Lily a haughty stare. "If the two of you don't get moving, I shall be leaving." Ina speaks in a colder tone as Jackal laughs. Yes, tilde. "Gosh, I miss my cuter underling, Ina more and more." "You're turning too cold." "Better cold than murderous for all my sleep interrupted." Ina snaps. "I promise it'll be worth your while." Jackal grins. "And I really am excited to show this to everyone, even you." "It's just better that you're the first person I show it to tilde." Ina huffs and rolls her eyes but doesn't let go of the two of them and lets them down on a couch before both of them curl together naturally. Thinning her lips, Ina calls out, "I'll be preparing coffee for the two of you." "Just Lily," Jackal calls out as he stirs a bit. "My tolerance has only gotten better." "Give me a minute or two and I'll be fine." "Sure, whatever you say," Ina mutters but still prepares coffee for him anyway. Her toes curl. They have curled many times before. In anger, excitement, anticipation, lust, desire, pain, and sadness. Whenever she threatens to hit her peak, in this mortal body of hers, Her toes curl. Right now she feels rage and anticipation. Rage at the existence of magic items. Her silver pupils flicker. A hazy glow of wrath extends from her irids, while a lilac silver shimmer of authority layers her supple body as she lays on her chair with a glass of fruit wine in her hand. This rage is carefully held. It is consoled by her anticipation. It hushes sweet nothings against her ears in temptation. She will see him later. She will see him in his attire later. Her attire, her colors, her brand, hers, by every right. I can bypass the counter block. No mortal magic item can compare to the divine but, Athena, smart as ever, just had to add a mechanism that informs the user of being spied upon. Her silver orbs reveal her disappointment. How I want to see him sleep and turn in bed, to hold his sight as I sleep here. Her grip around her glass tightens. Without him next to me, world has lost its color to her. Well, it had lost its splendor many moons ago. Interests were just that, interests, a temporary distraction to keep her sane. For her wait has been long and trying. Gods are no better than her. Each one uses the other one in quiet anticipation. Each one has its prophecies. Each one has hints of obsession waiting to be unraveled by their special someone. Ishtar still awaits her Gilgamesh behind the cover of hordes of men and undying carnal flames. Aphrodite longs for her Adonis to hold her in his arms, to be the beauty that surpasses her and thus quench her untamable thirst. And Freya. Her wait is over. She wholeheartedly, with every drop of divine ichor in her being, believes so. In the end, her toes unclench, her thin lips seize into an arousing smile, her baleful, blank silver irids gradually revert to being vibrant that can captivate any god or mortal alike. Her cold and cruel heart pumps warmth again. My odor is kind but not quiet. His blood burns hotter but my passion for him is no less warm. If I take one wrong step, he shall detest me but I shall remain enamored with him nonetheless. I shall fall prey to his tortures. An acceptable fate but I do desire more. I desire his affection. Her eyes narrow in her wondrous eyesight, even from this distance, locks upon a lone house as she wonders what he is up to. Love truly is troublesome, so sweet yet so sickening that even I feel intimidated by it. A pleasure that I want to feel more. She lets out a warm, almost moaning breath. I want to feel it burn me and hurt me for all the acts of not preserving myself until today. I want to be punished for my insolence. I want him to touch me where my breath is stolen and then make me beg for more. Only after he has punished me for my desirous body, only when he feels satisfied that I have repented enough. Should he hold me, only then should I belong to him and him to me alone. Only the two of us. Yet, after a second, her silver eyes darken quite a bit. I still cannot tell if he is serious about Mia or not. You two ready? Jackal calls out loudly from behind the door of his bedroom. Excitement laces his tone and almost makes Sina and Lily believe that it's not Jackal but a child behind the doors excited to show his new toys. Finding herself unable to douse that enthusiasm one bit and more than surprised to see this side of Jackal, well, hear this side of him, she smiles to herself and adjusts her glasses. Please don't keep us waiting for too long. Yeah, Lily's head will be the death of her. Lily huffs. Coffee and vomiting did alleviate her headache to some extent before she started nursing and sipping her current cup of coffee again. Hold your breaths. Jackal swings the door open. He has a good reason to feel this excited and it's not just his clothes. Still, Ina and Lily lean forward ever so slightly while sitting on their chairs. The former's eyes couldn't help but feel the slightest bit unreal while the latter let her gaze wander everywhere. Jackal started out as a usual guy, 5 feet and 10 inches tall, slightly thin but adequate physique with a bit of flab and strength on par with if not weaker than the dungeon goblin. But almost 3 weeks have come to a pass since then. Usually, physical change is hard to notice, but consider this: an inch or two increase in height, slight bulk composed of muscles that aid Jackal's crusade within the dungeon, slight definition of his body, slight toning, a slightly better posture, a slightly glossier hair, slight chisel in his looks, all in a matter of a few weeks. And now that Jackal actually wore something to pronounce his features, all these changes hit Tina harder than a truck would hit a lone sorry sod on his way to the supermarket. Her green eyes simply brighten. For a uniform, It looked more than lavish but simply suited him too much. His uniform is composed of black material with strings of silver evenly placed into the fabric itself, similar to more formal wear coats. The material comprises his vest and trousers, which, might she add, look form-fitting but oddly comfortable. It doesn't just irrationally press into his crotch, but it sticks to his legs ever so slightly, revealing his bulkier calves. In fact, he looks swole. Under the black, silver-threaded vest is a simple white shirt with straight, raised collars instead of folded ones. Instead of a sober silver bow tie or a regular tie, Jackal's neck is collared by a dark pink tie with a pattern of silver stars. On the knot of a tie is a silver crystal cut into the shape of a circle. Ina briefly glances at Jackal's rolled-up sleeves squarely cut along the thicker bulge of his arms. What truly ties the outfit, however, are the silver white polished boots, which have the highest chance of getting dirty easily. For once, observing their stare, Jackal cannot help but feel a little bashful, and his flushed grin shows that. Pointing at the circular silver crystal, Jackal rubs the back of his head. I think this crystal might be a bit much. He looks at them, clearly fishing for compliments. So, how do I look? Jackal-sama, are you feeling alright? Lily questions quietly. Did you hit your head? Hey. Jackal huffs and crosses his arms. The fabric of his shirt tightens a bit around his shoulders as his muscles flex. This is the first time I ever got a chance to spin myself on, you know. Besides, I never got a chance last time. He sighs internally. Ah. Sorry. Lily lowers her head. While his tone had been light-hearted, he has never tried to hide what he feels, at least, most of the time, and it holds true even now as Ina smirks. Well, if you want to know, how about you spin for us? It's only right that we get to see all of you before commenting. No? The half-elf looks at Palom, who nods eagerly. Well, Jackal drawls for a moment. Me alone? In a room with two eager women? Men, too, are afraid at times. And so forceful at that. Well, if you insist, Tilda. He grins broadly and turns around before striking a pose. Hey, I can't see my ass, but it feels great. The fabric couldn't have been more comfortable. Ina and Lily look at him seriously. While Ina cannot help but focus on his significantly prominent back as opposed to a few weeks ago, Lily devoutly focuses on the buttocks of her boots as the trousers tastefully cover them without just tightening so hard that it looks like one big ball. Jackal turns around after a moment as Lily has an eager smile. Her headache has all but gone. Before she could say, Ina points out, could you comb your hair sideways instead of wearing them naturally like you always do? Oh, didn't think of that. Jackal skips inside with the sound of the heels of his boots striking across the wooden floor. He returns after a few breaths. His hair is now parted 3/4 to the right with not a strand sticking out. Ina gulps, seeing that. All this coupled with his positively startling yet attractive eyes, she does not doubt that he has become too dangerous to be left alive, or alone in a room full of Amazonesses tired after a day of dungeon prowling. Jackal-sama, Lily's lips dry ever so slightly. You should maybe not wear the uniform. Lily will attract all the customers to the shop. As if. He scoffs, although he looks at the dark pink ties. This part feels slightly forced. A silver tie with a dark pink crystal of some kind would have looked better, but Ariana felt that her dream practically had this planned. Whatever that means. I suppose. Ina coughs into her fist. An attire different from the guild uniform suits you. You look great. Jackal stills for a moment. Here you go, just pump the cash into your trait and get us more guns. Ah, father, I wanted Toa. What did I say? Do your damn job. Smack. Come on, I don't want to miss this live match. It's the clash of the titans. Every moment of desire cost him pain. Slaps usually. This time the belt. So, Jana, how do I look? Fucking awesome, right? Jana had no right kicking him just because he was jealous of all the attention the family's father showered him with. Jackal's nostrils prickle up slightly. His eyes turn momentarily sad, but that's it. It's behind him. Way behind. Never the kind to press too much into mental problems and strengthen them to a fault. Jackal smiles. His shoulders drop and he nods quietly. Thank you. Really? Ina looks momentarily confused. She cannot point out what exactly it is that's different in his tone, but she nods simply. Jackal has a simple philosophy in life. Share what you can because it might just be a treasure to another. He doesn't hold out on candies to the kids because he knows it means nothing to him but the world to them. He saved Lily. It was fucking simple for him. But for her, she is alive. A miracle for her. He cooks bento because he can live just fine without food, yet to others, it's an experience. The fact that warriors like Hais, Shna, and Shin return for more means he is doing something right. And now, those words may just be as simple as breathing for Ina, but it meant the world to Jackal. All he wanted was one sincere viewer. It wasn't a drunken stupor that led him to Ina's doorstep. It was his belief in her. I've had my fun. Jackal composes himself and helps Lily up. Go on, surprise us. Lily nods and then looks at Ina seriously. Do not share this secret with anyone, Ina-sama. Please rest assured. Ina nods with a smile. But as Lily closes the door behind her, Ina glances at Jackal and speaks with clear worry. Are you alright? Did I say something weird? Jackal looks back at her with a wide smirk. Are you kidding me? You said the exact things I wanted to hear, Tilda. He snickers at the end. Thank you, and for its worth, you'd look like a bombshell in this uniform, too. When I expand, I'm definitely recruiting you. Bombshell. Ina gives him a sidelong glance. I'm not familiar with the term, but I'm sure it's nothing good. Suddenly leaning forward with his eyes captivating hers, he questions, how about I teach you then? Won't be the first time I taught you something new. Ina leans back slightly. A soft pink hue dusts her cheeks as her gaze takes in his looks once again. Especially his hair. Something as simple as a sober look from combing it sideways does wonders for her. Fine, just this once. And refrain from pushing your face this close. You have alcohol on your breath. Sorry. Jackal pulls back as Ina chews her lips while grumbling internally and supplanting, and it's intoxicating in more ways than one, especially the ticklish feeling on my lips. So, a bombshell means just that. Something or someone incredibly attractive. Sniffing haughtily, he sticks his nose high. Like me, although I'd reserve the term bombshell for women. Ina nods quietly. Ina, please stop speaking altogether. The scent of alcohol is unbearable. Jackal blinks but nods and leans forward to fish out a tone wallet from Lily's bag set aside and checks out a pouch covered in fish-like scales. Sprinkling the powder over him, Jackal heaves. Better? I know you don't drink but didn't consider the situation to be so severe. I'll be mindful to not disturb you the next time Lily and I get drunk. Although even more annoyed for all the wrong reasons and feeling a burst of warmth coursing through her veins. Ina simply understands to not encourage bad behavior. And despite her overly active mind thinking of various more situations how a drunk Jackal may stumble through her doors, and may need her to help to get him into the bed before he'll promptly pull her scantily clad self, Ina coughs, as long as you don't repeat this. We'll be fine, Jackal-san. The authority in her voice grumbles by the end of her words. The two fall into a comfortable silence and after a few breaths, Jackal feels his mind stir ever so slightly at the sensation of something supernatural beyond the door. Magic. His mind refuses to be molded, his energy refuses to bend just at his will, but this only makes Jackal more stubborn in trying and reinforcing his body with pure energy like two-piece. Lily's knees threaten to give out the moment she closes the door behind her. It may be the ale. Or Jackal. Her face is bead red and her round chestnut eyes are watery. She presses her small mouth together in an effort to keep her voice in check, but a soft squeak still escapes her lips. So handsome, Tilda. It wasn't just the outfit but also the brute who tore open a hole in her heart to fill it selfishly with his presence that made her hear her heartbeats against her ears. And with how cute he was acting. He must really like the outfit. Lily grins, more than happy to see him happy, but I don't intend to lose this challenge. If Jackal-sama looks better than me, he will have to face the combined degeneracy of Arario. No way. She affirms her heart and stands straight. Her mind strains into focus. The last bits of her drunken carelessness flicker out of her existence as she begins to whisper, "Your wound is mine." A soft hazy glow momentarily graces her eyes and she feels her magical reserve stir and respond to the call of her chant powered by her mind. My wound is mine, echoing the message of midnight. The magical energy swirls around the side of her head and her hips in a familiar fashion as her smile turns every bit brighter and more confident. When it comes to battle, Jackal-sama is the best, but when it comes to cuteness, Lily shall overload Ina-sama and take this victory. Cinderella. The door slowly opens. Ina and Jackal lean forward despite their seats to shower Lily with the same attention, but their voices are stuck in their throats. More used to tomboyish outfits if not outright exposing, Lily wanted some comfort in her customized uniform. After all, Jackal planned the uniform to have the same color, not the same look. So, there she stood. Her fingers interlace each other in front of her waist as she looks sideways with a blush and a shy smile. Her petite body is covered by a three-piece suit, starting with a white shirt with a similar dark pink tie and a silver crystal. The shirt is covered by a slightly bastardized vest that extends to a hoodie with a deep plunge of the neck of the vest to make it feel more comfortable, which gives her bust a prominent focus despite being covered by a shirt. Instead of a regular coat, Lily wears a tailcoat, looking right for the part to dine with the classiest of women and men that can never exist. Her chestnut locks slip out from under her hood, too, and her soft legs, Jackal can attest to the quality of which, are covered by a pair of tight trousers, and this time they are tight. It's more like form-fitting jeans pants, but her look is enhanced by the feline tail swishing behind. It sports the same color her hair is and is too organic looking to be considered a prop. Finally, Lily pulls down the hoodie connected to her vest, which a pair of fuzzy chestnut feline ears twitch cutely. Their inner creamish fur looks very soft to the touch. And boy, do they truly have a winner. He is staring, he is staring, he is staring, he is staring at Lily so much. Lily feels her heartbeats go erratic. Her tail begins to wave around fervently. In the depths of her mind and heart, she sears the image of Jackal's stunned look. He who can drill into the hearts of others as effortlessly as dealing with hordes of monsters. He is looking at her for once. Seriously. A wave of unhinged obsessions blooms within. Jackal-sama, Jackal-sama, please. Look at Lily more. She turns around and hates the fact that her tight trousers are slightly covered by the tail of her coat. Yet, it cannot hide her hips entirely. She can feel his gaze landing right there instantly, at the base of her back from where her tail slips out of the spot in the outfit. She squirms and bit and presses her knees together, which makes her hips stick out compared to the rest of her race. She slowly turns around. Her face acts like a furnace that has been stoked against her ass by his gaze alone. As she does, she looks only at Jackal. She is drunk again, and she likes this more than ale. The sight of his gaze only on her, fervency roots deeply in her heart. An act of kindness in this world for him is a debt of a lifetime she is willing to pay with an exuberant heart. Just look at me, I may be a palam, but I can be hardworking, too. She squirms and looks away. From the corner of her eyes, she watches him stand and walk towards her before crouching. The fabric is quite stretchable, so it doesn't restrict his movements all that much, but Lily and the dazed Ina flinch with Jackal casually setting his hand atop Lily. 2 forward. Lily tightens her shoulders and is beat red by now. Her knees continue to rub together while her fingers twiddle against each other at the sensation of him curiously touching and petting her ears. A jolt of pleasure spikes through her spine and her excitedly swishing tail drops down weakly. Her ears bend down ever so slightly to cover his fingers as she looks into his eyes. Jackal-sama, if you continue to do this, if you look at me like this more, if you touch me like this more, I won't be able to stop myself from showing my true self. Tilda. Her chestnut eyes take in his red gold curious and somewhat excited arbs with pure pleasure. Jackal. MFGH. A cute moan squeaks out as Lily looks at Jackal with her large watery eyes. Her voice is soaked in unadulterated sweetness and something a bit more. In no more, Jackal-sama. Ha, please. Lily is. Oh, she is feeling things. Blue papillios flutter in her stomach and her head feels lightheaded. Her blood wants to rush into many places at once. Her body now has an illicit fire raging in her heart to break in the new outfit with something more warm and moist. But her vision is compromised. Her eyes roll back and she falls back only to be caught by Jackal. Whoa! He exclaims and holds her with an arm as he looks back curiously. I thought she was fine a few minutes ago. You unrepentant brute. Ina sports a deep flush as she stomps off her chair and leaves in a flurry, her own heart beating without stopping. She won't be able to sleep now. Not after seeing so much. Not after seeing Jackal manhandle a maiden's heart with such ease that it set her in uncomfortable hotness of her own. She blames this on her human half. Elves are known to be less delirious with desires, right? As Jackal hears the door open and shut, he hums, huh. Okay, that was weird. Looking at Lily with a wide grin, Jackal pokes her fuzzy ears once again. Magic, huh? How lucky. Anyway, let's get you tucked into bed. Since I'm going to meet Seer tomorrow, might as well get my 4 hours of dungeon right now before Lily wakes up. Tilda. The plan is formed and Jackal soon works on it. As he leaves his house, Lily sleepily latches onto a pillow. Her body is now calm but her mind is showing her dreams beyond anyone's imagination. Jackal. Sama. She mumbles in her sleep, yes. Those skanks have nothing. Right there. As hard as you'd like. Meanwhile, Jackal jogs through the main street with slight dismay. And here I thought I could win after putting on some muscle. The women of this world are crazy. He sighs under his breath. I'll ask Lily if she can have dog ears and tails, too. Or those of a Renard with thick and soft fluff. She's just like a plush toy. Alternate title, stranded between obsession and yandere booty callatinas. The words that mean the world to him: one's kindness, another's grace, one's betting, another's wet dreams. God bless Ariana's dream. Cinderella's brute charming, the new harem and the beast. Chapter 20, the successful date. So, let me get this straight. He twists the knob of the tap and rinses off the soap over the dishes before setting them aside on a tray. With a smile, Seer would wipe the plates dry. And on the other side, Rhea continues to lather the dishes with soap and pass it on to Jackal like a well-oiled machinal process. Is this your idea of a date? He sighs to himself. How young he was yesterday to think he finally scored a date with a cutie. The wench wants his money and physical labor, and I even went into the dungeon early for this. He moans to himself. A date? Seer cocks her head sideways with a mischievous grin. Jackal-san, aren't you a little too straightforward? I just wanted to spend some time and get to know you. Then, lady, what the fuck do you think a date is? He sighs for the umpteenth time while Seer's smirk widens to his dismay. Meanwhile, the silent lime green-haired elf next to him looks at him with disapproval and speaks softly. Mr. Jackal. Please refrain from utilizing such language. Oh, I don't mean anything personal by that. They get it. Jackal looks back with a scowl as Linoy, Ira and Chloe lean on the counter with bored looks while Anya hums and continues to dice vegetables with May. If the two of you are so bored, why not take Seer's position and let us go out? The two look at him with sadistic smirks and Linoy, Ira giggles. You fell for her words. No, don't worry. We've met a taste of defeat at her hands many times. Welcome to the group. I don't want to be in the group. Jackal groans. Chloe perks up slightly and for a moment, Jackal is sure he saw her eyes light up. Well, your wants are of no concern. You're simply one of us. You're making me look like some sort of a witch. Seer pouts and every set of eyes, including Ruse, land on Seer. May even cut a small section of carrot the slightest bit thicker by mistake. But you are a witch, Anya states bluntly. So, Jackal, I hope you aren't eyeing any of us for. What did your cute Palom follower say? Chloe, you remember it? Lunoy Ire questions as Chloe places an index on her lips and hums loudly. Her pure black feline tail swaying slightly in apparent delight attracts Jackal for a moment. Ah, I remember. Chloe nods with a surprised smile. A degenerate hope of harem that even old dwarves are not free of. And goddesses, Jackal supplants. Don't forget goddesses. Others in the kitchen come to a quiet stillness while Rhea looks at Jackal with a frown. That's not a considerate dream, Mr. Jackal. Dreams don't ask for consideration or feasibility. Jackal grins. You have them. Next, you either achieve them or let them go, that's all. Oh, I see. Seer narrows her eyes without losing a smile. Jackal-san is a pervert who got his way and is now trapped in the kitchen with all of us beautiful waitresses. Many will consider this a dream of theirs, right? Rhea discreetly leans the slightest bit away as Jackal chuckles. If being called a pervert gets me my dream harem, so be it. I'm just gonna live like usual. Bothering by what strangers have to say or think is just a recipe for a disaster. And Jackal looks around. His gaze falls on everyone. Cyr looks away shyly. May grin back. Anya's tail swishes a bit more. Lunoi raises her fist while Chloe winks at him and reverts her gaze. Yeah, it's kind of a dream come true. He chuckles out loud before nudging Cyr's shoulder. We're even. Oh. And thank you for helping with the workload, Rue. It is only natural. The prim and proper elf who mysteriously lowered herself to become a waitress replies calmly. Yesterday Mama forced you to take on my side of the dishes. I should return the favor now. Right. He shrugs and continues to work peacefully. You lazy nuts. Get out here and greet the customers before I swing by to the kitchen. Mia's voice booms as Anya, Lunoi and Chloe yelp simultaneously before skipping out of the kitchen. Rhea takes her time to clean her hands and she nods at Jackal. If indeed you don't mean those words and it's just a manner of speaking, then I apologize for speaking out of turn. No worries. Jackal waves at her dismissively. But I do hope other elves become as understanding as you. Most of them are superior nut jobs. Rhea blinks and nods with a ghost of a smile hanging on her lips as she leaves. Cyr echoes a noise as he looks at her. She continues to stare at him with her blue-grayish orbs revealing absolutely nothing but contempt. What? Jackal blinks in surprise and looks up and down over her. I didn't accidentally splash you with water, did I? The vibration of Cyr's lips grows in volume as May tosses them a curious glance while the gray-haired waitress continues to stare at Jackal with puffed cheeks. But seeing his innocent and curious look, she exhales deeply and mutters while drying the dishes, You really don't hold back, Jackal-san, do you? Oh, what did I do now? He shrugs. I don't think I was out of line with anyone here. Trust me, it was very hard. Too. He shakes his head as Cyr gives him a sidelong glance. I think Lily-chan is onto something. You should be tied in a place. You are very dangerous. Give me a break. He rolls his eyes. It's not like I'm just collecting women. I barely know anyone enough to date and who'd just jump at a chance of having a relationship with me. You all think like I'm one of those heroes in some legend that just attracts chicks. Oh, Jackal-san. Do you read a lot of legends? Cyr questions with an interested expression. None, he replies without skipping a beat. None? Not even Argonaut. Cyr grows curious. Many children know of Argonaut. There are so many legends surrounding the first hero. After all, Jackal smiles at her but refuses to elaborate. Do you hate heroes? She continues as he shrugs. I don't hate them. Oh. And don't misunderstand. I don't scorn or look down on them either. I don't know them. I can't hope of knowing them, so I cannot hate them. Then you should read more. No? Cyr giggles. What an elegant solution, Cyr. Jackal scoffs a chuckle, too. So, I suppose, if you have dishes to Washington, you should, right? I'll order some juice and wait for you outside then. No. Cyr squeaks. I suggest a truce. Yes, a truce. And how do I benefit? Jackal sniffs haughtily. Well. Twirling her finger across her gray locks, Cyr adopts a demure look and shies from his gaze. I could help you, too, in various things. To some extent. Setting the cleaning towel aside, Cyr glances at May, who is simply too consumed with cooking before she tips forward as she brings a wave of delightful lilac scent with her. Her shoulder presses with his the slightest bit and she whispers into his ears while drawing a hot breath. I can tell the legends of other heroes for you. I'm sure. If it's me, you'd love hearing about them. Her hot whisper tickles his senses in all the right way. For a moment, Jackal's cultured mind almost loses its defenses. Her soft smile, her hot sigh, the subtle scent of her body, and the playful touch of her shoulders. Not to mention the curious affection in her eyes that convey nothing but sincerity. I'm sure. I'd love it if you speak of them. Jackal gulps ever so quietly. He doesn't have all that great of an experience with women, but that never stopped him from chasing his dreams. Yet, his desires by themselves would not let him agree to this very rewarding offer. But, I won't. Those tales are not for me. Let it brighten the eyes of a child who's not marked by the world's kind gestures. Cyr steps back silently, but her smile never drops. Instead, she giggles, See, I'm getting to know you just fine and I'll find something you like soon enough. Oh, can you find a harem in its national habitat? Jackal giggles as her cheeks inflate and her gray pupils, for once, flicker oddly in a hazy glow when Jackal gets back to his work. Last night. With Jackal-sama touching my soft bits, rubbing them. Untilda, he is such a bad man. Lily huffs with a quiet blush as she remains seated on the sofa, quickly reorienting herself, her brows lock a bit deeper. Despite the joyous week, despite the pleasure and peace, Lily continues to feel anxious deep within her heart. Her familia, they always track her down, and this time, spurred by Jackal, his easygoing nature, and all the laughs they shared, Lily feels she may have been reckless. She may not have protected her identity as well as she could. She could be found any day. She could be caught any day. Jackal-sama may get her any day because of me. What should I do? With Jackal not around her, a moment of despair and fear sets in. She did firm her heart to take action herself, but her dreadful memories would resurface every time. Her initiative would falter. Her courage that Jackal builds with his smile and laughter would break and crumble under fear and hatred. She quietly presses her face into her hands. The empty house feels colder. A thought suddenly flicks in her mind. Practice. Yes, Jackal-sama said he will practice marksmanship with me, and we're already set to enter the dungeon tonight, so we can train quite a bit. With this thought set, she leaves the residence and locks after herself carefully as Jackal taught her. Her lips sing a soft tune under her breath as she imagines herself training with him, learning alongside him. They would sweat together. Eventually tired, they will lean against each other for support. Jackal-sama is such a degenerate, making me think so many naughty things even now. Gosh, he needs to be detained. In my bedroom. For me alone. No one else, not even Sir. This is the second reason she hurried to the hostess of fertility. She does not want to lose Jackal. Anyone with eyes and the gift of comprehension could see how effortlessly Jackal blends with the waitresses there. Part of it most likely not trying to harass them sexually as many other adventurers tried, but the other half is, how can Jackal-sama just joke to such an extent and push boundaries? It's like he isn't even a normal human who is raised right. In her anticipation, annoyance, and imagination, Lily fails to catch sight of a group that follows the same path she takes the entire time. In Hostess of Fertility, she finds an amused Mia directing her to where Sarah and Jackal left, and she leaves quickly again. Alright, I'm sure now. Like me, you have no grasp on the concept of dates. Jackal continues to scoff and complain, but Sarah only sticks at her tongue as she giggles and walks beside him across the street of Daedalus. Is that so? With how forthcoming you are, Jackal-san, I do hope you take the lead. She covers her smile with her thin fingers and squints her eyes pleasantly. Not gonna fall for that again. Jackal crosses his arms and grumbles again. I've been used. My honor tarnished. No elf shall look my way again, and all dwarves shall laugh. Sir, you ruined the best bachelor in the city. Congratulations. This only makes Sarah laugh a bit louder as she tiptoes ahead. Lucky me, Tilda. Sure, the plight of men delights you. I get it. Any man lucky enough to have you might also pray for his life daily. Jackal scoffs before looking at the basket in his hands with a smirk. But I have to say, I think my techniques improved under May's ritual today. Cooking? Sir corrects him with a smile. What did I say? He looks back in confusion, making her purse her lips. Anyway, let's see if they like it a bit better than usual or not. Jackal grins widely. Oh, and Maria is always huffing about the boys pulling the girl's hair. I might impart my wisdom to them. Jackal-san? Yes? Since you admitted you have no dating knowledge, what wisdom can you even impart? Sir blinks cutely while Jackal stops in his tracks. Then he glares at the source of all evil in front of him. She just had to ruin his image of leading a group of young men into the path of adulthood. Whoa, did that come out wrong? You know, Loki's looking way cuter than you right now, Seer. He picks his pace and walks beside her. The woman has only put a facade of bashfulness to make use of the gentle heart of men like him. The woman is true playfulness given form. Is she now? Well, given how you constantly complain about Loki-sama, I should wear this compliment as a badge of pride. She leans a bit closer to him. Maybe you'd pin that badge on me. Right here. She glances down as she speaks to gesture at her breasts before smirking mischievously while Jackal looks at her, unimpressed. That ain't gonna work again. If I fall here, those goddesses of beauty are going to have a field trip with the treasure that is my booty. He resolutely defies Seer's charm. To hope to excel for divine charms. Seer's smile fades ever so slightly as she looks away. The thick locks of her bounce at her steps, making her expression slightly inscrutable. Would that be alright, Jackal-san? I hear that. All such goddesses are nothing but manipulative. And are known for more crass insults, too. You've been our patron for a few days but you liven things up with Mama. Are you sure? You want to be used by Thama? Oh, you mean about them being sluts and whatnot? Jackal scoffs. What should I think gods and goddesses do? Remain virgin like the rare few ones? Ain't that hypocritical for someone whose heroic ideals are a harem? Seer observes him from the corner of her eyes as he smiles and looks ahead. Besides, if it doesn't work because of other issues then that's that. But I'd like to give it a try. Maybe we'll click? But how would I ever know if I don't try? Seer drawls. I heard that Lady Ishtar has no values whatsoever. Oh, so? Bitches don't have values until collared, so I hear? Lady Aphrodite is not very well known here but I once heard Mama talking about her. It's said that she tries to persuade the virgin goddesses into falling for their perverted desires. Oh, cool, someone should. Virginity is cool and all but they are missing out on some good stuff. I hope they find a great partner, I guess. Jackal smiles fondly as he recalls Roberta. His first time may be scandalous but he remembers every moment of their sexual escapade. Seer thins her lips in apparent displeasure while her voice turns faint. I hear Lady Freya is the worst of them all. She's led kingdoms to ruin for sake of her entertainment. Countless lives were lost, and you help everyone you can individually. She's far from your ideal goddess, no? Jackal works his jaws a bit. A slightly thoughtful expression takes root in him. To be honest, I don't really care. I care for Lily, the kids, Maria, and her orphanage. I don't see the top familia harming them so I think I'm cruel. It sounds delusional but if I do, I don't know, have her, and then she does something like that, I'll probably just leave. No point in being the guy who thinks he can change the girl of his dreams. He then laughs. But being hypothetical allowed me to think things a bit though, thanks. Seer looks back with a soft smile, it's my pleasure. So? Jackal walks beside her again. So? Seer tilts her head. Tell me a bit more about yourself. Of course. Jackal rolls his eyes. You've talked about my stupid dream. Time to hear yours. Seer takes a long and hard look before musing. Jackal-san. You learn really quick. You're still trying to turn this into a date? I don't give up. But I do take a hint after 10 times so you're warned. He shrugs before grinning. So, spill it. You must have an equally embarrassing dream, don't you? Everyone has one. Seer scrunches her brows and states in a determined tone. I refuse to answer. You must. I refuse it 9 times more. Seer smirks as Jackal's lips drop for a moment before he starts to laugh. I guess. That's fair. But I said I only take a hint after 10 times. I didn't say I give up. He grins. Pray tell that number, she hums. I refuse. And one day, I'll hear all about your ambitions. With a snack maybe. It's bound to be embarrassing given how defensive you are, he chuckles as she scoffs under her breath. Between their playful banter, shared jokes, and a topic or two to discuss, and at a moderate pace they strolled, they eventually reached Maria's orphanage. So, instead of pulling ponytails, pull their panchia. Rai, Ashan, and a few other boys sat in the backyard with a look of focus as Jackal stood in front of them and spoke in a calm, teacher-like demeanor. Alas! Seer waves a thick book that she brought with both of her arms and Maria waved another equally thick book into his stomach from the side. Bang! Seer and Maria both maintain a calm, stoic look before giving the kids a look that sends them running fearfully as they pray for their elder candy dispenser's survival. Wait, the next thing is if they hit you back, you're Golda. Maria sighs and tosses the book on Jackal's back. It barely hurts him but it doesn't hurt to pretend, right? If he groans and sprawls on the ground, making Maria mutter, Jackal-san. Maybe teaching the kids isn't up your alley. How about you help me with washing the dishes as Seer teaches them? Again? He feels like crying while Seer smirks victoriously. That's what you get to try and teach stupid things. He turns around and lies on his back while looking at the two of them. That's a lesson of life. It is proven that when a boy pulls a girl's hair, he likes her. And what was the rest? Something about pants? Maria smiles gently as Jackal grows silent. His instincts suggest he should stay quiet. And this time, he will accept his body's warning. Sorry, I'll try not to act this excited in front of kids again. The duo blinks in surprise. Just like that? They gasp. Just like that. Jackal sits up and looks at the kid playing catch on the street. I guess, in my excitement to bond with them, I forgot that raising them right takes priority. So, he looks back at Maria. Sorry for almost wasting your efforts. Maria sighs softly before taking a moment of rest and sitting beside Jackal as she pats the area next to her and smiles at Seer. Puckering her lips for a moment, Seer tiptoes to the other side and sits next to Jackal. Instead, it's just that those children are my life. Maria doesn't pay much attention to Seer's antics and reveals. But they like you. I said it before. They all like you and Seer very much. They talk about the two of you, too. Some girls want to become a waitress so that they can bring free food to the orphanage. She chuckles. And while many boys are still set on being adventurers, they admire a man like you who shares things. They want to be strong and share their happiness with other orphans. Jackal smiles at this, feeling more than content. I'll try and somehow get the kids under some apprenticeship before they enter the dungeon, Jackal affirms to himself out loud. His gaze travels them as they chase after each other. Truly, he doesn't want to see them get hurt, but the world doesn't revolve around his whims. If the kids have the desire to dungeon dive, he wants them to be prepared for the consequences is all he hopes for. Seer sneaks a glance at Jackal and so does Maria. Beneath the veneer of brash youth is simply a gentle soul that likes to help as much as individually possible and a heart as simple as they come. His smile remains mesmerizing under the setting sun. The peaceful longing in his eyes seems to hide depths waiting to be unraveled. Not a hero, huh? Seer smiles. No, I believe. He said something about not wanting to read the tales expressly. I wonder why? Tilda. Maria suddenly lets out a soft hum, attracting Jackal's and Seer's attention as she pockets out a very familiar candy. The same one that Jackal gave her the first day. I'm tired of keeping it safe. Maria giggles softly and childishly eats the candy before letting out a pleasant noise. But I think it tastes so much better now. Jackal merely smiles and looks back at the kids. Oh, that's a familiar kid. He muses. Wait, that's my Jackal-sama. Lily huffs and puffs as she stops in front of the trio resting in the front yard. All red and excited, Lily gasps, let's train our aim. Jackal chuckles and sits up. It was a wonderful day. Miraculously. Thank you, Seer. He smiles. If you'd like, let's do this again. Turning to look at Maria, he raises an eyebrow as she smiles brightly. Thank you for spending some time here. Kids loved it. Only kids, huh? Jackal sighs and smiles, making Maria chuckle softly under her breath as she replies with slightly upturned eyes. Goodbye, Jackal. Train well. I know that kids want you to return every day. There are a few other things just on the tip of her tongue, but she holds them back. It wouldn't do her any good to act out impulsively while admonishing Jackal to do the same. Jackal nods with a grin and leaves with Lily. As they leave, Seer glances at the alley a few structures ahead with narrowed eyes before putting the thought in the back of her head and looking at Maria. Maria-san. She adopts a cute pout as Maria blinks in surprise. Yes? The matron looks at her inquisitively. Don't yes me. HMPFH. I can't believe you would use your mature charm to such an advantage. Promptly flushing at Seer's words, Maria stammers. I don't know what you mean. Liar. Seer pounces at the older, well-endowed woman. Her fingers fly about. Ah, ha 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 ha. Seer gasped not there. It's too ticklish. Alternate title. The Tamer of Divine Hose. The Caller Elder Sir is a menace to the hearts of masses. His dreams her dreams. Lily refuses to turn back without a fight. Maria pulls out the big guns. So does Seer. Don't pull hair. Children chorus pull panties. Jaruya is happy. Brooke is satisfied. A/N I'll try not to victimize Freya and others even if it may sound cheesy, like, the gods and goddesses are down here for a long time, right? They got plenty of chances to become what they like. But I don't know the future, so my thoughts may change. Chapter 21, Common Night of Arario. Later in the night, Jackal and Lily enter the dungeon as usual. They intend to make the most out of their day with Lily, for once, buying a spear for herself and requesting to deal with a goblin one at a time. She had been worried that she'd come off as a bit pathetic, but the huge smile on Jackal's face was anything but the confirmation of her insecurities. You have to start somewhere, right? Let's start with a single goblin and grow stronger steadily. Lily's heart couldn't help but beat louder. She's truly fallen over to the other side. It's not like Jackal agrees with everything. In fact, they have had a few arguments, both drunken and sober ones, but that never became a problem for them at the end of the day. Yet, this world is large. Arario itself is very big. Many events take place in a single day. Jackal and Lily entering a new phase of their life is just one such chapter of the city. Swish! A swift stab of her sword leaves the scaled monster moaning in pain before it disintegrates with one last roar. Gracefully flicking off the blood from her sword with a wave of her sword, she sheathes it with a soft sigh and turns around to regroup with her team. Ice-san. Luffy looks at Eyes with a worried gaze. It's only been a few days since they delved into the dungeon. Their expeditions last for half a month usually, so seeing her this tired brings Luffy a wave of confusion. Why is she sad? Always looking up to the swordswoman, Luffy wishes she could do something to cheer her up. As Eyes returns, Luffy hears a soft sigh from the blonde human. I lack discipline. Before Luffy can say anything, their resident cheerful Amazonas leaps into Eyes and hug her from behind. Don't keep on crying over spilled milk, Eyes tilde. So what if you ate all of it in a single setting? The brown skin bundle of murderous excitement giggles as Eyes' gaze grows even blanker. I have failed my promise. She musters in a tone so formal and quiet that Shina and Luffy look at each other awkwardly. What are the three of you up to now? A certain green-haired elf walks to them with a calm expression as Shina yelps, "Ah, mother sweetness." Riveria's staff slightly chops on top of the Amazona's head as she giggles and sticks her tongue out before explaining the situation. Exhaling a sigh, Riveria shakes her head. If that's what you're worrying for, I suppose it is fine. The elf shocks the trio slightly and turns away. The expedition will only be resting for a few minutes before they start their travel once again, so Riveria makes her way toward the spot held by Finn and Gareth as they talked amongst themselves. Seeing her arrival, Finn perks up. Did you find out? Riveria shakes her head with a slightly exhausted smile. It's not anything we were worried for. She is sad she couldn't ration the bento she received as a parting gift before we entered the dungeon. Finn chuckles under his breath while Gareth affords no such subtlety and laughs out loud. We can say the boy has talent in cooking, but I don't get it. I snuck a bite out of Shina's box. It was alright, I guess. As if still angered and hurt, Shina's head snaps in the dwarf's direction with her dark green pupils now revealing seething hatred as she snarls. And I'll cut your beard for that. Just wait. One night, all your joy will turn to ashes and you'll know that our debt is settled. Gah-hi-hi-hi-hi-ha-ha. Gareth laughs even louder while Finn shrugs. Maybe it's of something sentimental value. Shin shared some of it with me. Might I add reluctantly. But I can see why it's valued. Others will try to shower Loki Familia's members with expensive gifts and other items, but a home-cooked meal goes a long way. Captain, Shin sobs upon hearing this before falling to her knees. I failed you. In my desire to eat all of it and my love for you, I couldn't choose. I could only share the bento. Please, punish me all night long tilde. Don't let up even once. Her equally fervent dark green pupils lock on Finn as he sighs quietly. It's fine, Shin. As I said, I understand the value it must hold for you. Then I should feel honored. Riveria smiles. Luffy did not feel all that concerned to share it with me. We both enjoyed it, but I'll write a detailed review of what he can do better if he truly takes this duty seriously. Gareth and Finn share a look while Riveria continues. A few elven spices can bring his cooking to the next level. What about dwarven produces? Gareth chuckles. Irrelevant. Nothing good comes out of charred nothingness. Ho ho, picking a fight again? I thought becoming 9 hags reigned your temper. Reveria's words also devolve into the uncouth territory. Please, there will be no fight. It will be my staff, a spell, and you regretting your existence, bearded savage. Or, I might just assist Shana, and as she shaves your beard, I'll do away with your hair. Gareth takes a deep breath, but he scoffs and then smirks while Riveria snorts and reveals a like-minded smirk. Bet looks at them from a distance before scoffing under his breath and resting against a boulder. Slight R18 ahead. Aunter, a cool and collected voice with an undeniable charm and sultriness spread within one of the top rooms of Babel as a tall, muscular dark-skinned man with rust-brown earrings quietly steps forward. The man is known as one title within Auraria King, the strongest adventurer Otter. His boar ears twitch and he questions quietly, "Yes, Lady Freya? What do you think of Istar and Aphrodite?" The silver-haired woman taking the stock of Auraria from the top of the tower swivels the wine in her glass and questions. "Nothing, Lady Freya. They hold no space in my mind or my heart." Otter responds naturally with a calm look. His words are laced with nothing but the truth. And unlike the many members of the Familia, his words are not saturated with over-the-top reverence. He is one man in the Familia who cannot act like that for the sake of the Familia and his goddess. "I see," Freya whispers. "Ah, this reminds me, I felt some vermin stalking my Otter's dear little helper. Don't harm them should they only target my Otter in Lilaruka Ard. My dear is capable enough to handle the consequences of his actions, or at the very least, accept them." But, her pupils flicker with annoyance, if these vermin try to harm Maria, the children, or the orphanage in any capacity, break them. They will be left alive for their Familia, but they don't need to enjoy the luxuries of life any longer. Otter turns around. "I'll have that done, Lady Freya." "Oh, and Otter?" Freya calls out with a smile. "Yes, terminate all my appointments henceforth, and if there are any offenders who think better than my wishes, burn them. Figuratively, of course. And while I have you here, send a message that I won't be disturbed the entire night and my floor is not to be visited by anyone for any reason." Otter nods dutifully and leaves. Exhaling a faint sigh, Freya climbs out of her chair and looks at the city once again. The light from the city fails to reach this high, but her skin remains as fair and supple in the darkness as it would glow under sunlight. Her silver eyes possess a charm beyond the capabilities of foxy and catty women. Her body is the definition of perfection. Nothing seems out of place for her. Her full breasts and wide hips are covered by a midnight dress with leaf-like edges lined with crimson pink shade. The strapless and form-fitting dress hangs from her breasts as it barely contains them. Her cleavage has a natural, pink flush at all times, as if her body is in a constant state of desire, a constant invitation to her lover, a perpetual consent of her body to only those who she sees fit. The neck of the dress plunges deep toward her stomach and reveals her navel. Around her neck is a mix of the scarf and the choker with the same flower-like ends in the same color scheme. 2 flower-like ornaments dress her hair as her silver hair flows down to her back freely. But her vibrant silver eyes are no more. The city feels dull. Oh, how I wish to see him, but my presence next to him, my sight over him. It caused the dungeon to become quite fervent in its desire to rid him. The corner of her eyes twitch. Yet, a heated sigh escapes her lips as she recalls yesterday's events. Setting her glass aside, Freya walks out of the room and makes her way to the familiar dark hall dressed in a faint pink glow that tends to stir the desire of many. Instead of going to the much filthier room that no longer serves her any purpose, she makes her way to her actual bedroom, a place of rest that has never been marked by her desires, her sanctuary of peace that she had wanted to keep as such until a special occasion. Ha 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 ha. "That's all you got? I won't escape, you say?" His loud claims as he spilled his blood, his boisterous laugh as he cleaved through his enemy, and the fiery glint of passion in his eyes as he claimed a. And WHO decided that. It took her breath away. She loved every moment of him. The sight of him getting injured stirred her heart but excited her nonetheless. She wanted to see him get hurt and then stand. She wanted to see him bleed and smile. She wanted him in his truest form, a warrior, a monster, hers. She enters her remarkably smaller bedroom. She feels such a setting much more comfortable, unlike the expansive one where she would, at times, entertain fellow gods or goddesses for a favor that would further the development of her familia. But those days are behind her. Her silver eyes glimmer with brimming lust and desire. Odor, my odor Tilda. She glides across the floor with her dress slipping down her body naturally to reveal her true form underneath. The recollection of his battle makes her warm and moist. Her lower body itches with need. His touch against her shoulders almost sent her into a euphoric state. His breath against her skin made her want to suck his lips at once. His smile, his playful banters, and even his insistence on hearing her foolish dreams made her want to show him the best time of his life on any corner of the street. As long as they are together, his words fill her heart and soul. Her mind plays no valuable role now. Oh, so, bitches don't have values until collared, so I hear. Indeed, she moans breathlessly as she curls into her bed under her clean blankets to mark this place under the name of her odor. Collar me, dear Tilda. Pull on my neck. She gasps. Her fingers find their way to her moist snatch that can no longer find excitement in anyone but her odor. Forget Ishar. I'll be your maid and your most devout woman. Collar me and use me as you see fit. Her fingers rub her clit fervently. The wet sound of her dripping juices smacking against her fingers fill her room as she imagines her fingers to be his. Rougher and thicker digits. Make you my slut? He would say into her ear with heated passion. The warmth in his breath would tickle her as he would abuse her clit more. It's his to abuse as he would right claim. You already are my slut since the moment I laid my eyes on you, my bitch, my love, mine. He would claim in absolute possession. He will take her for himself. No other will ever be near her, none other shall have her. Only he would use her as he sees fit from now and the rest of her eternity. Oh, cool. Someone should. Virginity is cool and all, but they are missing out on some good stuff. I hope they find a great partner, I guess. She recalls another thing he spoke for Aphrodite, but fuck that playful cunt. Yes. Odor. Fran moans into her pillow as her digits slip into her moist and divine folds. I wish I were still a virgin. I wish I could reincarnate into a pure one for you. But I will make up for it day and night for all eternity. I will show you how good my passion is. Tilda. HNNNGH Tilda. She flushes as he finds her sweet spot and attacks her without a care. He whispers, make up for it? Who else will? You'll remain mine, won't you? Yes, Tilda. She replies with a sharp gasp as he slips in his third digit. To be honest, I don't really care. I care for Lily, the kids, Maria, and her orphanage. I don't see the top familia harming them, so I think I'm cool. It sounds delusional, but if I do, I don't know, have her, and then she does something like that, I'll probably just leave. No point in being the guy who thinks he can change the girl of his dreams. This is what he spoke of her. These words are meant for her. These are his desires for her. I won't hurt anyone. She shudders and curls up as she imagines him leaving her with a look of distaste. I want you, Odor Tilda, but she imagines herself in his arms. Change me, twist me, ravish me, numb me, she chants breathlessly. His fingers continue to abuse her folds. Ruthlessly he would stir her divine pussy with intimate knowledge of her weakest spots. Spots that she hid from others rather easily. I want you to taint me, Tilda. Shower me in your colors so that I'm free. She shrieks as her thighs tighten around her hand while she climaxes with a jet of squirt that drenches her bedsheet with a damp spot. Her breathing eases for a moment. The lilac hue in her irids reverts to pure silver, but she eventually licks her lips. Not enough. My odor will punish me for all eternity without rest. I need to prepare. I need to ready myself, Tilda. And thus, she plunges again, this time, fantasizing about Jackal having her way right behind Mia's back. Her daddy would claim her without her mama's knowledge. On a distant night, high above the city, locked in a room that is now marked for her and her beloved, a goddess gasps, moans, and squeaks, yes, yes, Odor Tilda, I'll be your little princess. From patrol to keeping a line of defense in the city and vetting anyone that enters it for the guild, and formulating many reports are just a few of the duties that Ganeshaw Familia performs. Dubbed the God for Masses, Ganeshaw Familia is the largest familia when it comes to numbers and is respected as such. But, that's not all. Unlike many gods and goddesses, Ganesha steps to perform the same duties he expects his children to perform. One such duty finds him alongside his captain at the northern gates of Arario, filling out form after form and accepting immigrants while noting down any suspicious individual. I am Ganesha. In the dead of the night when the travelers and the workers are tired, the voice booms boisterously while Shakti, sitting beside her familia's god, nods calmly, not the least bit affected by his nature or actions. The said god, Ganesha, is muscular and dark-skinned. His long and shaggy ash-brown hair reaches the nape of his neck and is well known to be somewhat showy. A thick golden chain decorates his neck and similarly, thick bracers adorn his wrists. A yellow-red elephant mask covers the top half of his face as he continues to greet the immigrants while Shakti notes down their names, places of birth, the reason for the visit, and many other things. Shakti, you need to rest, Ganesha claims loudly. Leave all this to me. I would rather not leave your sight amongst unknown immigrants, Shakti replies calmly. A yawn escapes her lips as she covers her mouth and then grumbles, I'll be fine till our shift ends. But by now Ganesha is already upon more exciting prospects. Oh, welcome to Arario. It's our first time meeting in both realms, isn't that right, Take me Kazuchi? Dano, the man leading a group of 16s, smiles. His dark hair is worn in an ancient manner stemming from the far eastern lands. His clothes befit a farmer rather than a god. But he stands out among the masses, even when compared to Ganesha. His features are sharp and masculine. But his smile can make many of the kinder gods a run for their money. Please, no honorifics, Take me Kazuchi laughs and cups his fist in a sign of respect, a gesture that Ganesha follows, and yes. Well met Ganesha. Your familia's name resounds in the Far East alongside many other familias from Arario. These are my children. We would like to settle in Arario. Ganesha nods without any qualms. Shakti, meanwhile, glances at the 3 boys and 3 girls. Each of them garbed in clothes of a different culture to Arario, but all 6 of them look positively tired. Ganesha eases them into the process, for which, the other god is thankful, and after understanding the general layout of the city and getting a good recommendation from Ganesha about where they can find their lodgings, the budding familia enters the city. As they leave, Shakti looks at Ganesha inquisitively. Take me Kazuchi is rumored to be the god of war, right? He seems so different from the likes of Rakia. Ganesha chuckles at that. Gods preside over many authorities. War is a minor one for Take me Kazuchi. You can consider him more of a combatant than anything else. But it's true, most gods revered for their violent achievements since time immemorial are usually the kindest of the divinity you shall meet. Or the goofiest. Both of them think of a particular god of war and sigh collectively. I am Ganesha. The god impulsively shouts to heaven out of nowhere before making Shakti sigh again. Her thoughts, meanwhile, linger on Take me Kazuchi, another god. Like Mayak. And they both seem in financial distress, too. Well, Mayak was until recently, but it's about time some competition rises for Diane's sex familia. Although his quality is only effective for rank 1 and only richer rank 1 adventurers can purchase his goods, he is making steady progress. In strength, too. Thinking of the Palom girl that she investigated and how Jackal just openly did what he liked, she scowls for a moment, but she is also forced to recall another girl. Just as earnest and eager as him, she would have gotten along with someone like Jackal. Shakti sighs softly. Memories of the past are buried just as quickly but never forgotten. To forget them will be an insult to their courage and sacrifice. Naza quietly picks up a bowl of ground materials. When it comes to health and mind potions, the Mayak familia possesses 3 recipes that can produce high-quality products. Other recipes do save on the cost, but they also skirt the quality then. Long hours are needed to produce a large number of potions, and that, too, with an intense focus to mix everything in a precise manner. This lifestyle of hers eventually gave her the gift of a perpetually bored expression, a dazed look that seems to invoke a certain desire in many men, which she unabashedly uses to sell her products. And he makes way more potions. He cooks. He's on a discipline that leaves nothing for personal entertainment. Why doesn't he look the slightest bit more like me? She sighs in her heart. No, instead he is putting on weight. muscle mass to be exact. His musk feels more pleasant by the day, and he seems full of energy at all times. That's just unfair. She notes the weight of the powder in a glass dish and adds it to a tube of liquid. The addition of the powder quickly creates a reaction that turns the slightly cyan liquid into a blue one. Huff. Complete. Although his actions suggest that the creation of his work is more dependent on a skill of rare nature. Naza thinks of the youth again with a tired sigh. I am more doubtful about his nature. He used to be so quiet. Even when Mario faced one of the worst disasters ever, he didn't cry. He wasn't an advisor then. But I recall seeing him once climbing out of the ruins. Without an ounce of emotion. It almost feels like he is compensating for all the times he could have smiled. She walks toward the tray which holds other potions and sets her latest creation down. Her ponderous expression soon turns into a slight smile. Mayak is also feeling less and less burdened by the day, allowing him to act charitable as much as he likes. The only thing that is left is our debt. She almost collapses once she imagines the number. Until now, the Mayak Familia has not even gotten close to repaying the principal amount. They've only been returning the interest amount. Damn. She takes a seat on a nearby chair. 180 million valis. That's too much. But she is determined to pay it all back herself. If it wasn't for Mayak, she wouldn't have an inorganic right hand that works like an actual one. And she has to admit, she is equally grateful to Mayak for this. But, despite the expense, this arm is one of its nature. That woman even went ahead and crafted each nerve ending through mithril to let my mind control my arm as my actual arm would move. Naza looks at her gloved right arm. And there is one last thing. I am feeling a lot more distracted lately. It is taking me a minute longer than usual to mix the regular potions. I can't hope to create my new work if I keep on acting like this. Even now, she feels her thoughts are in a jumble. It's as if her mind is stirred. Before, while she kept Mayak's kindness in her mind and worked tirelessly, she never felt this anxious to grow out of their situation. She never felt this anxious at her own true weakness that has wrought her mind for years now. A weakness that kept her from a life of an adventurer. Our situation would have been far simpler if I still used to prowl the dungeon. But the moment she thinks of this, her ears press into her skull, a shiver tingles down her spine and her furry tail stiffens in shock. Phantom pain marks her body once again. Cruel memories of horrendous, monstrous events make her want to scream as she can see and feel red as if experiencing it all again. Ugh! She holds her head and groans, barely stopping herself from falling off the chair. And soon, the pain passes. But she remembers it, drenched in a cold sweat. I am weak. Not worthy of Mayak and Jackal's kindness. I was made for loving you, baby, and you were made for loving me, 'cause I can't stop thinking about you, baby. Jackal continues to sing with all his passion, using one of the smaller axes as a microphone while keeping an eye out for Lily, who is facing 4 goblins with spear. Ugh, Jackal-sama. Lily can't focus. She is pushed back by the clawing goblins as Jackal throws his axe toward the 5th one who tried to sneak past her. That's why this is training. Lily, focus, adapt, and grow. You're doing surprisingly well for a noob with a spear. Better than I did with an axe, so keep on going. I believe in you. Jackal cheers her on. Motivation unlimited. Lily squeaks in her mind as she hears her master's confession. She grows aggressive ever so slightly as her spear begins to show slight improvement once again. She should try other weapons like an Ajanata or other pole weapons. Jackal chuckles internally, more than happy that he picked a talented warrior in a cute disguise. I shall be Jackal-sama's crossbow and spear. Fear me, for I shall never stop from this day onwards. Lily swears in her heart. If Jackal is this accommodating in helping her get stronger, she does not want to waste his efforts in any form or manner. And then, she shall have her reward. Alternate title: Yanners exist. They see Jackala HNNNGH, the goddess fantasy, the lone princess Nadibator, the orphan protector, a new familia. I am Gainshaw. Naza's weakness, Freya's mark of love, the odor resonance, Lily's dubious motivations, Jackal saving his virginity in nightmare mode, Freya's first heart event, masturbation. Chapter 22, Common new partner. Oh, a visitor? For me? Jackal assumes correctly as he follows Naza into the familia's living room. As usual, to find Mayak accompanying a silver-haired and violet-eyed dressed in an elaborate white-blue cleric outfit with a white hat. At a glance, Jackal almost mistook her for a live-in doll that Mayak might have commissioned for his closeted desires. But the sight of Jackal and Lily makes Mayak pleasantly surprised as Jackal grins eagerly. "So, how do we look?" he questions as a similar grin is plastered on Lily's face while she has her hood on. Jackal adjusts his vest for a moment while looking at Naza. "Come on, Naza. Just a few words of encouragement are all I'm looking for here, Tilda." "And I said you look adequate." Naza gives him a sidelong glance before sitting beside Mayak. Her eyes bear more coldness than ever, but they soon soften as she sees Jackal exhale in disappointment. Before she could speak, however, she glances at the doll-like elaborate beauty beside her and goes silent. "I think you two look fantastic," Mayak chimes, more than happy to see the duo brighten by his words. The material must have cost a lot and the craftsmanship is present at a glance, but he nods with slight pride in his tone. He is proud of them. "It looks very good on the two of you. Makes me want to commission such uniforms." Naza now stares at Mayak, who clears his throat, "Or not. Anyway, please take a seat." "Before we begin, like usual, let me introduce you to the new face." Jackal sets his bag down and so does Lily. Both of them have started to carry comedically large bags despite filling them with quite a lot of frog wallets due to the sheer amount of stuff they are carrying. Honestly, Lily is starting to think that Jackal is always acting asleep whenever she wakes up and hadn't slept for the entire night after they returned from the dungeon, but she couldn't question him for this. After all, there is a limit to how much she can push others out of worry. "Nah, no introduction is necessary. Ermid here has bought a few things from us, especially the lizard shield. It being self-sufficient until broken, is what got you interested, right?" Ermid Teasener, Level 2 Captain of Giant Sect Familia, nods calmly. "Indeed. It's not often you see a magic item of such nature in such a large quantity and a promise of adequate supply. Usually, every magic item created with the slightest bit of difference in the materials produces slightly different results. Unlike yours." Her purple eyes follow him quietly as he shrugs. "Thanks." Not at the level of desperation where he asks anyone he meets about how he looks. He waits for the third party or Mayak to inform why she is here in the first place. But clearly, more annoyed than she is letting others on, Naza speaks bluntly. "She is here for your request for a magic item that can let you determine the effects of the potions without using Mayak-sama as a test dummy. Geanthropes must have hardened that time of the month, huh?" Jackal sighs to himself, feeling lucky that he has nuts. But he must protect these treasures because they are just as fragile if not more. Naza's light brown ears twitch and she glares at Jackal, annoyed for some mysterious reason now when facing his understanding look that thinly veils his pity. "I am not here with the promise of making the said magic item exactly, but to understand what your needs are. Had I known it was you Mayak-sama talked about, I would have met you in your shop directly. Or, at least, sent someone." Turning to look at Mayak, she nods politely. "Apologies to have inconvenienced you." "It wasn't any inconvenience." Mayak shakes his head with a smile. "It plenty is." Naza's tail vibrates a bit. "Well, what I want exactly is some sort of tester for me to set anything on the scale which will be analyzed and then reported back for its effects in simpler and more accurate terms that I can convey to the customers." Jackal voices out his needs. "Do you often find success in the creation of new potions?" she guesses, or why else would he need an item like this? When a crafter or a mixer focuses on creating something new, they use base materials as their intended effects and work their way up through failures. But what Jackal is trying to imply here is he sits, farts, make a new item or a potion, and waits for someone else to help him deduce the effects. So, it's natural that one of the top potioneers and item makers of Arario will be interested. It wasn't his current products that took her interest but his prospects. However, instead of giving her an answer, Jackal glances at Naza before smiling, something like that. Ermid catches Naza hiding a short smirk, too. "An inner joke?" She muses but accepts it nonetheless. "I see," she comments. "To be frank, it is the request for such an item that piqued my interest, but now that you have made your requirements clear, I won't be able to produce such an item." Naza perks up ever so slightly. A hint of selfish delight dances in her gaze. It's not a delight for Jackal's request to fail but at Ermid's failure itself. Why is that? Jackal questions curiously. Because a mortal cannot create an item that recognizes, breaks down, and compiles the result of every magical effect of this world. I hope we can't. If such an item was possible, it would have been created long ago. Ermid looks thoughtful. You could look for one level 4 adventurer named Asphial Andromeda of Hermes Familia, but I believe she is out of horario with her patron deity. Positively disappointed, Jackal slumps back on the couch before questioning, why are you here then? You could have just told the same to Mayak-sama. I came here to propose another idea for you to commission, if possible. Ermid gives a short smile. Instead of an item that analyzes every single thing, I can stay true to my professional line and create a dummy that could relay all type of effects it is going through a mental connection. This, however, will only work for potions and other consumable substances. Jackal thinks for a moment then agrees. It certainly feels like the next best thing. Ermid smiles again. I will regather my thoughts and the possible list of items that I may need before consulting you on the cost of the commission. Until we meet again. Before she leaves, her smile widens noticeably as she glances at Mayak. Do feel free to consult me on more services. It's always a pleasure to be in your presence, Mayak. Jackal and Lily glance at each other while Naza grows deadly quiet. A look of conflict is thinly veiled by her growing anger as Mayak chuckles softly. Of course. You have been very kind to us in the past and now, too. I hope you and Jackal get along. Whoa, okay crazy. Keep your women to yourself. Jackal rolls his eyes. Fuck, he feels envy for his friend. They are friends, right? He thinks for a moment. Man, women really do throw themselves at Mayak. The rumors are true. And sigh. Even with such a grand outfit, I fail to attract any cute chick. Sarah would want to make me run errands like others from the pub. I guess May is cool, Lily, too. But why are only short stacks cool to me? He groans at his luck. Of course. Ermid looks at Jackal. I look forward to working with you. And you have my gratitude for all the help you have shown Blue Pharmacy. I wouldn't call it a help. It's a mutual benefit. They are the reason my business got such a burst of popularity this early. He mutters with a huff and a downcast expression. Well then, Ermid glances at Mayak and Naza before looking at the former intently and then leaves. Mayak-sama. Jackal turns to Mayak and drawls ghoulishly. You're a traitor to your own kind. Eh? Mayak blinks in surprise. Damn it, I wish I'd become such a traitor quickly, too. Rub some of your goodness on me, Mayak. Eh? Lily deadpans before blushing. Jackal-sama. I didn't know you. And Mayak. But I can accept that, too. Naza scoffs under her breath as Jackal continues the same process. Bindo is transferred to their frallets so that it remains warm. And then, during setting more potions, Jackal begins seriously. Actually, I want to share something about the potions. 2 days ago, Lily and I encountered a monster party of killer ants. His words suddenly make Naza pale and she stiffens while Mayak frowns, too. That time, I used lust potion, poison, lazy potion, and everything else I could think of, but during that time, all the killer ants remained aggressive. None of my items worked. I wasn't stupid enough to use the berserk potion on myself or the ants. Only the adrenaline potions saved us. Barely. Lily squeaks and rattles her tiny fists against his arm, complaining indignantly. And Jackal-sama, I haven't forgotten how crazily you acted. Who just jumps into a group of killer ants and shouts, you're my mount. Now mush. Eh gosh, you were riddled with injuries then. You did what? Naza snaps and glares at Jackal. I was psyching myself up. Jackal shrugs calmly. There was no escape. Fighting was the only option. So, I fought. And thank God I did. Lily sighs and then deflates. Yeah. But it was too dangerous. The point is, Jackal looks at Mayak. Please add a warning label on the items that you still haven't sold, or in just a warning banner in general. I don't want any adventurer to relax if they face a monster party or if they have blind faith in my products. At this time, Naza just shuffles slightly and leaves without a word. Her shoulders continued to shudder as she walked while her tail remained frozen stiff. Jackal looks at Mayak and then at Lily. Not my fault, right? Lily blathered. He throws her under the bus. She will be missed. Mayak sighs, his expression turning visibly sad as he reassures the guilty Lily, who has no knowledge of the situation. It's alright, Lily. Naza just needs some time. Anyway, I think I will handle the store for now while Naza rests. Jackal frowns for a moment and looks conflicted. A part of him, the unabashed part, wants to try and talk to her. The other part thinks he is being nosy with the gesture. So, Jackal stays on the couch in silent contemplation. His gaze falls on Naza's frollet, something she didn't even bother to pick. She doesn't get afraid of just hearing about monsters, or she wouldn't have been able to deal with other adventurers. Jackal mutters internally before he rolls his eyes. Oh, fuck with it. If you wanna talk then just talk. Not even killer ants feel this fucking worry. He scoffs and snatches her frollet before grumbling, give me a minute. Jackal? Maya calls out. Yeah? Third room on the right, first floor. He smiles kindly. You got it. As Jackal leaves, Lily lowers her head. I'm sorry if I said something wrong. Don't be. How can anyone fault you when you did not even know of this situation? In fact, this is the first time in years Naza showed such a reaction while just hearing of beasts. Exhaling a deep sigh, he smiles. Lily, would you like to help me set all these items on the shelves? And, even if your face is hidden, a cute palom like you will attract several customers in your uniform. Lily frowns and scoffs as she faces Mayak's innocent expression. No wonder you and Jackal-sama get along so well. Both of you are just a group of no-good womanizers. HMPH, my heart is set on Jackal-sama. She picks a tray of potions and exits for the shop, leaving Mayak stunned. Womanizer? Me? And Jackal, too? That's news to me. He shrugs and walks out. As they set the potions, their first customer arrives and it's a new face. Ah, Mayak, right? I'm Take Mikazuchi. I arrived here yesterday night and a few deities around here pointed me towards your pharmacy. I'd like to purchase low-grade potions for my children. Sure, sure. Please accept these as a welcoming gift to Aurario instead. Mayak chuckles at the god arriving from the eastern lands. I cannot. That would be shameless of me. Please do so, I insist. It's always better to welcome new deities than not. If you have any needs or troubles, do talk with me, Take Mikazuchi. I'll try to help as much as my body can. Lily quietly looks at one of the two most handsome gods holding their hands through the bag of potions, both of them reciprocating favors, letting their heads rest on each other's shoulders in their time of need. And Jackal-sama is in the fray, too. Poof! Smoke slithers out of her ears as the beat tread, perverted palom leans against the wall. Lily. Mayak calls out in concern. Are you alright? Her nostrils flare. Ha. Ha. Better than ever. CHRRT CHRRT CHRRT. The familiar sounds of killer ants fill her ears, making her clench the blanket around her even tighter as she curled further within herself. Flashes of images, splashes of blood, roars of monsters, the cries of her teammates, the pain of being chewed upon alive. The sensation of absolute fear, the soreness of her throat as she kept on screaming while the monsters, as if delighted to hear her screams, didn't end her life right then and there but continued to torture her. And the thought of a similar fate falling upon Jackal all of a sudden. She whimpers in her blanket. Her teeth clench together. Her body shudders with the sensation of her blood curdling in fear. Knock knock. It's me, Jackal. His words slip into her room as Naza pulls her head out of her blanket. What do you want? I'm in no mood to chat. I'm tired from last night's work. There is a moment of silence before an odd question echoes. You're not naked, are you? What? No. Naza hisses, losing her sleepy voice all at once. Bang! Jackal's body drives through the door as it slams open before he comes to a stop in front of her. Clack! Meanwhile, loosen around its hinges, her bedroom door smack against the wall of her room. For a moment, Naza digests all this with a blank expression before sitting and hugging her blanket further. Yet, her cold glare pins him down. What do you think you're doing? Her fur bristles and stands erect with wrath apparent in her gaze and violence blooming in her tone. Entering your bedroom in the most logical manner, Jackal hums and looks around before pulling the nearest chair and sitting calmly. How is this logical? I wanted to talk to you, I think. And something tells me you didn't want to open the door, so that gives you the right to barge into my privacy? She clenches her fist with distaste marking her voice. Oh, number. I think I'll even get punched later by you. Or even my yak, for this. Jackal chuckles. But I wanted to talk with you, so this felt logical. You have known me for a while, so you know that I am a calm and reasonable guy. Naza scoffs. Did it occur to you that I may not want to talk? It did. But I wanted to talk, remember? He chuckles again. And as I said, even if you beat me for it, it's nothing personal, right? I did something, and you gave me an appropriate reaction. But I felt. He works his jaws and starts to look around in an effort to voice his thoughts and words. I felt if I didn't talk, it'll leave me with a bitter taste this whole dia. So, from breaking into my bedroom to insisting on talking to me is all based on your selfish goals. She rolls her eyes. But I don't want to talk. Leave. Pay my yak for the door and we'll forget this incident. I think you should not worry about me. Jackal cuts her off. Or Lily. Naza frowns while Jackal continues, I have been wanting to go deeper into the dungeon for a long time. But I don't. I stay on the floors that have the monsters I can face at least 10 versus 1 in their favor. I make sure I am full of energy. And even with Lily these 2 days, I never lose my focus even once. But monster parties happen. That's the truth and the risk. Naza's expression grows dark while Jackal nods. That's it. That's what I wanted you to know. I don't know if it helps, but I hope this knowledge eases your worry if you had any in the first place. I'll pay my yak on my way out. Jackal stands to leave when Naza calls out, wait. Looking back at her as she holds his gaze with her purple orbs, she sighs softly. Sit down. Once he takes his seat, Naza grows quiet. Why did I ask him to sit when I have a totally blank mind? She groans internally, but she speaks without a plan and whatever it is that comes naturally to her. You break my door, remain selfish, speak all that nonsense, and even claim you'll be fine getting beaten up for your unruly acts as if it's a joke. What do you think you're trying to be, Argonaut? She begins to see that she speaks, but Jackal cuts in. I wouldn't know. Never read of him aside from some simpler factoids. Don't interrupt. Naza vibrates in annoyance while she hugs her knees closer to her breasts. I told you I did not want to hear anything. I'm not worried. If anything, I'm just glad you didn't die because we'd lose our stream of new income. No. That's not it. I don't want to hurt him. Yeah. But her mind and heart are as selfish as they come. See? That's why I didn't want to talk. She starts to chuckle as her nostrils prickle. I just care about removing the debt I put my yak in. I only care about putting Aramid down. Why do you think all the other in the familia left us? With her chuckles turning into soft giggles, she admits, because they know my utterly disgusting selfish side. I could have lived without an arm. I could have fought harder against my yak's decision, but damn it, I wanted to live without a handicap. I don't care about others ever. I even used you for all those bindos because that's what I do. That's what I am. She pants for air by the end of it. Her bored expression is nowhere to be seen as it's replaced by an expression of self-loathing while tears mark the edges of her eyes. Got it? She sneers. More than relieved to just let it all out. Even her mind somehow feels relieved. Now, he does not have to care about them. Now, the streams of warm bindos can end, which made her feel extremely grateful. Now, all the kind gestures can stop and their familia can return to the usual poverty-stricken state. Now, she stares at Jackal's dazed look, expecting it to devolve into disgust and anger as her vision is compromised by her tears. I can continue to detest myself for the calamity I am without feeling the least bit good for myself. Look at you. Jackal smiles and reaches for his pocket to take out his handkerchief, which he extends towards Naza with a broad grin. And here I thought you're an unfeeling cunt. Turns out you're pretty spunky. Here, you've got snot coming out. Naza's brain short circuits as she snatches the cloth and pinches it on her nostrils while glaring at Jackal. Her voice is muffled, but she musters the same venom in her tone. Did you not hear me? Oh, he waves his hand dismissively. Fuck off. If you can't pull that off without crying, There's no fucking way you actually feel like that. Naza comes to a still. Jackal leans back in his chair. So, now that you got all that off your chest, aren't you hurt? Naza cuts him off. Why aren't you angry? She chews her lips in frustration. Why aren't you the least bit annoyed? Why would someone's rant directed only at me annoy me? He laughs. I don't wanna brag, but I've heard much worse. That's no reason to brag, I guess. Jackal sighs and smiles. Anyway, I said what I wanted. And, as you said, you didn't want to talk, and all that you raised was a bunch of a sissy fit. So, good talk. And don't worry, he looks at her with a rather sincere expression, I always cook extra, so you can eat your fill. He tosses her fraught yet her which settles on the bed before he stands to leave again. Naza, the entire time, remains quiet. Her expression remains too complicated, but as she sees him off with her gaze, a soft flush powders her tear-stained cheeks. Jackal, I think you look very attractive in your uniform. She musters while looking up from his butt, and she wasn't ready to face what came next, looking back with the brightest grin as his eyes most naturally squint shut, leaving Naza unable to hold onto her blanket, which slowly slides down. He claims, see, wasn't hard, was it? Eat well and feel better, Naza. He leaves without looking back afterward as Naza continues to stare at the open space where the door used to be. That man really broke in, spoke his mind, brushed off what I had to say, gave me his handkerchief and food, and left after fishing out a compliment. She deflates with her blood rushing to her face. Attractive? Really? Little on the nose, don't you think? She scowls and admonishes herself, and why am I surrounded by womanizers? First, it's my yak, and now Jackal and his bold claims of a harem. As if anyone will fall for that ass. No, don't think about it. I didn't see anything. Not his smile. Nor his SS. She glares at the poor frolic before stuffing her hand inside and taking out a bento. Hom hom hom, crunch nom nom. She began to stress and eat like there is no tomorrow. Meanwhile, man, how does my yak really do that? He gets a doll-like airman fawning over him while I get rants. Although, I shouldn't have broken the door. It's hard to replace. I'll just crash in through her window next time. As he walks down, he walks over to my yak and sighs. Naza broke her door in anger. Really? My yak smiles knowingly as he rolls his eyes. You gods really are annoying. Here, for the door. He sets some coins down and shrugs. I tried to talk to her. I think she is feeling better. But women are always moody when on their periods, so tread lightly. And I wanted to show another item. We'll do that tomorrow since I can't push my mind. I can, Lily calls out, and Jackal looks at her quietly. Jackal-sama. Did you forget I could? Lily smiles which don't quite reach her eyes. No, he did. This time my yak throws Jackal under the bus. So? Lily extends her hand as Jackal smiles and hands her the butterfly-shaped blue pendant with a grin. Alternate title. Jackal and my yak are truly alike when a plot meets an immovable dense smoke. No doors are closed for he who tries. Windows is next. F for frolic decisive hunger. Naza did in fact look at his smile and ask the new revolutionary product. The brute therapist beast girls that time of the month. Sure is scary. Lily, Jackal-sama, my yak, and take me Kazuchi. Doki doki. Chapter 23. Veneer of bright grin. Bored as always without her elite females to grope, and more than bothered by what her recent imaginations are cooking for her that gets increasingly worse with each passing day, Loki finds herself dawdling toward a familiar shop located in the street where she has invested in almost half the properties. It has been an impulsive expenditure, which she regretted now. Her regret, however, deepens when she enters the shop to insult the man, steal his bento, crush his gemmelings, and leave with the hope of a final laugh. But even her first laugh, much less the last laugh, is stuck in her throat as she sees the developing hunk in an actually tasteful outfit. He had his back to her as he set several blue butterfly pendants. Oh no! Loki falls to her knees in defeat. Ye got a juicy ass. Damn it, it looks juicier than mine. Narrator voice. Today's battle result. It was over before it even began. Turning around, Jackal looks at Loki for a moment, not at all bothered by her weirdness, and sits down while Lily sucks on a gimlet quietly while reading another book he procured for her. After the initial morning rush, the two like to spend their time in moderate peace. Jackal would restock the items and Lily would read until she has a customer to attend to. "You gonna spend the entire day moping on the floor?" Jackal smiles pleasantly, clearly in a good mood. He got a lot of compliments. Now, he knows it's no competition, but unlike the previous night when Lily won, the victory belonged to him today. He kept the scores. After all, let me mop. Only a flat existence can empathize with me now, Loki mutters with a blank stare. Too dry to even tear up. After a few minutes of regathering her courage, Loki finds a seat for herself and slumps back in exhaustion. "You two look the worst, might I add." "What happened to your usual clothes? You looked better in them." Jackal grins. "Is that so? Well, get used to the uniform." "Oh, and I actually have a competitive item this time around that will stick even after the initial phase of curiosity passes." He points at the pendants, which instantly diverts Loki's attention. "From Blue Papilio?" She drawls in a bored manner while sitting on the chair like a brat by having its back face ahead as she rests her arms on the chair's edge. "You know almost all recovery potions use the powder of that monster, right? What's so different about the item you created, Lily?" Jackal smiles and looks at her personal executive. Fulfilling the role rather admirably, Lily looks up from her book. "Yes, Jackal-sama. Butterfree Era is a magical item that uses the mind to continuously mimic latent growth of recovery after an adventurer drinks a potion. So, this item can be used almost all the time as long as one has enough mind for it. And like the lizard schluff, the Butterfree Era can run magic without any limitations aside from breaking the item. The magic creates a small immovable pocket of blue light roughly 2 meters in diameter that is filled with healing magic. Anyone who enters the area can heal, and the duration of this magic is based on how much it has healed, so it is hard to give an estimate." "You're kidding me." Loki bounces out of her chair before pressing herself on the counter with a manic glint in her eyes. "Let me guess. Healing prowess, about middle-ranked potions worth, which is useful for level 1 and 2. The cost of the potions varies from 5,000 8,000 dit. How much is this pendant worth?" Without waiting for Jackal, she looks at the price tag before her eyes almost bulge out of her sockets and she begins to laugh without holding back. "You really have a death wish, don't you?" she barks. 13,000 Valis. "That's all." "Let me buy them all." "Forget about your policy. I'll have them for a premium price, no less." "Oh, you didn't hear?" Jackal smirks sadistically. "Only one Butterfree Era per customer per week." "Lily?" Once again, the Palom takes out a thick binder as Jackal chuckles. "We're keeping a record, dear landlord." "You didn't think I'd let others get the credits as I eventually eradicate materia recovery potions altogether, did you?" "Why, you cruel beast," Loki hisses with an earnest flush, "let me get on some of that. This can be our brand. We can export this." "Our brand?" Jackal sneers but is more than happy. Again, this is really good stuff, and even if the implications of his actions will truly impact the dynamics of the market for the low-leveled adventurers, he rarely lets fear direct his actions. Adopting a more serious expression and dropping her rural accent, Loki supplants, "You're gonna make enemies with a lot of businesses, you know." As they say, an adventurer as an enemy only means a beating or two. But if you threaten someone's bread and butter, they're gonna be equally cruel. "Oh, is that concern in your voice, Loki? Do I look that much of a treat in my uniform?" "But nah, if they can't understand I'm not here to make enemies by one Butterfree Era per customer, then they can bitch about it and fine me. I'll tear 'em a new one. Or get torn trying." Lily's expression turns gloomy while Loki looks at the items reluctantly. Her mind simply continues to process every new door that will open for them using this pendant as a key. "I've got an export line with various enterprises outside our area. You can line your goods at once and oh, I want to travel and stretch out my legs eventually. I'll find the partners I want to work with myself." Jackal leans forward with a shit-eating grin. "So, pretty good for a simple bastard, huh?" When Shakti heard of the item, she wanted a contract, but unfortunately, this is a premium item of humble Jackal's. "It's gonna remain free from contracts, Tilda." Loki groans and shoots him a stinky glare. You're loving this, aren't you? It would be a disservice to my store to not love every moment of being here. Jackal smiles sincerely, which annoys the goddess even more. She would try to seduce him under normal circumstances, but he isn't normal by any means. And she feared another kick to her tumbling confidence. Gosh, eyes pressed right about now would have solved her problems in so many manners. My mood is ruined, she declares loudly. My bendo. There you go. Jackal grins as she snatches the box, but instead of staying here, she clicks her tongue and walks out of the store. Eventually, her guards trickle in and buy the Butterfree arrow before having their name, level, familia, and address noted. As for those who cannot provide this information, well, no Butterfree arrow for them. The thought is simple. With such an item, the need for low and middle tier potions exists only for those who aren't disciplined enough to save their fortune. And other stores can keep on pandering to these adventurers or step their game up. Jackal wanted this item to be the first step toward establishing a brand. That's why the name has era in it. But he cannot just keep on selling this product willy-nilly. Why? Because Arario isn't the only location in this world. In the city of the dungeon that has the highest concentration of high-leveled adventurers, the use of Butterfree era will fall short, but there are many schemers, like Loki, who can think beyond that. The desire for this product in the outside market will be astonishing. And if he sells an Arario without restriction, someone else might make use of it and establish his own foreign trade for double or triple the price. This is just the plain truth. Jackal cannot act like a bitch then. After all, someone would see an opportunity and meet the market demand. That's why Jackal wanted to establish his own network instead of piggybacking off Loki. The other reason would be, he really wants to see the outside world. Stuck in his previous life's mansion as some sort of abused treasure, and in here, stuck in Arario for as long as his life, Jackal hides a deep desire to travel, to see the world for himself. And as expected, those who saw similar opportunities like Loki flew at the moment they heard of something similar. Hey, see? Now I would never think Guild doesn't act in our best interest. They send you as the honey trap. Jackal grins while Lily constantly keeps on observing Rose's wolfish ears and tails carefully. Meanwhile, holding her clipboard, Rose smiles. You look good, too. Ina and others would be visiting you during lunchtime. They are handling the paperwork. Jackal nods with a wide smile and gestures to Rose to take a seat. I won't skirt around the topic, Rose speaks up after taking a seat. The guild sent me to fill out the remaining details that you have been avoiding about your guild as your familia's captain, and also ask about the Butterfree era. Oh, sure, he nods. Rose looks at the clipboard. What is the name of your familia? A familia secret. How many members are there? Just me. Name of your patron deity? Another familia secret. Your level? 1. Does your store fall under the familia operations? Knowing full well the different benefits and demerits of owning a store under the personal name of the familia's name, Jackal chooses the simpler one. Personal business. At least, this way, the guild cannot exercise their authority over familias and hand him a mission that is basically an exclusive contract to provide them with the Butterfree era. Rose nods calmly. Origin of your products. Familia secret. But they aren't illegal. Yes, you know such means don't fall under familia's secrecy, and if found, your familia won't get the same treatments anymore. Of course, none of it is illegal. Jackal snickers. And you intend to file for the taxes by the end of the year. Do you have a guild correspondent? Ina Tool. All done with the information. Rose nods and smiles slightly. Her superiors won't like the outcome, but that's their skill issue. She did her job admirably and calmly inquires, would you like to contact the guild for the distribution of Butterfree era number? Very well, we're done with the official business. Just like that? Lily gasps as Rose inclines her head and looks at the Palom with a look of agreement. Thanks for being lenient. Jackal smiles and questions, if your schedule isn't busy, would you mind chilling here? You're here already, may as well kick back and relax. No? Rose shakes her head, I can't today. Another inspection in Babel. Oh, and be ready for yours after 3 months. Jackal nods, and Rose hesitates. I asked Tina if I could join your meeting. She didn't mind. But if you do, I will extract myself from the situation. I just wanted to talk outside the official ranks. Is this a double date? No, That's 2 couples, a threesome date? Who cares? Jackal accepts immediately, feeling that his date this time may go better than the domestic short trip he had to experience with Sir. Sure, do come along. With 4 days break this time, we'll have enough time to prowl the dungeon and have our date. Tilda. Cuck. Jackal-sama. Lily looks up with teary eyes, experiencing her first heartbreak, which means soon after to be hurt again, as he smiles gently at her. Don't worry, we're going to the dungeon after all. Yes, I'll be alone with him. She looks down quickly. In the heat of battle, emotions stir, passion grows, and sometimes release is necessary. All right, it is a date. Rose nods and smiles at the duo before taking her to leave. Huh? I succeeded that easily? Boy, do I have a bad feeling now. The day should have ended like usual. Closing the store, wearing overly large fake backpacks while the real hoods are stored in several frallets, that, in turn, are further stuffed into other frallets until only the chosen one remains in his pockets, and jogging to Maria's pick up the bento boxes. Hey, come on in. She glances at the duo and smiles tiredly. The children were extra excited today, saying they will have a uniform for all in the orphanage once they have enough money. And then they went ahead and destroyed a lot of colors. Some at it, as if a warrior going through a depressive episode. She murmurs with a blank look. This got a chuckle out of Jackal as he pats her shoulder gingerly and snaps her out. At least, they're happy, right? Easy for you to say, she scoffs. You don't have any kids. Happiness soon turns into a pit of exhaustion. Her lips quirk up, until they wake up again, that is. Lily quickly takes off her tailcoat and rolls her sleeves. Lily will help, too, as she watches Maria do the dishes. The woman would have stopped Lily given that she is wearing a rather adorable outfit, but she accepts it with a smile. Sorry to have you do this. I'm really tired. Meanwhile, Jackal settles in his chair and smiles while quietly watching them without any expressive thoughts in his mind. Well, there is one thought. In fact, a focus. Even now, Jackal continues to mobilize his mind, but it feels too stiff and heavy, like an immovable mountain. Thud thud thud. Loud knocks echo at this hour, surprising the trio. Maria tilts her head with a frown while Lily, too, looks curious until she hears a familiar tone. The shopkeeper Jackal is here, isn't he? Lily's hand freezes and she drops the wooden plate onto the sink. Color threatens to drain from her face, something which Maria notices, and she frowns even harder. They don't sound kind. Jackal clicks his tongue and takes out a frallet before filling it with many items including lust potion and purple poison. Thud thud thud. The loud knocks echo as Lily shivers and looks back at Jackal. Jackal-sama, please don't open the door. I'm sorry. Maria-sama, I apologize. I do. I'll leave ya, and leave Maria alone with the dishes. Jackal scoffs a chuckle before setting a frallet on the table that has every product. Meanwhile, he pushes another frallet into his pocket that has everything he needs. As he stands up, Lily dashes toward him, wet hands and all, while hugging him at his waist tightly. A low cry escapes her throat. Please, Jackal-sama, I'll tell you everything. You always knew I shouldn't have been here. Thud thud thud. Come out now, humble Jackal. The voice chuckles coldly. You have something that belongs to us. Jackal stiffens ever so slightly. So, something, huh? He sighs softly, but that doesn't translate well to his expression as he looks at Maria with a wry smile. Sorry about the trouble. I know the last thing you need right now is more reasons to stay awake. And this isn't even a good one. Prying Lily away since trying to calm her right now when she is high on guilt and self-righteous fear is the least of his priorities, Jackal calls out, Hey, jackass, kids are sleeping, and give me a minute. I'm taking off my shoes. The voice on the other side grows silent as Jackal takes his boots off, and then his vest off, then his tie. Damn, all of it is expensive. He can't let anything get ruined. Soon, Lily loses control of her already turbulent emotional state as Maria gawks, too. Jackal soon stands in his underwear as he vows to pack his adventurer clothes from now on. Looking at Maria, who is too stunned to speak, Jackal covers his chest and scrunches his shoulders defensively while biting his lower lip. Maria, he whispers, Next time take responsibility for such an intense stare. He wiggles his legs a bit as if embarrassed while Maria snaps out of it and hisses, "Wear some clothes." "I can't. My outfit is too precious." Jackal gives a dopey grin before adopting a serious expression. "Lock the doors after me." "Jackal-sama. Please," Lily calls out. At least, let me come. I could help but what they say will make you hate me." "Let's put it to practice then." Jackal chuckles before musing. "You won't be stripping, would you?" "Of course not." Lily snaps before deflating again. Maria sighs and pats the girl's head. "Stay here, with me. Won't I need some protection, too?" "If you're really serious about helping, don't just walk into dangerous situations headfirst." She then glares at Jackal disapprovingly, "Or naked. As they say, never let them know your next move." He smiles and starts walking toward the door. "Oh, and Lily." Jackals call out softly for her to perk up. "Believe me when I say this, but I won't be letting them talk. I want to hear everything from you. The ugly and the good," he remarks without looking back, and he opens the door, surprising the party of the three adventurers. "Gentlemen, I am Jackal in the flesh." And he closes the door behind him for a few locking sounds to echo soon after as his smile turns prominent. "This is an orphanage, but I think our business can be conducted in dark alleys of the street, right?" He walks past them calm as he can be. The facade of casualness threatens to slip up and let his ugly emotions tumble out. They expressively waited until he was in the orphanage. They threatened the kids knowingly by their presence. They gave Maria another reason to worry when the gentle soul should live a remarkably happier life. Something he tries to provide in his own way without expecting anything in return. And worst of all, they called my palm theirs, a thing no less. Veins begin to bulge around his temples. A part of him is extremely glad that Lily did not tag along. Hate her? Far from it. He fears that he might give her a reason to fear him unknowingly. The group of three adventurers follows in speechlessness as they still reel from the shock of seeing him half naked. Not knowing what awaits them in the darker alleyway. Not knowing the kind of face Jackal has with his back to them. Not knowing of the smile that would always creep up when he feels especially rowdy. Even in time of death. Not knowing that they sealed their fates with the first loud knock that threatened to wake the children, increase Maria's work, and make Lily cry. No, physical abuse won't do. His tongue flicks across his lips. So mental, physical, and emotional trauma it is. As they walk quietly, a lone black-haired catman quietly perches himself on top of a distant roof. His gaze follows Jackal's back and for a moment, killing intent, hatred, envy, and all sorts of negative impulses seep out which are suppressed, knowing full well he does not like this side of him or her other children, especially toward those she is interested in, or this time, is intent on claiming a her own. So, that man is Jackal. The catman narrows his eyes and clenches his spear tighter as he feels malevolence roiling out of that being's body. The interesting thing about stuff like killing intent or aura of malevolence is that weak men and women are rarely affected by it. Their minds and spirits are too incapable of registering such feats of intent. But strong men and women in body and mind are keenly aware of its presence. And not only in the eyes of the catman but another pair of deliriously ecstatic eyes. That half-naked man feels like trouble given flesh and blood the moment he entered the alley and fished out a familiar goblin-headed potion that he smashes into the face of the unsuspecting, or rather, overly confident adventurers Aglas and Ala as they scream in surprise. Yet, the catman eyes the Jackal driving his fists into the other two adventurers as breath is knocked out of them. Instead of furthering their pain, he begins to laugh loudly and coldly. He dumps a copious dosage of lazy potion into their mouth as their body relaxes abruptly. Then, Jackal drags all three of them to the exit of Daedalus Street, and much to Catman's illicit joy at the plight of others, he sees Jackal dumps copious dosages of berserker potions, adrenaline potions, and lust potions before tying all three of them to each other loosely with a tough cord, and then he jogs away, leaving a disaster in his wake to the poor eyes of the citizens of Aurario. If his night isn't peaceful, Others won't be afforded the same courtesy. Before leaving the stripped men in their underwear who are slowly rising in all the different places, Jackal glances at their backs. A totem of two goblets clinking together can be seen as his expression loses its light-hearted quality and devolves into the same mess of pure wrath. But the night has only just begun. The scene ahead might be graphic, but it is by no intention of smut itself but pure homo punishment. Shakti doesn't ask much from life, really. She survived a lot, she suffered plenty, but none of that ever broke her in any manner because she has been cared for and she took care of others. It's magical to help, it builds oneself and others, it promotes spiritual growth. That's what her father taught her and her siblings. And that's what Shakti taught to her late sister. But, despite all this, it's not too much to ask for 5 hours of sleep a day, right? Aurario can function if she sleeps, right? 5 hours is not a lot. In fact, it is too little for all the work she has to do. Oh, my word. From within the crowd surrounding the demeaning scene that had the entire Southwest Maine shaken, a proud boom of voice echoes, I am Gainshaw. Of course. He is here, too. The blue-haired woman sighs and looks at the few familiar members unwilling to step forward, and she, too, soon realizes where this unwillingness of the guards stems from. The Amazonas takes the nearest line of view. Each of the dark-skinned beauties whistles loudly without any shame. Even the demure few from this race that likes to be more sensible with their relationships stood alongside their illicit halves and covered their eyes with their hands. Yet, blushing as they would, they kept a wide gap between their fingers, causing them to see what is going on with almost a fervent look. Behind the Amazonas are a variety of other demi-humans, bochyanthrope, werewolves, and catmen. Avoid the location with heavy flushes. However, the greatest number of viewers are none other than gods and goddesses. When was the last time we saw an exhibitionist? One of them chuckles. These three look drugged. Humping as fervently as goblins, no less. Ah, the memories. One unique god moans under his breath. Ha ha, man, that's one way to utterly ruin the reputation of their familia. Their backs are completely exposed. Oh, or maybe this will be a new exciting trend for our children to attract a special few others. Between the chatter, loud, needy groans continue to echo. The sound of flesh slapping each other, the squelch of wet squirt, and the moans of three men fill the small section of the main street. Sandwiched by two guys is a middle-aged chubby raccoon person having his way with the subjectively most beautiful guy of the trio. The third one slapped his meat into the middle-aged man, and the first one, held by the raccoon person, fervently beat his own meat while moaning in wild abandon. Around these three is a noticeable pool of viscous liquid as they continue to fuck each other with red eyes. A cord ties them together, unable to let them get away from each other and assault someone else. Shakti's disgust rises at an admirable pace, her exhaustion saturates and her anger peaks. Peaceful methods are an option when her mind is at peace. When there is no peace within, no peace shall be found externally, too. As her expression violently cramps, there is a reason why her epithet is Ankashaw. The name is taken from a tool that trains animals, elephants, especially. Hidden beneath the thick layer of calmness built upon years of battle is a madness that helped her survive one of the darkest periods of Aurario, and as much as she hates to admit it. Truly, during that period, naivety was a sin. She indirectly suffered from. Apprehend them this instant, bring out your whips. She orders in a roar resembling a mad beast that makes many gods and other spectators squeak in surprise, but the Amazonas sigh as they know that the good show is over. The team of Gainshaw familia now moves when allowed to use their whips. They had no will to touch that pool of liquid and would have rather rebelled against their captain had she forced them to. Enough. Shakti snaps her head in Gainshaw's direction with a dark expression and no glimmer of humanity in her dead blue eyes as Gainshaw chuckles to himself and gives a short bow. I swear, whoever caused this madness, I'll apprehend him with extreme prejudice. She snarls to herself but then falters as she instantly recognizes the cord around the three rank 1 adventurers once they are caught. A cord she has seen someone tying a stack of bento boxes to deliver to others. She might be wrong. But the victims sure are drugged. That's 2 clues in a similar direction. Lord, please give me strength to not keep my calm and be patient enough to listen to the other side's story. She takes a deep breath before snapping at her subordinates. What are you waiting for? Drag them, move, move, move. I should give you two some space. Maria sighs in relief seeing Jackal return with not a single scratch on himself. This, however, did attract her gaze to the toned body that he hid under his uniform, which made her confused as to where should she look as she eventually settled to keep her head low, not meet his gaze, and glance at his chest as he began to wear clothes once again. And no. They came here. To your orphanage. Lily owes Maria-sama an explanation, too. Although, I don't think my story is worth something listening to, she musters in a quiet tone while looking at Jackal with a guilty expression. Jackal-sama. Did you kill them? Did you want me to kill them? Jackal inquires with a smile. These words instantly put Maria in a sour mood, making her answer to such a question clear without any words. No, I did not. Lily shakes her head. Jackal-sama must not dirty his hands for Lily. Oh, lucky. Jackal adopts a cutesy giggle as he supplants, I think I did worse than killing them. Lily and Maria look at him as he takes a seat, too. If Lily wants to talk, he will hear her wholeheartedly. Better across a table than some dramatic shit in the middle of the road or something like that where she is too confused and cannot handle herself emotionally. Taking a shuddering breath, Lily whispers, I'm from Soma Familia. I was born into it. My parents, may they burn in hell, used me by making me beg or take odd jobs since I was little, and once they died in the dungeon. I was forced to take on the role of a supporter. I think you two can fill in the blanks, can't you? A weak, malnourished palom is just a free labor to adventurers. I survived on bread. I try to. Sometimes I had to look in places a little more unappealing. She gives a sad, bitter smile that tugs on Maria's heartstrings and Jackal's deeply suppressed rage. Long story shorta. Don't do that, Jackal frowns, stopping Lily. Don't shorten your story. Don't think we love you any less after what happened earlier. Don't just assume we're not here for you. He leans forward and speaks with a stern tone. Don't waste your efforts of the past few days, Lily. His golden red orb steals itself into her chestnut eyes as her eyes go reflective ever so slightly and tears threaten to leak from the corner of her eyes. Adventurer-sama, Lily's share? She has always been small, always asking for their help, always begging. Her clothes were no better than rags and the boisterous environment of the tavern felt no better than jeers aimed at her. Her words make all those tall and mighty adventurers look down upon her. Ridicule infects their gaze as one of them kicks her away and then tosses her piece of bread. Don't act cocky. He smacked the table, making her body flinch as the blunt force on her head opens one of her previous shallow wounds that dye her hair red. Huff, huff. She continues to run until that man. She doesn't know who. She was tired of remembering their faces. She was lucky to find a lone hidden spot to hide from those men who would prey on children. She saw it with her own eyes but had no thought to spare them any help. It was either them or her. It was raining that day. Maybe she cried as she curled up. Maybe she didn't. It was too blurry. Water dripped down her cheeks anyway, but she seemed to be more fortunate that day as she found a relatively dry piece of half-eaten flatbread which she latches onto and devours hungrily. Eventually, she grew callous. She could differentiate between kindness and malice, but her world seemed to be filled with malicious people alone. Those who have a shred of kindness would never step down into her world, so she let malice bleed into her. Theft, lies, running, stabbing. She did what brought her safety for one more day. She lived, but 23, but droplets of tears began to spill down her cheeks as she sniffs loudly. Maria grits her teeth slightly seeing such an expression. Her own eyes are wet by now as Lily continued to speak her tale, filth and all, but she clenches her fist, her face rising slightly as she looks at Jackal. I hated it hick so much. Soma used to take care of orphans what little he could. Sob, but then he stopped. The familia turned into shit. I turned into shit. I ran away but they thrashed the lodgings of anyone who would have me. Hick, I warned you, Jackal-sama, I'm bad luck. A piece of filth that will only drag you down. But I am so happy. She bawls while continuously wiping away her tears. I shouldn't be crying. I shouldn't be crying at all. Jackal-sama keeps me happy and fed. And he tries to train me with everything he has. He never hits me or scolds me without reason. I love it when I'm around you, so why can't I stop crying? Exclamation mark. Maria breaks down quietly and doesn't wait for another second to pull Lily into her embrace, this time as the girl breaks down into choked sobs and continues to cry. That's right. Jackal heaves a deep breath and stands up. I treat you well. I vow to keep you happy. He brushes his hand against the frowlet he has in his pocket as he whispers, Soma. Was it? Lily jerks up and looks at Jackal in a dazed manner before she pulls herself away from Maria and hugs Jackal's legs. Please. Jackal-sama. The Familia has a level 2 captain. I'm happy. I won't cry. See? She looks with a bright, tear-stained smile as Jackal's grin brightens, too. He crouches and hugs Lily back in a gentle manner. It's good, he whispers. You've got a pretty smile, Lily. He then pulls away from her and pats her head while looking at Maria. Take care of her, will you? I just want to have a calm and reasonable discussion with Soma. He doesn't wait for a moment as Lily shouts and begs him to stay. The noise finally wakes up the other children, but Maria quickly locks the door and put Ryan in charge to catch up to Lily as she fails to catch up to Jackal and breaks down into tears in the middle of the streets once again. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. It's all my fault, Lily continues to whisper as Maria pulls Lily into her arms and picks her up. Don't cry. Maria reveals a stern look. You said that Familia has a level 2 captain. While selling to others, did you two make some kind of connection with any other level 2 adventurers? If Jackal is in danger, you need to help him, Lily. Don't cry. Lily snaps at slightly as the image of a certain Gianthrope flickers in her mind. I will get help. She gulps against her dry throat. Maria nods and lets Lily down. Then go. Don't let anything happen to him. She smiles with a conflicted look. I'm sorry. I cannot leave my children more than I already have. Lily nods, but she is already in a distance, her feet unwilling to stop as Maria is left alone in the wide street. Helplessness. Again. She is filled with lonesome worry and helplessness. She looks up at the clouds. A single drop of water impacts her skin. Rain, too. Just like that day. Her eyes redden ever so slightly as the matron makes a solemn wish in a quiet tone. Please stay safe. Both of you. Alternate title, Butterfree Air starts here. Loki lost to that ass. Decline trade talks. Jackal's vibes accepts no survivor. Lily being the perfect PA. Threesome date. Rose, take your job seriously. The slap of aphrodisia. Jackal's potions being a menace to the society. The world's hottest threesome. Shakti snaps. Shakti's mortal enemy. The meatbender's fading smile. Dark truth's reason of happiness and sadness. Jackal's vow. Maria's reminder. Maria's wish. The helpless and the brute. The heaven weeps for what's to come next. Chapter 24, Awake. I'm telling you, Mayak, that was wild. Take me. Kazuchi returns to one of the only normal gods of Arario with a strange look. 3 men are fornicating like there is no tomorrow. Quick. You can see it, too. Or is it something common in Arario? Mayak, still blinking lazily, wipes the sleep out of his eyes. I'm sorry. 3 men what? Just come along. Take me. Kazuchi laughs and drags Mayak by hand. I never thought Orario holds so many open traditions. It was very entertaining, too. But Soma sure is a strange one, huh? Never thought that silent one to have such children. Behind him, remarkably warier, a group of 16 sigh deeply and glance at each other wryly. That shit was disgusting. The tallest one begins. How about we not go and wait for Take Me Kazuchi-sama? His words are met with resounding approval from the rest of the 5 individuals while Naza walks to the door with a bored look and a tube of potion swiveling in her hand. Do come inside for a beverage. Mayak-sama would admonish me if I did not offer it. You must be Lily. Take Me Kazuchi-sama talked about you, Mayak-sama's helper, right? The tallest one, most likely the leader, speaks for the group and Naza thins her lips displeasingly. We'll have introductions inside if you'd like. Although the store is closed, it's not good to crowd in the front. And do tell me about whatever your patron deity was talking about in the meantime. Along the way, The group introduces itself to Naza. Kashimuka, the level 1 captain of the Familia, but if his boast is to be believed then he will be at level 2 soon enough. Yamato Mikoto, another level 1 member who is praised by others to have skills only beneath Uka. In Naza's eyes, these two are the only prominent members of the Familia, and stories of their exploits revolve around these two alone, with the other four often acting as support: Hitachi Chikusa, Asuka, Sachiko-kan, and Haruzukaya. 3 men were doing what? Naza's hand still briefly before she continues to mix the potion in the vial. This is an experiment. After seeing Jackal's Butterfree era this afternoon, she simply couldn't help but want to create a better product as quickly as possible. Not because she fears her store crumbling, but to prove herself that she is good at what she does. Even when she is aware nobody asked for such proof in the first place. Indeed, Yamato Mikoto, a girl with similarly vibrant purple eyes and cute but shorter and slightly thicker brows, folds a furrow together and mutters with disgust, "Orario is a disgusting place." "Ah, not this." She points at the glass of water. "This glass of water is delicious, Nazadano." As they talked about a few things, the gentle reminder of a drizzle quickly devolves into a heavy downpour. "Relax," Naza sighs, "it's just a glass of water." "So, you originate from the Far East." Humming to herself, she points out, "By the way, if you want to thank Lily for her help in letting take Mikazuchi know of a few places where he can find work, then swing by in the morning." She and her. Well, not her specifically, Naza frowns. Lily just has that bad habit, even when he spoke of no such thing. The other Familia look at each other in confusion as Naza coughs and clears her throat. "Jackal and Lily visit us in the morning, so if you want to thank her, you have a window from 7-8 a.m. or just visit their store." Most naturally, Uka nods with a thump of his chest. Thud thud thud. The store's entrance is quickly thumped without a stop. "Naza-sama, please open the door. I need your help." "Naza-sama." The loud, hurried shout makes Naza shrug. "Or, you can thank her now." That's Lily. Before the downpour, before the apprehension of the 3 intimate brothers, a little after his chat with Lily, Jackal finds himself running. It's as if his legs have forgotten how to walk. His dash aims to bring him to his destination as soon as possible. He knows where the Soma Familia is located. He knows the location of almost every Familia. But one thing continues to haunt him. She continued to do her best at everything. So, unknowingly, the gold and red of his eyes begin to fluctuate visibly, as if the color of his own eyes wants to take over each other. A flame that he thought he never possessed burns in his veins. So, why would she cry? She truly has no reason to cry. So what made her cry? He looks up, realizing that his legs have stopped a few seconds ago. A tall metal gate formed from slightly spacious bars stands in front of him proudly. "What did you do to make her cry like that?" "Oi, you lost your way?" This is the Soma Familia. The nearest patrolling guard locates Jackal and walks close to the gate with a frown. Pitter-patter. A few drops of drizzle introduce themselves. There are 100 different ways how he can infiltrate this place. There are many more reasonable manners to do things. But, he is a reasonable and calm person, and his reason dictates Tessa. Just what has she been hiding more? Just what pain aches her constantly? Just what scars did you leave her with? The guard flinches at the sight of the stranger's eyes flickering red and gold until he looks back, and only red remains. A destruction. Swish. Jackal's hand moves and latches on the guard's neck past the metal gate through one of the many gaps. "You made her cry when she was the happiest." He pulls his arm back and alongside the guard. The man violently smashes into the metal gate as Jackal pushes his hand back once again to separate the choking guard from the gate. "You made her fear that she will lose everything again when she worked hard to build all of it." Smash smash smash. The man continues to have his body driven into the metal gate. He is battered and brutalized, yet nothing seems to please Jackal. His mind leaks out and seeps into his body. In the shroud of dark clouds that covers the moon, his eyes glow a hazy red far more prominent than the blood being spilled in front of him with each wet smack of the man's body against the gate. For the first time, a tiny, palm-sized phantom blooms above Jackal's head that looks like a bipedal canine. Letting go of the unconscious guard, his heart seething and bursting with anger. The image of one pale girl crying almost drives him to the depths of his own insanity as he throws his head back. The phantom above him does the same and opens its large maws in a silent drawer. Soma familia. The phantom above his head changes into a cute one-eyed frog as Jackal cocks his fist back. His words echo throughout the familia. The phantom above Jackal suddenly spits its tongue out like a sharpened spear and Jackal punches with a force that his body never produced before, yet as if his fist is a spear. Boom! The metal gates fly open and smack back against the stone fence on which metal spikes are nailed as a defense mechanism. He is a calm and reasonable man. He calmly steps on the bloody mess that is the guard, and he will reasonably break everyone who gets in his way until he faces Soma himself. Yet, the glow in his eyes intensifies as he sees more and more guards running to him with their weapons unsheathed. His mind seeps into his body. However, he cannot care about that. He doesn't feel anything but sadness. Putting his hand into his pocket and within the frollet, he slips out an axe that looks more like a magic trick to the guards and they flinch. His uniform will get dirty. He will get injured most likely. But as the phantom of a war shadow appears on top of Jackal's head, only the sight of Lily crying remains in his mind. Just like with his punch, he never moved this quickly before. So fluid, so lethal. Loki, exasperated beyond belief, Shakti glares at the unruly goddess. You cannot start fights near my post of work just because you. Grinning Luli and revealing that no woman of stature is safe from her, a drunk Loki leaps toward Shakti who sidesteps the charge entirely while other Loki guards blush in shame. Only the elite members of the Familia can keep her in check. As I was saying, Shakti eyes the goddess. No drunk brawls, and no sexual harassment. Don't make me tie you up. Loki, without shame, sticks her ass up and wiggles it. Why don't ya? Shakti Chanu, I like when women take charge. Shakti cringes and glares at Loki's guards now as they apologize profusely only to be disrupted by a Gainshaw Familia member who whispers something into her ears. What? Shakti ignores the situation on hand and leaves while a drunk Loki perks up. Oh. Something interesting going on? Ah, I heard Captain was here. Where did she go? Another Gainshaw Familia member rushes in from another direction and huffs. Where? Huff is she? Take a deep breath, child. Loki smiles warmly and pats him with odd mischief in her eyes. We're going to meet Shakti for some business. Why don't we relay your message? But, oh. You don't believe in Loki Familia. You don't believe in Finn and others? Loki presses with a kind smile as the Gainshaw member groans. Please tell Shakti-san that two Familia are in a battle. We need medics. The scene is too brutal. Send them to Soma Familia. Got it, Tilda. Loki grins and waves the man away. Meanwhile, the head of the guards looks at Loki. Loki Soma? You heard the man. She snickers. Get our healers. Some of you are with me. Hey, Soma is in trouble and I'll swoop in like Prince Charming to help him and he'll fall for me. Kakaka. All his wine will be mine. Tap. Loki looks at the sky. That's an odd date to rain. Huh? Bring an umbrella or a raincoat for me. Come on, gang, let's roll. Yes. Others reply with a lot less enthusiasm. He can feel his will interacting with something, a residue, a voice that is so familiar that he relates to it in death, a soothing voice that guides him. It's weak, but it's there nonetheless. Everything happens for a reason. His ordinarily monumental mind feels fluid, as if the thing blocking him finally let go, that last bit of limitation holding him back. No, the last bit of interaction that individual wanted is now granted to him. His axe cleaves. The sound of her cries overshadows the cries of his victims. The flying arrows in his direction from the distant watchtower fail to catch him as the war shadow's phantom snickers and Jackal's body weaves around before he throws his axe at the distance. KHCCH, ag, one axe, one limb. He doesn't want death. They can't die. They will not die. Blue butterfly phases above him before Jackal takes out a butterfree arrow and moves his mind within it as he runs around, cruelly stomping on everyone as he does so while creating bursts of blue light filled with light blue particles that clot the amputated limbs of his victim. He is like a machine, programmed by her tears and executing the highest performance of destruction he can output. Because his mind isn't here. Why? Am I here again? Jackal finds himself in a world of pure white. Like the moment before his death, his pure red eyes flicker and he gazes at the pure golden orbs of the Anubis-like pitch-black dog who feels more like a silhouette due to how dark his fur really is. 3 souls in one. One is the projection of yours made by the reincarnation technique, waiting for you to arrive. His memory was always meant to be yours, so were his experiences. Second is you, the true vessel, the mind and intention. You are meant to absorb that projection. And me, you, why? Why do I have 2 traits? Jackal frowns. Why am I here? Why are you here? What I am, what I used to be, what my tragedy I saw, all of it belongs to you now. I could never hand over my truth without one last battle of wills. You won. Your humanity wins. And I am merely a residue. One final win to inform you that dreams of mine are not nightmares but memories that I leave in your hand. The dog stands on his limbs as his body breaks into a cloud of darkness that fills the white space and reveals a titan of a deity with golden ornaments around him. It may be fate for me to find my end at your hand. Or rather, your mouth. You who wish to bear it all, hear me well. Consumption, digestion, and excretion is my trait. But if used with your mind or magic, these actions have another effect. Explore them, broaden your back. I have looked over you since you were a mere child. The golden eyes of the beast turn incomparably gentle. When you see me, don't mourn. My end is not on you. In your death, I fell in love with your stubbornness. I know you, your dreams and aspirations. Dear hero, keep my words in your heart. Always remember them. The darkness begins to fade. You did not end me. I leave my everything with you. You. Jackal's gaze snaps open under the heavy downpour. Blood surrounds him. His clothes are in cuts and gashes but not a single injury marks him. In the strange silence of the downpour, a distant chuckle whispers, "You saved me, hero. I admire your back and the weight it strives to carry." Gold returns in Jackal's eyes. He can feel it. Everything that he should have. Unknowingly, he was in a struggle against a residue since the moment he stepped into this life. His mind isn't his alone. That's why it's heavy. The sound of the downpour becomes evident to his ears and Jackal looks at his axe, and then at the fallen men. But the anger in his vibrant gaze does not diminish one bit. The words of that being can be pondered on later. Jackal looks at the entrance of the mansion and his gaze grows vile. His mind moves within his body familiarly. In the storage of his existence, his mind picks one of the many beasts he has devoured until reaching the soft cap. He knows it now. Why does he need to reach the soft cap? What the soft cap represents is a new source of power within him that he can tap into as long as he has enough mind and physical durability. Silent Goblin flickers above his head and Jackal moves in the rain. Yet, his steps across the puddle of water make no noise. The swift whirl of his axe makes no noise. His hand quietly reaches for the door and he opens them with no issue. The hallway is filled with many Soma Familia members, men and women, children, too. All look scared. But Jackal looks at the adults. His hair mats down on his forehead and the hazy glow of his red irids fail to dampen in any manner. Blood continues to flow down his drenched body. His shredded clothes and the axe in his hand make him look like a nightmare they could never survive. The dancing goblin's phantom on top of his head strikes a gloomy fear in their hearts. In his silence, he looks at one of the men and questions, "Did you make her cry?" "A attack." Ra-oo-oog. Jackal doesn't shift the phantom. He wants the silence of his attack to be deafening. Before, his body was a machine that intended to break others, but he wants to be their worst nightmare. Parrying the nearest attack, his axe cleaves into the shoulders of the man as he screams bloody murder. From the corner of his eyes, Jackal sees one of the men pushing the children forward. Reasonably so, he deduces that the man has no reason to live and he pulls his axe out before throwing it against the shocked man's head. A grab of the woman's spear and tug brings her closer. The scent of alcohol is evident and she pales, for the right reasons. 2. Jackal twists her arm in a gruesome manner, breaking it along the way while kicking her in the stomach and sending her flying away into her companions. The children are scared stiff. But with the older Familia members know better, none can blame them. Quietly, despite being wet from blood and rain, Jackal steps ahead of the group, too fearful to move. They all heard the screams outside. They all saw what he is capable of. Soma, where is he? Jackal questions and looks at the group. No response. This means no reason to save them from the brutal end of their career as an adventurer. Jackal slips his hand into the pocket, an action which causes others to flinch, but the moment he takes out a long axe from the said pocket, others begin to run away. You want help? He'd going to kill us. Looking down at the man still bleeding from his almost sliced off shoulder, Jackal takes out the butterfree arrow once more and creates a burst of blue light before asking, which room is Soma in? I'm hurt. He wheezes and Jackal's axe descends, admirably tearing off the last piece of flesh that held the man's arm to his body. Now you're hurt, Jackal mutters and leaves the crying man alone before looking at the woman who is crying out in fear. A sight that fills Jackal's dark mind with an odd moment of satisfaction. Soma-sama. He is in his room. Top floor, third. A second room to the right. Please, she begs, please don't kill me. No cuts of bleeding. Only fractures. No need to heal her. Jackal narrows his eyes and begins climbing the steps quietly. Lily. Naza opens the storefront to find a disturbed and panicked Lily drenched in rain. Naza-sama, please help Jackal-sama. He went to Soma Familia to fight them. Or something. Please. They have rank 2 adventurers. Slow down. Naza holds the Palam's shoulder, but it has no effect as the girl cries out, please. I couldn't stop him. I don't want him to be in pain because of me. Please help him. Naza frowns and chews her lips in frustration before pulling Lily inside the store despite the girl's reluctance. I'm going to get my bow and arrows. Do me a favor and calm down in those few seconds and then tell me on the way what happened. Naza doesn't wait for Lily and enters the Familia space to gather her things. Meanwhile, Lily continues to vibrate in anxiety without paying the other 6 adventurers any mind. Worry for Jackal's safety continues to cloud her mind as a rather awkward voice calls out, Lily Dono? She looks to her side and gazes at the 6 adventurers. A part of her instantly wants to ask for their help, too. But Lily crushes that idealistic wish. She was already afraid that Naza wouldn't have agreed to her request. The girl in question who called her is a dark-haired fair-skinned woman with purple eyes. She is dressed in a light purple kimono with a part of her sarashi around her breasts exposed. The girl gulps after sensing the intensity behind Lily's gaze as she musters, we would like to offer our gratitude. Yeah, I'm done. Let's go. Naza barges in with a quiver around her waist and a bow strapped on her back as she glares down at Lily critically, and explain everything concisely. Yes. Lily bites her bottom lip as she and Naza make their way out of the Familia. Turning around, Naza glances at the group. I won't ask you to leave in such a heavy downpour, but please refrain from barging into our Familia's privacy. Not that we have anything expensive out in the open ever since we got our own fraulettes. Mikoto seemed as if she wanted to say something, but Naza follows after Lily. Well, that was. Uka traces his jaw and frowns as Mikoto stands up suddenly. No, Uka speaks simply and matches Mikoto's glare. Mikoto chews her lips in frustration. I promise, take me Kazuchi-sama. My strength is not for me alone. She snaps and rushes out of the door, leaving Uka groaning out loud. Why can't she ever consider the consequences of her actions? Sigh. Let's follow her. The other 4 smiles at this and do as asked. How odd. A thin, bespectacled gray-haired man looks at Jackal while waiting for him next to the staircase with a cold smile. I am blessed with an opponent the day I get my status update. It must be fate. I'm Zani's Lastra. The man looks down on Jackal with an incomparable deviant gaze. Soma Familia's captain. I will avenge ya. The phantom of the dancing silent goblin fluctuates and turns into the devious mold of shadows at the war shadow as Jackal speeds up without any word. Captain of the Familia. He has a target. He hurt Lily. Jackal's speed barely catches Zani's off guard as he waves down his broadsword at Jackal in a swift strike. A level 1 punk can't defeat me. He laughs as he attacks, and Jackal has to admit, despite the war shadow's speed, he is at a disadvantage, but so what? Clang. Jackal's axe meets the sword and a wild strength tosses him down the stairs at once, with Zani's following him as a cruel grin marks his expression. Dig further, Jackal continues to stare at the man without a care for his body. Dig further. One isn't my limit. He pulls out a dual potion from the frelate and chugs it down while backing off, much to Zenny's sadistic joy. No backsies, moron, huh? Jackal's mind spurs at his words, and the sensation of a soothing stream of energy into his head as the War Shadow's phantom is accompanied by a silent goblin. Jackal moves away from the attack and continues to avoid the blade. Zenny's is quick, but he feels incredibly choppy. His moves are untrained, sloppy. Even someone like Jackal who trains with monsters can sense this much. Pushing his hand into his pocket, Jackal wears the lizard shield and pulls it out as a glow of energy turns into a larger shield packed with holographic scales that Zenny's smashes through in an instant and forcing Jackal to fly back. Crash! Jackal crashes out of the window and rolls back into the wet mud with a wild grin ever so silently. Drip! Zenny's blinks in surprise and looks at his pants. A splash of purple covers his trousers at this moment and an aromatic scent fills his senses. A poison of this level won't work. What an idiot! Zenny's looks up with the intention to chase after the assaulter before he can run away, but what the hell? His body reacts just in time with an even greater fear reflexively as he feels his blood curdle and the shadow looming ahead of him is thrown back out of the same window once again. Crash! My word! Loki's narrow eyes open ever so slightly as she crosses her arms while in the protection of a raincoat as she watches from a distant roof alongside other familiar members that she stopped from approaching. He does have a death wish. And what's that on his head? A circle of monsters? Loki-sama, shouldn't we? No, smirking, she giggles. Now I can't just favor Soma's wine now, can I? That brat has some serious attitude and products. A budding fancy. If you'd like, let them beat it out of each other. He picked the fight from the looks of all the chopped limbs. Let him be the one to face the consequences, too, right? She looks sideways and her gaze instantly falls on a lone being in the darkest of corners around them as a faint clicking of tongue echoes out. God damn it! Jackal huffs. Blood drips out of his nose and washes away under the downpour as he feels his head banging into itself and a rush of power trying to crumble him. The phantom of dungeon lizard, frog shooter, killer ant, kobold, and silent goblins fade away as only War Shadow dances over his head. Level 2 is a serious change in the game, huh? He slowly sits up, pain wreaking havoc in his body as he downs 4 dual potions and keeps a butterfree era on his body. But I am physically more durable. The bastard is just an uphill battle that I can win. And chop! He stands up as Zenny's calmly walks out of the door with a dark expression. As he sees the ground filled with unconscious and crippled members of his familia, his expression turns even gloomier. But PFT. Ha 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 ha. He takes off his glasses and comments gloatingly. This won't stop Soma Familia. Just one assassin? No, we can get new members like this. He snaps his fingers to emphasize his point. These are just numbers, you brat. But you'll pay for it nonetheless. Was that it? Jackal looks at others. His mind is already numb. His goal is set. His rage is coursing without any stop and Zenny's just continues to stoke it further and further. Was she just a number to this familia? Those other children, too? He looks at Zenny's trousers and nods to himself. 1 potion down, as expected. It didn't work, so he would have no reason to fear other potions as well. But Jackal takes out another axe from his pocket and swishes them around to roll his shoulders before dashing towards Zenny's. Adding more phantoms will not help. He needs to be better. He needs to learn as he attacks. The bastard is worse than me in technique. Make use of it. A low cry escapes Jackal's throat as he glides away using the War Shadow phantom to kite Zenny's. His axe would constantly strike at the man's leg while evading every bit of his wasted movements. Clang! This time, Jackal jumps on the sword with an axe to flip midair and bring his axes down at Zenny's, which the man promptly dodges by stepping back as a flicker of fear seeps into his dark pupils. Lily, I'm using it. Throwing both of his axes to make Zenny's bend down a bit, Jackal pulls out a spear and uses the frog shooter phantom to throw it at an amazing speed and precision. Ugh! Clang! Zenny's grip shudders slightly as the spear stabs into the base of the broadsword and flips away. Exclamation mark! The man glares up and snarls while starting to back off. Oh brethren of Mania! A chant escapes Zenny's lips as Jackal's lips squirk up and he gives chase. This time, He is quick enough to catch up to Zanny's sluggish movements. Instead of attacking, Jackal bombards the man with potions, much to Zanny's delight. This fool! It won't work. He opens his lips to continue his chant when no voice escapes his lips, or rather, his body makes no noise despite stepping into a puddle of rainwater. What? He gasps, but again, no voice emerges from his throat. One potion may not work on you. Jackal heaves and smiles gently after seeing that only the silent potion has any immediate effects. Maybe the lazy potion might kick in later. Maybe not. Fortunately, Jackal takes out yet another 2 axes as the captain looks positively rattled. I get to do it the hard way. You bastard! Zanny screams a silent roar and charges at Jackal in the rain. His swing is as mighty and wide as one can imagine. And as if to mock him, the war shadow dances over Jackal's head, allowing Jackal to maneuver around the choppy movements at hair's breadth of space between Jackal's body and the blade of the sword. Frustration blooms in Zanny's heart, but Jackal is no less frustrated. Why you? I'll raze this fucked up familiar to the ground. How dare you mess up with my plans? Every drop of her tears will be accounted for. I'll skin you. Your life will cease its meaningless existence once I quench my wrath with your blood. Swish! Jackal's eyes begin to redden as the more he looks at this pathetic captain, the angrier he feels. Choppy movements, calling others just to fill numbers. Those children, too. Just like Lily. His chest puffs in rage and he glares down at Zanny's. He wants to end him. Now, die! Zanny's screeches silently as he sees Jackal stop moving for a moment. His sword descends at a mighty speed when Jackal tilts slightly. War Shadow and Frog Shooter flicker on his head. Instead of attacking, he directs all his speed and force to slam the flat of his axe against the flat of the broadsword as its trajectory is forced aside. In that very instant, as the sword slices down a good chunk of his arm like steak that pulls a pained cry from Jackal, he attacks just as quickly and furiously. Slash! Flesh from the outer side of Jackal's arm falls down with blood gushing out like a fountain as blue papilio emerges on top of his head, increasing the self-healing pace of the butterfree air quietly. Aka-ag! Zanny's eyes almost bulge out. His silent scream threatens to tear off his jaws as he sees his left hand on the wet, muddy ground accompanying the grass, or touching the grass, if you may, as he lets go of the shield and covers his amputated shoulder. Huff, huff! Jackal lets go of his axes. Pain threatens to overtake his mind, but it's nowhere near the pain he felt during the Killer Ants party. No backsies. Moron! He gives a bloody grin as he steps forward while Zanny quakes in his boots and steps back. He does want to lay it on thick on this bastard, but he wants to talk to Big G Soma himself. Before that, Jackal looks at the quivering captain. Pain and fear fill the man, but Jackal has no intention of healing this man. Let him writhe in pain, let him curl. He returns to pick up Lily's spear as the man's expression changes violently and he quickly tries to get up and run into the mansion. Frog Shooter. Swish. Alternate title, Take Me 'Cause Ya Chibra. That shit was crazy. The Orario Gay Parade baby. I'm just a violent machine battle of wills battle between Familia Phantom of Conquered Beasts back certified by the doggo the brutish hero the mind moves, the blood flows cost of her tears now that's injurious Zanny's calamity and arm for an arm pathetic rank 2 silence. Mongrel where did the spear enter? Chapter 25 The willful mortal Freya's silver eyes seemingly glance beyond the curtain of the downpour. She recognizes the undercurrent of Familia is going through. A group of distress chasers, yet another group of high adventurers showing what's what in the middle of the streets. And beyond that, her lips widened into a prominent smirk that would leave many breathless. She never saw someone shine this bright before. Even if someone is strong, this quality is not present in most. Her eyes remain rooted in a single direction with a sparkle of thinly veiled fervency and obsession. That unique skill. That flicker of contest within him. Something snapping within him that polished his soul to its, might I be immature for once to comment, final form. I love it even more, my odor. Make me feel more immature, and more mischievous until I can't hold myself back. She sips her wine and hums softly. Despite her excitement and the threat of moist lips, her voice never loses her seductive charm. Otter. Yes, Lady Freya. Have I ever told you that deities are disgusting creatures? There is a moment of silence behind her before the large Boaz begins. You did not have to, Lady Freya. Deities find mortals' dilemma amusing, and that is a kind generalization of many things. Ah, yes, I have been the most unkind to you, dear child, Freya teases with a playful tone, finding her mood rather light, peaceful, for once. Her words certainly ruffle a few feathers as the strongest adventurer of the city is on a knee with his head hanging low in guilt. Aunt, it was a joke, Freya chuckles, knowing full well that Otto is aware of it, but he rarely entertains her musings and keeps himself strict and stern, one of the many features Freya admires about her child. What I mean with us being disgusting is that we are stubborn. Once we set sight on something, we like to have it. Especially if this something or someone is of a mortal variety, then we, the deities, feel that it should rightly belong to us the moment we fancy them. I see. Otto stands up once again and dutifully stays in his role as a guard. Do you think my Odo will kill Soma? Or at least, try and send him to Tenkai? Or will he approach Soma's gentler side? Lady Freya. With all that you have commented on his performance today, I think the Soma Familia has returned to the bottom of the barrel. If anything, Soma might kill Jackal in offense and return to Tenkai out of his own volition. Aunt, you need to become more socially active. You spoke of the most unappreciative conclusion to a woman who is in the love with her Odo's growing legend. We should have you serve at Grant's place for a week as a punishment. Otter's expression shifts for once as Freya looks back, her silver eyes revealing a hazy glow of lust and obsession, not toward Otter but toward her own imagination. It's just a joke, dear. I can't miss my daily dose of Otter Tilda. However, this makes me more curious about the deity behind Otter. Perhaps a socially inept one that is terrified of crowds. Bandaging his arm with a blouse of the woman he broke at the entrance of the mansion, Jackal stands in front of Soma's room and heaves a deep breath. Knock knock knock, and he politely knocks. 1. 2. Reasonably, Jackal begins to count in his mind. Once he hits 15 and receives no reply, Jackal twists the knob of the door and finds the door unlocked. A dim and dull room greets Jackal behind the door. The dark clouds covering the sky leave no natural light to fill the room from the wide window panes that lead to an open balcony. In this dim room filled with shelves holding dusty vats and components of a distillery, Jackal makes out a dark-haired man who wears his long hair shaggily to the point his eyes are covered. He is dressed in faded clothes as he is hunched over a flask with a sheer intent of calm focus surrounding him. Soma. Jackal voices out the name as the youth waves his hand dismissively at Jackal and keeps on looking at the bubbling liquid in front of him over the only source of light, a heating magic stone. Sighing softly with a calm smile, Jackal pulls out an axe with his right hand as his left is out of commission and he flings it ahead. Screeching through the air, the axe slices into the apparatus, sending the god reeling back from surprise as the liquid, alcohol, splashes over. Quietly, the god takes notice of Jackal from behind the curtain of his hair. The god takes one look at the pair of red gold eyes filled with focused venom and mutters dryly, "Oh. A savior of the masses, I assume. But you will not find any applause here, hero. State your business and leave me be." Jackal blinks for a moment and looks around. Alcohol. Alcohol and alcohol. A den of alcohol and an uncaring god. A calmer part of him believes there is a story, but the current him is so far away from empathy that he is waving it goodbye through the rear view mirror of the ride that is his wrath. A familia driven by alcohol and money. A bunch of addicts that use anyone and anything to gain money and drink a drop of his good stuff. Jackal's calm breathing begins to roughen up. A bunch of addicts gave birth to Lily and those other children to taint them, to make use of them, to fill their lives with empty promises. His gaze falls on Soma, a father who allowed his children to get twisted and hurt each other, to let them crave a drop of his perfect wine. His breathing becomes audible, his veins quake with rage, and he is reminded of his own selfish intent of enjoying a cathartic event. This is what made her cry. A failed promise of protection, a twisted father. His gaze turns dull. Nobody came for me. But I was a fuck up, I guess. Lily is better, kinder. He takes a step forward toward the shelf. Within rage, within the flow of blinding anger, a small child with black hair and innocuous red eyes call out to him. The boy's smile is covered in filth, but he is so innocent. Save Lily. His voice whispers into his ears, let's give someone else a better future and find our happiness that way. Damn right, Jackal smiles and pulls down the wooden shelf in an instant as it sends all the vats crashing down on the floor. Tumble, crash. The loud noise wakes Soma from the distinctly pleasing scent of the youth's origin as he stands up. What are you doing? Jackal looks back with a soft and gentle smile. He walks over to the lone shelves fitted into the walls and pushes every jar onto the ground. Crash, crash, crash. Stirred and visibly annoyed at his creations falling victim to a mortal's whim, Soma's voice tinges with the glory of the divine, and the ends of his dark hair sway visibly with an aura so divine that it would have others prostrating in front of the god. State your intent and leave me be, mortal, Soma voice out dryly once again as Jackal stops and whispers, I cannot let this mansion, this room exist. If you value your life in this realm one bit, you will watch quietly until I'm done. Speak another word and you will feel the feebleness of mortals firsthand. This is no empty threat. All gods can see through deceptions and truth. This right here is a promise but not one to be intimidated and more stubborn than a mule. Soma quickly shouts as he sees another one of his works almost fall onto the ground and spill their contents all over the floor. Stop. If you have any misgivings then lay them on me. Very well. Jackal looks back without missing a beat. His smile vanishes and his eyes burn with fury. Let this be a lesson, too. Promises. He walks over to Soma as God stands his ground. The intoxicating allure of the mortal's origin fails to capture Soma's undivided attention as Jackal holds Soma's left hand and supplants. Are meant to be kept? The god's vision blurs and a sense of weightlessness hit him. It's not the weightlessness that hits him. It's the glass that he impacts that shatters apart and then the cold wet ground that takes no kindness upon God's mortal flesh and bones. In this wave of pain, he experiences for the first time, even Soma failed to notice the dumbstruck group behind him. Oi, Mikoto. Who really needs help here? Uka questions while holding his spear tightly. Lily had explained a few things concisely but given the sheer rage with which the gates are busted not to mention the scene beyond it. It's clear Lily wasn't open about everything yet everyone is aware of what humanity can be like in the darkest of hours so they could fill in the blanks. Not only he but Naz and Lily, too, stare at the scene with shaken looks. The wet ground is filled with bloody puddles. Limbs lie apart from the bodies of the unconscious adventurers. The nearest of the few towers surrounding the mansion has men and women lying on the doorsteps of the structure with axes still lodged into their bodies. But one person stands out from the masses. A man lies face first on the ground with a spear sticking out of his ass. The sight makes everyone wince in pain but Lily is familiar with the spear and the man whose hole it is lodged up against. One of the many spare spears Jackal bought for her. Just what happened here? Mikoto whispers to herself more than anything else. Like others, she does not expect a reply but as the group takes one step forward, a loud crashing noise echoes through the noise of the downpour. Crash crash crash. It's loud and certainly interests the group but for a second, a massive aura passes over them and the surroundings. It stops them. It's still the rain. It is so unnatural that even nature itself is forced to follow its will rather than its own natural order. Divine aura. The group pales and they expect the worst. Seconds feel like an eternity and as they fear, the worst occurs. Crash. A figure flies out with accompanying shards of glass as the divine aura lets up and the figure crashes into the ground with a wet splatter of the puddle. The downpour drives down harder on them and Soma. Lily gasps softly but her voice is heard just well enough due to the proximity between the group. That's Soma? Everybody's lips part in shock and true terror. A god is attacked. And they are the unfortunate witnesses. Sweating despite the rain, Mikoto looks back at her team apologetically. I'll burn it all. Jackal whispers as he opens the window door and steps on the shard of glass. He pays little heed to Naza and others but despite the rain clouding his vision, he sees Lily just well and she can see him equally clearly. But not intent on smiling at her just yet until he is sure he has freed her completely from the chains of her shitty past. Jackal leaps off the balcony and lands on Zanny's back with a cold expression accompanied by a cruel crunch of his bones. For a moment, Jackal is surprised that Zanny's wound is already closed but the man is unconscious without a doubt. So, the fucker had a potion after all. Jackal scowls and pulls out the spear from his ass before ruthlessly stabbing it down once more. Cough. Meanwhile, Breath returns to Soma. His lungs contract and expand rapidly to gulp down the air, which feels far better than any alcohol he has created in his mortal life. He slowly sits up. Obviously, he may not be strong, but he isn't entirely as weak as a child. Most gods cap out at rank 1 average adventurer, while a few gods related to combat can even have strength equivalent to a level 2 adventurer. I don't get it, Jackal questions as he walks forward while locking his gaze with Soma. How can a parent just abandon their children? He towers over him with a blank look. Why have children if all that amounts to you is a mistake? How can you promise lies? He straddles Soma's waist with his knees and feels his left arm aching, but he cocks his fist back nonetheless. With Soma's hair drenched and riding sideways, Jackal can finally hold the man's gaze and questions with an incomparably painful expression as rain hits his face and slides down his cheeks. His lips wobble. How can you be so indifferent to your children's pain and suffering? Swish. His fist drives into Soma's face as Nausea gasps. Jackal, don't. How could you just let go of their hands? His right hand fills the void in Soma's face as quickly as his left one cocks back. Lily covers her mouth while she stumbles down to her knees. Her legs are unable to keep her up. Choked sobs escape her hold as she lets her heart out. How could you make them beg? Smash. Nausea and others are too shocked to speak. They came here to assist and maybe take Jackal away, but this. How could you let go of your damn responsibility? Smack. Why? Just because they got hooked on your damn stuff. That gives you the right to feel disappointed? Smack. Boom. A massive pressure knocks Jackal back alongside the air from his lungs. Whoa, whoa, 2 of my dearies actually throwing hands to see who gets to whisk me away in their charm of ignoring me. You don't see that often. A god and a mortal fighting over me. Ka-ha-ha-ha-ha. Loki holds her slim stomach and laughs out loud as one of her men speaks. Loki. Shouldn't we do something and lose one of the most interesting sights? Look at that boy all riled up and asking all the right questions. Soma is famous for being tough and stubborn. You know, this won't end easily. There's no way I'll let my own familia bother an actual legend birthing right in front of my eyes, she claims with a declaring wave of her hand. Don't disappoint me, kid. Loki looks forward with an eager and appreciative smile. Everyone's fucking annoyed by his attitude. Just because he can brew some good shit doesn't mean he should treat his children with shit, but that's where you come in, right? Abusive little hero. Her smirk widens. I don't get it. His soft doubt fills Soma's senses, who is equally dumbfounded by the turn of events. He was attacked, physically attacked with the intent to kill? Almost no god cares if their children hit them if it's meant to be playful and lighthearted, but this is different. This is a mortal intent on rebelling against the divine order. The fragrance of his soul confirms just as much. How can a parent just abandon their children? Soma stills when he hears this. Why have children if all that amounts to you is a mistake? How can you promise lies? That's not it. That's far from Soma's wishes when he descended. Silent and quieter than most he may be, but he was never reclusive. Soma feels the mortal's weight on him as the mortal sits upon his torso. His left fist cocks back, but Soma notices his arm quivering, most likely from the injury on his shoulder and arm. But the implication of such action only alerts the god when the fist smites upon his face without any fear of the divine. But he is still stunned by the sheer pain in the mortal's face as he whispers alongside punching down. Smash. How can you be so indifferent to your children's pain and suffering? He hears the mortal's tone quiver. Number. He never looked away. He just. Jackal, don't. A voice gasps from behind the distance. How could you just let go of their hands? Smash. As pain assaults his senses, the mortals. Jackal's words hurt him more. I never meant to let go of their hands. They lost themselves. They lost their paths. They could not control. How could you make them beg? Smash. I never made anyone beg. Soma's nose is already broken and bruised, and his lips bust open in cuts, but his divine will focuses nothing on the pain of the flesh. No. They begged. On their own accord. They lusted my wine. They were a slave to it. I should have never let them taste the divine. How could you let go of your damn responsibility? Smash. Something begins to boil within Soma. Again, the physical pain means little to him. But Jackal's words, they continued to carve into Soma's flesh, and every bit of it ached him to his very soul as several faces of his smiling children flash in the depths of his mind. Smiling, kind, and loving children. I did not let go of anything. They wanted more wine. I could do nothing. I could only brew. For them. Why? Just because they got hooked on your damn stuff. That gives you the right to feel disappointed? Smash! Something snaps within the reclusive god. A minuscule fraction of his intent focuses a full blast of pressure ahead that knocks Jackal away as Soma stands up with a wobble. Blood flows from his mouth in abundance. His cheeks and the area around his eyes are swollen and almost cut open while his nose tilts sideways brokenly. How? What do you know of my pain and disappointment? Soma huffs and pants as he clenches his fists. You have children, you reward them, and you watch them lose sense of themselves. You suffer that heartache for once. You feel that vulnerable for once. Mortal. Jackal, I'll ask you then. He steps towards the coughing Jackal who rubs his slightly sunken chest. I'll ask you if you'll give up or not. I'll ask if you let go of their hands or if they snatched it back. Unwilling to be guided once led astray by lust and addiction. Before long, Soma now towers over Jackal. Thunder booms at this moment, announcing the arrival of a bolt of lightning as heaven continues to weep alongside Lily and countless others. I made no one beg. I was never disappointed. You fool! Soma screams, I lost my heart with my children. Soma locks gaze with Jackal and for a moment, the divine notices the aggression slipping away from Jackal's gaze, but slowly and surely, Jackal stands up. He meets Soma's gaze. You lost your heart, huh? That unnerving aggression returns and Soma clenches his fist to duke it out. His own mortal flesh pumps with equal rage and adrenaline. Then fucking die you dipshit. The mortal roars back, or let go of your children you indecisive little fuck. You can't hold on to them, wish to help them, and do damn nothing. He tackles forward but Soma stays his ground. Gods of every nature have faced battle once in their entire lifetime, even the kindest ones. And that one battle alone makes them quite a bit experienced in battles in their own manner. Thud, thud. Both of them interlock each other's hands and push. With both of them in each other's faces, Soma roars back, his soft features devolving into pure menace. I don't need your understanding. You who don't know a. Jackal grins and smashes his face forward, driving his skull into Soma's face as he screams. I know how it's like to be used. Soma reels back as Jackal successfully tackles the god into the ground. As Soma's blurry vision tries to reorient itself, he notices the absolute truth in Jackal's pain drawer. I know what Lily feels. I know how fed up with her life she was when I saved her. I know the taste of garbage. I know it, damn it. Each sentence ends with a smash of his fist. Lily. Again, physical pain means nothing. Instead, the name resounds with familiarity and one face emerges from the day when he hadn't given up yet. His clenched fists loosen themselves as Jackal suddenly stops. Between blood and rain, Jackal hears Soma's coughed sob as a distinct trickle of tears slips down his disfigured face. I truly gave up. Did I not? Jackal's eyes redden ever so slightly. Not because of anger. While he had mistaken Soma's existence out of his personal spite, he never intended to stop. Feelings don't change already executed actions. But seeing the god's tears, Jackal felt that Lily's tears are now avenged. With an exhausted sigh, he sits back and lets the rain drown him. Yeah. You asshole. You gave up big time, Lily. It's alright. Naza kneels next to Lily as she watches the heated feud between the mortal and the god and, still a mess, Lily says nothing. Instead, she quickly slips out of Naza's embrace and tries to run toward Jackal. Slip. Still feeling weak, she slips and falls down, but before Naza can help her up, Lily begins to drag herself across the ground, letting mud stain her face. Jackal. Sama. Please, please. Don't cry. Not for me. Others could not see it. Even Lily wasn't sure why she could, but she could only see Jackal crying. He never looked so hurt. Every time he attacked, he cried. She could feel it. This realization threatened to break her. His claims of understanding it all, his truth of admitting that he wasn't an infallible beast but a man as broken as her and in need of similar comfort, threatened to shatter her heart. I need to get there. I need to embrace him. I need to be the one to. Her thoughts are a mess. Her emotions wreak havoc within her. As Naza watches with a deeply conflicted look, unable to even intervene at the risk of hurting Lily's desire of wanting to get to Jackal herself, Someone with a far simpler mind moves without a thought. Her heart equally wells up seeing the situation, God or not, despair or not. All she can see is a need to reach, even if it means crawling, using anything they can. Ignoring the call of her name, she moves and holds Lily in her arms promptly with a gentle tone. Before Lily can struggle, her voice whispers and her tear-stricken purple eyes glance down gently. Your feelings are heard loud and clear, Lily. I know. Let me assist you, if not out of gratitude, then out of my selfish desire to get you to that man a bit quicker. This causes Lily to relax as Mikoto jogs forward and helps her into Jackal's embrace. Huh? He looks up at her and she smiles. Ah. Thanks. He nods quietly while hugging the sobbing Lily. Could you help me up, too? He smiles wryly with an exhausted look, making Mikoto nod in a gentle demeanor, helping him up as Lily continues to stick onto him. She leads him away, but as they pass the beaten god, Jackal stills and warns, empty your familia by tomorrow, Soma. I'll return to burn it all. While Mikoto is shocked, she never expected a reply, but words do slip out of Soma's busted lips as he lies sprawling on the ground. Do as you wish. I was long tired. Jackal. Mikoto walks slowly, afraid that she would aggravate injuries on Jackal if he has any should she move too quickly. But snapping out of her daze, Naza quickly jogs up to them and helps him from the left side without touching his injuries. Hey! A familiar face. Jackal chuckles weakly. Sorry now. But I was holding up out of. His body's weight shifts forward entirely as he loses consciousness, but Naza keeps on holding him alongside Mikoto and Lily. To be obvious, Lily barely had any difference, but even if unconscious, Jackal continues to hold Lily ever so gently. Seeing the group leave with an injured and unconscious Jackal, Loki licks her lips as she still feels her throat dry. That was exciting, but though not as intoxicating as such a show. Move, help Soma Familia members, heal any that is still alive, and oh, in the name of our help, confiscate any wine you see on their property. Move, people. Don't let Jackal's efforts go to waste. He's my tenant, you know. Loki cackles proudly. And he is my ogre. Freya mutters under her breath as she narrows her eyes. Aunt had left long ago. She asked him to. Naked, she continues to fondle herself with one hand as the other one slips in and out of her sloppily divine cunt. She still feels breathless. A part of her wants to get to his injured body and bathe him with elixirs. A bath where she would serve him, heal his tired body with her mouth and breasts. Her flesh would be his reward for victory. Something he would pound against with an even greater fervency when driving his fists into Soma. But she found one thing of interest. My ogre. You truly are a mysterious one. Not liking heroes but having actions far more ruthless and admirable than one. A savior of any woman's dream. How envious Dilda. She didn't know what she should have expected, but to make that reclusive Soma open up, to have words that sharp and fists that ruthless that battered Soma's flesh and mind, and to win, in both accounts, this was no rebellion. His soul is polished beyond compare. The unsung song of rebellion is simply the opening for the free conqueror. She licks her lips and continues to prepare herself for her ogre. Now that she is aware of how deep his indifference for divine authority run, she needs to be far more prepared because she does not want him to go easy on her in any manner. Alternate title, Obnoxiously Stubborn Otters Fierce. When God touches grass the weeping heaven lilies resolve. Mikoto hears it loud and clear, the unneeded backup fighting for Loki. Really? Confiscate the wine. The proud landlord of my ogre. The final threat. Gods defeat heartless painfully, so when gods feel vulnerable, the birth of unsung conqueror.